The story here is interesting because the new rules for 401ks, for a new hire, they force you into the 401k plan participation, which I don't think is bad because I think everyone needs to save a little more. But when you move jobs around a lot and you accumulate a couple $1,000s in that 401k, then you leave your job. That 401k plan can offload that money into an IRA, and then you lose track of it. And so now the Wall Street Journal is doing some reporting that this is adding up to billions of dollars a year, and an unknown percentage of that is getting escheated to the state when people are not logging in. They move. The brokerage statements are getting sent back to the custodian, and then the brokerage firm turns the money over to the state. It's a nightmare.
What a nightmare. All right. And it's also your last chance for a Roth conversion before the end of the year. Put up the QR code. If you want to know more about that, get a hold of Nick directly. Nick Hopwood, Peak Wealth Management, peakwm.com if you want to go that way. QR code's the easy way to go. And one last thing, go blue. That's what I say. Go blue. Nick Hopwood, big smile. He'll be there at the game. I'll be looking for you, Nick. Have a good time.
Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, my friend. There you have it. 2 touchdown dogs. Come on. Who does this? Of course, Ohio State looks like they could beat a professional football team any given Saturday. But this isn't any given Saturday. It's rivalry week. We'll be back.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my real America's voice.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
Hi, I'm Bridgie, and why do I love Rav? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
right, so yesterday we spent hours. It took a lot longer than expected. We did this whole moving of a chicken coop yesterday, being the chicken ranchers that we are, tearing down fencing and doing whatever, and, tweaking my back and all that happy stuff. But the weather was perfect for my muskox. I was out there all day wearing my muskox shirt, the American-made heavyweight when it comes to flannel shirts. I love American-made products. I love Black Friday. Brad Hoos is here, founder of Muskox, making the best flannel shirts ever made. Brad, welcome back.
Hey, Steve. Good to see you. Sorry to hear about your back. I wish I couldn't relate, but I think that happens sometimes, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I was wearing the new one. I love this, the Marine, right? I love this. Red, white, and blue. Perfect for me. I got to sit in here every day because literally it is my go-to every day. But you got some things going on that I think you should share with the folks because it's an American company, and you did something that I think is remarkable. You brought a textile company, a clothing company back to America, and you keep moving the ball down the field on that to make it even more American all the time, don't you?
Yeah, we do. And for those of you listening who've listened to Steve for years, you've probably seen me talk to Steve a couple times over these years. And Steve, if you pay really close attention, has said something for a while. He said, yeah, these guys are working on it in terms of having the manufacturing happen in the United States. So we finally have a nice big step that we can announce that I think we're going to be pretty excited about. And that is that we now have some T-shirts. And yes, they're just T-shirts, but they are fantastic, elevated T-shirts that are 100% made in the United States. So I'm not talking about just the screen printing. I'm talking about the cotton is grown in Texas. I'm talking about the manufacturing is done in Detroit of the T-shirt itself. And we're finally here with this, right? So it's one step forward that we're continuing to take here with Muskox that we're very, very excited about. So if you're interested, you can pre-order those today, and you'll get them in early to mid-December. Plenty of time for Christmas. So we're very excited about that.
Yeah, manufactured in Detroit. And some of those manufacturing jobs are coming back. And if we could have more of this, it doesn't mean you can buy a $5 junk T-shirt at some, big box store that sells everything from China. You can buy the real thing with American farmers, American manufacturing, in the heart of the manufacturing world. That's Detroit, right? And that's great. So you can pre-order. Product will ship customers in December, it says. Now, you got flannels in 15 stores nationwide, too. You're rolling that out, putting people to work, making your product available, right?
That's right. We're continuing to progress, so most people still buy our shirts online, but we know people love to try them on. That's why we have, free returns and exchanges if you choose to go down that path when you buy them online. But in person, we're now in 15 stores. So that's not a ton we're America. It's a pretty big country. So we know that 15 stores isn't a ton, but it's progress as a small, David versus Goliath company. Yeah. We are still the David. And so we're happy with the progress. If you've got a store that you think we should be in, let us know. We're all in this together. So if you've got a store where you've got a contact where you think the best flannels in the world should be, by all means, reach out to us, shoot us an email. We'd love to hear from you.
The best shirts are. Trust me, I own 2 or 3 of them, and they're great. I wear them all the time, including that Marine one I just showed you. All right, so look. Every time somebody buys one of your shirts, and you can save $15 when you use the promo code Gruber, you can save $15 off these shirts. And it's a shirt you'll pass down through the generations because it is that tough, it is that durable, it is that good, period, paragraph. Gear Junkie says it, I say it, everybody in this office says the same thing. Best shirt we've ever owned. $5 goes to Wildlife every time you buy one. And using the promo code Gruber, you can save $15. You can put it, I guarantee you put this under the tree, somebody's going to be really happy. That's a fact, Brad.
Yeah, it is. And I think what you've proven is that we should probably, pay attention to what you're saying, Steve. So you called it in terms of Muskox progression towards trying to move more and more of our operations into the U.S. And I think you're correct here in terms of calling it in terms of a surefire gift. But, hey, we appreciate all the support and for people, continuing to believe in what we're doing as the little guy. And, lo and behold, we're growing up a little bit every year here.
All right. And I want you to support the little guy. GoMuskox.com. That's the website. Go look at them. They got all sorts of patterns. They got some new ones there now, as they do every year. They got some updated patterns and colors. GoMuskox.com. Promo code's Gruber. You will save $15, and $5 goes to the Alaska Wildlife Conservation Center helping out, the little critters of the world. Brad, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, hey, listen, it's Thanksgiving, and we're just grateful for the many people who helped us in this journey as a small American company, and certainly, Gruber Nation is no small part of that. So I just want to say thank you to all the listeners. Hope you have a fantastic Thanksgiving with your family. Get away a little bit, relax. We all need that in the craziness of today. So I'm filled with gratitude. Just want to say thank you to everybody listening.
Happy Thanksgiving, Brad. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve.
There you go. GoMuskox.com, promo code Gruber. You'll save $15 and give money to wildlife as well. And I love the fact Texas cotton being manufactured in Detroit. It's another step forward for an American company. Please support the people that make this show possible every day. They're an important part of it. They are an important part, and you will not be disappointed. Quick update now on a story that I told you off the top of the show. Trump has now signed an executive order to designate Muslim Brotherhood as a terror organization. He said his administration preparing to formally designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization, a step several Muslim-majority nations have already taken amid long-standing concerns about the group's political ambitions and influence. Egypt banned the Brotherhood years ago. Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates have also outlawed the Muslim Brotherhood. Why have we not in the United States? These are the people that know. I mean, if Egypt and Saudi Arabia don't know, how could we possibly know? There you go. And on Monday, Trump signed an executive order directing Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, to begin the process of designating certain chapters of the organization as foreign terrorist organizations and specially designated global terrorists. The Muslim Brotherhood, you are on notice. You are on notice. You are a terrorist organization, and we see you. And we're done with it. It's not xenophobia, it's national security. I'll take a break and be right back. It is the Steve Gruber Show.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my real America's voice.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
right, so James Comey had his case dismissed by a federal judge, so did Letitia James yesterday. You might have heard that by now. I wouldn't worry too much about it. They claim that the state's attorney, or the attorney for the government, the U.S. attorney, not state's attorney, the U.S. attorney, Halligan, Lindsay Halligan, was not appointed properly. The DOJ is going to appeal. And by the way, it should not impact the statute of limitations on James Comey. They're going after him. What he did was wrong. What he did was criminal. It's not a huge indictment, but people need to be held accountable in this country. They do. So do not expect the DOJ to sit on their hands. We're going to talk about that in detail coming up in the next hour, because it's an important and big story. But I wanted to share with you that whole deal with the Somalian community fleecing Minnesota for hundreds of millions of dollars. Currently, by the way, properties are being confiscated, people are being arrested, some will be deported. That's the way it should be. Because you can't just steal from the American people and send them back to a foreign country. I don't care if it's Somalia or anywhere else for that matter. You can't do that. We can't allow that. And you've heard a lot about DOJ is no longer in existence. The DOJ department has been decentralized. It's not gone. The department's gone per se, but all these people have been dispersed to every other government agency to find fraud, waste, and abuse. So don't worry, they're still doing the principles of DOJ. Did they find the kind of money they thought they were going to? No. But every time they find $1 billion or two, it's good for you and it's good for me. Let them work. But don't buy into the left saying, hey, it's not here anymore. Oh, and in case you missed it, the merchandise store is open for business. I want to make sure you have a chance to get your merchandise right there. Steve Gruber Gear. Gruber Gear. That's a great shirt, by the way, there. It's a wicking shirt. It's an athletic shirt. There are hoodies and T-shirts and the red, white, and brew coffee cup. That's right. You can have coffee with me every morning. Steve Gruber Show coffee mug right there. Just scan the QR code. Later, we'll make it available on our website, but this is the easiest way for us to get started because you guys wanted it before Black Friday. There it is. Scan that QR code. Get your Gruber merch. It'll be the perfect gift under the tree as well, or just to look cool no matter where you live. Tell people where you stand, what you believe in. All right, we'll talk about all those other things with James Comey and so forth after the break on the Steve Gruber Show.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
American Sunrise Early Edition, thrown out. Federal judge tosses the indictments against James Comey and Letitia James because U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan's appointment wasn't done properly. Really? The charges can be refiled, but of course, this is a setback for the Justice Department. But another case looks like it's just beginning, as the Department of War starts the process of possibly court-martialing Senator Mark Kelly for participating in that video urging active duty troops to question and disobey orders. Still more optimism coming out of the peace negotiations trying to end the Russia-Ukraine war. And here's the latest sign progress is being made. China's President Xi called President Trump about it yesterday. Xi's panicking because he doesn't want the war to end. NBA Hall of Famer and suspended Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups pleads not guilty to being involved in a mob-controlled poker scam. The NBA betting scandals aren't going away. Oh, and by the way, Billups' not guilty plea was sponsored by Bet365 and DraftKings. Just kidding. And President Trump signs an executive order beginning the process of likely designating the Muslim Brotherhood and many of its affiliates like CARE as terrorist organizations. The list of entities affected is long indeed. American Sunrise Early Edition begins now.
Welcome to American Sunrise Early Edition. The show where faith, freedom, and the values that built this nation take center stage.
Your good deeds and bad deeds. That's how we're going to judge you.
Join host Jake Novak as he breaks down the stories that matter.
We will be letting the public know regularly what we have found.
American Sunrise Early Edition with your host, Jake Novak, starts now.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jake Novak. This is American Sunrise Early Edition. It's a Tuesday. We're almost there. We're almost to Thanksgiving. And I would really argue that Thanksgiving is not only the greatest American holiday, but it's probably the greatest holiday in the world. You have food. You have football. You don't really have a lot of religious services, although for those of you who do a special Thanksgiving service, I think that's lovely. It's pretty awesome. You don't really have a lot of obligations other than eating and watching football. That is, I don't think any other country has anything that comes close. Don't even try, everybody. But anyway, we're almost there. And I want to thank you for joining us and, of course, helping us to get through some of the things that I think a lot of us will be thinking about on Thanksgiving, and that's the economy, is Old Glory Bank founder and CEO Mike Ring, friend of this program. Mike, we did get a better than expected jobs report last week, albeit for September. It was heavily delayed because of the Schumer shutdown, but it was more than twice the jobs that we thought were going to be created in September. And then we have this report now also that came out yesterday that showed that it wasn't just jobs. There was a lot of parts of the economy that were picking up in September just before the shutdown started. Now, we won't know for a while if the shutdown killed that momentum. I don't think it helped it, that's for sure. The Democrats and Chuck Schumer were absolutely trying to inflict pain on the American people, just like they did with the crazy COVID lockdowns, in the hopes of destroying the economy and getting people, they hope, to blame President Trump. But, Mike, I have to ask you, overall, how do you feel the economy is doing? I know it's not an A-plus economy, but it's also not an F economy. Where do you put it right now, Mike?
I put it at a B+, maybe an A-. Much better than you and I did at school, Jake, by the way. And here's what people are not talking about that is so important. Everyone wants to talk about affordability, which is important. We'll get that to that in a second. But let's remember the trailing 12 GDP growth is 4.5%. We haven't seen that since Trump won. Under Biden, it was 2.8%. Inflation is down to 3%. Under Biden, it averaged at 5%. So for the first time since Trump won, we actually have GDP that is higher than inflation. So your dollar for the first time is actually not declining because we're producing more and growing more than inflation. And no one is talking about that because it's such good news. And then unemployment, it's steady at 4 and change. And if you think about America with our safety net, that really is full employment. The stock market's at an all-time high. Granted, Bitcoin is off right now, but that's more demand than fundamentals. And so if you think about it, GDP is very high. Inflation is getting under control at 3%. It's only probably 100 basis points higher than we want. Unemployment is great. This is a great economy. But when you talk about affordability, Trump has 25% that he's dealing with under Biden. Under Biden, inflation averaged 5%. That toggled up to over 20%. And so there's only two ways to bring down prices. Democrats just want to throw money at you and say, here, solve your pricing problems by me giving you money. But that's not the way to solve it. There's only two ways to solve inflation. And we always talk about this. Reduce demand, which is what the Fed wants to do by increasing interest rates or holding them steady, or increase supply. This is what we learn in high school. Increased supply will bring down prices, and that's what Trump is trying to do. Bring investment, reduce regulations, make it easier to produce. Produce will reduce prices.
Well, you sound like Jake Novak. I always say, if we're talking about the cost of anything and it's not in the parameters of supply and demand, that person is wasting your time, and that includes healthcare. If you want lower cost healthcare, you have to increase the supply. I don't think we're going to get too far telling people to not want to live, so it's got to be an increased supply. So thank you for bringing us to those parameters and for justifying my decision to talk to you this morning, because when people come on and talk about it in any other way, it's really a waste of time. Now, speaking of talking, the mainstream media is absolutely in collusion mode to talk down the economy. And there are things about this economy that absolutely concern me. To me, the biggest concern are housing costs, because they have not just an economic impact, but also a cultural impact. I think it's breaking up families. I think it's delaying adulthood for another generation of Americans, which isn't any good. So those are the things I would talk about. But that's not what the folks at Meet the Press wanted to talk about on Sunday with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And Scott Bessent, as he often does when he goes on TV, gave some woman the lesson, the hostess a lesson. But before I get to that, I jumped the gun a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about spending, Mike, because, again, you have this mainstream media saying that, oh, it's all looking terrible. It's not going to be a good spending Christmas. But the National Retailers Foundation disagrees. They're expecting record spending for this Christmas season. And again, they have skin in the game in this. They're the ones who are going to have to invest money to stock those shelves. So they're not just saying it for the media. They're telling retailers, go ahead and make your investments and make sure you got enough that meet demand. That, to me, is worth more than what the media says.
Agreed. And, being in the banking business, we pay attention to delinquency rates, and they're still at a very good historic low, about 4.5% last quarter. So I agree with you. Consumer strength is strong. GDP is great. Unemployment is low. Inflation is still a little bit high. What's really driving the mood right now is exactly the mood. It's from all the corrupt mainstream media, not your show, of course, Jake, but the rest of the media is trying to make us feel like we're in a bad spot. So we then will not spend, we will not invest. And it's really just mood driven, and we need to snap out of it and say, folks, we are in a great spot to live right now. We have a president who is focusing on the right things: peace, security, and investment.
Yeah, I would tell all those mainstream media anchors and reporters when they're talking down the economy, if that's the way you feel, take less of a salary so that your employer can stay afloat, because obviously they're crashing. You first. You show me how you're saying, and of course, they won't do that. Now, I'm sorry I jumped the gun. Now I want to get to Scott Bessent, because even in the best of times, you can focus on things that are really bad in an economy, and vice versa. In the worst of times, you can focus on some things that are good. Scott Bessent basically educated the teleprompter reading hostess of Meet the Press about this when he explained the economy has many parts. Check this out.
Well, and banana prices are up almost 7%. Coffee prices up nearly 19%. Isn't the fact that you're rolling back tariffs an admission that ultimately they do drive up prices for consumers?
Kristen, how much does your arm weigh?
That I do not know.
Exactly. But you know how much you weigh. You get on the scale every morning. Inflation is a composite number, and we look at everything. So we try to push down the things we can control. And as I said, that we are working on the energy prices are down, and everything flows from that. And I think we're going to see these other prices come down. And again, many of these goods were part of trade deals with countries that have been in the works for months.
There's nothing worse when you have these anchor people. I call them hostesses and hosts. And they have a piece of paper that somebody gave them. Banana prices are up. I mean, she doesn't know what banana prices are. I mean, why can't they get people to just have a conversation? She has no idea
because
what
they're
she's
all
talking
working
about.
for your network.
Schooled her.
Yeah, because they're all working for your network, and they don't hire people who think. Like, how frequently, and the answer is never, does someone ask a follow-up question to a guest? Because they can't think. They can't read and think at the same time. And listen, Secretary Bessent is the best. And the fact that he won't take the job as chairman of the Federal Reserve is just a shame, because we would have him for 12 years. And if he won't take it, I guess we have to acknowledge it should be me.
Listen, there's some crazy people who are in the running. I mean, I wouldn't call them crazy, but
are you putting me in the list of crazy, Jake?
No. I mean, I'm saying if those crazy people are in the running, then why not you? Or honestly, they got the CEO of Walmart, who I think did a great job fixing Walmart, but I don't know what he knows about interest rates and lending and stuff like that. Maybe he does, but we'll see. I want to talk about, actually want to also pivot. Listen, the elephant in the room is that we're 2 days away from Thanksgiving. Talked about that at the top of the program. I've got a great capitalist on this program, and I want you to help me remind the viewers that Thanksgiving, obviously there's a religious connotation. Of course, for those of you who know, it was modeled after the Feast of Tabernacles or Sukkot in the Bible. So, of course, it has biblical and religious origins. I'm not trying to take that away from it. I was only kidding about the fact that there's no religious services. Let's be honest. We want to get out of the services and eat and watch football. I get it. But it is the most capitalist holiday there ever is, because people, they don't teach you this in school. When the Pilgrims got to Plymouth Rock that first year, they were a collective farm. They were basically communists, and they almost starved to death. It wasn't until they gave every Pilgrim family a parcel of their own land to be responsible for themselves and to own themselves that they were able to do well, and they had the surplus, and they celebrated that surplus with the first Thanksgiving. It is a capitalist holiday, Mike.
100%. Freedom goes with capitalists. You cannot have a free society without capitalism, because if the government controls your property, controls the outcome, then you are actually not free. And when you turn people loose with freedom and the ability to own and acquire and pass down to your heirs and give to charity, it works. Now, think about this. Mayor Z from New York's favorite president is FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who, of course, was the president during the Great Depression. He's not exactly a laissez-faire president, but even he agreed that it was important to have spending over Thanksgiving. So no one remembers this. In 1939 and 1940, he actually moved Thanksgiving earlier in the month to the third Thursday because he wanted a longer shopping center. The Macy's Day Parade that we all love started in 1924. Cyber Monday, Black Friday. It is always tied to capitalism, but you know what? Capitalism is the core to freedom. You can't have freedom without capitalism. So anyone who doesn't like capitalism needs to go live in a country where you're not free.
Yeah, and people think when you say capitalism, you're talking about the stock market, you're talking about retail. Actually, at the end of the day, capitalism is about not starving, and the Pilgrims are a big part of that. And, again, I'll go back to the Bible. The first communist was Cain. He killed Abel because Abel made an investment. He took a risk with a sacrifice to God. And that's what he was jealous of, resentful of, I should say. It was about capitalism versus communists, and communists end up killing the people they resent. That's what happens. We've seen that. It's a 5,000-year-old story, nothing new under the sun. Mike Ring, have a happy Thanksgiving, have a profitable Christmas season, and thank you for helping us not starve.
Thank you, Jake, for having me. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
Thank you so much. Coming up, a court-martial for Captain Kelly. He keeps making us call him Captain Kelly, Senator Mark Kelly. The process to at least make that possible is underway at the Department of War. It's the latest sign the Trump administration will not take efforts to demoralize and confuse our troops lightly. And later, the betting site advertising compromised mainstream media is trying to de-emphasize the story, but I won't. NBA Hall of Famer Chauncey Billups pleads not guilty to charges of being a part of a mob-run poker scam, and that's just one of the betting scandals that's plaguing not just the NBA, but a lot of the pro sports leagues. I am not going to let this story get swept under the rug. American Sunrise Early Edition. We'll be right back.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Has a lot of beaches. We could just do live camera shots of all the beaches of Florida every day, and it would take us years to finish. But this is live here at Hillsborough Beach in Florida. A couple days before Thanksgiving. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak. Special welcome to those of you who are watching us live and commenting on Getter, on Rumble, X, Substack. Some of you are sending me messages via carrier pigeon. That's kind of messy, though. Please don't do that anymore. Just kidding. Anyway, listen. Senator and retired naval officer, astronaut, Mark Kelly, he is now at the center of this pushback, and I think rightful pushback, on that ridiculous video that Democrats put out last week telling troops to basically question all their orders, disobey orders if they're illegal. They didn't say any one of the orders specifically that they were talking about, and then when one of them was asked about it, Elise Slotkin, on the television news programs over the weekend, she said, oh, President Trump hasn't issued any legal orders that I know of. So why make the video? Well, the problem is all those other people are kind of out of the service. Mark Kelly is still officially someone who could be recalled to duty. And now that is a possibility, Emily Finn. They could recall him to duty officially and put him up for a court-martial. They've court-martialed people for a lot less than putting out that video. I think this would be a great lesson to some of the Democrats and the people who hate Trump. You want to hate Trump, you want to push against him, that's fine. But for the last 9-10 years, they've gone too far. They've done more than flip the chessboard, Emily. They've set it on fire, and they've destroyed so much of their country to spite him, our country to spite him. And we have to draw the line with the military. They try to destroy the military. We have to stop them.
Yes, you do have to draw the line there, Jake. And I will say, I think Senator Mark Kelly just got wrapped into this video with all these other Democrats. I always bring up Sinclair Broadcasting Group because it's such a play in the Democrat playbook to just get everyone together to read the same script, except for that one congresswoman. She didn't make it to the video shoot day, obviously. It's very obvious that her video is different. But Senator Mark Kelly, if you had a chance to read his response on X to all of this, the one thing I will say, he said that Hegseth's tweet was the first that he heard of this. Now, I will say, he's a veteran, okay? A NASA astronaut. He has done amazing things for this country. So for Pete's sake, you could have at least sent him an email, out of respect beforehand. But yes, there does need to be consequences for this, for all of the Democrats that participated in this video. It's unacceptable, Jake.
Yeah, and I want to know who wrote the script for that video. You talked about the script. I want to know who wrote it. When I find out who wrote it, I want to know who that person was connected to. I want to know who paid for it. They had camera equipment, things like that. I want to know who put the captions up. Not that it cost millions or billions of dollars to do that, but maybe it did. Maybe the production costs weren't high, but maybe the cost of maybe getting these people to participate in it, maybe they promised them some campaign donations if they showed up in front of the camera and did this. And I wouldn't be surprised if they follow all the money down to the last penny, a lot of it will be coming from not only foreign countries, but from some of our enemies. And this is just standard procedure. Undermine the military might of the United States. This is what they tried to do during the Vietnam War. This is going back to another country. This is what the Bolsheviks in Russia did during World War I. There were communist infiltrators in the Russian army during World War I trying to get the troops to surrender and go back home. It worked, by the way.
Well,
this
Jake,
is no joke.
This is no joke. And if Alyssa Slotkin was the one that wrote this script, she obviously knew that she was lying. Because like you said, she went on the programs and said, I don't know of any illegal orders. Like, come on, you guys, there has to be some consequences for this.
Yeah. And again, once again, acting like, and I use Looney Tunes as a reference very often in my news research. But just like the Looney Tunes cartoons where someone drops an anvil on somebody's head, they go to punch them in retaliation, and the person throws on a pair of glasses and said, oh, you wouldn't hurt a guy with glasses, would you? Nice try, Elise Slotkin. Nice try, Mark Kelly. You knew what you were doing, and we're on to you. Anyway, Emily, thank you so much for joining us. 2 days to Thanksgiving. We're going to see you in the 8 to 10 a.m. hours. Thanks for joining me.
Very thankful for you, Jake, on this Thanksgiving week. Thank you so much.
I am too. Thankful for you also. Hey, this is the one time of year that Birch Gold Group gives away free gold with every qualifying purchase. That's right. For Black Friday, when you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, Birch Gold will send you free gold to your home for every $20,000 purchased. Look, gold started this year around $2,600 an ounce. By October, it was over $4,000 an ounce. Why? Well, it's global uncertainty. 2025 has been defined by trade wars. Central banks are pulling from the U.S. dollar as the global reserve currency, and military tension continues to build. Gold thrives in times of uncertainty. And if you're looking to diversify your savings, Birch Gold can help you. Now, through November 30th, get free gold with a qualifying purchase. Just text America to 989898 to claim your eligibility for a free info kit on gold. But your opportunity for free gold with purchase ends on November 30th. So don't wait. Text America to the number 989898 for full details. Coming up, U.S. auto dealers want you to pay how much for a Honda Prelude? Hey, I like that car, but wait until you hear the price. Sticker shock isn't a fair term. Try sticker electric chair. American Sunrise Early Edition. We'll be right back.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. That is the western corner of Macy's, the huge department store in New York City. The eastern corner, the front of the store, out of this shot is where the big Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade ends. This is the 34th and 7th Avenue corner, and right out of the shot, to the left, out of the shot is Madison Square Garden. So obviously a very big and important part of New York City right there as they get ready for the big parade. sure a lot of you will be watching it on TV. Hey, let's take a look at where the markets will begin today. And this market board, the main message you're getting from this market board is we want to go home for Thanksgiving. That is a very non-committal stock futures board right there. Basically flat, flat, flat on the three major indices. Gold's up just a little bit. And look at that, though, the overall number on it, $4,132 an ounce. Crude oil down pretty much flat, but you see that nice low $58 a barrel handle. Now let's take a look at Bitcoin as it's been struggling. We talked for a second about Bitcoin in the first segment. Now it's up now to 87,005. It was all the way down almost at 80 just a little bit ago. So it's down right now from where it was overnight, but it's still better than it was. And listen, now at this price, every couple $1,000s is 5-6%. So you're getting there. Well, a little bit more than that. But as you can see, Bitcoin well below that 125 all-time high. Just a reminder, by the way, as I was talking about crude oil again, I want everyone to remember something. Again, one of my big themes on this program is skin in the game. And the price of crude oil is a really great way, if you look at that price every day, and I show it to you every day, is a really great way to find out whether we're having any progress in these talks to end the Russia-Ukraine war. Now, couple of days going into today, we saw oil prices going lower because the traders were actually very optimistic about a potential peace. They're sort of taking a pause right now. Yesterday, actually, oil prices late yesterday gained a bit. Again, nowhere near $60 a barrel just yet. We're at 58, the high 58, almost $59. But that's my way of telling you, and that's the oil traders' way of telling you that they're a little bit less sure now or less confident now of a peace deal happening, but they're not. If they really didn't think it was going to happen, we'd see oil above that $60 a barrel level and probably maybe even close to 65. So that isn't happening yet. Again, you can listen to Marco Rubio, or you can listen to some of the mainstream media folks, or you can watch the oil traders, and those are the people I would trust the most out of all that group. Not that they're necessarily lying about it, but the oil traders have skin in the game. And if they're bidding oil down, that means we're closer to peace. If they're bidding it up, we're probably not. And that's a great way for everyone to really get to the bottom of that story. Now, AI stock investing and the investment in AI stocks may be a little overhyped, and I get that. But when you hear stories like the one I'm about to tell you, you have to say, this is not a bubble. It might be a little overhyped, but not a bubble. Amazon, this is the story. Amazon says it's going to be building and launching the first ever AI and high-performance computing facilities for the U.S. government. The cost just for this first phase, $50 billion. That's just one company and one client. Of course, it is a huge client, the U.S. government, but it's just the beginning. If that's what the cost is going to be for just this project, then I don't really think you can say AI is a bubble. Again, maybe a little bit overinvested, but not a complete bubble or a farce. All right, now for an update on the work to end the Obamacare stalemate. That was, of course, a big reason for the government shutdown that Chuck Schumer initiated. Now, President Trump and the administration were floating an idea of letting the Obamacare subsidies continue for another 2 years. The trade-off would be, first of all, lowering the ceiling on who is eligible for Obamacare subsidies, Obamacare plans. In other words, they would cut off a number of people who are currently getting those subsidies. Also, they would crack down on fraud more. But this is all on hold right now because congressmen and senators from the Republican Party in Congress felt that the Trump administration made this decision without consulting them, without working with them. It's their butts on the line in the midterm elections coming up next year, so they want more time to consult on this. So that's all on hold for now. But that's the plan that the Trump administration is still trying to float. We'll see if they alter it any after the Republican members of Congress get a look at it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. This is Moving America, sponsored by Artillery Tea Company, artilleryteaco.com. Use promo code RAV for 10% off your order. Artillery tea is all natural, whole leaf. The tea bags are chemical free and each tea bag can be used twice. Artillery Tea Company is family and veteran owned and operated, and a portion of your purchase goes to help veteran and first responder charities. Artilleryteaco.com, promo code RAV for 10% off your order. Now, last week I told you that the new souped-up 2026 Honda Prelude was selling in Europe for more than some basic BMW models, and I was wondering if people in Europe were going to go for that. At that point, we didn't know what the prices were going to be here in the United States. Well, now we know. Get ready for this, because while the MSRP from Honda is about $51,000 for the Honda Prelude, the dealers in the U.S. are adding a number of add-ons, and they're all asking for about $60,000 minimum. Now, I like this car, and I like Honda, but $60K for a Honda Prelude, I don't know how this is going to go over. If this is a successful selling car this year, above whatever targets they have internally, I will be surprised, but I'll give them all the credit in the world. Again, a cool car. Honda makes reliable cars, but $60,000 for a Honda Prelude, I think, is going to be, again, sticker shock isn't a good enough word. It's more like sticker electric chair, or that scene in Back to the Future with all the gigawatts. I mean, that is really a shock. Okay, now for some more sticker shock. And this is a story coming out of Canada, but believe me, this is also the trend here in the United States. But wait till you hear these numbers. The average annual insurance cost for car insurance for a man between the ages of 18 and 25 in Toronto, Canada, is $13,000 a year. I mean, that's more than the person is probably paying for the car in payments for a year. Now, there's one word for this, folks: unsustainable. Now, a lot of this has to do with the fact that there's new technology in cars, and even if you get a little fender bender, it's a lot more expensive and difficult to fix it. But my goodness, $13,000 a year on average to pay your car insurance in Canada if you're a young male. Now, it's only $9,000 if you're a woman. Maybe this is why people are becoming transgender. I don't know. It might be worth it for $4,000 a year. But this is coming to the United States also. I promise you, our rates are going up in this country. It has a lot to do with that tech. It has a lot to do also with people getting licenses from states like California and New York who are not legal aliens, and it's much harder to collect from them in accidents. There's a lot of reasons for it, but that is not a sustainable price, period. And you don't have to be a Republican, a Democrat, conservative, or liberal to agree with me on that one. You just have to have some synapses firing. Now, speaking of insurance, welcome to the true equality world, ladies, when it comes to accidents and the expense connected to them. Do you know that they've never actually had until now crash test dummies that were constructed like women? But now they do. Now, why is this important? Well, if you're a personal injury lawyer and a woman has a particular injury, maybe to some of her female reproductive organs or things like that, you can sue for a lot more and say, well, you know, when they did those crash tests, they didn't account for this. Boy, that would be my argument if I were a personal injury lawyer. Hello, Chilino and Barnes. But it's not a bad idea. So now the National Highway Safety, Transportation and Safety Administration has female crash dummies. Equality. This is what you've been marching for, everybody. But no, in all seriousness, this makes sense from a financial point of view. Okay, I have a hot tip that I could give any day, but why would I not give it on the week where most people are driving in the United States? So I just learned this, and I saw this from a bunch of mechanics, so I want to pass this on. Do not top off your tank when you're filling up your gas tank. It's not necessarily a safety issue like some people think. No, it's about actually damaging your car. You can really damage your fuel pumps and some of the gauges and some of the sensors, and it costs a fortune. A lot of mechanics telling me that they make a lot of money fixing this problem. Sometimes the cars are actually totaled by this. So do not top off. You know, when that gas pump shuts off, just call it a day, take the nozzle out and put it back into the machine. It's really worth it. This could cause a lot of damage to your car, and you're probably not saving more than a few pennies anyway by putting just a little bit more into the tank. So that's my tip for you, especially if you're getting out on the roads today or tomorrow for Thanksgiving. Okay, coming up, President Trump is taking the first step towards designating the Muslim Brotherhood and its many affiliated groups as terrorist organizations. I'll look at why that's significant. But first, we're going to talk about this because so many other media outlets aren't. It's got nothing to do with partisanship. It's got to do with advertising. I say Chauncey Billups is just the tip of the iceberg in a pro sports betting nightmare that could really undermine more than just the NBA in America. I'll talk to a former federal prosecutor about that when American Sunrise Early Edition comes right back.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
It's Tuesday, November 25th. Here are this morning's top stories. Thrown out. A federal judge tosses the indictments against James Comey and Letitia James because U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan's appointment wasn't done properly. Now, the charges can be refiled, but there is no denying this is a setback for the Justice Department. Another case is just getting started. It's the beginning. The Department of War starts the process of possibly court-martialing Senator Mark Kelly for participating in that video, urging active duty troops to question orders. We'll see how far this goes. There's more optimism now coming out of the peace negotiations trying to end the Russia-Ukraine war. Here's the latest sign that progress is probably being made. China's President Xi called President Trump in a special call about it yesterday. You know why he's calling? President Xi doesn't want that war to end. He's probably panicking. NBA Hall of Famer and suspended Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups pleads not guilty to being involved in a mob-controlled poker game scam. The NBA betting scandals aren't going away. Oh, and by the way, Billups' not guilty plea was sponsored by Bet365 and DraftKings. I'm just kidding. American Sunrise Early Edition continues now. Yeah, I'm taking a little shot at all the organizations. It's not even just the sports programming. Everything seems to be sponsored by gambling and betting sites. And that's why it's so important for me to dig more into this story that we're going to do right now, because I really believe this is not even a partisan thing. No one is covering, I believe, these betting scandals and these gambling scandals in pro sports sufficiently. And I think I know why. Joining us right now is former federal prosecutor Mitch Epner. Mitch, before I get into the big picture of this, because you know I want to talk about that, I want to talk specifically just first about the news here, and that is Chauncey Billups pleading not guilty, along with just about everyone else who was wrapped up in this first part of that indictment announced last month by the Justice Department against a number of people. And in the case of Chauncey Billups, he's accused of participating in mob-controlled high-stakes poker games, but not just high-stakes poker games that were rigged, where they were using infrared cameras and other stuff like that. What's your take on his chances here, how the case looks to you from your position?
I think that the government has a very, very difficult case to make. Chauncey Billups has retained Mark Mukasey, who I've known for decades, who is one of the best criminal defense lawyers in New York, maybe in the country. The problem for the government is that it is not illegal to participate in a high-stakes poker game. There are only two things that could make what Chauncey Billups did illegal. Number one, if he knew that the games were rigged, or number two, if he knew that the game was taking a rake, meaning that taking money off of the table for each hand. Your local neighborhood poker game, whether it's penny ante or $10,000 ante, is not illegal. And Chauncey Billups and lots of other celebrities being used to draw people into a high-stakes poker game is not illegal unless they can prove that they knew that it was rigged.
Okay, so beyond what the government can prove and whether or not he ends up getting convicted, of course, the NBA has its own issues to deal with. Now, he's been suspended as the head coach of the Trailblazers. I don't think he's going to come back. And of course, the NBA is this incident was part of one part. Now, this happened on the same day, so a lot of people conflated it and thought that Chauncey Billups was involved in shaving points or shaving or doing something with the games involved because of the betting sites. And what I wanted to talk to you about is something that I think is really important for people to understand. Look, I'm not a prude. People are going to bet. I don't have a problem with that necessarily. But when you talk about these gambling sites, as opposed to the behind the barbershop in the old days in Brooklyn, you're talking about making the markets. In other words, sure, people were scamming in the past, but there wasn't that much money to be made. So compared to your NBA salary, it really didn't make any sense to do this, although I do know it's an addiction and not necessarily about money. But when you have nationally and internationally sourced betting sites where big money can be made with very little ventured, by the way, because the markets have been made, a huge, huge meeting of buyers and sellers, then you got a real problem. And the NBA, I think, has a gambling problem. How about you?
So the NBA certainly has a gambling issue because they are sponsored by many of these betting sites. In the old days, the rule was very, very simple. In baseball and basketball and football, you couldn't have anything to do with gambling. They can't say that anymore. The problem is that these are inefficient markets, meaning that there is inside information that's out there. The worst of it is somebody like Jonte Porter, who literally bet against or had people bet against his prop bets, how many points he was going to score in a game, how many minutes he was going to play, how many rebounds he was going to get, and then took himself out of games feigning injury. And that is clearly illegal. But another issue up is you have teams that are tanking at the end of the season in basketball in order to try to get a better draft pick. And knowing ahead of time that a team is not going to play a particular player is inside information that would move the line. And although he wasn't indicted for it, one of the allegations against Chauncey Billups, who is called the coach in a really bad attempt to hide his name, is that he let people know ahead of time that he was sitting all of his starters for the Portland Trailblazers in a game near the end of the season a few years ago where they were trying to tank to get a higher draft pick. Part of the gambling allegations are that Damon Jones let people know that his friend LeBron James wasn't going to be playing a game in Milwaukee because that would move the line. And the NBA puts out these injury reports day of game a couple of times in order to try to get the information out there so that there aren't these inefficient markets. But the market moves much faster than the NBA information does.
Yeah, I mean, the technology makes it so much easier. And, you know, you talked about that inside information. There's so many people who could be privy to it. And good luck finding all their friends and relatives. You could be an assistant trainer, a part-time person who just tapes up ankles, and you literally whisper in the ear of your third cousin's best friend to put a bunch of bets on a game for you. And I mean, how are you going to find that? I think it's just really problematic. I know that, and by the way, the betting sites and the sports folks know this very well, which is why, for example, if you try to bet on a college game, there is no prop betting on the college football game. Because the argument being, well, these players, I know they get some NIL deals, but most of them don't get a huge NIL deal. So it'd be much more lucrative for them or much more tempting for them to tank their performance. So when you go bet on a college game, you can bet on the team, you can bet on the points scored and things like that, but you can't bet on under-over passing yards for Archie Manning. You can't, although he's got plenty of NIL money, but you get my point. I'm just using a name people know. You can't do that kind of stuff. And to me, that is a little bit of a smoking gun. If you're not allowing it for the college players, then how do you justify allowing it for the pro players? Again, because it isn't always about money. It could be just about the thrill of the betting.
So Jake, what you've seen in baseball in the wake of the indictments there on prop bets where pitchers are accused of purposely throwing a ball for the first pitch in a particular inning because there would be prop bets on whether that pitch would be a ball or a strike. is that the league, the MLB, in conjunction with major sites, have moved the limits on those prop bets all the way down to $100. The idea being they're going to take the profit motive out of it for any insiders. The danger for these leagues is that if fans believe that sports have become like pro wrestling, where it's scripted, because which happened, for example, to the Taiwan Baseball League a few decades ago, most people lose all interest. And I will give an anecdote. This past weekend, there was a very strange situation. The Cleveland Browns were winning. That was strange enough. And they were winning by 14 points with a minute left in the game. They were on the Raiders' 29-yard line. It was 4th down. And the coach punted, which was bizarre. And the line for the under-over was 36. So if they had kicked a field goal, the over would have hit. And I saw a lot of people, not joking, saying that they thought that the coach was doing something so bizarre he should be investigated for whether or not he had bets on the under.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you're talking about, the loss of interest. By the way, I say the same thing about the lottery. And we have a scam going on now in the state of Texas, which is being investigated. All the talk about the morality of betting and lotteries is never going to get you anywhere. But if you tell the folks out there that the game may be rigged, that's going to stop interest. And, listen, I have a personal stake in this. I had a grandfather who was a huge sports fan, had season tickets before they even called it season tickets, but he was a huge sports gambler. And it absolutely turned my dad, his son, off to sports. And I never really had that to, my dad doesn't really get into sports, and it's kind of a bummer. But who can blame him? It skipped a generation because of that. I mean, I'm just trying to say, listen, it's kind of like an American apple pie thing. If you corrupt sports in this way, here's my prediction, and I wonder if you agree with me. This Wild West with all these prop bets and exotic bets and multiple sites is going to be over pretty soon. I think 5-10 years from now, you're not going to be able to bet like you can now. I think that that's going to be heavily restricted. That's my prediction.
So I think that the leagues are likely to want that. On the other hand, I speak to a lot of people in gaming, and the margins for the betting sites on prop bets dwarf the 5.5% net margin that they have on straight bets of things like who's going to win on money line bets or point spreads. The prop bets are a huge, especially the in-game prop bets, are huge money makers. So the gambling sites are going to be loath to give that up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can tell you that's what's. The Wall Street Journal had an interesting report about just that, about how these exotic prop bets are what's doing it for those betting sites as far as profit is concerned. But meanwhile, you had Flutter Entertainment just announcing that they didn't have a good quarter because people were winning too much. And I don't think that's true. But, listen, you can say whatever you want in an earnings report as long as you don't put it on the paper. You can say what you want about an earnings report as long as you don't sign it. That's Sarbanes-Oxley stuff. All right, Mitch Epner, thank you so much for joining us. Let's hope we have clean games this weekend, a lot of sports this weekend. Enjoy your Thanksgiving holiday. Thanks, Mitch.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Hey, did you catch President Trump calling out those big banks that shut down Americans just for their beliefs? It's time to stop rewarding them. Move your money to Old Glory Bank. Old Glory Bank serves customers in all 50 states with top-tier online banking for both consumers and businesses. Everything the big woke banks offer you'll find better at Old Glory Bank. They're proudly pro-freedom, they're pro-Second Amendment, and pro-crypto. Visit oldglorybank.com/RAV today and join the right side of banking. Coming up, President Trump makes a move on the source of so much Islamist terror and propaganda all over the world, the Muslim Brotherhood. Who are they? David Brody and I will discuss when American Sunrise Early Edition comes right back.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
A live look at Manhattan right there. But I want to go about 30 miles east of this shot to a town called Bethpage in Nassau County, Long Island. We have a special visitor. This is totally unexpected. But David Zier, the host of Breaking Point here on Real America's Voice. He is live at a diner in Bethpage, Long Island, the Embassy Diner, by the way. Very good pancakes. I have to give them that plug. I'm sorry. David, I know you're out there. So it looks like you've got some clientele there. What are people talking about 2 days before Thanksgiving in a real American diner in a real slice of Americana right there?
Yeah, we're just outside of New York City, Jake, and happy Thanksgiving to you and your family here. And we're at the Bethpage Embassy Diner, an historic landmark here in Nassau County, home to a lot of people who commute to New York City, NYPD, FDNY firefighters, financial services people. We're going to be talking to them on this holiday weekend, how, they see things going forward here for New York City commuters, their lives here on Long Island. How do we keep our young kids here? And especially, what are they thankful for on this Thanksgiving with their families?
Well, one of the things I'm thankful for is the fact that it's still there. There used to be a diner, it felt like on every corner on Long Island and in New Jersey. For those of you who don't know, the diner culture, very, very big part of our lives. They're going away. So many diners are disappearing. I mean, I'd love for you to talk, maybe, have you had a chance to talk to the owners about that, why that is happening and why they're holding out?
Sure, we're going to get into that later. Gus, the owner here at this diner, the diners are hurting because the insurance costs, the general liability costs, the food costs, the labor shortage, the high property taxes, the high utility bills here. The Greek diners on Long Island are intergenerational, and it's a dying art. They can't get their kids to take over their business. Their costs are exorbitant, and it's not like the In-N-Out. They used to be 24 hours after you go to the clubs here in Nassau County, or the Bridge and Tunnel crowd in New York City, as you know, would always come to the late night diner and get your disco fries, your French fries with the gravy and mozzarella on them, or a gyro at 3 in the morning. It didn't matter. But those times are changing for these business owners. And we're going to talk about how small business on Long Island are dealing with and coping with it and going forward, and how are they going to get through it. But at the same time, this place is extraordinary. These guys decorate for every holiday along with their family from the Oconee Diner in Suffolk County. It's just an extraordinary display of a holiday cheer, of great people, hardworking, middle-class Americans.
Yeah, and, you know, Baltimore isn't the place where the diners are, even though that's where they did the movie Diner. It's Long Island and maybe New Jersey. All right, David Zier, thanks for joining us. We'll talk about the Muslim Brotherhood tomorrow. They can wait. Thanks for joining me here on American Sunrise Early Edition. American Sunrise, the big show comes up now. I'll join you at around 9:25 to talk money. And again, I'll see you here on Early Edition tomorrow, right at 7. Thanks for joining us.
American Sunrise is a great way to start your morning. Join us Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We've got the news of the day and some compelling interviews that you don't want to miss. Here's what you missed from yesterday. MTG is leaving Congress in January. It's kind of been the big story since Friday. It's what story I've been following all weekend.
I think she'll be more effective from the outside, pushing America, what she calls America first. Some will say America only. As a matter of fact, you heard that word from her, actually. She said America first, and that means only Americans. And I think they're going to be a power broker in 2026 and 2028.
I had fun this weekend sort of surveying folks in my orbit, asking them what they thought of MTG's resignation, and the answers were pretty interesting. But I know you've got the inside scoop, John. We want to know.
The idea that she's a battered wife is a little over the top. I mean, Donald Trump shellacks everybody, and that's just the way it is. And it wasn't that she was a woman. It was simply that she wasn't towing the line on messaging. And President Trump thought she was obfuscating the successes of the Democrats, of the Republicans, by taking up the Democratic talking points on Jeffrey Epstein. So it's nothing more complex than that.
President Trump telling you guys, as in you, he will designate the Muslim Brotherhood a terrorist organization. And he said it will be done in the strongest way. The final document's being worked on. Tell us more, John.
This will be widely well received across the world. The Sunni world does not like the Muslim Brotherhood. Qatar maybe being the one exception. They have some relationship, but all the others have chafed under the Muslim Brotherhood and their radicalization. Bibi Netanyahu saw the Just the News story and immediately praised President Trump yesterday afternoon, saying it was a great move and it will make the world safer. And as you know, when the president designates you a foreign terrorist organization, you sometimes will face pretty significant retribution pretty quickly. Just ask the Venezuelan drug cartels how their boats are doing in the Caribbean these days. So this opens up a lot of new tools for the president to crack down on this long radical Islamist group.
Both Bill and Hillary Clinton have been ordered to appear for depositions next month as the House expands its probe into Jeffrey Epstein. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer had previously subpoenaed the former first couple in August, but an attorney for the Clintons pushed for a written statement instead. So these depositions, they're slated for December 17th and 18th. Comer, by the way, as you might imagine, he's dead serious about contempt of Congress charges if they don't show up.
Bill and Hillary are the gift to keep on giving, but I don't think they're going to show. They need to be held accountable. They won't be. And that's the sad thing that we have in America today. We have a two-tiered justice system. We have justice for you and I. If we did any of the things that these people did, we'd be in jail. I just don't believe it. I'm sorry. I don't. I think it'd be a great Christmas gift to America to see them talk a week before Christmas, but I just don't see it.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Just ahead on American Sunrise, the fight for health care reform. A new bill could extend Obamacare subsidies for 2 years. What does this mean for our health care? We'll ask Congressman Mark Alford. Plus, President Trump says he remains hopeful that a peace deal to end the Russia-Ukraine war can happen. How likely is it? We have expert analysis. Also later, Rav on the Road. We take you to New York to hear from real Americans on issues impacting them. We have those stories, so much more as American Sunrise starts right now.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina. Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Gina. We are live with you from the Palm Beaches. Let's bring in David Brody. He's in Washington, D.C. T. Bates in our Denver newsroom. Good morning, gentlemen.
Dr. G and T. Dr. Gina and David, good morning. Hey, let's start things off just a little bit different than we normally would. We are going to get back to you, but want to take you to New York and check in with what real Americans are talking about leading up to Thursday's Thanksgiving holiday. Rav's David Zier is at the Bethpage Embassy Diner in Long Island. David, I think I said that right, Long Island. Hey, so look, I would imagine that a lot of people are talking about affordability. Oh, they are even applauding us. I love it. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you here? We're at the legendary Bethpage Embassy Diner, and we're going to talk to these great patriots here, small business owners, commuters to New York City, congressional candidates, the Nassau County executive mulling a run for governor in New York here, bordering New York City. We're going to talk about the issues of the day, what affects them, how do we keep young people here in New York, how do you pursue the American dream, how do small business owners cope with high insurance, high utilities, high taxes, labor shortages, and all kinds of problems. But this place is phenomenal. They've been here for 70 years here, the Bethpage Diner. Unbelievable. They decorate it to the nines for every holiday, and I'm so proud to be with these great Americans. And we're going to bring them on camera and let them share their thoughts with you for the holiday weekend.
David, I'm definitely looking forward to hearing their thoughts. As I was saying kind of in the intro, affordability is a word that we've heard really tossed around over the last couple of months. Is that a word that's front and center for most of the people there behind you?
It is 100% front and center. People have had to modify, say holiday plans, shopping at the supermarkets and stuff like that. But people are worried here in Nassau County, Suffolk County, Long Island, communities that have commuters to New York City, the NYPD retiring in record numbers, FDNY firefighters, financial services people being laid off in New York here, going to Texas, going to Florida. So we're going to discuss, what are some of the solutions. I got some great views from these guys here. They're informed. They're active, a lot of MAGA supporters here, and it's going to be a great day.
All right, David, looking forward to chit-chatting with you throughout the show and hearing from them. Please tell them that I'm asking them to give themselves a round of applause for being here with us this morning. Looking forward to talking with all of you later on.
Give yourself a round of applause, guys. Yeah, we love these people. There's a lot more people coming down. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you, David. We'll check in with you here in just a little bit. Now, let's get you back over to Dr. Gina for your Bible verse, and then we'll continue to move on with the show. Gina, David, good morning to both of you.
Good morning. Let's get to today's Bible verse. It's from Romans 15:13. And now may the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace in believing, that you may abound in hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. And I read something this morning in my Bible study that I wanted to share along the lines of peace, because I think it's so important. It says the Bible never one time, you guys, ever calls us to be peacekeepers. Not one time. Peacekeeping is conciliatory. It's not courageous, right? It's you're a limp rag, right? We're called to be peacemakers. Peacemakers requires courage, requires bravery, requires contending in the arena, and requires personal strength and prayer. That is the kind of strength and hope that only the Holy Spirit can give us. And right here at home, where policy meets everyday life, the White House is expected soon to unveil a framework for the health care plan. It reportedly includes a 2-year extension of Obamacare subsidies set to expire at the end of next month, and other limits on eligibility. As part of the bill to reopen the government, the Senate agreed to have a vote on the subsidies. For more, let's bring in Missouri Congressman Mark Alford. What you need when the world seems crazy, and it seems crazy to me today, Congressman, is a little bit of that Missouri common sense. Mark Alford, what are we even having a conversation about extending welfare subsidies? What?
I know it seems ridiculous, but this is the crisis that the Democrats have led us to now. They came up with a plan to extend these subsidies for those on Obamacare, which was failed to begin with, and they set the deadline for these to expire at the end of the year. Now, we Republicans, we need to come up with something. I hear this. I visited all 18 of our rural hospitals now in our district in Missouri, and the point that I get from these administrators and hospital workers are twofold. Number one, something has to be done. The insurance companies need to be reined in. The prior authorization factors need to be changed somewhat, and we've got to do something to make health care affordable. What do? Well, August Pfluger, the chair of the Republican Study Committee, has come up with a plan to protect pre-existing conditions, to give family real alternatives, and give employers more flexibility. What we are doing right now is not working. The problem is we are up against the wall. We are operating out of crisis, which is not good. And look, folks, we only have 24 days until the end of the continuing resolution. So we've got to get some movement on health care. We've got to get the remaining of these 9 appropriation bills done, or we could be headed for another government shutdown if the Democrats pull the stunt that they did back in August, September.
Yeah, I hear you on all that. Congressman, let me just get back to what the White House supposedly was potentially proposing, and now it's kind of like on hold and they're trying to figure it out. Yeah. But they were talking about this 2-year subsidy to extend subsidies by 2 years. Now, I know they wanted income caps and all of that, but is that going to fly in Congress? Help me out. What am I missing here other than the political part of this, which is that maybe they think that if people's premiums go up in January, they're going to be hurt politically in the midterms. But other than that, why in the world would they do something like this?
There's a lot of pushback from members in Congress, including myself. We know that these COVID-era subsidies are not for the long term. That's why there was an expiration date set on them. But we also know that something has to be done. If we continue to operate out of fear of losing the midterms, we're not going to get anything done for the American people. So we've got to have a plan. The American people are saying, where is your plan? There are different plans floating out there. The leadership in Congress is going to do listening sessions to try to get input from the American people. I feel like we should have been doing this for the last 2 years. We knew this deadline was coming as well. And I think we have a responsibility to the American people to improve on the failed Obamacare. Again, that's not on the Republicans that Obamacare passed and that these subsidies were put into place by the Democrats for the COVID-era subsidies. But I think we do have a responsibility. We have great leadership. We have great committee chairs that are also committed to this through Energy and Commerce and Ways and Means. We can get something done. But again, the clock is ticking. 24 days to another possible government shutdown. I hope that doesn't happen, or more continuing resolutions. My priority, though, is to get these 9 appropriation bills done off the House floor and over to the Senate.
You mentioned fear of losing the midterms being somewhat of a motivating factor potentially. Talk about how real that fear is and the sorts of conversations that may even be happening behind the scenes with you and your colleagues. And what comes to mind is a Texas voting map that's currently on hold that we thought would potentially get us 5 more Republican seats. MTG, of course, leaving. That's one less potential seat in Georgia, even though, maybe another Republican can come. But it's got to be a real conversation, I would think.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's here in Missouri as well. We're redistricting. The governor came up with a new map, and we're going to gain 1 more Republican seat. I'm going to be involved in that, but there's already several lawsuits involved in that, and that could be delayed as well. Look, we do not want to lose the majority in the U.S. House. I truly believe that if that happens come January 3rd of 2027, Hakeem Jeffries would be Speaker of the House, and everything would be about the impeachment of Donald J. Trump. Everything would come to a halt. The Democrats would gain control of all the committees and just try to spend more money and get us deeper into the hole of $38 trillion in debt and climbing, and we would not be able to do anything. So it's important that we win the midterms. We've got to come up with some solutions, some real solutions to the affordability crisis, the housing crisis, which we're working on, and the healthcare crisis. A lot of these crises were perpetrated on the American people by the Democrats. But we can play the blame game all morning long, but I think it's up to us to find some rational, reasonable solutions, put them before the American people, and let's get this done.
I want to get in real quick, asking you about the Comey case and Letitia James that were dismissed. As you know, it's an Associated Press headline. Judge dismisses Comey James indictments after finding prosecutor was illegally appointed. Can you talk to us about this? What's happening there and what will happen there? And how did this happen?
Well, it all happened with the appointment of a prosecutor who they said was an activist judge, basically said was appointed illegally. Pam Bondi, I think, has the information correct that she came out with yesterday. These charges are going to be refiled, and they will also be appealed. This ruling by this activist judge appealed further up the court system. I think they have a good chance of these of either happening. It's very clear that James Comey lied to Congress, okay? He outright lied to Congress. Letitia James outright committed mortgage fraud. And the Democrats can try to shield them all they want through activist judges, but the truth is going to come out, and the prosecutions are going to happen. And this is not about retribution. This is about holding people accountable.
Congressman Alford, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Congressman.
Have a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you, sir.
All right, coming up, President Trump spoke with Xi Jinping about several issues. Was major ground made? We're going to take you to the White House. And later, David Zier on location in New York, where a socialist is served for breakfast. We'll take you there. More American Sunrise after the break.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. This news break is brought to you by AMAC, Association of Mature American Citizens.
That is Wrigley Field. Rainy Wiggly? Did I just call it Wiggly Field? All right, I'll just stop talking then. Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. I believe I'm David Brody, and yes, I pronounced my name correctly. Coming up, well, we're going to talk just about a whole bunch of stuff, but I don't really even want to tease anything at this point. The only thing I care about right now is Brian Glenn at the White House with T. Bates, and that's sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
President Trump says he'll visit China next year after speaking with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. The president also says that he's invited Xi to the United States next year. The two leaders, of course, met in South Korea last month to discuss trade, Russia, Ukraine, and other issues. Rav, Chief White House correspondent Brian Glenn is at the White House this morning with the very latest on that trip and so much more. So, Brian, one of the things that's been talked about, good morning, by the way, one of the things that President Trump said after that initial meeting with President Xi is that there likely would be status updates, if you will, that wasn't the first and the last meeting between the two, that there was going to be this sort of continued relationship to continue to build on some of the advances of that meeting.
Yeah, good morning. I think this is a positive move. We've seen those relations grow in the right direction, which is a good thing for everyone. And of course, those tariffs have been reduced from the original price, I think down just below 50% right now. So as far as trade relations, it is good. As far as diplomatic relations, it is good. Of course, China having its eye on Taiwan, that was one of the conversations that had come up as well in relation to Japan. And also, the cut down on fentanyl flowing into this country. Good conversation, good progress there. And of course, as you mentioned, President Trump agreeing to visit there. And as far as Xi Jinping coming here next year, which I think would be a great step in the right direction. So when you look at this phone call that went just about over an hour, I think everything coming out of it is, as far as economically, is very secure. And it once again shows that President Trump has his hand on the pulse as far as this global trade, especially in dealing with China.
Yeah, and Brian, even with the holiday coming up on Thursday, it seems like work is still in high gear there at the White House both today and tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got a turkey party happening here at noon. We'll be there. That's happening on the south side of the White House. We'll have their live coverage there. And, of course, he is taking off, going to spend the holiday weekend down there at Mar-a-Lago, down in West Palm Beach, and enjoy it with his family and friends there. And then back to work. He returns back here on Sunday here to Washington, D.C. And, of course, it all begins then, Terrence.
Absolutely. Brian Glenn reporting for us from the White House. Brian, we'll be checking in with you later on today as well, especially for that turkey pardoning. In the meantime, let's get a quick check of your forecast, but it's going to be a little bit different today. We're going to give you a forecast for the skies. Meteorologist Tracy Anthony joining us from the airport there in West Palm Beach. Good morning to you, Tracy. So I would imagine the crowds are kind of ebbing and flowing. You probably get a big crowd and then it thins out a little bit and another big crowd coming.
Yeah, we've kind of started to see things, though, just really ramp up over the last couple of hours. And airports are expecting travel to be busiest from now through early Wednesday morning. So we're expecting to have, according to AAA, the second busiest Thanksgiving travel year on record. So we're talking close to 82 million people will be traveling, 73 million on the road, and about 6 million in the sky. So we are going to be talking to a few travelers, kind of what they're dealing with. But what a lot of people don't know is now Tuesday has officially become the busiest travel day. So over time, everyone wanted to avoid traveling on Wednesday, and now they're getting to the airport on Tuesday, and it's officially the busiest day of the Thanksgiving holiday. So gas prices over the last year were actually on the lower side. So I think that's also contributing to people getting out on the road and taking to the cars, traveling over 50 miles for their Thanksgiving destination. So some of the biggest cities for travelers, areas, there's 4 in Florida. We're talking Fort Lauderdale, Tampa, Miami, and Orlando. So a lot of people coming down to the warmth, and hey, I love it here too. So it's going to be a good year down here. But the northern tier of the country, that's where we're going to have some issues. After Thanksgiving, we're going to be talking about the potential for a polar vortex dropping those temperatures. So some major weather impacts will be impacting Thanksgiving, and I'll have more on that, Terrence, in the next hour. But I was shocked to find out Tuesday is actually the busiest travel day.
Yeah, you and me both. That's not what I would have expected at all. And I'm definitely not looking forward to talking about a polar vortex, but we've got to do it. So we'll check in with you next hour and get more information on that, Tracy. Appreciate you. TT reporting from the airport there in West Palm. We appreciate you. All right, folks, up next, what do New Yorkers think about Zohran Mamdani's election? We'll take you back there to New York, to Long Island. And this guy as well. First, though, a quick look at this day in history. It was on this date in 1963 that President John F. Kennedy was buried at Arlington National Cemetery. Kennedy was shot and killed in Dallas, Texas, in an open-car motorcade with then Texas Governor John Connally. Kennedy was rushed to Dallas's Parkland Hospital, where he was pronounced dead just 30 minutes later. Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson was sworn in as president less than 2 hours later. We've got more American Sunrise coming your way after the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up.
Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellsworth, Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch real American.
Macy's in New York. The Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade coming up on Thursday. I've been to many of them. From New York. I know, right? The locals aren't supposed to attend the parade. No, I attend the parade. I like it. And as a matter of fact, I like when it's windy. This is terrible, but I love when it's really windy and you never know where Snoopy and Charlie Brown and all those crazy floats are going to go, those big balloons. I want it to be kind of crazy. That's just me. Is that bad? Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. All right, as Americans gear up for the Thanksgiving holiday, families from across the country are coming together this week. And with that in mind, let's head out to the Embassy Diner in Bethpage, New York, where Rav correspondent and the host of Breaking Point, David Zier, is standing by. David, you found Patriots and pancakes. Good morning.
That's a great combination here. We got Jay Weinstein from the Belmore Patriots. They've been so active over the last few years, standing up for Long Island's rights here. And David, we want to ask these great people here what they're thankful for on the holidays and what are some of the issues affecting him. Can I bring on Jay with you?
Please do it. Go. We love it. Hey, Jay.
All right, Jay. You're very active. Happy Thanksgiving. What are you grateful for, thankful for this Thanksgiving?
I am very grateful that Donald Trump got in as our president of the United States.
You're good. A report card is good for the first year?
So far, yes.
All right. So
listen, at least he's doing something, not like the other one who's sleeping in his bunker all day.
Yeah, for sure. We're in Nassau County here. Hundreds of thousands of commuters to New York City. Cops, firefighters, financial services people, small business owners, workers, employees. What have you seen? Because you're really in touch, because you're right over the border from Nassau County, from New York City into Queens. What have you seen going on? What's going on with the cops?
Well, I speak to a lot of cops. I'm very friendly with them for what I do and so on. And a lot of them have been telling me come January 1st, they are putting in their resignations.
Maybe another 5,000? Could that be real?
A little bit more than that. What I'm hearing is anywhere from 15 to 20% of the police force will be retired.
Early retirement, and a lot of them before they're vested, right?
That's correct.
What are their fears? Why? And what about other people like financial services who are commuters that you might know?
Well, the police are, like you said, not vested, so on, but they're doing it because they're afraid of what Mandani is going to do to New York City and how he's going to try to defund the police. And in regards to the financial, I'm hearing that Wall Street is giving them 6 months to determine if they're going to move out of New York City or not, which if they do will lose thousands and thousands of jobs and put a lot of mom and pop shops out of business.
Yeah, especially local here, because they come out to like Merrick and Belmore in these areas. They support their local businesses, the diners like the Bethpage Diner, and they're already into cost overruns and problems. But I wish you the happiest of all Thanksgivings here and with the family. I want to thank you so much for joining us today. And we have Matt and Margie Kochman, Dave, here, and they're experts in real estate. They've been active with the America First Warehouse for many years. But we were talking about the affordability crisis, how to keep Long Island children to stay here. Everybody's kids leave Long Island. They never come back. Hi, Margie. How are you?
I'm good.
What are you thankful for this Thanksgiving holiday?
For my family and for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
For him blowing up all these boats.
And for our audience out there, Matt and Margie lost 2 children to fentanyl, which is just extraordinary. But it's a real special time here, for the Kochman family here. And Matt, you guys are in real estate here. I'm in real estate. What are some of the solutions? Come on in for a second. How do kids get into homes? It's $485,000 for the average price for a home. The average property taxes on Long Island about $7,500 as a median. How does someone get into a home? today, Donald Trump is talking about a 50-year mortgage, and people say, well, maybe you're going to pay a lot of interest. I say, well, if it gets you in the door, it's better than renting. You can always change your mortgage down the road. Yeah, 'cause the average person stays at home for about 15 years, so you have time, right? You have time, and you have to base your understanding that houses appreciate in value. So you may not pay down your mortgage a lot, but your house will appreciate a certain amount, a certain percentage every year, and inflation also comes into play. But you brought up a good point, too. What about going back to adjustable rate mortgages if interest rates are going to come down? Yeah. Well, we don't know, but they get you in the door. You can always refinance, and if you can get in at a 3 or 4% rate with a 5-year or 3-year adjustable or a wraparound mortgage, there's so many creative things you can do to help homeowners get a house, but they have to be credit worthy or you get into trouble. Yeah, we're going to bring in more people here, Matt. I appreciate your insight on this, and we're going to get back to everybody on their insights. And I wanted Christian Reimer, why don't you come over here? Christian, we know for many years. He's a big supporter at the America First Warehouse as well. Very active on Long Island. What about prices at the supermarket this year? They're still going up. I saw lettuce for $4 a head yesterday. It was $1.50 2 years ago.
Yeah, I noticed that too. That they're still up there. It's slowly. Eventually, the fuel prices will start coming down.
Are you confident that next year will be better?
Yes, definitely. Yeah. This time next year, I think everybody's going to be singing a different tune.
How has everything impacted your family? You see people trying to make ends meet, trying to keep up, high cost of living here on Long Island?
Yeah. Food prices, gas is...
You know anyone who commutes to New York City?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, David, we got more great people here at the Embassy Diner, and we're going to be talking to real American voices all day here, and their stories are incredible. They're the salt of the earth, the people who never ask for anything from anybody. They're the good people, tired of being told they're the bad people.
Very nice, David Zier. And Gina, I don't know if you had anything to add to David Zier, but anytime he's at a diner, David's in his sweet spot right there with a Patriots and a diner.
Well, I'm loving the Christmas decorations, David, but I'm thinking that the 80s music...
The place is amazing.
...needs to go, and they need to put the Christmas music on to match the amazing decorations. It has nothing to do with the fact that I hate 80s music to begin with. But David Zier, I wanted to ask how people are thinking about the interview the other day with President Trump and Mamdani. What do they think about that?
Well, people are, they're concerned about being able to stay in New York. If you have a civil service job and you commute to New York City, if you're in the financial services sector here, that was a boon for local communities here on the island. So anytime there'll be less commuters or people have to leave, it's going to impact them locally here. I think they realized that Trump was being gracious, and, Mamdani's got to be the first one to slip up. Would you agree? What do you think about that? Trump's giving him the rope.
Yeah, basically. Get out there and see what he can do. Trump's got the cards, though.
Yeah, for sure. And there's other controversies here on Long Island that are nationwide. Transgender issues in the high school, Indian mascots being eliminated from our schools. Problems that many Americans are facing across the country.
Well, David Zier, thanks for being there. We appreciate it. We'll check back with you.
Beautiful diner.
Yes. Oh, it's great. We'll check back with you through the next hour.
It's wonderful here. Thank you so much.
Yeah. By the way, when we come back to you in the next hour, I'm curious what they think of the MTG President Trump spat. So we'll talk about that next hour if we could. All right. Thanks, David.
Absolutely.
You bet. Oh, there he goes. All right, coming up, guys, new CDC guidance on vaccines and autism that has many in MAGA jumping for joy, right, Gina? Those details next on American Sunrise.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up.
Why would we trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch real American.
Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, definitely worthy of some country music instead of that godforsaken whatever that is. Anyway, welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. Thank you for joining us. It is time now for our health news, and it is sponsored by the Wellness Company Under the Microscope today. New developments on the potential link between autism and vaccines. In a seismic reversal, decades-old public health messaging, Secretary Kennedy ordered the Center for Disease Control and Prevention to rewrite its official webpage on vaccines and autism that has dismissed millions of parents' concerns for decades. The new text finally acknowledges the claim that vaccines do not cause autism is not, in fact, evidence-based, because the truth is that studies have never ruled out a link. It accuses health authorities of ignoring research that does point toward a connection. For countless parents who spent years begging feds to listen and were mocked, ignored, or silenced, this is a Pyrrhic victory. But one they have no doubt prayed for and waited for a very long time. For more on this, let's bring in the CEO of the Wellness Company, Peter Gillooly. Peter, it appears the CDC is quietly changing information on its website with regard to autism and vaccines. Is this in response, do you think, to the McCullough Foundation's groundbreaking work on this issue that I've seen personally all over the internet?
I think so, Gina. Dr. McCullough worked tirelessly for the past year to put together a full report over all the possible causes of autism and trying to weight the probability that, say, something like environmental causes was higher than vaccines. But no, vaccines, and particularly the 32 vaccines that our children received before the age of 2, is the most probable and likely cause for the autism epidemic, which has just exploded in the last 20 years. And I think the CDC finally is acknowledging the fact that we're not actually testing vaccines for safety. We're testing vaccines against older versions of the same vaccine. And we're never testing the fact that people get 32 vaccines before the age of 2. We're only testing single vaccines at a time.
Yeah, it's fascinating when you look at the ingredients, the toxins, the things that you would never ingest, even some of the things that are derived from meat products and other things that are, all the vegans out there are going and getting their vaccines. And I'm just like, that was derived from, and in some cases, even fetal tissue, which is utterly disgusting. But this change in guidance, does it reflect the growing power and influence of the medical freedom movement that so many of us have fought for so long, and real science finally, not just lies that are paid for by big pharma to cultivate profits for big pharma and for the AMA, the American Medical Association?
It absolutely does, Gina. This is a win, and there's no doubt about it. And it's a long overdue win. Now, I know we've been talking about a lot of these things around vaccines for years now, and I know people were a little frustrated at the pace that the CDC under Secretary Kennedy was rolling out some of these changes, but we've seen a lot of positive movement this year around things like vaccine when it comes to both childhood vaccination schedule, when it comes to lessening the recommendations for the COVID vaccine, as well as now acknowledgement that childhood autism may be a state that's caused by our obnoxious and overkill childhood vaccine schedule.
Yeah. I'm so thankful, honestly, for you guys, for the McCullough Foundation, for the Wellness Company. I was watching this whole case in Canada where they were culling these ostriches for bird flu. And it turns out, as you might guess, as many of our viewers know, an interview surfaced where the owners of this farm of ostriches, which were pets, they loved these pets, more than 300 of them killed for absolutely no reason, because they had survived the outbreak of the bird flu. So they were wanting to study them to see what were the antibodies that ostriches developed when other birds, in fact, didn't develop. And then could we emulate that, right, for the human population or for other bird populations, et cetera? And I thought to myself, you know what? If that ostrich situation had happened in the United States, it would not have gone as far as it did here. I feel like the Wellness Company, Peter McCullough, all of you there, our Secretary Secretary Kennedy would have been all over this. In fact, Secretary Kennedy and I believe Peter McCullough did even write something asking for Canadian officials to step out, which the gutless wonders never did. I just wanted to give you a chance to comment on that because I can't believe that in just the short time since COVID, we have a company out there, we have fighters out there alongside of all of us who've been fighting for this for so long that assure us that something like this probably couldn't happen in the United States today.
Yeah, talk about a lack of science, Gina. And as you said, right, when you have a disease outbreak like this, you specifically want to know the types of animals that survive that outbreak because those animals are likely to carry the antibodies and be stronger, and their offspring are less likely to fall victim to the disease. But Canada decided to throw science out the window and gun these animals down with high-powered rifles after they already had survived the outbreak. Now, I think it's a couple things. One, I think it's an attack on farmers. I mean, we've seen this not only in the U.S., but across the world. Industrialized farming is coming to take over, and the little guy keeps getting pushed out. And I think this is just another example of it. This family is not being remunerated for their loss. I mean, they run a small farm. I'm sure they're devastated. But I think it's a very positive sign in the U.S. that we're actually standing up for people like this and standing up for our farmers and our patriots because they're really the backbone of our country. And we're going to get through whatever disease comes through next and be stronger for it.
Yeah, and prepped for it because there are so many ways through the Wellness Company to prepare your immune system so that you wouldn't even experience anything like this were it to come our way. We've talked about this many times on this show. They killed those more than 300, I believe it was 314 ostriches. They didn't all die right away. Many of them were crying through the night. These were pets. They were beloved. And as you said, it took their entire livelihood. There's no remuneration for the family. Thank God for companies like the Wellness Company out there to prevent things like this happening again in the United States. I only wish we had been on the ground and actually functioning before COVID. But what do you recommend, Peter Gillooly, quickly, if you can, about 20 seconds, for those who want to prepare as they're going into closed environments, into airplanes, traveling, being exposed to things? What do you recommend real quick? Which kit?
Super easy. Get your blue medical emergency kit. It's the staple that should be in your medicine cabinet. It has 8 medications, everything that you're going to need, whether you're talking holiday travel here coming up, or you're talking just cold and flu season, which is particularly nasty this year. So go pick up a medical emergency kit. We have a great Black Friday sale running this week. It's our best deal of the year. Get one for yourself, for your family. You won't be sorry.
Woohoo! All right, Peter Gillooly, thank you so much for your time. And just to express our thanks to everybody there at the Wellness Company that we do have the peace of mind that Canada certainly doesn't have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gina.
All right, the Wellness Company, as he just said, has one big annual sale. It is just in time to fulfill your New Year resolutions, whether you need a kickstart to your weight loss goals or you want to stock up on innovative nutraceuticals that help you stay in optimal health. The Wellness Company has everything to keep you out of urgent care, feeling limitless as you take on 2026. The Black Friday deals run from November 27th to November 30th. Save, get this, you guys, 25% off all supplements like Recharge, RX scripts like ivermectin, and even peptide products like Smile. Save 20% off all emergency kits to stay fully prepared. 20% off one wellness memberships to offset overpriced health insurance. All the well care you need digitally ordered, delivered to your door. This is the best time of year, so stock up on your favorite products. The perfect chance to grab some holiday gifts for family members and friends. Only 4 short days. Take advantage. Stock up. Head to twc.health/RAV. Enjoy amazing Black Friday savings. Discounts apply to checkout. twc.health/RAV. Up to 25% off store-wide. You can't put a price on your health, you guys. Go get it while it's hot. Coming up, Senator Amy Klobuchar joins the list of Democrats slamming President Trump in his statement on sedition. We have her comments next here on American Sunrise.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie. Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent. It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up.
Why would we trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/RAV to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America.
Welcome back. Now that we are caffeinated, it is time to stay awake, not woke. And today we are discussing the Democrats who are calling on troops to not follow unlawful orders from President Trump. Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar then weighed in and said Trump's remarks about sedition and it being punishable by death were dangerous. Take a look at what she had to say.
Well, what is dangerous is not restating what is in the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which says that our troops cannot follow unlawful orders very clearly. What is dangerous is the President of the United States threatening these members of Congress with death, literally saying that they should be executed.
Let's bring in Dr. Gina, David, and Terrence. David, first to you there in the D.C. swamp. This is certainly getting a lot of traction.
Yes, for sure. Look, a couple things. You can make the argument for sedition. But as we said earlier in the week, it's not punishable by death for civilians. So that was just factually incorrect, what he said, what the president said. But of course, Democrats are harping on it. But, this is a president that, says what he's going to say. And, he wouldn't be president of the United States if he had just kind of been a typical politician. Look, you get it all with him. And, on balance, I'm for him speaking his mind for sure, Gina.
Yeah, I just want to know where all these fruitcakes were and screaming about the military overreach during COVID. I mean, that's the thing I want to know. The Democrats, no one is out there saying that they shouldn't have said what they said from the Democrats anyway. I've not heard one single Democrat. Maybe Fetterman has said something. I don't know. How is Fetterman, by the way? But I would like to hear some Democrats not doing groupthink and group speak all the time like a bunch of robots that they are, Terrence.
In the here and now, it's just a shame that Democrats have tried to politicize this. They really tried to pull the wool over the American people's eyes, thinking that people couldn't think for themselves and realize that, calling on these soldiers to resist any directive from the president was, first of all, a good idea. Second of all, there's nothing illegal about anything the president has done. And we've seen in the past week that no one can name anything illegal. They tried to politicize something just to get attention, to try to, again, hamstring President Trump, and it backfired. And so now they're trying to politicize his response as well. And it's all a shame. We've got bigger fish to fry. There's so much more that these politicians need to be doing and need to be addressing for the American people other than this issue.
Yeah, and not only is it not illegal, Terrence, it's radically legal. It's GOMAX legal. It's as legal as legal. This is the law. This is the law, David. That's the part that is so traumatizing to me, is that there is zero respect for our actual law.
And you can actually make the argument that what the Democrats are saying is far more dangerous than a post on Truth Social from President Trump. I mean, what they're doing far more dangerous. Yes. Which, of course, is what the White House is saying. But it's true.
How many assassination attempts on Democrat presidents? How many of their cultural icons, heroes like Charlie Kirk, have been murdered on the Democrat side? All right, zero. How many of them are under threat? I never even hear about them being under threat. There is no moral equivalence here. There's none. And it's time for them to stop acting like it. So
David,
true.
I get a sense you were going to make another point, though, about me saying that this isn't, that they need to be addressing other things. Were you going to make a different point? Because I am curious in what it is.
Who? Me?
You. I thought you were going to make a point. I may have been wrong.
No, I'm out of material for this segment. I am done.
Okay.
The only point I was going to make, I just want to double down on what Gina was saying earlier about how this is groupthink. I mean, this was a script that these Democrats were all following. This is a play straight out of their playbook. They do this so often, and I would appreciate it a whole lot more if they weren't following a script and they were actually speaking from the heart. But it's lies. It's all incorrect.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Great discussion, as always, you guys. Coming up, President Trump's new effort to give foster kids a real chance. Stay with us.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie. Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent. It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
there was a cover-up.
Why would we trade a Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Hi, my name is Tracy Hill from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch real American.
God bless the USA.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
You know, you can absolutely tell when the control room is about ready to have a day off or something because they get a little wild back there. Welcome back to American Sunrise. It is time for our moment of faith, brought to you by Lee Greenwood, the great people at God Bless the USA Bible. I love that Bible, by the way. It makes a great Christmas gift. In focus today, faith in action for foster kids. You guys, it's National Adoption Month. And President Trump, First Lady Melania signed the new Fostering the Future executive order right there in the room. Charles Bender, big moment for the work he's been doing for years. A Place of Hope, his faith-based foster care ministry in South Florida, one of the best in America. I've participated in their events and enjoyed doing it and been honored to do so. Expanding again, they are, with the order fueling their mission. A clear reminder: when faith leads, lives change. Joining us now, Charles Bender, founding CEO of Place of Hope. Charles, it's great to have you as an adoptive mother, by the way. You know how much all of your work means to me. What did it mean to you to see this order coming out of our White House?
Well, thank you for having me. I knew this was going to happen. She has just got this on her heart. And as you know, Mrs. Trump, she pushes hard for what she wants to see happen. And these are the neediest young people in our entire community, national community, and they need our help. And so she was talking about this with us and others a couple years back, many years back now, and here it is. And so I wasn't surprised, but very blessed to be a part of it. And we're excited about the future.
Yeah, I have to say, my good friend Meg Weinberger introduced me to she's of course a foster mother. She and her husband Eric introduced me to your organization. It's a fine, fine organization doing literally God's work every single day. And as an adoptive mother, it's easy for me to say, I think adoption is the best gift God ever gave me. But fostering is always something that has intimidated me. Talk me off of that, Cliff.
Well, you know what? There are a lot of similarities. This is National Adoption Month. I'm sure you know that.
Yes, I do.
So we're celebrating that as well. We have seen where many of our young people were adopted or have been adopted and get adopted by those who are fostering them. Others as well. So sometimes it's relative care, which we do a lot of help and support for those great folks. But a lot of people in the foster care system, with all the experience and the time spent with these young people, they desire to adopt and they end up adopting. And so what I would say is a lot of similarities. It's an issue for prayer for your family. It has to be right, of course, for your family, each person's family individually. But it is something that everyone should pray about considering, because the need is great. And these young people need consistency in their lives. They need love. They need structure. They need family. Mm-hmm. And that's what Fostering the Future is all about as well. And so it all lines up great. And I would challenge people to really give it a consideration. Maybe even start with mentoring or tutoring.
Great idea. Makes it a lot less intimidating. Talk to us too about rules briefly. Are there age limits? What are the? Can anyone foster? Just give us a little brief. Like, how do we fit into it? Because I think it's a little bit confusing between adoption law, fostering law, special needs adoption, which I'm very involved in with my charity, as you know. So just talk to us a little bit about fostering, because it is a little different. It's a little less regimented, right?
Well, I mean, it is a function of the state, and the great state of Florida. It was privatized many years ago, and so you have agencies like us, other faith-based organizations, and other great organizations that aren't faith-based that are out there trying to drum up support for the need in our community. No, it is not. The barriers are not set super high where it's difficult. I mean, obviously, you are putting out there, your family dynamics, and you have to have a home study done, and they've got to know exactly and screen who you are, and if you're prepared for this kind of additional, I call it, high level volunteerism, because it's not like the money's there to increase any desire to get involved. Like, people think that's out there. It's not the case. I mean, you really have to want to do this. But if you end up, especially in Florida where it's privatized, with a great support agency doing you can do this, and you will change young lives. And as you know, if it leads to adoption later, now you're talking about forever family.
Yeah, and that's the best thing in the world, when that judge looked at me and looked at my Sam and said, "Samuel, welcome to your forever home." I still can't say the words without crying. It's the most magical feeling in the whole entire world. Charles, thank you so much.
Changed both of your lives forever.
Forever, and for the better every single day. Charles Bender, thank you so much for everything that you all do. And I just want to invite our audience. I will handhold you if you want to walk through any of these steps to become a foster parent or an adoption parent. And what better time than the holidays, and what better month than National Adoption Month. Thank you so much, Charles, for everything you guys do.
Thank you so much.
All right. Back with the second hour of American Sunrise in 2. Stick around.
Introducing the limited edition God Bless the USA Bible, inspired by Lee Greenwood's hit song and the most recognized patriotic anthem in America, God Bless the USA. The God Bless the USA large print leather-bound King James Bible also contains America's founding documents, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance, along with a handwritten chorus to Lee Greenwood's song, God Bless the USA. With its large print and slim design, this Bible invites you to explore God's Word anywhere, anytime. The God Bless the USA Bible makes the perfect gift and cherished family heirloom keepsake to pass on to future generations. Designed for an easy reading experience in the trusted King James Version translation, this large print Bible is perfect to take to church, Bible study, work, and for traveling. Order yours today at GodBlessTheUSABible.com.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic, and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie. Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent. It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was the cover-up.
Why would we trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellsworth, Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America.
Coming up on the second hour of American Sunrise, a major breakthrough for ending the war between Russia and Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky has agreed to a deal, but says more work needs to be done. We're going to have the latest details as they come out. Plus, a political earthquake on Capitol Hill. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent calling for the end of the Senate filibuster, pointing straight at the recent dim-led shutdown as proof that the system is broken. What would blowing up the filibuster mean for our country? We'll analyze. Also, a federal judge has dismissed the administration's cases against former FBI Director James Comey and Letitia James. We'll cover the fallout and the Justice Department's next move. Those stories, so much more. Second hour of American Sunrise starts right now.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second hour of American Sunrise. I'm David Brody, coming to you from D.C. Let's bring in Dr. G in West Palm and T. Bates in our Denver newsroom. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to both of you. It's Thanksgiving week, and can I just say, on Thanksgiving week, I know Thursday is the big eat day, if you will. I say, starting Monday, I say, screw it. I'm done for the week. I'm just like, you know what? That's it. All sort of eating like etiquette and making sure I'm taking care of myself. I don't care. I'm throwing it all away this week.
I was getting all waxed sweet because I thought he was going to say, can I just say this Thanksgiving week how thankful I am to get to host this show with you guys and for Rav, the amazing company we work for, and our amazing control. That's what I thought he was going to say. But no, he was talking about food. But here's my question. No. T-Bates, David Brody, right now.
Yes.
Just give it to me straight.
Oh, no.
Real or fake tree?
Yes, it was me. I did it, Dr. G. I'm sorry.
Real or fake tree?
Real or fake tree? Wait. Can I guess? Can I guess?
Ooh. Yes. You already know where I'm going. Come on. You already
I know you're doing fake. I know you're doing a fake tree. Brody, I think your wife makes you do a real tree.
So here's the thing, and I'll be brief in like 15 seconds. For 25 years in our family, we did the real tree thing. And then the kids left, and not left, they're around, but you know, they're out of the house, and I went for the fake. We went for the fake tree. You know why? Because I want low maintenance. I'm 60 years old. Give me a little low maintenance. I don't, that's it. That's where I'm at.
We do multiple.
All right, I do my trees fake. Like I do my wine in a box. Guys, let's check in with Rav's David Zier. He's celebrating this Thanksgiving holiday week with some hardworking folks over in New York. He is at the Embassy Diner in Bethpage, New York. David, good morning. Good morning to each and every one of you guys. Thanks for being here. Applause to you guys. What's everyone talking about there, David?
Oh, yeah. Hi, Terrence. Again, Thanksgiving's coming up, and we want to ask these people what they're thankful for, but we want to talk about some of the issues that are affecting Long Islanders, small business owners and other. But we have Adele here. You have two children. They left Long Island, right?
Yes, they did.
Why did they leave?
Well, my daughter and son-in-law and my grandkids moved to Florida a while ago.
Yeah, for a better cost of living and a better quality of life?
Absolutely. They had a brand new house built that was about the size of my house, but on a much bigger piece of property. And they paid less than what
It's a different world outside of New York. We want to bring in Emily and Olivia here. Hi, we've got great young people on the ground here. How are you, girls?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. What are you thankful for this Thanksgiving? Come on in the shot.
Okay, sorry.
What are you thankful for?
My family, friends.
Yeah. How about you?
Well, I just graduated in May and started a new job, so I'm very grateful for that.
College?
Yes, I graduated from Malloy.
Oh, wow, nice. Local college, yeah.
Thank you, yeah.
What are you taking?
I'm a nurse.
Oh, wow. How about you? What are you doing?
I'm a teacher down in Florida.
So really quick, what are the issues? So you're down in Florida. You moved to Florida, right?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Cost of living. I knew that post-grad I was probably going to have to live with my parents.
Yeah.
If I stayed up here and getting like scholarship money from college was also really well, and I do like the palm trees, so that was a plus.
Well, it's definitely a different vibe, a different quality of life here. And, you're in nursing. A lot of jobs in healthcare, right, on Long Island?
Not recently, actually.
Oh, okay. You're
they
second
just started
person
opening them up again. They actually went on a hiring freeze for a little while.
All right, well, we're going to get into cost of living issues here on Long Island. We're going to sit down with the owner of the diner here, how to stay in business as a small business and survive in a blue state.
All right, David, looking forward to that conversation. We'll be checking back with you throughout the show. Order me the sausage links, though. I'm not a patty guy. Give me the links, and I'll be there as soon as I can get there. David Zier reporting for us on Long Island.
Me too.
All right, now that we've got you hooked up there, let's get you over to Palm Beach International Airport. That's where meteorologist Tracy Anthony is standing by right now, not only with your forecast, but also for those of you getting ready to head out and travel. She can give you an idea of what things are looking like. Tracy, first question. First of all, good morning, but I'm curious if there are any parts of the country where weather is really going to make it maybe prohibitive to get in and out of as we get closer to Thanksgiving.
Yeah, throughout the day today, Atlanta could be dealing with some strong to severe thunderstorms. So that's definitely one of the cities that we're going to kind of watch leading into Thanksgiving. And Atlanta is a major hub. So if we start seeing delays out of Atlanta, that definitely could bring a domino effect to the 6 million people that are expected to travel by air this Thanksgiving. Now, Terrence, we're expecting the busiest Thanksgiving travel in decades. So the second on record, actually, according to AAA. So a lot of people getting out there. Airfare has been pretty comparable to where it was last year. Gas prices are slightly less. So we're also seeing a lot of people that are traveling by road. So 73 million people expected to go over 50 miles for their Thanksgiving Day destination. Now, on the back end of the holiday, when we get into Saturday and Sunday, there are a few big spots that we're going to watch. Houston, you're one of them for some rain showers and storms, but areas up to Chicago, Bismarck, that's where we're going to have some snow and potentially that polar vortex. So there's a lot of weather on the other end of this holiday weekend.
All right, meteorologist Tracy Anthony reporting from the airport. We still want you later on today, so don't board any planes. We're going to need to get you back to work. Thanks so much, Tracy. All right, folks, and there at the bottom of your screen, you see that QR code. Go ahead and scan it and join our friends at Weather Nation. In the meantime, let's get you over to David Brody. David, good morning.
Good morning. We've got some breaking news, T-Bates. Ukraine has agreed to a deal. This just in. They've agreed to a peace deal this morning to end the war with Russia, with only minor details outstanding at this point. This follows negotiations involving U.S. officials in the UAE. And by the way, we should make clear that what they agreed to was something that the United States proposed. So in other words, it's an agreement between Ukraine and the United States about a potential peace deal. Now we wait for Russia. Join us now with analysis on the breaking news is editor-in-chief for justthenews.com, John Solomon. John, this is big, and I'm curious to get your reaction.
Yeah, well, as you pointed out, it's a deal between Ukraine and the United States, not against the other warring party. And if you look at the two agreements that the United States structured, one with Russia with 28 points, one with Ukraine with 18 points, there are some major sticking points. For instance, which land will be given up and which land will not be given up? What is the status of Ukraine's ability to seek NATO membership? Those are two big points for Putin that are right now not in the Ukraine deal. So why is that important? It means that there's another negotiation to go. It's great that the U.S. and Ukraine have one idea. It's great that the U.S. and Russia have another idea. Now Russia and Ukraine have to take those two ideas, which have some pretty significant spread between them, and mesh them together in a peace process. By the way, that's how peace deals are put together. You get one side, you get the other side, then you get the two sides together to explore where they're apart and where they're willing to give and make concessions to get to a final deal. It's a good sign. It means that the president's strategy, his deadline, is working, but it does not mean that Russia and Ukraine yet have a deal for peace. More work ahead, but very positive progress by Marco Rubio, President Trump, Steve Witkoff, and some of our allies who've been extremely helpful in the last few days.
John, there's obviously reason for optimism as it relates to this particular deal, but please correct me if I'm wrong. It feels like we've been in a similar place in the past. Russia and Ukraine have said, okay, we'll sit down, and then once they've kind of gotten on their own, things have fallen apart. Do you see that being a possibility here? Is that a real consideration at this stage?
It's Russia and Ukraine. They've been at a war for 11 years. Anything could fall apart at any minute. But I think what's different here is for the first time, each side's wants and wishes are memorialized in side agreements. And I think that's the key to getting a deal. What are Ukraine's red lines? What are Russia's red lines? Where are the compromise areas? It allows now for a meaningful discussion. Any discussion before this point where each side put on the table what they want out of a deal would almost naturally fall apart. Knowing what each side wants and then getting through the thorny issues is a major step forward. It gets you to the 10-yard line. You're not in the end zone, but you've done something that the two sides in 11 years of war have not been able to do, which is define what a peace deal they think looks like to them, and that gives you the give and take that you need to get to a final deal. It is a very important moment, but it's not the final moment.
So how will we know, John, when it's really the final moment, you know, if we get to that point? And do you really think we'll get to that point? Because I know there's a lot of cynicism out there because it's these two characters.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You do have two really volatile characters in Zelensky and Putin. We won't know until, like the armistice, there's ink on paper. And until that happens, when ink is on paper, we have to take everything with a trust but verify approach. But that's Donald Trump's approach here. Getting him this far is farther than any other American president has been able to do since the Obama era. It's a great step forward. And it allows now for the hard work to begin, which is on the contentious issues, who's going to give what where, and how do you get to a final deal? But listen, Russia's economy is doing poorly, and President Trump put a little crimp in it by pushing away some of the oil sales in recent weeks. Ukraine is losing ground on the war. Zelensky won't allow it to be reported to his own people, but Ukraine is losing ground. Their military is losing bodies and ground, and despite their good PR campaign, a long war of attrition is not in Ukraine's interest. That brings both parties to a hard realization that a peace deal is better than the current trek. Now the question is, can they work out those differences between these two plans? But it's more than any president has done to this point. President Trump, relentless. A lot of other presidents would have given up. Joe Biden would never even talk to Russia during his presidency. Donald Trump took a very different tact, and that's why we're maybe at the 10-yard line looking at the end zone, and we have a chance here to get something done.
No doubt. I mean, Trump is in his sweet spot here. I mean, you know, he knows about leverage, and Zelensky is in trouble on that corruption scandal inside his government, and he's about to lose that transportation city in eastern Donetsk. And so Trump knows that it's time to make the deal. Thank you, John, for being here. Great analysis. Appreciate you.
Yeah, great to be with you guys. Bye-bye.
All right. Coming up, Arizona Senator Mark Kelly finds himself in the Pentagon's crosshairs. Not a good place to be. We're going to show you why and talk about those consequences after the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie. Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent. It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover.
Why would we trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellsworth, Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch real American.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm American Sunrise contributor Emily Finn. It's great to have you with us this morning. Time now to drain the swamp, and this morning we are flushing out Senator Mark Kelly. The Pentagon has opened a thorough review into the Arizona Democrat, saying it has received serious allegations of misconduct. The announcement follows a week of escalating tensions after a video in which Kelly and other Democrats told service members they could refuse illegal orders, a message that prompted President Trump to label them traitors and the, quote, seditious six. The White House now says it supports the investigation, while Secretary of War Pete Hegseth argues Kelly is the only one in the group who still falls under military jurisdiction, meaning he could be recalled to active duty and even face court-martial proceedings. We do want to know what you, our viewers, think about all of this. Let us know on Rumble or Getter. Hop on and let your voice be heard. Still ahead on American Sunrise, we're headed down to Wall Street for the opening bell and a new reason why you should keep a close eye on the price of oil right now. We'll be back with more American Sunrise in just 2 minutes. Stick around.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie. Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent. It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover.
Why would we trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellsworth, Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch real American.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead, scan the QR code now.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. It's set to ring here in just a few minutes. I can tell you that so far in pre-market trading, it's kind of been a mixed bag. The Dow is up, but the S&P 500 as well as the NASDAQ are both down right now, as you can see. And the rest of our board also a mixed bag, a couple of green spots and a little bit of red. That red would have to do with crude oil, which we'll get some more perspective on momentarily. Again, we'll take you to New York for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange here in about 8 minutes. In the meantime, let's get you over to David Brody.
Okay, T. Bates, I appreciate it. Now time for a daily dose of dollars and common sense. So we've got American Sunrise early edition host and the guy behind Jake's Takes Substack. That would be Jake Novak. Jake, let's start with the breaking news. Ukraine agreeing to this potential peace deal. Of course, it's not with Russia. It's with the United States. So we'll have to see about Russia. But give us the business aspect of this, because I know you track oil for a living. Just kidding. Tell us a little bit about what the correlation, obviously, between oil and Ukraine is.
Yeah, I'm watching oil prices very closely right now, and based on what the oil traders are saying, the people who have skin in the game here, and I'll explain why in a second, they think that this is probably a very good move towards peace. They're not pouring cold water on it or cold petroleum on it, whatever you want to call it. Oil prices now, U.S. light sweet crude is down more than 2%. Now, before that news broke about the Ukraine accepting these parameters, oil was only down 1%, and that was mostly on concerns about too much supply in the system. So these oil traders who have skin in the game, here's why they have skin in the game. If there's peace between Russia and Ukraine, a huge amount of Russian oil, which is a little bit harder to buy now, you got to get around sanctions, which means you pay a lot of premiums, will now no longer be sanctioned, which means there'll be added supply into the market. So oil traders don't want to be caught with their pants down going long oil when more supply comes onto the market. So they're selling it now. It means they think that that is going to happen. Again, it's a 2% drop. It's not a massive drop lower, but we're pretty low. We're at $57 a barrel right now, David. We were at over $90 a barrel the day before the October 7th attacks in 2023. So oil is on sale, and it's on sale even more because the traders think, yeah, this seems like a good chance we could get that Russian oil on the market because of peace.
It wouldn't surprise me. I'm assuming it wouldn't surprise you if that actually decreases as the day goes on in terms of when we get more details and to see exactly how serious this is.
Yeah, now that's where I want to let everyone know. Watch your oil prices first. Keep watching Rav all day, but get something on your phone or on another screen, your oil prices, because if you see them shoot up suddenly, that means somebody's going to come out and say real soon, no, we're not accepting it. If you see them continuing to go down below this current 2% down level, that means there's more optimism about it. And probably as the day goes on, if no one stands up from Ukraine and says, oh, no, we didn't accept anything, we could see a bigger sell-off right before now. Oil trading actively ends at 2:30 Eastern time. It's always trading. It never stops. But at 2:30 Eastern time, most of the traders go home. So 2:30 Eastern time, check around there and see where we are then, and then you'll get the real story about this deal.
All right. Come on, Russians. Make a statement about this before 2:30 Eastern so we can have a sense. All right. Jake, so Tim Cook could, I repeat, could be stepping down as Apple CEO next year. Whoa, why is that? Who might be running to succeed him?
Well, it's because he's hitting the age of 65. And, he hasn't really pushed back too hard on people saying, well, are you going to maybe step down as CEO and then maybe just become the chairman of the board as a sort of a way to start your departure? He's certainly not slowing down in his daily activities. He's famous, David, for waking up at the crack of dawn before the sun up. He starts working out and answering emails, I guess, while he's on some machine or something like that. You got to give kudos. You got to give kudos to this guy. I can't think of someone who, as a new CEO, who replaced someone who was more doubted in many ways than Tim Cook was. Not because he had done anything wrong, but just because Steve Jobs was the iconic CEO of the 21st century, of the early 21st century. They made him into a god, let's be honest. I think he deserves some of it, but not all. That's true of all humans. We're not gods. But boy, did he have big shoes to fill. And you got to say, he really filled them, right? Apple hasn't crashed. They don't dominate the market like they used to, but that's because there's other players in the game, not because Apple has really fallen off a cliff. And again, I'm not making him a saint either, but the answer to your question about who's going to replace him is absolutely going to be an internal person. There are 4 different divisions within Apple, and the guy who runs the hardware division is most likely to be the guy. He's only 50 years old, and that's probably what they'd like someone to be there 10 years or longer. So that's the guy in the running right now. They absolutely won't bring in an outsider, though. That's not what's going to happen. That will not happen at Apple. So if you're looking for the job, you and I, we're not getting it.
Okay, well, that's good. Well, I'll take my name out of the running. All right, Jake, we're in the midst of the busiest driving week in America. You have a potentially car and money-saving warning that this would be the best time to deliver. So please go ahead, save us all money and make us less stressful, Jake.
I know. Listen, I've got to deliver because every day when Emily, before we go to the commercial, promises that I'm going to help you keep your hands on your hard-earned cash. So here I want to do one thing. This is the week to do it because this is the busiest driving week in America. So a lot of you I know are heading out on the road. You're going to go to the gas station. I've spoken to a number of mechanics who confirmed the following report that I saw. Do not top off your tank when you're filling up at the gas station. It could really damage your car. For years, I thought it was because they didn't want people slowing everyone down, and it maybe did something to the pumps. No, it could really damage your fuel pump and basically your tank, and really even total your car, or at least make it very, very expensive to fix it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. You're only getting a couple more cents anyway. Do not do it. If I can tell you one thing this week, please remember that when you go fill up for your Thanksgiving trip. Do not top off. Please. Don't want your car.
Okay, that's good. And this is a public service announcement by Jake Novak. Please do not top off. Yeah. Okay. Good to know. By the way, a quick little just personal note from your standpoint. What are you doing this Thanksgiving? What's some of the plans other than obviously overeating?
Yeah, well, I have my daughters coming. We're going to have to do a Wednesday night Thanksgiving because my younger daughter's getting all of her wisdom teeth out right after Thanksgiving. So she's got to eat while she still can. So we're going to do that. But, I was just saying, Thanksgiving is the best holiday in the world. It's got football. It's got food. If you go to a special church service or something like that for it, that's great. But remember, you don't have to. I'm just kidding. I mean, it's nice if you do that. But there's no other obligations other than family, food, and football. There's no country that has anything like this. It comes even close. We win.
It's beautiful. And you get Thanksgiving, and then you get Friendsgiving. That's if you have friends. I have none, so I just celebrate Thanksgiving. But thank you, Jake. Appreciate you.
My pleasure.
All right. The wisdom teeth out after Thanksgiving. I believe that's the Oiga Volt level. Time for T-Bates in Denver. He's got the opening bell. Let's check oil, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
Well, the applause is set to get underway here momentarily at the New York Stock Exchange. There you see it, and now you're starting to hear it, which means that the bell is going to ring here in short order, and then we'll get an idea of exactly where the markets stand. Aeromexico, the airline, is there at the podium, so it might be a good time to invest in Aeromexico or maybe even get yourself a plane ticket over to Mexico. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, the markets are now officially open. You hear the opening bell, and I can tell you, much like all day, the Dow is up right now. The S&P 500 is down, and it looks like at the moment the NASDAQ is back up. It was down a little bit earlier today, but again, all of that very well may change. And then crude oil, you just heard Jake talk about it. Crude oil is down right now, and he believes that that may be a sign that a peace deal is being worked out or actually is moving forward because the deal itself has been signed between the United States and between Ukraine. But there may be some optimism that's bringing those oil prices down today. We, of course, will continue to cover all of this for you. And look at that. The NASDAQ is now back down. It's right on cue. It's back down in the red as well. So we'll monitor all of this for you throughout the day. In the meantime, it is the one time of year that the Birch Gold Group gives away free gold with every qualifying purchase. For Black Friday, when you convert an existing IRA or a 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, The Birch Gold Group will send you free gold to your home for every $20,000 you purchase. You may remember that gold started this year off around $2,600 an ounce, and by October, it was over $4,000 an ounce. That gives you an idea of how quickly it appreciated. Global uncertainty is blamed for that. 2025 has been defined by trade wars, and central banks are pulling away from the U.S. dollar as the global reserve currency. Plus, there's military tension that continues to build. Gold tends to thrive in times of uncertainty like what we're dealing with now. So, if you're looking to diversify your savings, the Birch Gold Group can help you out. Plus, now through November 30th, get free gold with the qualifying purchase. Simply text the word America to the number 989898 and claim your eligibility as well as a free information kit on gold. However, your opportunity for free gold with purchases ends on November 30th. So don't wait. Instead, text the word America to the number 989898 for full details. Still to come here on American Sunrise, we're going to be checking back in with David Zier. He is at the Embassy Diner in Bethpage, New York, Long Island. We'll hear from some real Americans like you. That's right after the break.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share, share, share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rev's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. Thanks for joining us this morning. We invite you to hop in our conversation on Getter, YouTube, and Rumble. It is time now to take the political pulse of America. And today, we're taking you to the pulse of America. Rav's own David Zier standing by with dozens of patriots at the Embassy Diner, the most Christmas-decked diner, I would venture to say, in all of the state of New York. It is there celebrating this Thanksgiving week with hardworking Americans who are indeed thankful. David Zier, good morning. Tell us what you're hearing from folks in the diner.
Well, in the diner, you know, people are getting together with their families. Their kids are coming in from out of state who don't live here anymore, and they're joining their families again. We interviewed two young ladies before. One moved to Florida for cost of living. The other's having a hard time getting a job, even in healthcare, which is prominent on Long Island here. I've got two great guests for you, though, Gina. Can I bring in Gus, the owner of the Bethpage Embassy Diner?
Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys being here.
Yeah, Gus, your diner is absolutely beautiful.
She said your diner's absolutely beautiful.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I look forward to seeing you one day here.
So this place has been here almost 70 years.
Wow.
My grandfather was a cook here about 65 years ago. My mother hung out here in high school. But this embodies, across the country, Gina, the luncheonettes, the diner culture here, which is really embedded on Long Island.
So special.
So,
I was going to give David Brody a chance to jump in there if you wanted to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, David, I'm curious what Gus and others think about the whole MTG Trump spat. Where does he come down on that?
Yeah. So you're a well-known Trump supporter. You're a patriotic diner. You've had 5,000 people here a couple of weeks ago for a drone show. And what do you think about the MTG Trump breakup?
What do I think about it? I think that I don't know why she went against him. I have no idea what would be the reason, because whatever Trump does, he does for the good of the country. So there should be no reason to go against our president.
You think it's mendable?
Do I think it's mendable? If she apologizes, I think so.
Okay. I wanted to talk a little bit about the affordability. You guys this guy works like 100 hours a week. You know, the Greek community on Long Island has so many diners, intergenerational, but they're disappearing. It's hard, right? High utility costs, high general liability costs, high taxes, can't get good help, right? Because people are leaving. What's going on?
It's getting harder and harder. People don't want to work anymore. The kids these days, they don't want to work anymore. They want to get work. They want to stay home and get paid. Nobody wants to work. They call in sick all the time. It's crazy what's going on lately.
You think the work ethic is gone?
The work ethic is gone. The work ethic is not there. I'm like you said. I'm here 80, 90 hours a week, 7 days a week.
I know.
And that's
I was here at 3 in the morning. You were here a couple of weeks ago. So all right. So how do you see things? You think they're going to get better? Because I know it's affected your business here.
I do. I do. I really think it's going to get better. I think the president is doing everything in his power to make it better. I already see it. Look, the gas prices are going down. It's going to get better. It's just going to take time. Rome wasn't built in a day.
All right. We really appreciate everything, Gus. We're going to bring you back on later. I have someone else running in the 3rd Congressional District here, Greg Hack. He's a lawyer, owns some of the biggest law firms in New York City, but running here on Long Island to replace the George Santos seat in the 3rd District, maybe winning it back for the Republicans. Greg, tell us your story.
Well, I grew up in the district. I went to public school. I worked since I was 13, washing dishes in a restaurant just like this.
Yeah.
Put myself through school. After high school, I joined the Air Force. I was stationed in Crete, Greece in the last couple of years of the Cold War.
Thank you so much for serving us. I wanted to talk to you guys with Greg Hack really quick because it's important. You know, that seat, Santos lost the first time, won the second time. But his conviction for identity theft and wire fraud, a lot of the voters are really upset in the 3rd District. It's not far from here. We need that seat in Congress, right? How are you going to win that back? How are you going to regain the trust with the voters up there?
Well, by being worthy of that trust. Everything that I've done in my past is, I think the best indication of what somebody's going to do in the future is what they've done in the past. And I invite everybody to look at my past. I started my firm right after 9/11. I did 9/11 cases for free.
9/11, Long Island, we lost 475 people, right? Radical Islamic terror took one of my best friends. We've been victims of it here. You know, Mamdani not denouncing it, being the mayor of New York City. Does he have like a leash around him? He's not going to be able to do everything he wants. What's your outlook? And your district is all financial people in Manhattan, wealthy community, North Shore. Is that going to be affected?
It's absolutely going to be affected. We have a communist mayor in New York City. I mean, they're already talking about an exodus of people. I mean, we already live in the state that's the highest tax and has the greatest exodus of people leaving. So when you have those high net worth people leaving, like the tax
the local community gets affected.
The local community,
the dry cleaner, the diners.
Take for example Tom Suozzi. Tom Suozzi just pitched the current
Democratic congressman.
The current Democratic congressman. He just pitched a 2.6% increase in taxes in a federal tax on people earning over $400,000 a year, and he's doing that he's threading the needle, trying to say that he's only taxing the rich. So he's playing to the leftists of the
party. And now Governor Hochul here wants to raise taxes on corporate taxes for businesses in New York. Not a good look. I don't know if you guys have any questions for Greg, but that's the story on the ground here on Long Island.
Hey, Greg, Terrence Bates here. Welcome to the show. You probably can't hear me, but David, if you'll pass that along. I'm curious if Greg and other New Yorkers expect, if you will, President Trump to focus on New York City itself. He's obviously a New Yorker. It's near and dear to his heart. What sorts of things would they like to see President Trump do specific to New York City? And I realize that he is the president of all the United States, but let's just be honest. New York is near and dear to his heart.
Yeah, he's a New Yorker at heart. There's no doubt, Greg. So Terrence Bates from American Sunrise is asking us, wants to get your feedback on, you think Trump is going to really focus on New York? It's his birthplace. He has so much pride in New York. What do you see for the Trump administration and getting a handle on maybe being Overwatch for New York?
For Mamdani, yeah. Well, a lot of people are upset with Trump and how he welcomed Mamdani into the White House. However, he's playing politics. He's doing what he's supposed to do. I can assure you that Trump is going to use every tool at his disposal to make sure that he puts a monkey wrench in those
So Mamdani, with his proposal for free buses, has another $7.5 billion shortfall. His deficit next year, if he gets through what he wants, they're going to be short $18 billion in New York City.
Yeah, right? So
what are they do? Going to raise taxes?
It's going to be catastrophic. They can raise taxes, but they're going to raise taxes, and more people are going to leave, and then it's going to shift down to exactly who pays all the bills usually. Now, the poor and the middle class.
If he raises taxes, the governor has the veto power because the tax has to get approved by the state, right, and the legislature and the governor, right? Do you think Hochul in an election year will even go there?
No, I'm sure she won't. She's already said that she wouldn't. However, she won't. She won't.
All right, things are tight for your, potential constituents out there. A lot of hardworking people too in that district. How do you think they're coping with prices at the food store? I saw lettuce yesterday, $4 a head here for lettuce on Long Island. It was $1.50 about a year ago.
Yeah, prices are getting insane, and it costs over $800,000 for an average single-family house in this district. If we can't attract young people to come back, I'm talking price.
How could you ever do it?
How can you ever do it?
Even at 4% interest, it's a lot.
Yeah, 100%, absolutely. And he wants to raise taxes even more. It's going to drive more people out. We're not going to have young people. We're not going to have innovation. We're not going to have businesses and creativity. We're going to have an older population, and Long Island will die.
Yeah, well, we already do have an older population. The average age of home ownership in the United States was 31 in 1981. It's 59 today. We got to address those problems. Back to you in the studio, guys.
All right.
Hey, David, thank you.
David, thank you so much. And thanks to everybody there at the diner. We kind of wish we were with them, don't we, guys? Kind of wish I could get some biscuits and gravy right now with some over easy eggs.
Ooh. I'm getting a patty melt. Yes. I'm getting a patty melt for lunch, so that's a Long Island staple. So perfect.
That sounds good as well. David Zier. Thank you so much. How nice to sort of do a pre-celebration, right, guys, of Thanksgiving with our own David Zier there. And there's just no place like Folks in a Diner. What is it? David Brody?
Well, it's Folks in a Diner, and also, let's be clear, it's Folks in a Diner on Long Island. And, there's something to be said about that. Obviously I grew up in Manhattan, the mean streets of the Upper West Side where we sipped lattes. But the point is that, look, that Long Island crowd, it is no nonsense. They're not playing around, and they're going to give it to you straight. I mean, look what the last guest with David Zier talked about with Trump. He's like, yeah, we didn't like what Trump was doing with Mamdani. Now they get it. They get the street smart of it, but they also don't like that he was kind of saying that to Mamdani. So, I mean, they're not going to pull any punches, T-Bates.
And you know what? We're in an environment where why should you? Life is tough. Let's just be honest. Life is tough, especially when you're in a district like that where the average cost of a house is $800,000. Your kids are coming home from school, can barely find a job. At this point, you want to keep it straight, and you want somebody to talk to you straight and tell you just what it is. Yeah. I get it. I get it. Times are hard, and you don't want to be BS'd. Yeah. You want people to keep it honest with you, and you're going to keep it honest with them and try to make the best of life. I get it.
Those are God and country,
and
Bible
I still call it Long Island as well.
Patriotic, probably have real trees, eat turkey on Thanksgiving, and listen to country music. Just saying. All right, you guys.
Oh, my goodness. Really, Doctor? You just,
All right.
Okay.
Moving on. Marjorie Taylor Greene firing back and slamming reports she's secretly eyeing a 2028 presidential run. But first, here's a look at what you get the moment you join our RAV Ambassadors program. Listen to this.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm Lou, MAGA pilot from Rav's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Let's spill some tea.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. Let's spill some tea, fueled by Artillery Tea Company, the only America First veteran-owned tea brand. And their mission, to maximize flavor with whole leaf blends and chemical-free tea bags. No junk, just real tea. And here's the tactical advantage. Each bag brews twice. Just go to artillerytco.com and use the code RAV for 10% off your first order. Again, that website is artillerytco.com. Premium tea, mission-driven, and brewed for the brave. It is time now to spill some tea, and in the cup today is Marjorie Taylor Greene's exit from politics. The Georgia Republican is slamming reports that she's secretly plotting a 2028 White House run. MTG, who just announced she'll resign from Congress early next year, says the rumors are a complete lie and that she has zero interest in running for president. Greene says the job requires begging for donations, destroying your health, and entering a system that refuses to fix America's problems. She also says she's not willing to make the deals needed to climb the political ladder, accusing the political industrial complex of blocking outsiders like her. Time magazine claims sources told them she is quietly eyeing 2028, but Greene fiercely denies it, calling the story lying, not journalism. For more, let's bring in David Brody, Terrence Bates, and Dr. Gina. Gina, interested to hear your thoughts on this. You know, a lot of what she said about being president, she wasn't wrong.
She's not wrong, Emily. Unfortunately, the political industrial complex does block outsiders. President Trump got in because he played it savvily, but also let's just not pretend like the elephant isn't in the room, that he has billions of dollars of his own money to put into the race. This is the problem with real people running, like Marjorie Taylor Greene or even J.D. Vance or a lot of others, is that by the time they get to the office of president, by the time they really get through that primary, they are forced to sell their soul to the financial powers that be. That's why the independent wealth is almost a mandate at this point, David Brody. And that's why I don't know how this next election is going to go. I'm really curious your insights here.
Sure. Well, a couple of things. Here's what I think is going to happen. I don't know. She's not going to run for president, for sure. Here's what I think is going to happen. I think she's going to start a super PAC. I think she's going to start an America First / America Only, whatever you want to call it, super PAC. I think Tucker Carlson potentially could be involved, not in the super PAC, but kind of side by side and kind of a media arm, if you will, of that. And they're going to start rooting out 2026 Republicans that are not sufficient when it comes to America First. And then at that point, they turn their eyes to 2028 and they become a power broker. And what does that look like? Well, it means pushing J.D. Vance to be more isolationist. It means potentially running a third-party candidate. Maybe, and I say Tucker, I'm not saying Tucker would run, but if Tucker runs, he'd have to run against J.D. Vance, and I don't think he'd do that. So I don't know if it's going to be Tucker, but somebody that Marjorie Taylor Greene can get behind. And then who knows if there's some sort of role in the next administration where she feels there's more of an America First candidate. I can't believe I just said that compared to President Trump, because he is America First. But if she believes that there's someone that's more isolationist, if you will, a little bit more America only in her view, then maybe she has a role in that administration. That's how I see it going down.
Terrence, any thoughts before we wrap this up?
No, I was just going to say it's going to be interesting to see how it ultimately does play out. And I think that one of the feathers in her cap right now is that even as an outsider, she's still going to be able to be one of the loudest voices for America First, or as David called it, America Only, however you want to define it. I think she's going to be one of the loudest voices out there. And maybe that voice will influence some of the candidates, will influence policy, which gives her a little bit more leverage, even without being in the House itself.
Yeah, she certainly has a very, very loud voice within the Republican Party, and I don't think she's going to be quiet anytime soon. Still to come on American Sunrise, we are checking in with our own David Zier at the Embassy Diner in New York, where he's been talking with real Americans and celebrating the holiday week. That's after the break. Stay with us.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share, share, share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat, here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
All right, welcome back. Oh, David wants to do some dancing.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I think it was the 80s music in the diner that inspired him. Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. Thank you so much for joining us today. It is time now for our Sunny Side Up. And for that, we are once again checking in with Rav's own David Zier, who's celebrating Thanksgiving week with dozens of patriots at the Embassy Diner in Bethpage, New York. David, aside from that fantastic plate of food right there, what is happening at the diner? I want that.
Oh, my God.
Ooh, we want that.
That exit.
We got the perfect, the most perfect sunny side up eggs. I'm going to get to that in a minute here. We're going to go a little around the horn here about the Thanksgiving holiday. Adele, what's your favorite part about Thanksgiving?
Oh, family and watching real news.
How about, you watch Real America's Voice, right?
Yeah.
I heard that's the only channel you watch.
It is. I don't watch other news.
The checks in the mail. Jay, what's your favorite part about Thanksgiving?
Being with family and knowing that Trump's in office right now.
All right, Thomas, come on in for a second. So, Thomas, we were talking, where are you spending Thanksgiving this year?
With my aunt in the city.
All right. Any crazy uncles at the dinner table? Politics? You guys get into it?
We used to talk about what the immigration was and all that stuff, but now I don't even bring it up because you used to get mad at me. So, yeah.
That's right. Stand your ground. Stand your ground. You can kiss and make up later. We've got John with us from Toledo, Ohio.
Yeah, with my wife.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Pamela. Right? Yeah. Come on in. Why'd you come to New York?
Oh, I came here to see the family.
Family?
Yep.
Now, Trump did a lot for Toledo years ago with the Whirlpool plant and Jeep and bringing back some manufacturing. Toledo's been a little depressed over the years. So what's going on over there?
So right now, as you know, Dana's the big Jeep and driveline thing.
Yeah.
So we're really pulling in some manufacturing there with Chrysler and that, so everything's going well.
All right, wonderful, Pamela. And what are you thankful for this Thanksgiving?
Oh, my family and being able to be here and drive here and be in Westbury tonight.
And we have Paul with us here, right? Oh, you're Keith, right? Keith, come on in. Where are you from?
I live in Westbury.
Oh, in Westbury? So, Keith, tell us about, what does Thanksgiving mean to you? And you're close with your family?
Yeah, they actually just pulled into town last night, and we're going to just keep up with some of the family traditions.
Yep. All right, that's wonderful. Again, great people, family-oriented people on Long Island. Give yourselves a round of applause. I want to thank you so much, and we got more coming today, so don't go anywhere from the Bethpage Embassy Diner.
All right, David Zier, I'm watching the comments in the chat, and they all want to be there eating that food with you, as do the three of us, for sure.
It's perfect.
Get that patty melt.
Look, it's perfect. It's perfect.
That is beautiful.
I will.
That is really beautiful. All right, David Zier, thank you so much. Listen, you guys, you know what's next? War Room is up next, and we'll all be watching. You guys.
It was breakfast. It's breakfast for me. I'm going to find something to eat. I'm hungry.
Terrence is currently yelping closest diner, right? You guys, War Room up next. Hug your children, love God, go boldly now, live the truth. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you, everybody.
James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James, both targets of President Trump, be dismissed. The U.S. District Judge concluded yesterday that the prosecutor who secured the charges against them, interim U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan, was unlawfully appointed. The Attorney General's authority to appoint an interim U.S. attorney lasts for a total of 120 days. The judge concluded that Halligan has been unlawfully serving since September 22nd. Comey was indicted September 25th. James charged October 9th. Halligan is a former Trump aide and personal lawyer with no prosecutorial experience, she secured the indictments of Comey and James over objections from career prosecutors. Comey had pleaded not guilty to lying to Congress and obstruction, while James pleaded not guilty to bank fraud. The indictments were dismissed without prejudice, which means they could theoretically be refiled by a lawful prosecutor. But Comey's attorney said in a statement that his reading of the ruling suggests the case cannot be refiled because the 5-year statute of limitations expired on September 30th. Attorney General Pam Bondi vowed the Department of Justice would appeal the ruling.
The Appointments Clause is more than a matter of etiquette or protocol. It is among the significant structural safeguards of the constitutional scheme. The clause not only serves as a bulwark against one branch aggrandizing its power at the expense of another, but also preserves another aspect of the Constitution's structural integrity by preventing the diffusion of the appointment power. Translate that for me.
Oh, boy. Well,
it was good. It was good, but put it in layman's terms for people.
Essentially what Judge Curry is saying is that Congress has a role to play here, the courts have a role to play here, and the executive branch has a role to play here. And the executive branch right now is trying to do not only its own job, but the jobs of the other two branches by installing loyalists without going through any of the normal legal process. There's a legal process in place that the president is required by law to follow to appoint nominees to positions like U.S. Attorney, Lindsay Halligan's role. It's in the Constitution that he has to consult the Senate and get their approval for his nominees. He was not able to go through that process successfully to get Lindsay Halligan appointed. He didn't actually even try. And as a result of that, he decided that he was just going to install her in this workaround fashion, which is something that he has done with U.S. attorneys around the country. This is not the first case where this has come up, but it's the most high-profile case where it's come up because Lindsay Halligan was put in this role specifically for the purpose of prosecuting James Comey and Letitia James. And now that whole strategy appears to be collapsing because it violates the Constitution, according to Judge Curry.
I think that we cannot forget that the only reason we are here, the reason that the things were brought in the first place is because Donald Trump wanted to go after James Comey and A.G. James. He has talked extensively about the fact that he believes that they are criminals, that he believes they have something coming to them. The facts be damned here. And I think that people have to understand that the president doesn't care about the law. He doesn't care about process and protocol. He is trying to re-engineer the federal government, specifically the Justice Department, to serve his petty whims and grievances. That is it. That is what matters to Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I'd go a step further. He doesn't care about the law. He actually takes pleasure in ignoring it. In other words, he probably could have gotten, for example, approval to make changes to the East Wing, but he actually wanted to just bulldoze it without approval. He probably could be bringing and winning some cases that they are currently losing because he wants the theater of him not having to play by the rules. And in the area of criminal prosecutions, it's at its most dangerous.
When you and your colleagues made that video, were there specific, potentially illegal orders that you were thinking about that were the sort of precipitating cause for you guys to get together and do that?
Here's the thing, Rachel. You don't want to wait for your kid to get hit by a car before you tell them to look both ways. It's pretty simple. And if you go back to 2016, Donald Trump on a debate stage talking about, some action that he was going to take. He was reminded by the moderator that that would be illegal, that the military wouldn't be able to follow those orders. And his response, Donald Trump's response was the military would not refuse my orders. And then as president, he talked about shooting people, citizens of this country in the legs, protesters. Now, thankfully, Mark Esper, Mark Milley, explained to him that would be not be a good idea. Now he's talking about the Insurrection Act, sending troops to more cities, using U.S. cities and as training grounds and U.S. citizens for training of the United States military. So, Rachel, we wanted to do something pretty simple here. We wanted to just remind folks that they need to comply with the law and be reminded, and also explain to members of the military that we have their backs, that we know what's going on as part of our job, accountability over the federal government.
Chaos that's going on right now. What impact is this having, not so much on Donald Trump, who said he's not running again, but on the Republican brand? It's just one thing after another, one failure after another, one dismissal after another of these cases. Now they're going after an American hero, Mark Kelly, with a guy like Pete Hegseth on the other side. Like, this is, again, I'm just baffled by the political moves they're making.
The politics actually comes back to Ratner's charts. All of this, going after Mark Kelly, going after James Comey, all the failures. Right. As opposed to, if you're a voter, what about me? What about that the inflation is still 3%? What about that there are less jobs? And the more he's doing these stunts, these failing stunts, the more people are reminded, no, I don't think he can walk and chew gum at the same time. He's not solving the problem.
I mean, I could go on and on. John Bolton, right? We could go on and on with people who have been targeted by this administration for political reasons. What's important, and this is one of the reasons why I love doing your show, and Simone, I love talking to you, is we can never let the goalposts move, right? We always have to recognize that what we are seeing is the politicization of the Department of Justice by a wannabe dictator, and we can't let that become normal.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Tuesday, 25 November, Year of our Lord 2025. Let's get right into it, because we're packed again today with all the important issues before us, before the Trump administration. Julie Kelly joins us by phone. Julie, you've seen the meltdown on MSNBC, but they understand that their strategic advantage is a radical legal system. All the big law firms have been radicalized. The judiciary, particularly the first level of federal judges. What say you about what you're hearing? And particularly, I think you're covering Boasberg again today. You're going to be with us live on camera later this afternoon after that, this whole contempt thing. But Halligan, being challenged, at least our prosecutions for Comey and for Letitia James being roadblock. You can see from Mark Elias and their team, this is their main driving force, that President Trump is giving illegitimate orders. President Trump is breaking the law. President Trump is a fascist. He's a dictator, and he has to be stopped by any means necessary. Julie Kelly, thoughts?
I mean, look, Steve, you and I have talked about this. This is a direct result of Republicans in Congress doing nothing to rein in this rogue, out-of-control judicial branch who is almost on a weekly basis encroaching on the executive branch's authority, separation of powers. I mean, to have a judge, and she's not the only judge who has said this Judge Curry, 77 years old, plucked out of South Carolina by the chief judge, an Obama appointee, I believe, chief judge of that circuit down there, to handle this case. So it took it out of the hands of the presiding judge in both instances. So she was picked solely to do exactly what she just did, and that is make up reasons why Lindsay Halligan's appointment was unlawful, and that judges have the right to appoint a U.S. attorney in a district, in the circuit, where these same judges are working. So so there's no tension between the two branches. So you're saying that judges can appoint an executive branch position, a U.S. attorney, that completely violates the separation of powers and the will of the American people, who, for one reason of many, elected the president to stop this sort of lawfare. And these judges who are so demonstrably rogue and corrupt and partisan. So I think that everyone needs to keep pushing Republican leadership not to worry about the war in Ukraine, not to worry about all this palace drama or what, congressmen who are upset they're not getting enough respect from the president. Ridiculous. Just do your job. And one of them is to protect the Constitution. That's actually a sworn duty. Protect the Constitution and the separation of powers so these judges stop trying to overtake the role of the president, whether it is appointing U.S. attorneys or immigration law. So that's one thing that needs to happen.
Can we do that without? I mean, can this happen without Jim Jordan actually stepping up at judiciary? And we got to start firing back on this. We're just taking incoming, and there seems to be no response. Does Jim Jordan? I mean, at a minimum, is it Boasberg that we have to impeach? Are there other things that he could do right now? Because President Trump's executive branch in the Department of Justice is fighting a heroic fight at the Supreme Court level, but they're just taking incoming nonstop. I mean, it's like Fort Apache, right? What can Jordan do, and what must Jordan do, ma'am?
They need to start impeachment proceedings. I mean, we've talked about this for months. I've talked about it for years related to the D.C. Circuit Court. You have Jeb Boasberg today, and this is what I'll be on speaking with you tonight. He has ordered a deadline of today for the ACLU, which filed the lawsuit in the Alien Enemies Act that led to that infamous, what he called, oral order to return planes to the United States carrying illegal Venezuelans, and the DOJ to submit to him a potential witness list for contempt hearings that Boasberg will hold to try to again conclude that the DOJ committed contempt of court when those planes were not returned. So, and we also know that Boasberg, and I believe that we are going to find out more of these gag orders or non-disclosure orders that he filed preventing cell phone companies from notifying sitting U.S. senators and members of the House that Jack Smith had subpoenaed their phone records. So not only were the phone records subpoenaed, Jeb Boasberg stepped in and refused and to allow these companies to notify their customers, sitting U.S. senators, that the government was taking their phone records. That is against the law. It also violates the speech or debate clause of the Constitution. We saw this fight when the DOJ seized the FBI stole Representative Scott Perry's cell phone right out of his hand the day after the Mar-a-Lago raid. So what else do they need before it is so clear that these judges, whether it's Cameron Curry sitting in South Carolina, whether it's judges in Chicago, Maryland, California, certainly Washington, they're all paying attention to the political climate here. They recognize and understand that our Republican leadership in the House, now almost a year into their reign of power, have no plans to do anything to stop these judges or hold anyone accountable.
Julie, hang on for 1 second. I'm going to hold you quickly to a break. Mike Davis, the Viceroy, also joins us. Mike, how the weaponization of the government has not been taken on, let's face it. All next in the War Room.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm Lou, MAGA pilot from Rav's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Julie Kelly, you just put something up on your Substack. Also, I just want to clarify for the folks at home, when you're covering this Boasberg thing this afternoon, he is driving this into a criminal contempt charge. I don't care how they're trying to paper it over. He is driving this and making a big deal on witnesses. He's trying to lock up and jam up the Trump administration in protecting and President Trump as commander-in-chief, his Article 2 power. We're going to have the Viceroy in here in a minute and talk about that. His Article 2 power, they're going to try to jam up the people around him on a criminal contempt charge. It's quite obvious what they're doing, ma'am. You've also got something up in your Substack. What do you got?
No, well, I just want to read straight from Boasberg's docket that this is what he's asking for today are proposals on how the court, meaning him, inquiry regarding a potential contempt referral. Criminal referral should proceed. This is what he's called it in hearings. This is what he already found in April, that there was probable cause, and that was vacated by the appellate court. However, and this is another problem with these courts, they kicked it back to him. He wasted no time resuming or restarting the contempt proceedings, and now what I think he's trying to do is not only what he's been doing all along, but he's also trying to beat the clock of the Fifth Circuit, which has the appeal right now pending of the overall legality of the President's Alien Enemies Act proclamation. So he's rushing to get this done again, which he already did within a month's time earlier this year, before the full appellate court in the Fifth Circuit upholds the President's right to invoke that Alien Enemies Act proclamation, gets to the Supreme Court, where they very likely, the Trump administration will very likely get the same sort of outcome. So I will be watching for these briefs that are going to be filed today. We can talk about it tonight, but I want to get back real quickly to Judge Curry, and I posted this on X, Julie_Kelly too. and Mike Davis can address this as well, he's probably already caught this, she never acknowledges in either order that the president has nominated Lindsay Halligan to be the permanent U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia. There is no vacancy. So what Judge Curry did is pretend that there's a vacancy because the previous acting U.S. attorney, his term had expired. He also was then pushed out for refusing to move forward with any investigation into Jim Comey. But she never acknowledges that Lindsay Halligan's nomination is pending before the Senate and has been since September 30th. So she's fabricating this idea that there's a vacancy and that the judges have the right and the authority over the attorney general and the president to decide who is going to sit in that U.S. attorney's office in the Eastern District of Virginia. So obviously they're appealing this ruling, at least, and both were dismissed without prejudice, which means that the indictments can be brought again. The Comey one's a little trickier. I know Mike Davis has addressed this already with the statute of limitations. But this is the sort of mess that the DOJ and Trump administration is dealing with on their own, while Congress sits and does absolutely nothing to remedy this real constitutional crisis in our judiciary.
100%. And they know this, to delay is to deny. They get this. They're having all these delaying tactics, an overwhelming DOJ with all of this to get to buy time, to get closer to the midterms, to get closer to 28. They understand exactly what they're doing. This is the most sophisticated part of the radical deep state democratic apparatus, is the legal, because the legal profession has been so radicalized. Anyway, Julie, one more time, give your Substack and your coordinates on social media, and then we'll see you at 5.
Great. Declassified with Julie Kelly. I have a Substack on about Judge Curry's orders, and both orders are posted there. And then I'm on X, Julie_Kelly too.
We're going to have hair and makeup, so we're going to actually see you on camera. Is this, we can tee up the War and Posse for that, ma'am?
Say, I don't wake up beautiful like Mike Davis, okay? So, and I know that he is not on camera this morning either. So...
No, we got him in hair and makeup. We got him in hair and makeup. Thank you, Julie. We'll see you at 5.
See you tonight.
Mike Davis, out of hair and makeup, looking top of the morning to you, sir. Julie's point about Halligan is missed on, we covered, I think there was combined on CNN and MSNBC yesterday, something like 8 hours of coverage on this very topic. It was never brought up that Halligan's actually been nominated. The fix is in on this, Mike. Give us lay out the battlefield of exactly what's going on as they come after President Trump on this whole effort of de-weaponization, sir.
There is overwhelming evidence that former FBI Director James Comey lied to Congress and obstructed a Senate investigation related to his involvement in Crossfire Hurricane, the biggest scandal in American history, where Obama, Biden, Hillary, and so many other bad actors politicized and weaponized intel agencies and law enforcement to take out their political enemy and to help their political ally, take out Trump and help Hillary in 2016. And this is an ongoing conspiracy. Ted Cruz caught James Comey lying before the Senate Judiciary Committee. This evidence has been out there. The Justice Department is controlled by these deep state actors who refuse to hold their own accountable. Instead, they want to go after their political enemies. And that's exactly what happened here. There's overwhelming evidence against James Comey. It's clear cuts. And we've seen this because James Comey and his attorneys have filed several motions to try to kick this indictment against him. And then Trump U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan has produced the evidence. She's shown the receipts, and the evidence is overwhelming. She's done this 3 different times. And I'd like to ask this: why didn't the prior U.S. attorney bring these charges when the evidence is so overwhelming? He was on a 120-day interim appointment, and he was covering up for James Comey, whether it was cowardice or corruption. There is overwhelming evidence against James Comey, and this prior acting or interim U.S. attorney on a 120-day appointment refused to bring charges because he was probably a coward. I doubt he was corrupt. He was a coward. And so what do? You get rid of that U.S. attorney who refuses to follow the law. And the attorney general has the absolute statutory power to do this. That's what Attorney General Pam Bondi did by appointing Lindsay Halligan as the new interim U.S. attorney for 120 days. And Lindsay, they pretend like because Lindsay's beautiful, the left and some of these cucks on the right want to pretend like she's dumb. Well, she proved that she's very competent. She brought the evidence. She secured this indictment against James Comey in the Eastern District of Virginia, with this grand jury that's stacked with partisan Democrats in the D.C. suburbs. And this grand jury did not rubber stamp what she did. This grand jury did not bring the more serious perjury charge, but the grand jury brought false statements charges and obstruction charges for what James Comey did. And so what has happened here? You have this Obama chief judge of the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals who hand-selected this Clinton judge in South Carolina to come in, and the fix was clearly in. And the fix was clearly in by reading the first sentence of this Clinton judge's order in both the Comey case, where this Clinton judge dismissed these indictments, along with the case against Big Tish James in New York City, who's very credibly charged of committing lying to financial institutions and committing bank fraud in relation to her Big Tish James lying about this mortgage in Virginia as her second home instead of an investment property to get a better interest rate, right? And so these charges are rock solid. The evidence is overwhelming. And you have these Democrat operative judges going out of their way to sabotage this by misreading two different statutes and misreading them in a way that doesn't avoid a constitutional conflict. It creates a constitutional conflict. They're trying to say that the attorney general only gets to have their pick as the interim for 120 days, and that's it. And then the court gets to jump in and appoint their own Democrat operative as the interim U.S. attorney, and there's nothing that the attorney general or the president can do about it. That is a clear violation of the separation of powers. That's a clear violation of Article 2 of the Constitution. If these federal judges who are hand-selected by Democrat senators think they can hand-select the U.S. attorney during Republican administrations and have puppet U.S. attorneys who protect Democrats and then weaponize the Justice Department to go after Republicans. Hell no. This is totally unacceptable. This is corruption by these judges, and it needs to be appealed.
This is a constitutional. Has this ever happened to any other president before? Is President Trump the first one that they've selected to do this, sir?
Here's the problem, when you have, we have this tradition called the blue slips, and I hate it, right? I hate this blue slip process. I tried to get rid of it when I was the chief counsel for nominations on the Senate Judiciary Committee. But these home state senators get to hand select their own district judges. They get to hand select their own U.S. attorneys. And it's outrageous that the president of the United States and his attorney general cannot have their own person to be the chief law enforcement officer in these districts where there is a Democrat senator in the home state. And it's unacceptable, and we have to fix it.
Viceroy, hang on. I got a lot more to drill down on. Mike Howe is going to join us. So the sharp end of the spear is with us this morning on issues that we got to get solved and have to get them solved quickly. Short commercial break. Back in a moment.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after
after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Hey, y'all. It's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, financial markets are in turbulence today. Make sure you understand why gold's been a hedge for 5,000 years of man's recorded history. Simplest way to do it, take your phone out and text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, at 989898, the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. There's no commitments to this. It's totally free. You get put it right in touch with Philip Patrick and the team at Birch Gold. So check it out today. Make sure you understand why gold is a hedge. Understand why you can have tax deferred, 401ks, RAs rolled over, all of it. Check it out with Philip Patrick and the team. Okay, folks, why are we spending time on this? The Comey situation is a linchpin. It's the opening act. It's the curtain raiser on Crossfire Hurricane. We have brilliant people like Mike Benz, like Alex Jones, like Natalie Winters, and many others. If you go to Zero Hedge, they've done an amazing job of describing the deep state, the coordination with the Soros and Arabella and the funding apparatus of USAID. But now we need the legal wet work done. Somebody's got to get in there. If you're going to take down the deep state, you've got to take it down. Part of it is cutting off its money through the congressional part of it and firing people. But the most important part is putting people on trial and getting to the bottom of this. This is why I got Davis and Hal, two of the real fighters that are in here today. Mike Davis, if we are to take down the deep state, it's not going to be a garden party. They're going to throw up every roadblock in the world. And the establishment Republicans don't want in on this. Remember, they were kind of went along with it for decade after decade after decade. The big law firms don't want to touch this because they're kind of complicit. I'm talking about the big conservative firms because they've had guys in and out of administrations. You've seen this forever. This has to, it has to be more of a priority for the Trump administration right now. We've got to get all over it. And I realize the guys at Main Justice are doing what they can do, but he's got to start cracking the whip on the congressional side and banging some heads and say, hey, you have to prioritize this. Right now, it's just lip service or going on Fox or putting out strongly worded letters. We're now in the wet work phase. If we don't get it done over the next 6 months, I mean initiate it to really get momentum on this, it's just going to fade away, and we're going to still have the deep state more empowered. And if the Democrats win the midterms, and if for any reason they steal the 2020 election, people are going to go to prison because they understand now they're not going to make this mistake they made last time, which is not take it to the bitter end. And I mean going to prison, I mean President Trump, the people around President Trump. People are just doing their jobs. They're coming after. So this, to me, cannot be, it is the highest priority we have right now to actually get things done. Mike Davis, your thoughts. The Viceroy.
You are spot on with that, Steve. We have faced this unprecedented republic-ending lawfare by these Democrats, along with their useful idiot Republicans in Washington, D.C., who don't understand that when the Democrats come for us, these useful idiot Republicans who are going along with this are not going to be spared, right? And so we saw this with Arctic frost. Here's a perfect example of this. We had Crossfire Hurricane, we had Arctic frost. For 8 years, we had President Obama, Vice President Biden, Hillary Clinton, Brennan Clapper, Comey, so many bad actors politicize and weaponize law enforcement and intel agencies to take out Trump, to take out his aides like you, Steve Bannon, and Peter Navarro and Jeff Clark, to take out his supporters on January 6th, to take out MAGA more broadly. These Republicans in Washington, D.C., didn't say very much about this, with few exceptions, like my former boss, Chuck Grassley, who's been an all-star on this, and Ron Johnson, his colleague in the Senate, who have been investigating this all along for 8 years. But other than those two, it's been crickets largely from both the House and the Senate. It wasn't until the squishy Republicans found out through Arctic frost that these Democrats operatives were actually also spying on them, that these 8 senators, that's when we started seeing the outrage. That's when we started seeing, after 8 years of crickets, these swampy Republicans in Washington, D.C. finally started to care about this. People need to understand this, and it's exactly what you said, Steve. They tried to take out Trump last time. They tried to bankrupt him for non-fraud. They tried to throw him in prison 4 times for life for non-crimes. They tried to take him off the ballot unconstitutionally, illegally. In Colorado, Maine, elsewhere, they tried to take off his head when Biden underfunded Trump's Secret Service protection twice, said Trump was the gravest threat to democracy, to put a bullseye on Trump. They're going to be much worse after the end of Republicans controlling the White House, whether that's on January 20th, 29, or after. If we do not hold them accountable with the most severe legal, political, and financial consequences. If they don't feel those consequences, they are going to be so emboldened, and they're going to come after us, and they're going to come after us hard. It's not going to just be Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro who go to the clink. It's going to be a lot of other Republicans who go to the clink, including people who are not particularly MAGA. The Republican Party needs to wake up and wake up very fast. We need to move aggressively with the House Judiciary Committee, and we need to hold these Democrat operatives accountable for this illegal lawfare, whether it's prosecutors, intel agents, or even federal judges. Jim Jordan needs to get moving with the House Judiciary Committee.
To give them a nudge, what about Article 3? Can the Warren Posse go to Article 3 today and get some information and make contact with Jim Jordan's team over at House Judiciary about the impeachment of Boasberg before we go on Thanksgiving, before we get around the table for Thanksgiving Day, sir?
Yes, I have never called for the impeachment of a federal judge before Jeb Boasberg. This one is crucially important. This is an Obama judge. He was the chief judge of the D.C. District Court. He's up to his eyeballs with all this lawfare against Trump, his aides and his allies and supporters. Julie Kelly has done a masterful job over the last many years calling out these D.C. judges, not only the Democrats who are just treacherous, but the Republicans who are the biggest cowards on the planet, with very few exceptions. And Jeb Boasberg is the leader of this cabal. He's the one who authorized illegal spying on U.S. senators and told these cell phone companies that they couldn't disclose this spying to U.S. senators, which is a direct violation of federal statute, which is impeachable on its own. It's this Jeb Boasberg who ordered the president of the United States to turn around planes during an ongoing classified military operation to return the most dangerous terrorist in the Western Hemisphere, Tren de Aragua and MS-13, back to America instead of sending them to a high-security prison in El Salvador. Boasberg wanted to sabotage this mission because he hates President Trump so much, even when it wasn't his jurisdiction. The Texas court, not the D.C. court, had jurisdiction over this case, and it was Jeb Boasberg who overruled a Democrat magistrate judge in D.C. who correctly put in pretrial detention a woman who made vicious death threats against President Trump and then traveled to the White House, and she was arrested. A magistrate judge put this woman in jail. She traveled from New York City, and Boasberg overruled this magistrate judge and freed this would-be assassin from jail. Jeb Boasberg is, not only are his orders extremely lawless, they're also extremely dangerous. That certainly meets the impeachment standard, and the House of Representatives needs to move forward with impeachment ASAP. We need to put Jeb Boasberg through this impeachment process. I don't care if we don't have 2/3 of the votes in the Senate. I want to make the process the punishment to serve as a major deterrent to other judges that they can't do this stuff. And if Jeb Boasberg is sitting through impeachment hearings, he's not in his courtroom with his highly illegal and highly dangerous orders trying to sabotage the will of the American people and President Trump. So the War Room Posse should go right now to article3project.org, article number 3project.org, and they should take action. And the first action item on the top left is tell Congress to impeach Jeb Boasberg. This guy is a dangerous, lawless, partisan actor in a robe, and he needs to be held accountable.
Mike Davis, your social media, besides Article 3, we'll get everybody to go today. Julie Kelly be back. Remember, folks, he's trying to bring criminal contempt charges around the people around President Trump and eventually get to President Trump to impeach Trump. This is what they're teeing up in their theory when they take the House in 2026. This is all playing out on this battlefield. We're ahead of it. We need your help, need your assistance. War Room Posse, go to Article 3 today. What's your social media, Mike, so people can keep up with you all day?
And I'm just very fast. House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan, this is your time finally to step up. Pretend like the Constitution is Google and fight like hell for the Constitution like you fight like hell for Google. You can go to my social media. You can find us at article3project.org. Follow us on social media. Take action like impeaching Jeb Boasberg. And that's the most important thing that the War Room Posse does. Donate, but only what you can afford. And thank you very much, Steve. And thank you to the War Room Posse, the most potent force in politics. Action, action, action today.
Well, we got to show it now. Thank you, sir. President Trump and the country, the republic needs us. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Mike Howell, I've got two brawlers back to back. You've dedicated your whole life now to this whole de-weaponization and going after the weaponization. You just heard Davis. You've got a couple of thoughts about Jordan, Arctic Frost, and about where we stand, sir. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I'll take it one step further than the great Mike Davis. The Republicans in Congress are more than useful idiots. A lot of them are willing participants in the weaponization of government, which, as you guys know, goes back a decade. Arctic Frost is the same continuum as everything else since Trump came down that escalator and the Russia hoax and so forth. You have Lindsey Graham, who told his pal John McCain to turn over the dossier to the FBI. This is where it started, in the hearings that he supported and held, in the messaging that he did in those crucial years to seed the narrative. He's the same one who, in this bill to reopen the government, snuck in a provision to pay himself tens of millions of dollars due to Arctic Frost. And if you go over to the House of Representatives, Does anybody remember the Weaponization Committee? It was supposed to be the big bad version of the January 6th committee to stop this stuff in its tracks over the Biden administration. Instead of that, we got nothing. They did not spend the money. They did not staff up. And guess what? They ignored the things they're pretending to be surprised about now. They knew about Arctic frost as it was going on. They did nothing. Don't believe me? Go on their Twitter feed on the Weaponization Committee. Look up the term Arctic frost. See if you see anything. And it's not because they were not told. And so, yes, we do need to call on Congress to do something. But you might as well write a letter to Santa, CC the Easter Bunny, pay off a kid on the Make-A-Wish Foundation and ask Congress to do something. It still probably won't work, but we still have to do it. And leadership and the chairman have to call the votes. And the reason they don't want to is because they know they will probably lose those votes. But guess what? We need to know who's on the team and who's not. And the purpose of leadership is not to give cover to those who aren't in this fight. And those same people who would vote against these things are going to be the same people that, should the Democrats win the midterms and then the presidency, will be sitting there and gleefully watching the full fray of weaponization. And as you said, they'll go all the way next time. They'll watch it and cheer it on and see it as an extinguishing of the MAGA movement.
Mike, Hal, hang on for 1 second. You're going to be on the other side. Powerful. Short break.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Hey, y'all. It's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Mike Howe, should we impeach Boasberg?
Absolutely. We should call the vote, and guess what? A bunch of Republicans will vote against it, and then we should call the vote again the next day. Let the posse go to work. Let us know who's on the team, who's not. Keep calling the vote until it passes. We need to get people on record because so many members right now are hiding. They've learned to speak the language of MAGA, and they just want to survive. But leadership can't give those people cover. The people need to know who's on the team, who's not.
Mike Howell, where do people go to join your cause on this? You're attacking the weaponization against the Republic, against MAGA, and against President Trump. Where do folks go?
Yeah, our team's the Oversight Project on X. We're at It's Your Gov. We're in courtroom all the time fighting to get the info out that's predicating a lot of the things that are happening now, feeding the good guys within the system with the info they need to find the things that need to be found to get the bad actors off the field, and at the same time still playing a lot of defense. A lot of our friends and allies are still under the threat of lawfare, helping them out. The people who received the pardons for the contingent electors, that was a big effort, but we need to make those people whole. We need to make the people who put them through hell hurt. And so that's what the Oversight Project's all about, and I'm at M. Howell Tweets.
Hal, you're a warrior and a patriot. Thank you so much for coming on today. Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Those two brothers know how to throw punches, Davis and Hal. This is what we need. There's too much backsliding. Too many people, and he's 100% correct. There's so many up there that know how to speak MAGA, talk MAGA, but they don't do MAGA. They hide. They're hiding, and he's right. Let's start calling some votes. David Zier, you're with a group of patriots up in New York. What do you got for us? I want to hear from the voice of the people this morning. I'm tossing it to you. What do we got, sir?
Yeah, we're at the Bethpage Embassy Diner here on Long Island. Hardworking people, real American voices on the ground. We want to hear what they have to say from the ground up as we head into this Thanksgiving holiday. And we got Gus. These guys work like 80, 100 hours a week. You're the owner of the Bethpage Diner here. How are you?
I'm doing very good. It's an honor to be here with you, Dave. Thank you.
Yeah, so listen, you're a patriotic guy. You had 5,000 people here for an event a few months ago. You decorate this place to the hill. What does it mean to you to be here?
It means everything in the world because the main thing is America, America, America. We love our country. We love our country.
Yeah, and tell us some of the challenges that you face in small business here, right? You got labor problems sometimes. You've got in general liability costs are outrageous. The utility cost, the food cost, the supply chain. Tell us of the challenges.
Everything has been through the roof. The past 4 years, 4 years have been unbelievably hard, challenging. But hopefully with the president now, he's going to turn things around. We're going to get back on track.
Yeah, I want to talk about the work ethic for young people, Steve. This is important. We've been talking about this all morning here. Can you get people to work today?
No, not even close. The work ethic has been forgotten. It's gone. It's not existent anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
A lot of young people have left Long Island, too.
Yeah, they don't want to work anymore. They just want to sit home, get paid, and play video games.
Wow. So your family, so these diners here are a legacy in Long Island, the tri-state areas, across the East Coast, and, diners and luncheonettes across the country can relate to this. But you guys are an intergenerational business, right?
Yes.
You used to be open 24 hours. You had the Bridge and Tunnel crowd coming out from the discos in New York City for your 3 a.m. disco fries and stuff like that. But that's all changed, right? COVID really put a damper on it.
Two reasons why it's changed. Number one is the help. Nobody wants to work anymore till 6 in the morning, 5 in the morning, 4 in the morning. That's gone. That work ethic is gone. The second reason is there's no more clubs like it used to be back in our days where the people used to go out till 4 or 5 in the morning, have a good time, then go to the diner to eat. The kids don't go out like they used to.
Well, I was here at 3 in the morning and you were here. So, Gus, the hardest working man here. And I want to bring in a U.S. Marine, Vietnam War veteran, Paul. How you doing?
Great.
You're a father, you're a grandfather, you've got children on Long Island here. What does it mean for you this Thanksgiving?
A lot. I mean, when you, like many of us who went to Vietnam, 17, 18, 19.
You were in Vietnam for almost 2 years, right?
Well, no, 13 and a half months. And, and 58,000 who died.
It's still raw.
It is, but they didn't have a chance to come home like I did. And the other people who were in there to live their lives, to grow up, raise a family, get married, have children and grandchildren.
Yeah.
And it's still a raw issue.
Yeah.
And but you go from there.
Well, I wish you
stronger
a
person.
blessed holiday. You got to count your blessings and Thanksgiving here. But Long Island has a rich history of the Vietnam War. We made the A6 Intruder,
Right.
all these great planes.
Oh,
you were
yeah.
telling me the story. Ray McDaniel served 6 years in the Hanoi Hill.
Captain Red McDaniel, he's retired now. He's about 89, but they flew up here from Naval Air Station Oceana to either Grumman or out to Calverton to pick up the A6 Intruders. And those were brought back, put on the Enterprise, and off to Vietnam and the Gulf of Tonkin. And he flew 82 missions.
Wow.
And he got shot down on his last mission. The SAM missile came up. He bailed out in his Navigator. Red was captured 2 days later. He landed in a tree and had broken some bones in his back. But his Navigator, James Kelly Patterson, never surfaced in the prison system. But Red survived 6 years of that. And
so Long Island, helped win World War II. The F-6F Hellcat, the TBF Avenger, the A-10 Warthog, Vietnam, the F-105 Thunderchief, all made on Long Island. So there's a rich history here.
There is.
I wanted to ask you about, how do you feel about these Democratic congressmen and senators calling for U.S. military personnel to defy orders?
Walk in somebody's shoes first before you say anything. And when you take an oath of office and you have the United States Military Code of Justice that you abide by, and you're basically going to do what they tell you to do. You may not like it, but you do it unless there's some other circumstances that prevent that from happening.
Paul, I want to thank you so much. I wish you the best.
Okay.
Hardworking people, Real American Voices on the ground, Long Island, New York, just outside of New York City. Back to you, Steve. All the best to Steve.
And everybody down in Washington.
Thank you,
cares
brother.
About our country. There
you go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. You see the rawness, the intensity of the Vietnam vets for the 58,000? This is one of the reasons that we plead with President Trump to make sure that your team is fully thinking through what's happening in the Ukraine. Do not let the Ukraine become your Vietnam. It does not have to be. And look at that veteran right there. The rawness of the emotion about the 58,000 that are dead. Incredible. I want to thank David Zier, everybody at the diner. Short commercial break. We'll return to the worm in a moment.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies. because we're going medieval on these people. Here's not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Tuesday, 25 November, year of our Lord 2025. Welcome back to the second hour of the morning edition. We are packed with nothing but hitters in this hour, just like we had hitters and fighters in the first. Ambassador Rick Grenell. So, Ambassador, we're talking about weaponization and punching back and impeaching Judge Bosberg. All of it. I noticed that you were doing the weekend shows and you were particularly incensed about the situation with the seditious six and issues of getting in the way of the chain of command, particularly when they admit that President Trump hasn't done anything wrong and the courts have upheld all the orders that President Trump has given. Do you think we need to press this harder than it's being pressed right now? I'm quite concerned as a former naval officer. Mo's on the board at West Point now, served in Iraq after she graduated, of confusion, particularly when you're negotiating this volatile situation in Ukraine, which could end up to be our Vietnam if things go sideways. This situation in the Middle East, Israel now is in Syria, in Lebanon. That thing is, Hamas is not laying down its weapons, and you got 14,000 sailors and Marines off the coast of Venezuela. We have the Chinese Communist Party. President Trump talks yesterday. It's heating up there. Big situation with China and Japan. I am more concerned than ever about causing confusion in the chain of command when we're in the kinetic part of the Third World War. Ambassador Rick Grenell, your thoughts?
Look, we've just spent years hearing from the Democrats talking about undermining democracy. That's all we heard. That was their campaign slogans for the 2020 and 2022 campaigns. Undermining democracy. They were trying to say Republicans were undermining democracy. That video that they did, the Seditious Six. This is a call to arms to undermine the democracies. This is a call to arms, a fire in the hole, looking for people who will undermine our democracy for political gain, for their political gain. This is very clear what they're doing. They're literally trolling the bureaucracy and the intelligence community for people who will say anything to undermine Donald Trump, undermine the duly elected leader, undermine our democracies simply for their little political gain in the midterms. This is outrageous. This is an insurrection. To have people go out and say you don't need to follow illegal orders. What people hear in the intelligence community and in the bureaucracy is the Democrats will protect me if I just say no to the commander in chief. If I don't do what I'm ordered to do, and then we somehow pretend like it's illegal, or we throw it to the Ninth Circuit, which always says the Republicans are wrong, Trump is wrong. This is a teetering system. And what I think Alyssa Slotkin and Michiganders need to understand is they were duped by this woman. She spent a year and a half saying, I'm an intelligence officer, I'm a former CIA official, I care about the middle ground, I'm someone who's thoughtful, I'm in the middle, I'm not political, I'm a moderate. She duped people. And what we now know is Alyssa Slotkin is one of the most left-wing leaders and is literally undermining our democracy. We should say it very clearly. We should hit this extremely hard. You cannot have a sanctuary city and pretend like you're not undermining democracy. You can't have your own ways of doing things and encouraging people to go against the duly elected president and then pretend like you're not mounting an insurrection or attacking our democracy. These people are hypocrites. We need to call it out, and do not wait for the media to do it, because they are in bed with these people. They want this to happen. They want to undermine the president because they like the debate. They like the clicks. They're all in the media for money. And so we need to be very clear about this and call them out and make sure that they understand that they don't get to undermine the duly elected president, President Trump, or mount an insurrection or do something that undermines our democracy without getting called out for it. They're hypocrites.
Okay. One of the reasons you're one of the closest advisors to the president, Ambassador, is that you're not a theoretician. You're a man of action. What action do you support Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, recalling Senator Mark Kelly, Navy captain, to active duty and court-martialing him under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, sir?
Look, because he's a U.S. Senator, we've got to be very careful here. But there is no question that what Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slotkin are leading is undermining our democracy. They're doing it in a cute political way. They're pretending like, oh, it's only if he does illegal actions. That's not what we heard. That is not what the video is about. And that's certainly not what intelligence officers are going to hear. And let's remember one thing, Steve. This entire Russia collusion hoax, which started right before the election of 2016 when President Trump won, and then it really mounted right after, and then you lived through it at the White House in 2017. This Russian collusion hoax is exactly what they're trying to do now, because if you remember, they got the intelligence community to undermine the president and to turn on common sense and to do things that were illegal. We now know that. The FBI was helping. So you have the bureaucracy and the intelligence community that are literally going after President Trump, leaking against him half-truths, undermining him, taking him to courts to make sure that they're mounting this insurrection against him. And they're doing it all from the comfort of a federal job. And so my warning was to John Radcliffe and Tulsi Gabbard, who are doing great jobs. They need to dig deep and understand that these rotten apples within the bureaucracy who are leaking political information for political gain are the ones who need to get ousted. I would fire them immediately. I would find them and fire them. And of course, you're going to be challenged in court over it. So what? Go to court and fight it. But when you find people who sit in a federal job and decide that they get to bring in their own political views, even though they didn't campaign in Iowa and New Hampshire and South Carolina. They didn't raise money. They didn't do any of the work that our founding fathers described that you need to do in order to win the presidency. They don't have the right to do that. I think that we're in this state of Washington, D.C. trying to control the rest of America. We have to control Washington, D.C. They work for the federal government, which is headed by Donald Trump, who is the duly elected president. He should be able to fire whoever he wants, and every single person who works in the federal bureaucracy should be implementing the vision that he gave to the American people over the last 2 years, and they validated and said, that's the one that we want, that's the vision, that's the path that we want. Anyone who stands in the way should resign or be fired, and we shouldn't even think twice about it.
Ambassador, where do people get you on social media? I know you're going to be a big voice in this because this thing's only going to get more intense in the days and weeks ahead. Where do people go?
I'm on X at Richard Grenell. I'm on Truth at Grenell. I'm on Instagram at Richard Grenell. And of course, come to the Kennedy Center. You can see me here.
Ambassador, thank you so much. Great job over at the Kennedy Center. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
David Malpass, I want to talk about, you've got some issues that you've brought to my attention. You've been writing in the Wall Street Journal. But first off, just let's go around the geopolitical map here. Ukraine, the Middle East, you've got Venezuela, and now Xi and Trump talk yesterday. There's the beginning of a trip that's going to be planned for the spring. Captain Fennell is going to join us on this. You were in the first term, you were at Treasury, ran international. You were then head of the World Bank. Right now, are we using economic warfare enough to get to conclusions that we need? Because my concern, you see in Ukraine and other places that they're looking for American guarantees of sovereignty, security guarantees, et cetera. Are we using the financial capability and economic capability of the United States so we can avoid using troops, sir?
Hi, Steve. I think we have to use it much stronger, the financial strength of the U.S. For one, China is eating our lunch in the debt repayments, so that's one issue. You know, peace through strength is a really powerful message. That gets 80%, 90% of the country. I think there's 10% that might say, let's surrender. But you've got this giant base and platform for the U.S. to achieve peace, but it comes through strength. And so I guess my message is, and you were doing it in the last hour, wake up, everybody. There's only 6 months left before the country freezes up for the midterm election. And it's vital that we have the supply side revolution, the growth revolution in the U.S. In order to have the strength that we need to flatten opposition abroad. And I don't think we're using it enough systematically. We're now putting pressure on Venezuela, which is great because they're so strong in the Western Hemisphere. You know, they have more oil resources than anybody in the world, but because of their leadership, they've been pulverized. They're one of the most impoverished countries because of bad leadership. And so, that's causing drugs to flow into the U.S. because that's all they can do, be a channel for drugs. So we've got to wake up and really go after the global elite. Final point, Steve, you know, the Amazon, in the Amazon, they did this climate conference. People flew in from all over the world to talk about the climate and to spend taxpayer money. And it was good that Trump did not go into that. Same thing in South Africa, this giant conference, the G20 conference that just ended. They did a 30-page communique without the U.S. Being part of it. And now they're going to roll it into a giant year-long party in the U.S. So I think we have to wake up and say full stop to the global elite and the central bankers that run a lot of the money.
You've been adamant that these global institutions on finance, the World Bank, IMF, these others, it's one area we're not going in with a blowtorch and saying, hey, if we're going to try to de-weaponize the government, we have to de-weaponize these institutions which we fund, which are really used to basically finance America's enemies to the detriment of the United States. Is that correct? I mean, we really scratched the surface on the massive reforms that we need at these places that we finance?
I don't think so. We had DOGE, which went after the domestic agency, USAID, but there wasn't that same movement for international organizations. They keep getting bigger. The Trump budget has this IMF quota increase, the biggest in history. That just means like equity ownership, big ownership. And China, you know, has such intense control of a lot of the institutions. Same with World Bank, huge appropriations still before Congress. But the bigger thing, I think, even Steve, is the control of the finance system by France, by China, through the Paris Club, through the debt initiatives that are out there. If people want to look into it, they can Google, for example, put in T20 South Africa, T20 South Africa, and you'll see what the think tanks did in South Africa, which was basically a full frontal attack on the U.S. dollar. They were explicit, saying they want to take it down. One of the things I think that's going to happen,
I'm gonna hold you through the break, and I want to give you some runway. This very important that our audience understands it. David Malpass, former Undersecretary for International in the first Trump term, one of the senior-most people in the Treasury Department, also head of the World Bank. So he understands global finance. David Malpass. Glenn Story's also going to join us. Poso, Captain Fennell from overseas. All of it next in the War Room.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Hey, y'all. It's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, your reading assignment, go to birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, end of the dollar empire, 7 free installments. We walked through everything over the last 4 years. I think gold was at $1,100 an ounce or $1,000 an ounce. It's on fire right now. As a hedge, as you see, turbulence in crypto, turbulence in the equity market associated with AI, and soon to be turbulence in the debt market. Write it all down. End of the dollar empire. Promo code Warren, birchgold.com, promo code Warren. Talk to Philip Patrick and team. He was on last night. It was absolutely fantastic. If you haven't seen that segment, we should send it back around again. David Malpass, take a couple of minutes. This audience thirsts for this type of stuff. This is what separates out this working class and middle class audience from everybody else. They love this. Give me the Paris Club, what happened in the G20, this report. We're going to get it out and do it. What are they doing to conspire? Remember, a lot of this stuff is underwritten by the United States. When you look at the budget, it's all kind of pockets where it's underwritten. Talk to us about what they're trying to do, the BRICS nations and others throughout the world, trying to destroy the U.S. control of the financial system and, most importantly, the United States dollar, sir.
Yeah, Steve. And I want to say hi to Bethpage, New York. You know, I ran for Senate in New York trying to beat Kirsten Gillibrand. So she'll have been there 20 years now. And that is the way Washington works, with people staying forever. And the G20 is staying forever. It's this meeting that just occurred in South Africa. I hope the U.S. is going to disinvite them to the one coming up in the U.S. They can do that. And that shows the world that we don't appreciate, that we appreciate our friends and don't appreciate people that are working against us so clearly. On the currency, the central banks all work in order to have their currencies move up and down against each other rather than providing stability. So if you're sitting in Bethpage, New York, you're thinking about affordability, but the dollar is disappearing underneath you. So we need a very firm platform of growth for the U.S., a supply-side revolution, maybe a reconciliation bill to back it up, that will make us the strongest, most dominant nation in the world, including on crypto assets, on stable coins, stable dollar coins. And that means the Federal Reserve has to really be viewed in the same way that these global institutions are viewed, as trying to dominate the world from the elite side perspective. So concretely, Steve, we have to go up against China on the debt initiative. They never lose money on international debt because they're guaranteed by these international organizations. That's one of their weak links, I think. And we also have to go straight at the dollar and say we want people around the world, whether in Venezuela or in Argentina or in Africa, to be able to use the U.S. dollar so it holds value for them. That saves them from poverty.
David, where can people, you're putting stuff up all the time. We'll have you back when we have a little more time to go through all this in detail, but where do people go to get all your knowledge? Because you're railing all the time about how the elite, the global elites, are trying to control the finance system to the detriment of populists throughout the world, but particularly the United States working man and woman. Sir, where do folks go?
I'm on X at David R. Malpass, at David R. Malpass.
And we won't hold it against you that you're putting up editorials in the Wall Street Journal every couple of days. They're actually very enlightening. So unlike the Wall Street Journal, the rest of their editorial page, I won't get in the middle of that fight. But David, thank you so much, and keep putting those articles up. They're amazing.
Thank you, Steve.
David was Undersecretary for International in the first Trump term, and of course, head of the World Bank. Glenn Story, I got you on here today. Got to give you a shout out. President signed a executive order on the Muslim Brotherhood last night. Now, look, it's far from perfect. I think Loomer is actually, Laura's got a very concise analysis of it. Until you get to Qatar and Turkey, you're really not getting to the heart of the Muslim Brotherhood. But I sat in a conference room with you 6 weeks ago where you said we have to make this a priority to save Texas. And it was through Patriot Mobile and other people associated with it that one of the big aspects why Governor Abbott, I think, took a historic move and designated the Muslim Brotherhood and CARE as terrorist organizations in the state of Texas. What say you, sir?
Yeah, you're right. You know, that was a really important meeting that we got together and talked about this. Look, saving Texas is the single most important thing that I believe that we could do today, because you lose our electoral college votes, it's all over. It really doesn't matter what happens in Arizona, Nevada, and out that way, the way I see it.
So tell me what you guys are right now. Look, I love the service, and because you layer on top of everybody, you've also got all kind of service. Most importantly, you support the causes this audience supports. And when people call, you go to like the 972 Patriot, you actually talk to a Texan, you talk to an American citizen. But as you have this political side of it, you have the company side. What is your big fear for Texas? Because I got to tell you, I've been down there twice over the summer with you guys, once about the redistricting, once about this thing about the Islamic takeover of Texas. And I'm worried. I'm worried about Texas. I mean, I'm really worried about Texas. We got to spend so much more time there. I've told you in the new year, we're going to think about even shifting part maybe of our operations there. I'm that concerned about it. What say you?
Yeah, you should be. I mean, it's obvious what's going on. We have the Chinese, the Muslims coming in. And quite frankly, at the end of the day, you know, let's back up a little bit. We're an activist organization, and we're funded by our cell phone service. It's really that simple. And we put God, country, and family first. And, you know, I'll say this, Steve, I believe in the freedom of religion, but when your religion tries to take over a state and our laws and the Constitution and tries to just get around it, that's where I have a huge, huge problem. And I know you do too. And, you know, we applaud you for seeing the issues that we have down here. And look, with you, Texas, you're always welcome here in Texas.
Glenn, where do people go to talk to somebody about doing the switch today? Because I tell folks, hey, you want to support somebody that supports our causes and get the best mobile service in the world because you're layered on top of the other three big carriers. And you're going to talk to, most importantly, you're going to talk to an American citizen when you call 972-PATRIOT. You've got a special on right now. I want to make sure everybody gets access to it. What do they do?
Yeah, it's our Black Friday special, but what it is, we call it the red, white, and blue special, where you get a free smartphone. And, you know, I got to tell you this, one of the fun things that we did recently, we worked with a group called Soldier Strong. Last Thursday night, we went and met a couple of guys that had been, they're paraplegic. And they put an exoskeleton on and allows them to look us in the eye instead of from a wheelchair. Walks around. He's done a 10K, etc. Those are some of the causes that we love as well, and we like to loop those in. But back to your point, yes, we're doing the Black Friday special, especially for the War Room Posse. You get a free smartphone. And if you don't particularly like that exact smartphone, I think you're going to get a couple of $100 off as well of any of our phones. And here's what's really awesome. There are other companies out there that are trying to imitate who Patriot Mobile is. However, we are purely led by God, and we purely want to serve each other, and we want to serve our country. And I'll tell you this, there's nothing better than waking up and coming to work every day, looking at how everybody else is trying to do what we're doing. No chance. Well, God's at the helm of this business, and we're his stewards.
No, it's Patriot Mobile, and there is no second. You guys are extraordinary. One more time, where do they go for the Black Friday sale special?
Patriot Mobile patriotmobile.com/Bannon. Always refer to Steve or Bannon's the promo code. That'll get you exactly what you want. And as Steve said, look, when you call us at 972-PATRIOT, you're going to speak to a redneck like me or somebody from California, and they love their country. They love their God.
Glenn Story, you're an absolute piece of work. We love you. You're a warrior and a hero. Thank you, sir.
Have a blessed day, guys.
Thank you, brother. Jack, you're spending a couple of days out in Phoenix with the Turning Point team. So much is going on around the world. Captain Fennell is going to be here. I want to talk to you about China. But I got to get your thoughts on the Ukraine situation. Now we go from a 28 plan that's kind of, you know, maybe, I'm not saying drawn up by the Russians, but leans Russian. Now we got a 19-point plan, although we saw the 28 points. We haven't seen the 19. It's supposed to be more Ukrainian. We keep warning President Trump, when you start talking about sovereignty, guarantees, the Europeans are not there with us. They're never going to be around. What are your thoughts? So you know that area of the world better than anybody. What are your thoughts?
Well, Steve, thanks so much. And we're looking at this, and I remember having gone to the initial mineral deal plan along with Secretary Bessent. Then President Trump took me along to Anchorage, Alaska for the sit down with Putin and Lavrov. Again, you know, we need to see these 19 points. We're told that the Russians agreed to the 28 points. Now you got Secretary Driscoll flies over there, Abu Dhabi, conducts this meeting on the 19 points. But the real question here, Steve, is, okay, the news just came out, the U.S., Ukraine have agreed to this, but there's another party in the conflict. And as they say, the enemy always gets a vote. And I see there one of the big points of contention here, and these are huge points of contention, by the way, NATO-style guarantees, Article 5-style guarantees, and the size of the military, where they're talking about taking it from 600,000 cap to an 800,000 cap. That's the current size of Ukraine's military today. If you have to count for recruitment and losses, et cetera, but that's about the operational size of the Ukrainian army right now. So I don't understand why the Russians would agree to something like that. And when you're looking at all the military dynamics, when you're looking at the money that the EU is continued and the United States have continued to throw into this, if you want to continue this war, you are prosecuting, you're trying to catch a falling knife. You're just trying to catch a falling knife. And when it looks at this, I don't know if the Russians are going to agree to it. I really don't.
hang on a second. Post on the other side, Captain Fennell. As Jim Rickards, the great Jim Rickards, said on this show yesterday, the Russians won. Let's face facts. The Russians won. Short break.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Howdy, RAV fans. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. RAV is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Don't take it from me. David Malpass right there talked to you. And Malpass covers this all the time. I put up all the time. He's in the Wall Street Journal every couple of days writing an analytical piece. He told you what the G20, what these other nations are trying to do, the BRICS nations, plus many more, trying to destroy the U.S. dollar, the way they're trying to grab control of the world's financial system. Go to Birch Gold right now. Talk to Philip Patrick. BirchGold.com, promo code Bannon, the end of the dollar empire, not war room, Bannon, end of the dollar empire. Get that, study it, read it. It's accessible to you. They teach it in college now, but we wrote it for you. Make sure you talk to Philip Patrick, the team, or just text Bannon 989898 for to get access to the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals. No obligation, no charge, totally free. It's all to get you to talk to Philip Patrick team. You'll become a customer for life. It ain't the price of gold, which has been on a tear, particularly since we started working with these folks and explained it all to you. It's the process of evaluation, of how it has value. Also, Glenn Story, these guys are heroes down in Texas. In Texas, as goes Texas, so goes the nation. As goes the nation, so goes the world. 972-PATRIOT. Tell them Bannon sent you. Get to Black Friday special. All of it, as he says, you'll talk to a, he says redneck. I say one of the great citizens of East Texas with that great accent. Posobiec, you've got breaking news for us. This we had Grinnell on. I might want to, and this is why Ambassador Grinnell, I think, is one of President Trump's closest advisors. CNN, Axios, Politico, all reporting that Maduro and President Trump are going to have direct phone conversations between the two of them. We're not saying how it goes, but at least they're talking instead of us going in and bombing right now, because I believe that there is a way to get everything the United States wants to get without sending the Marines in over Thanksgiving. But Poso, this seditious six situation, I know it upsets you no end because you're a former naval officer. It upsets me. This is incredibly dangerous, particularly when you got 14,000 fleet Marines and sailors off the coast of Venezuela with a carrier battle group and an amphib ready group. It couldn't be more dangerous to have these people, have these six actually talk sedition, sir.
Well, Steve, that's exactly right. And you wonder if you were in a situation like this, or we just saw, by the way, our special forces apparently are involved in an anti-ISIS strike over in Somalia right now, where they've taken out some leaders in one of these valleys up past Mogadishu. And look, we've got men in harm's way. We've got sailors in harm's way all over the place. And what they're doing is they're giving aid and comfort to our adversaries, aid and comfort to the cartels, aid and comfort to anyone who's an enemy of the American people. It's really as simple as that. It's one thing if you want to say, oh, I criticize President Trump and I don't like this policy and I don't like what Secretary Hegseth says about trans, et cetera. Fine. All right. I get that. But what you don't do is you sit up there and you suborn sedition and you suborn mutiny. That's what we call it in the Navy. That's suborning mutiny. And Steve, I think you and I both know what happens when the captain detects a mutiny plot.
No, it's not pretty. So do you actually, I say they're trying to cause a mutiny, and they ought to be. I agree with Secretary of War Hegseth. You should recall Mark Kelly right now, and you should try him. You should court-martial him. I don't know why we're not doing it with more of these people. Your thoughts?
Any military member knows that if you accept that retirement, if you're accepting that pension, then that means that you are bound and held to the confines of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. You learn that day one in the military. You learn that as soon as you sign those papers, by the way. It's something that they teach you when you take your UCMJ class. Everybody knows this. So it's really simple. If you have been taking the money, and he has been taking the money, then that means he is bound by the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and as such can be called back to active service to stand court-martial for breaking the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And look, you look at something like this, and I would say you got to make an example. You've got to make an example. Do we have standards or not? Look what they did. They just threw out the case on Comey. They threw out the case on Letitia James. We know obviously they're working to appeal that, but you have to play hardball, because if you don't, then they will continue to do this. They will continue to undermine the president. And I said this a number of times now. What they're doing is trying to set up the next impeachment the exact same way they set up the first impeachment with whistleblowers and leakers from the intelligence community. Remember Vindman, remember Charamella. That's what they're trying to do. So that's supporting a felony right there, by the way, if you're leaking classified information. But they don't care, because they want anyone who's got access to privileged information on President Trump or Secretary Hegseth to be leaking it to them so that they can set up another impeachment, and if they have the ability to, if they take back the House come 2026.
Jack, hang for a second. I got to keep you around because I've got more to go through. Captain Fennell, we're on a nice edge in the main thing against the Chinese Communist Party. And by the way, there's all kind of new coming out about us sending chips over there, which is outrageous, but I'll deal with that this afternoon. Your thoughts on, particularly when there looks like there's a budding potential kinetic conflict coming between potentially China, the Chinese Communist Party, and Japan. President Trump's trying to step in the middle of it. But what are your thoughts about the seditious six? You're a naval officer. I mean, they're trying to intrude in the chain of command at one of the most perilous times in the country's history, from the Ukraine to Gaza to Venezuela to the South China Sea, Straits of Taiwan, and now the East China Sea between Japan. We're on a knife's edge in this kinetic part of the Third World War, sir.
Yeah, Steve, I obviously agree with Jack, what Jack said, and Secretary Grinnell has said, and Ambassador Grinnell. This is a very dangerous thing that was done. There is a somebody from the Navy, a retired officer's name, he goes by the name Commander Salamander, and he wrote something in the last day, talked about Senior Officer Present Afloat, SOPA. So Captain Mark Kelly, astronaut Mark Kelly, he was a captain in the U.S. Navy, just like I was. That's a long time of service, understands the system very well, and he was the senior officer present for this video. And I think he should be held to account for what he said. Now, I got it that he's a senator and the people of his state elected him, so we have to walk around that. But the fact of the matter is he was a senior officer. He was the senior person in that video that spoke out in seditious behavior. He knows what he said. And let's just take it to peacetime, not even counting all the 14,000 sailors and Marines you talk about off Venezuela. Just in peacetime, if a sailor doesn't want to obey the orders of the officers in front of him on an aircraft carrier, and you don't pack that parachute correctly or do the things that are required to make the catapult work correctly, you'll kill somebody. So you can kill somebody even in peacetime by your own impudence and personal pick because you didn't like the officer above you. That's exactly the door that they opened, and it's taboo. And they should never have done that. Many of us disagreed with the policies of Joe Biden. I wasn't on active duty then. I was on active duty under Barack Obama. There was things that came down that maybe I personally disagreed with, but never in a million years would somebody conceive of saying we don't obey the orders from the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief. And that's just what they did. And they put a fig leaf on it with the unlawful orders. That doesn't get them out of jail, so to speak, for what they said there. That's putting that fig leaf of unlawful. We know what they meant.
Being the senior,
they meant to disobey.
Being the senior officer presently afloat, are you concurring with the Secretary of War Hegseth? Do you believe Captain Mark Kelly, should be recalled to active duty, as Poso just said, and court-martialed, sir?
Yes, I do. I've said that and I've written that. He is the senior officer of the 6 that were on that video. He was a senior naval officer, senior officer of all services. So it's, he's got joint responsibility as well. He should be brought back on and go through the process of a court-martial. And let's have America go through and learn about what it is to do that. And let's talk about the history of our country. Let's talk about previous administrations. Let's talk about previous history of previous officers were held to account. Let him go through that and let him defend himself against what he did. And if he can, fine. But I think Americans will be greatly surprised to learn the history of our nation and the history of the military subservience to the civilian sector 1 and 2 to the Commander-in-Chief. And what he did by participating in that as a captain retired and as an astronaut, where he's put his life on the line for his nation and trusted all those under him. When he was flying jets off of carriers or being launched into space, he trusted all those people, thousands and thousands and thousands of service members and NASA members. He put his trust in them that they were going to obey the system. And now he's calling for that system to revolt on President Trump because he doesn't like him. It's outrageous.
Poso, your thoughts and observations, because Captain Fennell, he got to go pretty far in the woods to hit his tripwire when he calls for a U.S. Senator, former Navy captain, recalled to active duty and court-martialed as a necessity. Your thoughts?
Steve, this and Kevin Fennell is exactly correct as usual, because what this isn't about punishing Mark Kelly. It's not about retaliating against Mark Kelly or anything about that. It's about upholding the standards of the uniformed military, uniformed armed services of the United States of America. If you have that chain of command, the chain of command has to be sacrosanct. The chain of command has to be unbroken. When there are issues, if you have issues with the commander, if you have issues of lack of leadership, Navy Academy just relieved their commandant yesterday. Some incidents out at O'Brien's in Annapolis, I'm told. So there are ways to go about this. You do it the right way if you have an issue. But what he's doing out there is grandstanding. He's putting our armed forces service members at risk, and it absolutely is a situation where we have a question. Do the members of the military when they are members of the military. And keep in mind, they did this on purpose to get that response from President Trump. They were grandstanding. They knew exactly what they were doing. That's why they went to veterans. And that's when they went to the senior man, Mark Kelly, because he got up there and he knew that he was breaking and violating the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So the question is, do we have one standard whereby all members of the armed forces are held, or do we play games like these people are now trying to say, and just because he's done some other stuff in his private life, that means he's not held to those standards? I say no. I say hold everyone to the same standard.
Captain, Slotnick gave up the game when they asked her on ABC, which is not a pro-Trump, the Sunday morning show, asked her, has he given any illegal orders? She said no. Also, the Supreme Court has upheld all of President Trump's directives, particularly about this invasion of the United States of America and what President Trump's doing in the sanctuary cities to bring law and order, and quite frankly, commence the process of assisting ICE in mass deportations. Do you think that damns them right there, that they admit that he hasn't given any illegal orders, and the courts haven't found that at the Supreme Court level, sir?
Yeah, that's obvious. What she said on ABC, and then I saw her on MS Now or former MSNBC, she referenced the movie Few Good Men. What are we talking about here? We have sitting members of Congress disrupting the chain of command of the Uniform Code of Military Justice and the system of trust that's in place upon the officers and enlisted folks that we've had for 250 years because they hate Trump. And so then they say this. And then when you're asked directly, what is the evidence? And they say, well, you remember in a movie, Few Good Men. I mean, this is insanity. And I'm saying it again, when they're allowed to do this and to go unchecked, it will cost lives, whether it's in combat or in peacetime. It's inconceivable that this cannot be addressed and somebody held accountable. And I don't know one veteran, and I know a few, that have a different view than this. This is outrageous.
Yeah. I tell you, we're going to take a short break. I want to concur with even my buddies who are Democrats. I don't know one veteran so far that agrees with what happened here. It is outrageous. Short break. Captain Fennell, Jack Posobiec on The Main Thing, next in the Word.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by Patriots for Patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with Patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Howdy, Rad fams. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rad is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hey, y'all. It's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Jack, you've got some breaking news. What do you got for us, sir?
Well, Steve, we have some text messages that came my way. Now, this isn't involving one of the seditious six, but it is someone who's been defending the seditious six. And in fact, it is text messages that were leaked to me from a source directly associated with Senator Ruben Gallego, a Democrat from Arizona, himself a Marine Corps corporal. And in these text messages, which you can see directly from him, Ruben G up there at the top, he's trashing the Democrat Party. He's going against his party. He's talking about how much the Democrat Party is awful. This is the same guy, by the way, who spent the entire week going on TV saying that Pete Hegseth is a coward, saying that we shouldn't investigate Mark Kelly for these statements. So he'll say that in public, and he'll go after Hegseth. But then in private, what's he doing? He's trashing his own party, and he's admitting how bad they make everybody look. And I think we sent the text messages over, and if you guys want to show them up, we can put them up there, because these are the messages. And look, you know, this is it just goes to show you that they are liars. They are two-faced. They will never admit that in public, which they believe in private. These are the Democrats. And you saw I pressed Mondami on the exact same thing when he was up there trying to play that little two-step game in the Oval Office, pretending to always Mr. Nice. And what did Mondami do when he goes back to New York? He hired the professor that wrote The End of Policing. Steve, Ruben Gallego, Mondami, Mark Kelly, they're all cut from the same cloth. Their loyalty is to their own personal brands. Their loyalty is to themselves. You can never believe the things that they
say.
Yes.
Careerist.
No
Captain
honor.
Fanel.
No honor.
I've got you. I've got a couple of minutes here. I just want to highlight the seriousness of what's going on in the East China Sea between the CCP and Japan, and how President Trump has finally stepped into the breach of this. Can you give us a couple of minutes on that?
Yes, Steve, thanks for covering this. It's very important. I know everyone's focused on the Ukraine, as they should be, but over the last month, there's been a crisis evolving between the PRC and Japan. As we recall, the videos of Prime Minister Takaichi and President Trump aboard the USS George Washington in Tokyo Bay, Yokosuka Naval Base on October 28th, that was looked like a really strong, close relationship between the two leaders. Then on the 7th of November, Prime Minister Takaichi was questioned by an opposition party member in their parliament and said, "What would you do, or what's the implication of China invading Taiwan?" And Prime Minister Takaichi said, "Well, this is a very serious thing. I would consider it a survival-threatening situation," which is something that previous prime ministers and government officials in Japan have referenced, saying it's a very serious situation. Something that President Trump would say if Russia or China were to invade Mexico or Canada. We'd say that's a very serious situation. So that's what she said. And within 24 hours, the PRC's consul general in Osaka came out and put out on X a statement that said, "We have no choice but to cut off the dirty neck that has been lunged at us without hesitation. Are you ready?" Which is a very direct threat from a Chinese government official on Japanese soil, essentially threatening to cut off the head of the prime minister. And since then, it has spiraled out of control. And China has basically glommed all into the narrative to say that Japan is the aggressor because of what Prime Minister Takaichi rationally said. And over the ensuing weeks, the Chinese, I have never seen this in all my years, ratcheted up the rhetoric, the political warfare, the cognitive warfare, the information warfare, talking about if you do anything in this, you're playing with fire and you'll get burned. They labeled her as a militarist, no different than the Imperial Japanese Army back in World War II, which is outrageous. And then they went and took firm measures. They told all their citizens not to visit Japan, which is one of the largest tourist people that come to Japan is from China. They told them, do not come. The next day, told their students, do not study in Japan, change your university. Then they came out a week or so later and said, told Japan, we are not going to buy any more seafood from you. That's over. And oh, by the way, the deal that we were going to discuss about beef, that's over as well. So they've ratcheted it up. And then last week they sent Chinese Coast Guard vessels inside the territorial limits of the Senkaku Islands. And then a couple of days ago, over the weekend, Chinese press reported that they're now studying a new academic area, which is called the Ryukyu Islands, and how the history of the Ryukyu Islands belongs to China. Essentially saying, we're not just going to take the Senkakus, but we're going to take all of the Ryukyu Islands. So that all culminated with the phone call here in the last 36 hours.
The President Trump says, I'm going to get you back on, hopefully tomorrow, maybe this afternoon, to go through this in detail. Jack, we got to bounce. Captain, we got to bounce. But, Jack, Captain said the problem, the buried lead is that we're spending too much time on the Middle East. We're spending too much time on the Israel situation, too much time with Ukraine, and not enough time with the main thing. Jack, give me 30 seconds and your coordinates before we bounce.
Well, Steve, that's exactly right. This has always been about the reverse Kissinger. Secure the rapprochement with the Russians and then pivot to China in a serious way. And you've seen elements of the Pentagon say they want to do this. That's the way forward for the United States. That is the challenge of the 21st century.
Charlie Kirk Show is next. Jack Posobiec, you're out there. What's your coordinates? Everybody can follow you, sir.
I'll be up there. We've got a couple interviews today. We've got a human event. We're going to be doing a lot. And then, of course, flying back because we've got Thanksgiving coming up soon. But a lot. We've got very special episodes coming up for Thanksgiving and for Friday, including, by the way, the Charlie Kirk Thanksgiving dinner. We're going to be releasing all of that later today.
Amazing. Jack Posobiec, you're great. Captain Fennell, we keep the main thing the main thing. Thank you, sir. Agree with you on the seditious six. Mike Lindell, what do you got for us, brother?
You guys, your best Christmas gifts ever. There's a couple hundred left. You guys, the crosses came in, the men and women's. You guys get them for War Room exclusive, 50% off. And then we have all the Black Friday specials, the early Black Friday. Here we have the slippers. The slippers are normally $149. $39.98 for the War Room Posse. Free shipping on your entire order. The blankets are all here. You guys, that's a Black Friday special that we have, a War Room exclusive. Free shipping on your entire order. If you go to mypillow.com/War Room, you guys get free shipping, and all these things that came in there for Black Friday we put our pillows on sale for you guys, $14.98. Free shipping. Promo code War Room, 800-873-1062. Promo code War Room.
Hit it today. Go to mypillow.com. Promo code War Room. Mike, see you back here at 5.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by Patriots for Patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with Patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly. Representative Chris Deluzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
Let's talk right now. Do you believe President Trump has issued any illegal orders?
To my knowledge, I am not aware of things that are illegal, but certainly there are some legal gymnastics that are going on with these Caribbean strikes and everything related to Venezuela. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is threatening to court-martial Democratic Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona. The Pentagon says they've received allegations of misconduct against the retired Navy captain.
This appears to all stem from that video that Senator Kelly made with other Democratic lawmakers, urging service members to remember that they have a duty to disobey illegal orders. And the Department of Defense, which now calls itself the Department of War, they posted a statement on X saying that they have received serious allegations of misconduct against Captain Mark Kelly. He was a captain when he retired from the U.S. Navy. And they said, importantly, that a thorough review of these allegations has been initiated to determine further actions, which could include recall to active duty for court-martial proceedings or administrative measures.
Donald Trump called for my execution. I know a little bit about political violence. My wife, Gabby, was nearly assassinated. She was shot in the head because of political violence. She nearly died. These are the kind of threats that this president makes, not just to me, some of my colleagues as well. Just this week, he did this. Threatened our lives, said we should be hanged because of something we said.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth responded to Senator Mark Kelly because Kelly put up a picture of his naval uniform, and Hegseth is saying, so Captain Kelly, which he put in quotes for some reason, not only did your sedition video intentionally undercut good order and discipline, you can't even display your uniform correctly. Hegseth claims that the medals and rows are out of order, and he says, I kid you not, the Secretary of Defense says to the United States Senator and war hero, responding to this picture, he's an astronaut. Quote, when and if you're recalled to active duty, it'll start with a uniform inspection. That is what the Secretary of Defense is focused on right now, saying he'll threaten the United States Senator, an astronaut, a veteran, with a uniform inspection in addition to potentially sedition charges.
The military does not have a right to undermine the chief. Hold on a second. In this country, you do get to undermine the president of the United States. Not if you're in the military. No. He's the commander-in-chief. If you are a member of Congress, you absolutely, in this country, have a free right to undermine the president of the United States. You know that, right?
The commander-in-chief.
Fleet Marine Force Pacific, understanding the military justice system. And right there, Chapter 6, Legality of Orders. Am I required to obey illegal orders? No, you are not. Suppose someone gives me an illegal order, I obey it. Can I use obedience to orders as a valid defense to the charge? No, you cannot. So this idea that these Democrats, in just reminding service members that they don't have to carry out illegal orders, that in itself was hideously offensive. I guess people can be offended by whatever they want, but it is not unheard of for service members to be told, don't carry out orders that you know are illegal.
We are really living in a dystopian reality. I tell you, ladies and gents, it's not great. But
I want to. What is the positive, if there is a silver lining? So what this does not mean for Tennessee is that groups on the ground will continue to provide training in terms of self-managed abortions. And so instead of going to a doctor, because we won't have any doctors that provide abortions, how do you do it at home? We will continue to support reproductive justice organizations and grassroots movements. And we'll continue to figure out how to get abortion pills to people. So the organizing does not stop just because Roe is overturned.
My therapist always asks me to transcribe my dreams when they happen. And the recurring dream I've had is standing up in a cafeteria full of women, I don't know why I was there or whatever, and saying, I don't want children, I want power, and just screaming it at the top of my lungs. And for someone who grew up with my mother telling me never have kids because you'll have to give up a lot, you'll have to sacrifice professionally, which is what she was saying.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. Happy Tuesday here in the studio in Phoenix, joined by Blake Neff, one of the producers on this show, our not-so-secret weapon. We are going to talk about Ukraine. We're also going to talk about the Seditious Six. That is the lead today. Then we have Mike Davis joining us at the second half of this hour. And then in hour two, we're going to be doing a whole tribute to Thanksgiving, a uniquely American...
Your regularly scheduled programming to take you to Washington, where the president is getting ready to do the tradition of pardoning the Thanksgiving turkeys.
Thank you very much, and I hope you like our new beautiful patio with matching stone to the White House. If this were grass today, you'd be sinking into the mud like they've done for many years, and you would be very unhappy. Please, thank you very much. It was a big day. It's a pardon day for a very important beast. On behalf of the First Lady and the entire Trump family, I want to wish all Americans a very, very happy Thanksgiving. It's a great time of the year, and our country is doing really well, economically, like we've never done before. Today, we continue a time-honored American tradition. Well, that's a well-trained turkey. See how happy he is? In a few moments, I will grant a full, absolute, and unconditional presidential pardon to two handsome Thanksgiving turkeys, and this is their lucky day. This is a lucky day for them. But before going any further, I want to make an important announcement, because you remember last year, after a thorough and very rigorous investigation by Pam Bondi and all of the people at Department of Justice, the FBI, the CIA, the White House Counsel's Office, and the Department of Everything. We have a Department of Everything. You know what that is? I think that's called the White House. Into a terrible situation caused by a man named Sleepy Joe Biden. He used an auto pen last year for the turkey's pardon. So I have the official duty to determine, and I have determined, that last year's turkey pardons are totally invalid, as are the pardons of about every other person that was pardoned other than, where's Hunter? No, Hunter's was good. That was the one pardon, Pam, that was good, right? The rest of them are all invalid. I don't know what the hell you're going to do about that, but now we're going to take a little of the joking. That is a mess. But they're hereby null and void. The turkeys known as Peach and Blossom last year have been located, and they were on their way to be processed. In other words, to be killed. But I have stopped that journey, and I am officially pardoning them. And they will not be served for Thanksgiving dinner. We saved them in the nick of time. This one has plenty of time, but they were saved in the nick of time. We're thrilled to be joined today by Vice President J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, their daughter Mirabelle, and along with Attorney General Pam Bondi, Secretaries Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, Pete Hegseth, Brooke Rollins, Howard Lutnick, Linda McMahon, Scott Turner, Administrator Lee Zeldin, who's done a great job. A nuclear power plant gets approved in less than a week, okay? I'm only kidding, but pretty close to that. And we have more. Where's Lee? Stand up, Lee. One of my great superstars. Thank you. It used to take 20 years before you got rejected when you put in an application. Now we're doing them in a matter of weeks, right? And that's why we have the biggest plants anywhere in the world. We're leading in AI. We're leading in everything. Our auto plants are pouring back into our country. Wait till you see the jobs coming with them. But many of them are under construction. But Lee's done a great job in getting those approvals. I appreciate it very much. FBI Director Kash Patel, who's been very busy and doing a great job. Also, thank you, Kash. Along with members of, you got a following, Kash. Along with members of Congress, and in particular, I want to mention Jason Smith and David Rozier. Where are those two guys? Come on, stand up, fellas. What good people. Jason knows more about the tax code than any living human being. He knows so much, we don't even want to hear about it, right? Too complicated. We're going to make it a simpler code. But we did in the great big beautiful bill that was just passed. Your imprints all over that, and it's amazing. The biggest tax cuts in the history of our country for middle-income people. The biggest tax cuts in the history of our country for middle-income people. And the biggest jobs bill ever passed. And nobody thought we could get that one done. I'm glad. We actually put 4 years, actually probably 8 or 10 years, but we put 4 years worth of material into one great, big, beautiful bill. So that worked out very well, and I want to thank everybody for working on it. JD, that was a great, well, you know, we were going to do it in small bills. We're going to have 18 bills and do it along the process. I'm glad, Scott, that we got it done, because dealing with these Democrats, I think that was our one shot. But we have it all in one great, big, beautiful bill. Thanks as well to the chairman of the National Turkey Federation and the CEO of Butterball. That's a big deal. Jay Jandren. Where's Jay? Thank you. Stand up, Jay. Thank you very much. Along with his wife, Leslie, and their 3 children, as well as the farmer who raised these 2 magnificent birds, Travis Pittman, and Wayne County, North Carolina. I won Wayne County by a lot. That means you had to vote for Trump, I think. I won by 92%. I like Wayne County. They're doing all right, right? And this is like a record-setting turkey that's going to be saved. The turkeys being pardoned today go by the names of Gobble and Waddle. When I first saw their pictures, I thought we should send them, well, I shouldn't say this. I was going to call them Chuck and Nancy. But then I realized I wouldn't be pardoning them. I would never pardon those two people. I wouldn't pardon them. I wouldn't care what Melania told me. Darling, I think it would be a nice thing to do. I won't do it, darling. These are two of the largest turkeys ever presented to an American president, over 50 pounds each. It's the largest we've ever had. And those are big turkeys. Are they as good as the normal-sized turkey? Better or as good? Do they tend to be a little fatty, maybe? No, he said no. He knows the turkey business. Anyway, despite their size, Secretary Kennedy has formally certified that these are the first ever Maha turkeys. I don't know if I agree with that. These are Maha. In other words, they could be fat, but they're still Maha. They've been fattened on a steady diet of grass, beef, to allow the smoothies and all of the other things that they've been eating for this occasion. This was a really big occasion, but they've eaten every fattening food that you can eat. We wanted to really make them special, and they really are. They're like record-setting. I've never seen a turkey that big before. Are they violent at all? Will they attack as I walk over? Because if they were, I'll stay right up here. But as you know, we're a tough on crime administration. We are tough on crime. You know, our border had 0 people coming in for the last 7 months, right? 0. I mean, even I find that hard to believe. They had millions and millions of people pour into our border from prisons, from mental institutions, gang members, drug dealers. They poured in to our country like we were stupid people. We're not stupid people anymore. But nobody's ever seen anything. The job that they've done on the Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, the whole group, the job they've done on the border is almost like a miracle. We have, and the people that make these statistics that said 0, they've said 0 for the last 7 months. It has to be like a few people got in, but they say 0. And they're radical left Democrats to do the scoring. So I can't imagine they did that for us. The truth is, we have no people coming into our country illegally. It's an amazing statistic, and I'm very proud of it. And we have the most people working in the United States today, by far, than we ever had in the history of our country. So those are all good numbers. But instead of pardon, some of my more enthusiastic staffers were already drafting the paperwork to ship Gobble and Waddle straight to the terrorist confinement center in El Salvador. And even those birds don't want to be there. You know what I mean? It was I'd like to thank the president of that country. They do a rather efficient job. It's got to be the largest prison in history. I've never seen anything like it. And a lot of people are behaving on our streets now. You know, Washington, D.C. is it's considered a safe zone. This was one of our most unsafe places anywhere in the United States. It is now considered a totally safe city. I won't tell you about murders. We're having murders, like a lot of murders, on a weekly basis. We haven't had a murder in 6 months. And it doesn't sound good even to say that. We haven't had a murder in 6 months. But when you were averaging 1 and even sometimes 2 a week, and you haven't had 1 in 6 months, you can walk with your family down the middle of any street, go to a restaurant, you won't get in. They're opening new restaurants all over, and it's really been a beautiful thing to see. So Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city. And a year ago, it was a criminal mess. We removed, Pam, 1,700 people, career criminals, and people that came to this city from Venezuela and many other places. They were let out of prisons, and they came here. They were Tren de Aragua, a lot of Tren de Aragua, that's from Venezuela. And we got them all the hell out of our country, or they're in prisons now. And you can walk down any street in Washington, and you're going to be just fine. And I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank Pete Hegseth. The job you've done here is incredible. And I hear you having the same kind of success in Memphis, Tennessee, where you had an even worse situation. And Memphis crime is down 64% in 3 weeks. And by the time you have 4 or 5 weeks, you're going to have it down almost where there won't be crime. And we could do that in Chicago, by the way, if they would let us. If the mayor was a low IQ person, but he should understand this. This is a very serious thing. You saw all the crime that took place last night, the night before. the woman with the burning. They burned the woman. To be talking about that now. They burned this beautiful woman riding in a train. A man was arrested 72 times. 72 times. Think of that. And they'll let him out again. The liberal judges will let him out again. But we're ready to go. You know, we've been moving toward Chicago. We have a governor that thinks it's wonderful that only like 7 people were killed this week. But we are moving toward doing, and we're going to, if crime gets, it's horrible what's happening in Chicago. We could make Chicago a safe city in a period of 4 weeks. In a period of 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks, it would be totally safe. And the people of Chicago want us to go there. And if you look at the crime that's taken place in Chicago in the last 2 weeks, just take a look. It's on the front page of every newspaper. It's out of control. The mayor is incompetent, and the governor is a big fat slob. He ought to invite us in, say, please make Chicago safe. We're going to lose a great city if we don't do it quickly. Make Chicago. We'll do the same thing as we did in D.C., the same thing as we did everywhere we've gone. It's become almost instantly safe. And I want to do it in Chicago. So, Governor Pritzker, if you're listening, let's get your act together. Invite us in. We're going to make your place so safe. You're not going to have these crimes that are making the newspapers and the front page of every newspaper and television story, news story. We'll make Chicago a safe place very quickly. I looked at the various cases, granting mercy, discovering that the terrible trauma that everyone's going through. And I had a little bit of a Pritzker joke. I was going to talk about Pritzker and size, but when I talk about Pritzker, I get angry because he's not letting us do the job. So I'm not going to tell my Pritzker joke. They have a very cute little joke, you know. Some speechwriter wrote some joke about his weight. But I would never want to talk about his weight. I don't talk about people being fat. I refuse to talk about the fact that he's a fat slob. I don't mention it. On a more serious note, as we gather around the dinner table, I'd like to lose a few pounds too, by the way. And I'm not going to lose it on Thanksgiving, I can tell you that, because I'm going to have a turkey, but it's not going to be that one. I hope all Americans will have the chance to enjoy the fellowship of family and friends and renew our faith in God's providence. 1 year ago, we were a dead country 1 year ago. The King of Saudi Arabia said it to me. He said it to me actually 4 months ago when I was in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE. He said, you know, 1 year ago, the United States was a dead country, and now you've got the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country. We have $18 trillion being invested as of now. We're not even close to being 1 year. The most ever was $2 trillion for a certain country I won't name when during the last administration. In 4 years, they had less than $1 trillion being invested in the country. In 9 months, we have over $18 trillion. It's a number that nobody has ever even thought possible. And that's in building plants and building so many things, investments in our country. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. But we have more people working. We have more people praying. The churches are coming back. I don't know if you've been reading that story, but religion is coming back to America. Some people say, oh, why would you mention that? To me, that's a big deal. And this Thanksgiving, we're also making incredible strides to make America affordable again. Walmart announced that the cost of their standard Thanksgiving meal is 25% lower than just 1 year ago. That's a big deal. According to the USDA, the price of Thanksgiving turkey is down 33% from its Biden era highs. Potatoes are down 13%. Ham is down 15% compared to last Thanksgiving. So we are down to a level that we haven't seen in a long time. Egg prices are down 86% since March, and gasoline will soon be hovering around $2 a gallon. Under our leadership, we passed the largest tax cuts in history, the largest spending cuts in history, the largest regulation cuts in history, and we have fully secured our southern border. I've also ended 8 wars in 9 months, and we're working on that final war. It's not easy, but I don't know. I think we're going to get there. 25,000 soldiers, Ukraine, Russia. In the last month, 25,000 soldiers have died. So I think we're getting very close to a deal. We'll find out. I thought that one would have been gone quicker. We did 8. I thought that would have been an easier one, but I think we're making progress. In less than 1 year, we've accomplished more than most other administrations have accomplished in 8 years. And this is a very special Thanksgiving. We thank God for his many blessings and the great success that this country has seen in the short period of time. We draw strength from the love of family and friends, and we express our undying gratitude for the men and the women of the United States Armed Forces. We love them. We pray that peace and prosperity will continue to bless our land, and together we'll really just keep this great drive going to make America great again. MAGA, I think it's the greatest expression in the history of politics. Make America great again. So once again, Melania, thank you for doing such a great job and being such a great First Lady. And now let's go and give Waddle. Waddle, by the way, is missing in action, but that's okay. We'll pretend Waddle is here. The gift that they've been waiting for. And I'll move over and I will just say very nicely, Gobble your pardon. Come on, let's say it in front of Gobble. Thank you very much, everybody.
$285. So Blake goes, hey, did you see that Homeland Security
it's
tweet?
A really good one.
It's really good one. And I was like, wait, so it's not cringe, Blake? He's like, yeah, it wasn't cringe.
Yeah, sometimes they go a little too far, but this is a perfect one. This is perfect.
So this is a tweet that went out from Homeland Security. I happen to like their Twitter feed, but they say rent is too high. There are tens of millions of criminal.
I just want to tell you this, very important. You are hereby unconditionally pardoned. Nice. Who would want to harm this beautiful bird? That's good. That's good. Thank you very much. Fantastic job. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
Did this.
So you've been watching President Trump do the traditional pardoning of the turkey or turkeys in this particular case at the White House. The turkey Gobble was on site and was just pardoned. You heard the president do that. There's another turkey, a second turkey named Waddle, who also apparently received a pardon but was not on site for this particular ceremony. But this, of course, is tradition. It's a long-standing tradition during which the president of the United States pardons at least one turkey leading up to the Thanksgiving holiday. And you just found out, or you just saw it all happen there as President Trump just pardoned Gobble the turkey. We're back with more coming up.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Credit card debt has hit an all-time high in America, and the system is rigged to keep you paying interest forever. But you don't have to be trapped in that cycle. Iconic Debt Relief is helping people reduce their payments and break free from the banks. They explain everything step by step and with total transparency. If you've got more than $10,000 in credit card debt, don't wait. Instead, call Iconic Debt Relief today. It could be the most important call you make all year. IconicDebtRelief.com/RAV-TV. You can go to the website or simply call 833-408-3828. That's 833-408-3828. Call right now. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. The Justice Department is promising an immediate appeal of a Monday ruling dismissing criminal cases against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James. U.S. District Judge Cameron McGowan Curry ruled that the charges against the duo were brought by an illegal appointed prosecutor. The orders don't concern the substance of the allegations against Comey or James, rather how the prosecutor Lindsey Halloran was named to her interim U.S. attorney position for the Eastern District of Virginia. The White House says the rulings will, quote, not be final word on the matter. Prosecutors may try to refile the charges, which is a possibility under the judge's order. Both Comey and James have claimed that the prosecutions against them were vindictive and another example of the Trump Justice Department being weaponized against them. The holiday season is in full swing at the White House as President Trump just pardoned 2 turkeys. The ceremonial pardons are tradition for U.S. presidents, and they date back decades. This year's pardoned turkeys are named Waddle and Gobble. Gobble was at the White House. You'll see Gobble here momentarily and actually got the in-person pardon. The White House Christmas tree, by the way, is also in place at the White House this morning. You just saw Gobble there. It's from Michigan's Corson's Tree Farm. This year, by the way, the White House decorations will be gold and they'll be adorned with garland. That's a quick check of your headlines.
We will not comply. You're listening to the sound of freedom. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, we are going to have Mike Davis with us in just a second. But first, I want to tell you about our friends over at Patriot Mobile. Glenn and the team are amazing. Glenn's story is a great American. And listen, I get it. There's a lot of options when it comes to your wireless, but there is only one that will support all the values that you hold dear, all the values that we hold dear on this show. And that is, of course, Patriot Mobile. You can check them out, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. They support fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 of the main networks, or in my case, I have 2 on one phone. Highly recommend. Don't just take my word for it. You can ask hundreds of thousands of other Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by switching who they get their wireless from and joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. You can activate within minutes. It's very, very simple. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. So you can call them, their U.S.-based support team, 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT, or go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That's patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Highly recommend them. Highly recommend them. Mike Davis from the Article 3 Project is joining us now. Mike, welcome to the show. I gotta just say, we're talking about the seditious 6, so let's start there. Give us your take on it. Are you a maximalist? Do you want to go full court martial proceedings after Mark Kelly? Or are you advising a more reserved approach?
Are you a squish like me?
Blake is saying let's not make him a victim. Let's not make him a future presidential candidate here, if that's possible.
What Senator Mark Kelly is doing here by wink, wink, nod, nod to 18-year-old military enlistees to decide what orders of the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, are lawful versus unlawful, and then to ignore what these 18-year-old enlistees think are unlawful orders of the President of the United States. You cannot get more dangerous than this. That is interfering with the chain of commands. Mark Kelly is trying to portray himself as some noble hero. He's trying to portray himself as some victim when he got called out on it. He should absolutely get court-martialed and held accountable for this. And he can raise his congressional speech or debate clause arguments for his defense, whatever he needs to do, but they need to make an example out of this guy. There's no chance this guy is going to be the President of the United States. He's a clown, and he's really hurt his credibility by doing this far outside of the political circles. He's hitting real Americans in real America, the non-political people who think it's appalling that you have members of Congress calling on the military, calling on intel agencies to ignore the President of the United States.
You know, I tend to fall on your end of this, Mike. I think that, I think this was a self-owned by them. I think they got way out over their skis. This was unsolicited, by the way. It's like came from out of nowhere. I guess you could make the argument the boat attacks.
There's always one thing or another they could fixate on. It just stands out to me what a dangerous escalation is. Even though I'm the squish on how hard you prosecuted it, we should not lowball how bad it was that they did this, how dangerous it is, and how they are egging on a destructive thing. And one reason I am wary of prosecuting him is I'm thinking if they actually induce members of the military to try doing this, to try defying the president, you need to make sure you are in the strongest political position possible to defend against what would basically be a coup d'etat.
I wrote a Fox News piece on this, Andrew, and I point this out. If the Supreme Court of the United States, the Trump administration is going to the Supreme Court of the United States on the emergency docket, and they are getting the smartest lawyers and judges at the lower court level reversed by the Supreme Court with like a 91 or 92% reversal rate, if these very smart Harvard lawyers and judges at the district or the appellate court level are getting the law wrong and the Supreme Court has to fix this 92% of the time, how the hell do we expect 18-year-old military enlistees to figure out what the law is?
Such a good point, Mike.
I mean, we have to, if you are in the military, you have to follow the president of the United States on every order. And I can think of a time, for example, during Vietnam, where there was a military officer who ordered the mass murder of the Vietnamese, burned down the villages. That would be at the military commander level, where you would say, I can't do this because this is clearly a war crime. This is, you're raping and killing children, women, children. You can't do this. That's very clear. When you're dealing with the president of the United States, you better follow every order of the president of the United States unless you are goddamn sure it is wrong. For example, when President Trump ordered the strike on the Iranian nuclear facility, are you going to have some military officer or military enlistee saying, sorry, I can't do this strike. I'm going to expose this ongoing military operation because I don't think President Trump has the lawful authority to take out this Iranian nuclear facility? This is a very dangerous game these politicians are playing. And Mark Kelly not only should be ashamed if he's capable of shame, he should be held accountable for this.
Well, you know what this reminds me of, Mike, as well, and Blake? It kind of reminds me of what Vindman did to Trump, right? It was basically this inside out. We got this phone call, and guess what? He was abusing his power and withholding military aid for political gain, right? And then all of a sudden, Trump's in the throes of all this chaos. It undermines the entire term in so many ways. It's such a slippery slope, because if you can start alleging that the president has done something illegal when he is given broad authority to command the armed forces, you could basically nitpick anything and start pulling away all authority from the executive branch to command the military. And then you do have the third worlding of the American military, where they would lead a military junta, where it would be a coup d'etat.
Let me ask you this. These Democrats who pretend like they care about President Trump using the military, what they think is unlawfully, President Obama ordered an extrajudicial drone strike on several American citizens, including a minor. I fully supported that drone strike of Obama, but there is doubt whether that was legal or not. You have David Barron, who's now a judge on the First Circuit Court of Appeals, who was running the Office of Legal Counsel in the Justice Department at the time. OLC is the one that decides whether executive branch actions are lawful or unlawful within the executive branch. Of course, judges ultimately decide, but it was Judge David Barron who told President Obama that he had the lawful authority to order a drone strike on American citizens, including a minor, extrajudicial killings. Was that legal? Was that illegal? That's up for debate, but you certainly don't want these drone officers, these drone operators in the military to say, I just can't do this. I don't think that President Obama was being lawful here, so I can't do this. Those people would be court-martialed. They would be thrown in the brig, and that's exactly what should happen to Senator Mark Kelly for pushing this very dangerous game that they're playing because they don't like Trump.
Into the brig.
Well, I mean, that would be hard to run for president if he's in the... Yeah, I mean,
we were talking about if Trump would have to run.
I remember that. Listen, Mike, I tend to agree. I think there needs to be pretty stern consequences here. So I'm very sympathetic to your argument. I do think that the punishment has to fit the crime here, and I think it's a pretty egregious crime. I'm open-minded to an administrative solution here. I don't want to create a victim out of this guy, but at the same time, I am in this moment having flashbacks to Vindman. I'm literally having flashbacks because this is a slippery slope. This is the third worlding of the U.S. military. I want to change our attention here to the news that broke yesterday that James Comey and Letitia James, that a judge had thrown out the case basically based on procedural issues with Lindsay Halligan. So saying that she was not lawfully appointed to her position. Now, I'll play this clip. This is AG Pam Bondi saying, we're going to appeal this right away, 190.
Sure, we'll be taking all available legal action, including an immediate appeal, to hold Letitia James and James Comey accountable for their unlawful conduct. I'm going to keep going on this. I'm not worried about someone who has been charged with a very serious crime. his alleged actions were a betrayal of public trust.
And James Comey's already taken a victory lap. Maybe you should pump the brakes, as Caroline Levitt says, but 195. And this is James Comey.
A message has to be sent that the President of the United States cannot use the Department of Justice to target his political enemies. I don't care what your politics are, you have to see that as fundamentally un-American and a threat to the rule of law that keeps all of us free. I know that Donald Trump will probably come after me again, and my attitude is going to be the same. I'm innocent, I am not afraid, and I believe in an independent federal judiciary, the gift from our founders that protects us from a would-be tyrant.
A would-be tyrant. Mike, I already see you shaking your head.
They can't stop acting like they're in a movie.
It's this virtue signaling holier than thou. Mike Davis.
No, it's worse. James Comey got charged with lying to Congress and obstruction of a congressional investigation for the very thing he's complaining about. He politicized and weaponized intel agencies and law enforcement with the Russian collusion hoax with Crossfire Hurricane to take out President Trump, his political enemy. He got caught lying about it. The prior interim U.S. attorney was a giant wimp and didn't bring charges. Same with Letitia James with her mortgage fraud. And so Lindsay Halligan went in there, found the evidence, took it to a grand jury, a Democrat-controlled grand jury in Alexandria, Virginia, outside of Washington, D.C. And even this Democrat grand jury found probable cause on both James Comey for lying to Congress and an obstruction of a congressional investigation, and against Big Tish James, the New York Attorney General, who lied about having a second home in Virginia to get a better mortgage rate when it was an investment property. The grand jury returned these indictments. Then you had this Democrat Obama chief judge of the Fourth Circuit pick a Clinton judge in South Carolina to come in and to dismiss these indictments. And they dismissed these indictments on the incorrect legal grounds. They essentially argue that the courts, after 120 days, the courts, instead of the President of the United States or his Attorney General, get to decide who the chief law enforcement officer is, the U.S. attorney in these districts. That is an incorrect reading of the statute. It's a dangerous reading of the statute because you don't have accountability. You don't have prosecutors who are accountable to the American people through their duly elected President of the United States. You have prosecutors who are picked by Democrat judges in Democrat hellholes like the D.C. suburbs or New Jersey to protect their political allies and go after their political friends. The Supreme Court will fix this. And in the meantime, the Attorney General has many different tools to bring accountability for both Big Tish and James Comey, including indictments in the Southern District of Florida.
Well said, Mike Davis. We're going to talk AI in the next segment with Mike Davis. Big moves happening on that front. First, I want to tell you about TikTok. TikTok is a place where powerful dialogues and conversations and communities can happen. Charlie believed that. Billions and billions of views on that platform. Lots of young people came to appreciate this country, our freedoms, our God-given freedoms on that platform. I was shocked, but I've seen it firsthand. Trust me. You'll see a teacher simplifying a tough lesson so it finally clicks, or a gardener sharing a trick that saved their crop. But what matters most isn't the video. It's not the original post. It's what comes next, the conversation, the back and forth. That's what listening does. It reminds us that we're not as different as we maybe think we are. That's what makes TikTok so, so powerful. Our friends at TikTok support this show. Thank you to them. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has
letting everyone know socialism sucks. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, there is a clip here. It is Thanksgiving week, and I was going to do this next hour. I might do it next hour anyways, but there is a clip that Charlie always used to play about Rush Limbaugh and Thanksgiving. And, I don't have enough time. Never mind. It's a minute and 33 seconds.
Should we just do it at the end of tomorrow?
We'll do it today, tomorrow. It's so good. It's so good.
It is an amazing clip.
Rush loved Thanksgiving. He loved the country, and Charlie loved Rush, and he loved the way that he would talk about it. But I do want to get to it. Hour 2, we're going to be doing a whole thing on Thanksgiving, so we'll get to it then. Mike Davis, Article 3 Project. Tell us your coordinates. How do people follow you and track you and support the work you're doing? You might be muted, Mike.
We're muted. I don't know what's happening.
There you go. Got 20 seconds.
Are we good? Article3project.org, article number 3project.org. Follow us on social media. Donate what you can afford, but take action. That's the most powerful thing your audience can do is action, action, action. And thank you, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be talking one of your initiatives on AI. I have a lot of questions, Mike. We welcome back National Radio in about 5 seconds. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show, radio stations across the country. We are joined by Mike Davis. Okay, so Article 3 Project, Mike Davis, there is a back and forth going on. I mean, it first flared up during the One Big Beautiful Bill about this moratorium on states putting forth any regulation. So at that time, we brought in Stephen Miller. Stephen and Charlie had a big conversation about it, ended up going viral. And it was about this idea of, can states like California or New York issue regulations when it comes to AI? And basically was saying, we don't want them to do that. We don't want the woke states, the Democrat-led states, to be leading the charge on this. You disagree with this position. Now lawmakers are once again trying to stuff it into the NDAA, I believe. So, Mike, give us your perspective on it. I'm all ears.
No, I don't necessarily disagree with Stephen Miller on the need for a federal standard for AI. I guess it's the tech companies are the only companies in America who think they need federal preemption, but I'm not necessarily opposed to federal preemption. They're not asking for federal preemption with federal rules of the road. They're asking for AI amnesty, like they did with Section 230 back in 1996, where these small tech platforms had Section 230 amnesty and then antitrust amnesty, and then we got Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple that crush competition, shutter small businesses, and cancel conservatives and others with whom we disagree. We can't repeat the mistakes of Section 230 with AI. And so I understand that we need to be competitive across the world and compete with China and compete with other adversaries, but we also need federal rules of the road if we're going to have federal preemption so state and local governments cannot touch AI. For example, I call this the 4 C's. Are we going to have protections for children from online abuse? Are we going to have protections for conservatives so we don't get canceled by these AI platforms? Are we going to have protections for communities so we make sure that we don't, for example, jack up the water and electricity prices in these small communities so the working class have to foot the bill for these AI data centers that consume all this water and electricity? Are we going to have zoning protections in communities so we don't put AI data centers in the middle of neighborhoods? These big tech oligarchs, the AI bros, say no, that they should have full amnesty from state and local, and then no federal rules of the road so they can just do whatever the hell they want, like they did on Section 230. And my response to that is hell no. Why would we let Meta, for example, and Google, for example, who hate us as conservatives, run us over and make trillions of dollars on the backs of conservatives, children, content creators, and communities? If you're not going to protect the 4 Cs, they don't have 60 votes to get this done. They thought they had 60 votes 4 months ago at the end of June, at the beginning of July. They thought this thing was going to pass and must pass legislation, and then the Article 3 project kicked into gear and it went down 99-1, including the lead sponsor, Ted Cruz, voting against his own bill. I'll tell the AI bros the same thing. If you try to do this again, we'll kick your butts again. And if you're going to get 60 votes, you're going to protect the 4 Cs.
Yeah, this is a Trump Truth Social 169. He says, investment in AI is helping to make the U.S. economy the hottest in the world. This is image 169. Thanks, guys. But overregulation by the states is threatening to undermine this growth. Some states are even trying to embed DEI ideology into AI models, producing woke AI. Remember Black George Washington? We must have one federal standard instead of a patchwork of 50 state regulatory regimes. So and actually, by the way, in the final line there, Mike, he says we can do this in a way that protects children and prevents censorship. So is the middle ground here spearheading a federal effort to make sure that we have AI, a regulatory regime at the federal level, so we don't have this patchwork? It sounds like you're open-minded to that.
Yeah, and I'm working with the president and the vice president and their teams on that right now. But they're going to protect children, conservatives, communities, and creators, or they're not going to get this done. It's very easy to go on conservative media and get people to light up their 2 home state senators and their U.S. House rep, and then all of a sudden this AI amnesty that they think they're going to jam through at 4 o'clock in the morning goes down 99-1. So if they want to play this game again, I'll kick their asses again. So
I'm convinced, Mike. I think you're right. I think there's some money involved in some of this push to keep getting this bill that went down in flames back into the NDAA. I think you're right. I think we need to scrap it. I think we need to get it into federal level. I think that's the key here. I think because we can't.
Or just, as he says, if it's content creators, get your pound of flesh out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Mike Davis, Article 3 Project. Thank you, man. We appreciate you.
Thank you, guys.
We'll see you soon. Hour 2 coming up, all on the American holiday of Thanksgiving. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face! Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
he has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has. What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the Rav Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by Patriots for Patriots.
Inside the Rav Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with Patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live Rav events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Let's get a check of what real Americans are talking about leading up to Thursday's big Thanksgiving holiday. Rav's David Zier is at the Bethpage Embassy Diner there on Long Island, New York. David, good afternoon. I see you've got a guest with you. Happy Thanksgiving, even though it's a couple of days early.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, Terrence. And we're at the iconic Bethpage Embassy Diner. Diners are an institution here in New York area and Long Island especially. And we're in Bethpage where Grumman was, and they helped win World War II with their F-6F Hellcat and their TBF Avenger, the Cold War with the F-14 Tomcat and the E-2. Very rich history here. Hardworking people in Long Island. Somebody I know, Mike Walsh, he's a realtor here. He's also a horse owner, and you race horses, right?
Yes.
Great to see you. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too. Great to see you. Thanks for talking to me.
Yeah. Well, I want to talk to you because I heard that you're a conservative and your wife's a liberal. How's the Thanksgiving dinner table going?
Well, there's fighting before appetizers, and then there's more arguing after the meal, and we barely make it to dessert together.
And then everybody gives a hug when they leave, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I have an uncle who lived in a tree in California for a couple of years, very, very liberal. And another one who was very liberal who became a conservative. Has anybody coming around?
I was never into the politics until Trump won his first go-around, and I saw how nasty the media treated him.
Yeah, so in 2016?
2016, I watched the news conference that he did, and the anchor came back and summarized everything that Trump didn't say. So from that point on...
And so you're a realtor. I'm a commercial broker, right? 37 years. We saw better times in 2017, 2018 than pre-COVID, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, when he got into office, that was our best year ever at the time, and it's been wonderful since.
Yeah, so, okay, second term, big issue, home ownership. You've got kids in their 20s and 30s. How is the market for first-time home buyers in Long Island, or is there even one?
You have to have good jobs, good W-2s, good credit, and it's there. We don't have a lot of inventory right now, so
nobody wants to get rid of a house they have a 3% mortgage on, right? Because they're locked in forever now.
Right. Nobody wants to sell their home now and get another deal at 6 or 7% doesn't make sense. So they just add on their own houses, so we don't have a lot of inventory.
Okay, Terrence, we're right outside of New York City here. The border's only about 8 miles away to Queens, and we're expecting maybe a Mamdani migration out of New York City to Florida and other states. But even Long Island, have you seen any activity yet?
We're bracing for to be busy here, but the other states south of us, they're going to be very busy. People are going to make probably a mass exodus. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but it doesn't look promising for the city folks.
Yeah, and how are your kids' views on everything? You know, are they saddled with student loan debt? What kind of things are they dealing with? And then I want to ask you, what are you grateful for on Thanksgiving?
Well, I'm grateful for Gus at the Embassy Diner.
Great place, a wonderful place. The atmosphere is unbelievable.
Yes. The kids are doing fine. One of them got a house right before the rates went crazy. But, everybody's healthy and happy. That's the main thing. And I'm grateful just to have my health right now. You know?
Yeah, Terrence, wonderful, hardworking, middle-class people of Long Island. Make America great, and Real American Voice is here. Absolutely. Wish him a happy Thanksgiving for me, and we appreciate both of you guys. Great segment there. David Zier reporting for us, again, from the diner there on Long Island, New York. We definitely appreciate it. By the way, folks, in case you happen to miss it, just a little while ago, President Trump pardoned not just one, but 2 turkeys. That, of course, is one of the traditions that happens at the White House. In fact, let's see if we can't show you some video of that pardoning happening. You're looking at Gobble. That is one of the turkeys. The other turkey was called Wobble. Wobble was not on site, but Gobble was on site for this traditional pardoning. You can see the president laying it all out here as he pardoned the turkey, and he'll leave the White House later on this evening. He and the First Lady will head down to Mar-a-Lago, where they will be spending this holiday weekend. That's going to do it for us here on Real America's Voice and on this news break. We appreciate you being here.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. My name is Andrew Colvin, executive producer of this fine show, joined by Blake Neff, and we have 2 guests this hour for the whole hour. One of them is Charlie's dear friend, and I haven't seen him for too long now, Bill Federer, author and speaker. You can find him at AmericanMinute.com. And Dr. Jerry Newcomb, executive director of Providence Forum. You can find him at providenceforum.org. Gentlemen, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. So good to have you both.
Hey, great to be with you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. It's wonderful.
Well, so I wanted to do this. I think we booked this like a month ago because I saw it coming down the pike here. And I wanted to do this because it was like July 4th might have had it beat as far as Charlie's favorite holidays. But it was July 4th. He loved New Year's. He loved Thanksgiving. And he loved Thanksgiving because it is just such a uniquely American holiday. It's providential. It tells the story of our people and of our heritage, of the spirit that is imbued in us as Americans.
And he liked it because it's giving thanks to God.
Yes.
Which he always wanted us to do. He always did. Whenever anything good happened in his life, glory be to God.
Glory be to God. Well, yeah, and you can actually see this in a tweet that he had just after we won the election. He showed this up 2:08. He posted this November 28th, 2024. He said, "Happy Thanksgiving from our family to yours. We are thankful for the gift of salvation, our amazing children, and God's mercy on our great country this year. Take a moment today to be grateful that we did it. By God's grace alone, we took our country back." Psalm 118, verse 1. So, Bill, let's start with you. In Charlie's honor, I am all about evangelizing the love of this holiday and the uniqueness to the American spirit it represents. Tell us what makes Thanksgiving unique and so special.
Well, that America is an experiment of people ruling ourselves. So one of the things I did was go back and research every single century of recorded human history to try to find out what the most common form of government is. And it's gangs. And a gang leader with enough weapons we call a king or a pharaoh or a Caesar, Kaiser, Sultan, Tsar. And these kingdoms keep getting bigger because with the latest military advancement, kings can kill more people. So finally, the King of England had the biggest empire on planet Earth. The sun never set on the British Empire. He was a globalist. He was a one world government guy. And America's founders broke away and flipped it and made the people the king. Right? It's a polarity change in the flow of power. But we zoom in on the Pilgrims. Why? Well, they were the ones that had the Mayflower Compact, this idea of people ruling themselves. So at the time the Pilgrims were founding America, you had Chinese emperors, Japanese emperors, Korean emperors, Indian Maharaja. Raja means king, Maha means great. Russian czars, Mongolian khans, African chieftains, kings of Spain, France, and the whole world's basically kings. And here you have these little Christians starting their own community. So one overlooked thing is they got their idea from ancient Israel, that first 400 years out of Egypt, before they got a king. So around 1400 BC, you have the Israelites, millions of them come out of Egypt. And for 4 centuries, no king. It's a total anomaly in world history that we don't appreciate. But when you study it, it worked because everybody's taught the law and everybody's personally accountable to God to follow it. It worked for 4 centuries until the priests went woke. The Levite priests, they stopped teaching the law anymore. And you got Eli, the high priest, his own sons are sleeping with women in the very tent where the Ark of the Covenant is. And this line, every man does what's right in their own eyes. Why? Because the priest stopped teaching what was right in the Lord's eyes. Turns into chaos. They ask for a king and they get King Saul. Why is this story important? The kings of Europe look to the Bible for their authority, but they look to the King Saul and after. And the Pilgrims and Puritans that founded New England look to the pre-King Saul part of the Bible. Both of them are looking to the Bible. One's King Saul and after, and the one's before. So that's why they taught Hebrew at Yale and Harvard. And so this little congregation, they were going to go to Jamestown, submit to the king's government. They got blown off course, land on the shores of Massachusetts. And the captain says, get off the boat. And they go, well, who's going to be in charge? There's no king-appointed person in our little group. 102 of us, nobody's been picked by the king. They do something unique. They take their little covenant church form of government and they make it their civil government. It's called the Mayflower Compact. We and you, presidents of God, covenant ourselves together into a civil body politic. That was the model. And then in the next decade, you have what's called the Great Puritan Migration. 20,000 Puritans flood into New England. And you have pastors and churches founding cities. So Pastor Roger Williams in the First Baptist Church founds the city of Providence, Rhode Island. Reverend Thomas Hooker in the First Congregational Church founds the city of Hartford, Connecticut. This is unique on planet Earth. When the whole world's ruled by kings, and you got pastors and churches founding cities. And anyway, so that's why we look to the Pilgrims. And the word federal is Latin for covenant. We have a covenant form of government in America that can be traced back to these Pilgrims.
I love that. And Dr. Jerry Newcomb, you run the Providence Forum, and your whole mission is to bring back Judeo-Christian values to the United States, make much of them, and you have a place here. You say an article here on your website, America's First Thanksgiving. You're talking about this first Thanksgiving that Bill just alluded to, and you say that it's an annual reminder of our nation's Christian roots and our godly heritage. I do believe this nation is providentially founded. When you look to the first Thanksgiving, you look to the story that's uniquely American. What stands out to you that you want to call attention to for the 2025, our modern Americans?
Well, how much suffering the Pilgrims endured just for the sake of the goal to be able to worship Jesus Christ in the purity of the conscience and be left alone. When they started in England, it was a small little church. The Pilgrims were basically one particular congregation that managed to, when they began in a place in the Midlands in England, about 150 miles north of London, it was all secret, it was illegal, and so eventually they decided, hey, we could be tolerated at least in Holland, so they were able to migrate that. Even there, that wasn't an easy thing to do. And then eventually, about 10 years later, they were able to come to the New World. But through it all, they were suffering. And in fact, in the book called A Plymouth Plantation, which their main leader, Governor William Bradford, wrote, he said at the very beginning, "It is well known unto the godly how ever since the first breaking out of the light of the gospel in our honorable nation of England, Satan hath raised, maintained, and continued wars and oppositions against the saints." And so they suffered one hindrance and persecution after another, but they went forward with their goal. And when they finally got to the New World and they wrote the Mayflower Compact that Bill Federer was talking about, which was the first beginning of what would become the American constitutional process. The 150 years later, the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution would flow out of the same ideas of self-rule under God that were written down there right in the cabin of the Mayflower. I mean, this is amazing stuff. But they said we came, for the glory of God and the advancement of the Christian faith. And so when they finally were here, despite one hindrance and one setback after another, including the fact that half their number died that first winter, when the harvest came in 1621, they set aside time to give thanks to God in all circumstances. And later on, when they would celebrate Thanksgiving, because they had gone through this period of starvation where the daily ration for each person would only be about 5 kernels of corn, they would sometimes take their Thanksgiving plate. This is at later times of prosperity. And they would put 5 little kernels of corn on the plate to remind them of what they had endured during that time of starvation, where again half their number died, but they gave thanks that he allowed them to flourish. So Thanksgiving is such a great reminder of our Christian roots. And a lot of people want to say, well, okay, we can understand the settlers like the Pilgrims and the Puritans, they were Christians, but by the time you get to the Founding Fathers, they weren't. They were, basically unbelievers. And that's just not true. And anybody who takes Bill Federer's book, America's God and Country, and you look at these quotes from the Founding Fathers as well as the settlers, including, George Washington and, all the different founding fathers, James Madison, you see the Christian faith played a very important role in the thinking of all of them.
Dr. Newcomb, we have a great clip from Charlie basically asserting the Christian roots of our founding, and we might play that this hour. We'll be right back. More when we get back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
My back. You're Ron, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Newsflash, Democrats. America is a republic, not a democracy. Fact check. True.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show, joined by Blake Neff, and we have two amazing guests, Dr. Jerry Newcomb and Bill Federer, longtime friend of Charlie's and a great man, great historian. I'm reflecting right now, Blake, on things I'm thankful for, genuinely. And I actually, a couple weeks ago, I thought, I'm not sure what I'm exactly going to be thankful for this year, because it's been a tough year, let's be honest. But I am thankful genuinely for this show. I'm thankful for the audience out there, and I'm thankful that we get to keep doing it all. When Charlie was sort of, when he was assassinated and taken from us, I'll never forget when Erica looked at us and said, "You have to keep the show going." And they can't silence my husband's voice, and it's a huge, huge duty and honor that we continue on here. And that wouldn't be possible without our partners. And I'll never forget when I looked at the folks over at Y-Refi, and they just said, "We're sticking by you. We're not going anywhere. We're going to keep supporting this show, keep supporting Turning Point." And so that's the kind of people they are, genuinely. And I am grateful for them, and I'm grateful that they help us keep doing what we do here. So if you find yourself in a situation where you could use them, they help you with private student loan debt that's distressed or defaulted. If you find yourself in a bad situation, backed into a corner financially, you're going to want to check out the guys at yrefi.com, yrefi.com. You can call them 888-YREFI34. They will custom tailor a solution that will help you if you have a budget, they're going to work within that budget. They're going to give you low interest rates. They'll even let you skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times. So that's the kind of people that Y-Refi are. And it's not some, nameless, faceless call center. You're going to talk to Americans. They're going to work with you and find out how they can help you. So God bless them, Lane and the team, David on the team. So great people over at Y-Refi. We're going to continue on honoring one of Charlie's favorite holidays, and that's Thanksgiving. We have a lot to be grateful for in spite of everything this year. And let's remember to thank God in this moment. We'll be right back with National Radio in 2 seconds. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We're joined by Dr. Jerry Newcomb and Bill Federer. Blake, you have some...
Yeah,
by the way, gentlemen, just in case you're not aware, Blake is our resident historian on set.
Whatever.
So
I've talked with Bill. We've talked. I would come on when Charlie would talk with Bill a few times. It was a lot of fun.
Don't underscore. Don't undersell yourself.
We were talking before the break about the founders, and the myth the founders were all proto-modern atheists and such. And so I was looking at some of the early Thanksgiving stuff. So George Washington was proclaiming days of Thanksgiving in the middle of the Revolutionary War, notably after the battle at Saratoga, which was the victory that really opened the way for America to actually win that conflict. And then we had proclamations of Thanksgiving by the Continental Congress or the Confederation Congress during that fun period where we didn't have the Constitution yet. And then this one really stood out to me as remarkable. Basically, the day after the House of Representatives voted to advance the First Amendment, the Freedom of Religion Amendment, the one that people used to argue there's a wall of separation between church and state in our government. They declared us a non-religious country. The day after they do this, Congressman Elias Boudinot, I have no idea how they're going to pronounce that, from New Jersey, he had the House and Senate jointly call for President Washington to declare a day of Thanksgiving for, quote, the many signal favors of Almighty God. In his favor for our country.
Yeah, Bill, this is a debate that goes back and forth, and Charlie, I think, had the ultimate slapdown video. I think we're just going to have to play it when we get it. Bill, was America a Christian nation? Or do we have Christian roots, or are we just a bunch of deists, that believe in a distant God? What is the truth?
Yeah, well, Europe was Catholic, and then the Reformation started, and then you had one denomination per country. So Northern Germany and Sweden were Lutheran. Switzerland was Calvinist. Scotland was Presbyterian. Holland was Dutch Reformed. Italy, Spain, France, Austria, Poland stayed Catholic. And if you did not believe the way your king did, you were persecuted and you fled. And a lot of those people that fled spilled over and founded colonies in America. So I read through every charter of every colony. Every colony was started by a different Christian denomination. Virginia was Anglican. You had to take the oath of supremacy, acknowledging the king as the head of the Anglican Church. Massachusetts was Puritan. Rhode Island was founded by Baptist. New York was founded by Dutch Reform. Delaware and New Jersey were originally Swedish Lutheran and then taken over by the Dutch and then taken over by the British. Connecticut and New Hampshire were Congregationalist Christian colonies, and Pennsylvania Quaker. And did I mention Maryland was founded by Catholics, Lord Baltimore? But the idea in America was they didn't get along. They tar and feather each other's. But then they all had to work together against the King of England. After the Revolution, their attitude changed to, we may not always agree on religion, but you are willing to fight and die for my freedom. I need to let you practice your faith. And so religion began to expand, but on a state-by-state basis. So in 1776, 98% of the country was Protestant, 3 million people, only 1% Catholic, only 30,000 Catholics in a country of 3 million. They were only allowed in Maryland, Pennsylvania, and New York. And then 0.1% Jewish, only 7 synagogues in the whole country. And then I read through every state constitution. And so 9 of the original 13, you had to be a Protestant. 3, you had to be a plain Christian. And then there's an Irish potato famine. Millions of Irish Catholics come to America, and they go from 1% to 20% in a decade. And then states began to expand from requiring you to be Protestant to just Christian. Then there's a persecution of Jews in Bavaria. They come across and go from 0.1% to 1%. In 1851, Maryland changed its state constitution to say you could hold office if you were a Christian or a Jew. And then after the Civil War, many states rewrote their constitutions to say all you had to do was believe in God. But again, the First Amendment was simply to prevent the federal government from picking one Christian denomination and making it the national one, which again was what every country in Europe had done.
Wow. That's thorough. That is very thorough. I wonder if so Charlie had this great exchange. We're going to play it in the next segment. But Bill, did you give him all of the where did he get that from you, Bill?
Yeah. We did an interview actually on that topic beforehand. And then right after he recorded that, he texted it to me and he said, "How did I do?"
Well, I think he did well because that clip was seen by tens of millions of people. It really was an absolute masterclass. Dr. Jerry Newcomb, you when we play it for you, we'll get your review on how Charlie did. But it's one of those clips that keeps coming back around again and again and again, especially after we lost Charlie, because I think it just was the exact type of moral clarity that the world so desperately needs. And Charlie had a way of being patient but forceful and firm and morally clear, and I think it was a really powerful moment. So we're going to play that. We can open the next segment with it, and Dr. Jerry Newcomb will get your grade, A through F. You're going to have to grade Charlie's take there. We'll be right back. More with Dr. Jerry Newcomb and Bill Federer when we get back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. The holidays in full swing at the White House as President Trump just pardoned 2 turkeys. You see one of them there. The ceremonial pardons are tradition for U.S. presidents and date back decades. This year's pardoned turkeys are named Waddle and Gobble. Only Gobble was at the White House, though. You see Gobble there. 47, by the way, also used the stage to deliver a bit of a jab at his predecessor, Joe Biden.
I want to make an important announcement because you remember last year, after a thorough and very rigorous investigation by Pam Bondi and all of the people at Department of Justice, the FBI, the CIA, the White House Counsel's Office, and the Department of Everything. We have a Department of Everything. You know what that is? I think that's called the White House. Into a terrible situation caused by a man named Sleepy Joe Biden. He used an auto pen last year for the turkey's pardon. So I have the official duty to determine, and I have determined that last year's turkey pardons are totally invalid, as are the pardons of about every other person that was pardoned other than, where's Hunter? No, Hunter's was good. That was the one pardon, Pam, that was good, right? The rest of them are all invalid. I don't know what the hell you're going to do about that, but now we're going to take a little of the joking. That is a mess. But they're hereby null and void. The turkeys known as Peach and Blossom last year have been located, and they were on their way to be processed, in other words, to be killed. But I have stopped that journey, and I am officially pardoning them, and they will not be served for Thanksgiving dinner. We saved them in the nick of time. This one has plenty of time, but they were saved in the nick of time.
Meantime, the White House Christmas tree is in place this morning. It's from Michigan's Corson's Tree Farm. This year, White House Christmas decorations will reportedly be gold-themed with garland and ornaments. The President and First Lady are set to leave the White House later on this evening and spend Thanksgiving at Mar-a-Lago. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Spirit. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
You know, I'm also grateful for Hillsdale College because Charlie loved it so much, and we're talking about.
I'm grateful for a lot of things.
Yeah,
we'll get into that.
Yeah, that's right, and we are going to do a thought crime on what we're grateful for. History, economics, the great works of literature. Did you study these things in school? Sadly, probably not. But even if you did, it's time for a refresher course. Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses, including their newest course on totalitarian novels. In this free 8-lecture course, you'll learn from Hillsdale College president Dr. Larry Arnn, the great Dr. Larry Arnn, as he goes in depth on 4 novels: 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. Even though these novels were written in the 1930s and 40s, they are highly relevant today as they show what tyrannical government does to human nature. More importantly, they can show us the faith, family, and friends in this country are still worth fighting for. Maybe you read these books long ago. Maybe you've heard others talk about them, and they feel a little intimidating. They don't have to. Hillsdale College can help you make the most of them. Go right now to charlieforhillsdale.com to enroll. There's no cost. It's easy to get started. That's charlieforhillsdale.com to register, CHARLIE.com or forhillsdale.com. Do it today. You won't regret it. That is for sure. Okay, gentlemen, I apologize. It's a longer clip, but Dr. Jerry Newcomb, I'm going to get your reaction to this on the other side. I believe we have it, don't we? We have it?
Yes.
Is it loaded?
I believe it's
214?
loaded.
Let's try. 214.
Remember that we were a collection of states and colonies, and you need to read the state constitutions before anything else. 13 out of 13 required a declaration of faith. 9 out of 13 required you to be a Protestant, except Maryland, which was Catholic, which still required a declaration of faith. Every single one of the original state constitutions, Pennsylvania included, they had, I profess Lord and Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior in the original state constitutions. Secondly, 55 out of 56 of the original signers of the Declaration were Bible-believing, church-attending Christians. You asked about common law. So common law is inherited from Blackstone, who was Christian. Common law is an outgrowth of the scriptures. So let's go to 3 principles of common law: due process and jury of your peers, wrapped into the ultimate biblical principle that you shall not favor justice if you are rich or poor, which is in Leviticus 19, right before the most famous part of Leviticus 19, which is that you should love your neighbor as yourself. But before that is that in the administration of justice, you shall not favor the rich or the poor, which is the idea of blind justice. We get that in the West, which is incorporated also in the New Testament ideal: neither slave nor Greek nor Jew, you're all one in Jesus Christ, which you get the idea of human equality. These are all biblical ideas. They're not Enlightenment ideas, which is they kind of get conflated at the time. But more importantly than that, they say that God was only mentioned 4 times in the Declaration of Independence. Well, that's a big deal, okay? Laws of nature and nature's God. The last paragraph of the Declaration reads as a prayer. It says, we appeal to the supreme judge of the universe. Who's the judge of the universe? Jesus Christ, as it says in Revelation, that Jesus will judge the earth on his throne. So in the Declaration, they were praying to Christ our Lord as a prayer very specifically. Thirdly, as I said on stage yesterday, Deuteronomy was by far the most quoted book, religious or non-religious, in the time of the founding when they were putting together the Constitution, more than John Locke, more than Montesquieu, more than Blackstone. So the book of Deuteronomy, which talked about laws, customs, traditions, it was Moses' farewell address, as he's about to say goodbye, say, hey, good luck in Canaan, guys. Here's how you should set up your form of government. But finally, and most importantly, let's look at actually what the founders said. John Adams famously said the Constitution was only written for a moral and religious people. It was wholly inadequate for the people of any other. The body politic of America was so Christian and was so Protestant that our form and structure of government was built for the people that believed in Christ our Lord. One of the reasons we're living through a constitutional crisis is that we no longer have a Christian nation, but we have a Christian form of government, and they're incompatible. So you cannot have liberty if you do not have a Christian population.
Boom. Zing.
Good, great content.
Dr. Newcomb, your reaction?
Absolutely terrific. And he's totally right. We have this foundation of the nation that is based on biblical principles. And that quote that he alluded to from John Adams, our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. When George Washington was leaving the office, he gave us the farewell address, and he said there, of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. Well, modern Americans today are saying religion and morality have no place in the public arena. What are you talking about? It was religion and morality, specifically Christianity, that gave us the freedoms we enjoy. And those freedoms cannot be maintained for long if we undercut that Christian foundation. Now, the foundation is still there. It's attacked, and people will bring out, all kinds of different ways to try and cut us off from that foundation, but the foundation is still there. In a different context, John Adams once said, facts are stubborn things. This is why the history is so important. This is why at providenceforum.org, for example, we do so much to try and create these videos and programs like you do too at Turning Point with Bill Federer in order to educate people about our Christian roots. And, the fact of the matter is human beings are sinful, and that is a very important doctrine that the founding fathers fully understood. You read the Constitution and you see the separation of power. They did not want to give too much power to too many people. You read the Declaration of Independence and you see the consent of the governed, and this is because we have our rights from God. So the fact that human beings are made in the image of God, that's enshrined in the Declaration of Independence, and the fact that human beings are fallen and sinful, that's enshrined in the Constitution. And these have governed us very, very well. When you look at countries, like the communist countries, for example, in the 20th century and 21st century even, you see how they begin with this atheistic foundation. There is no God. And when there is no God and the belief of that, then there are no rights. So even some liberal type founders of America, for example, Thomas Jefferson, he wasn't as unchristian as he sometimes made out to be. He was not a lifelong skeptic. In fact, the year after he wrote the Declaration of Independence, he helped found as a layman the Calvinistical Reformed Church of Charlottesville, and he even wrote up the agreement for the subscription for this, and they called an evangelical minister, the Reverend Charles Clay, for this church. And they said, we're desirous of gospel knowledge. But even Jefferson, later, when he has some doubts and so forth about some of the doctrines, he still said that, our rights come from God, and if we ever forget that, I tremble for my country, because how can we maintain our freedoms if we ever lose sight of God? And the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st century, many nations have been soaked in blood because they began with the premise that there is no God, there's no higher authority than the state. The state is God. So good luck with that. So Mao is slain his millions and tens of millions, and Stalin too.
Yeah, well said. Well said. The soaked in bloodline really, it hits, and we have to be on guard about that.
And speaking of that, I think it's worth remembering that, we've talked about the first Thanksgiving, we talked about the founding era Thanksgivings, but the annual, Thanksgiving as we observe it was born in the middle of the American Civil War. Proclaimed by Lincoln 1863. That's not the end of the Civil War. That's the peak of the war.
That's right in the
when
heart of it.
Tens of thousands of people are dying every month. This is just a few months after Gettysburg, the bloodiest battle in American history. And that is when Lincoln issues his proclamation that we should have a national day of Thanksgiving. And I think there's a lot of meaning in that.
Yeah, especially this year, given what we've been through. Bill, on that note of what Blake's talking about, how did we get from, Jamestown to 1863? What was the American experience with Thanksgiving in between that time?
Right. Well, now I do want to mention I have a book, and it's called The Treacherous World of the 16th Century and How the Pilgrims Escaped It. So it gets the whole setting of what was going on in Europe, what the Muslims were doing. People forget that they were surrounding Vienna, Austria twice, and they had pirates capturing, and they had whole Catholic orders in Europe called the Trinitarians, and they would ransom back people from Muslim slavery. Matter of fact, one of the pilgrim ships was captured by Muslim pirates. In 1625, William Bradford said they saved up 800 pounds of beaver skins, sent it back to England, but it was captured in the English Channel by a Turkish man of war, carried off to Salem, Morocco, and the crew was made slaves. So even the Pilgrims had to deal with that. One other thing before we get off the Pilgrims is they tried communism. Right. So they had no money. They borrowed money from a London company that set up bylaws that said everything would be held in common. Everything got by cooking, trucking, fishing shall go into ye common stock, and everyone's livelihood shall come out of ye common stock. And William Bradford said they tried it and almost starved to death. He says that the young man objected to doing twice as much work as the old guy, but got paid the same. The women objected to having to wash other men's clothes. And William Bradford said, after much discussion, it was decided that each man should plant corn for his own household. This made all hands more industrious. The women now went willingly into the field and took their little ones with them to plant corn, while before they would allege weakness, and to have forced them would have been great oppression. So here the Pilgrims tried the everything owned in common, and it didn't work.
Yeah.
One other thing that's overlooked is there were twice as many Indians at the first Thanksgiving than Pilgrims. There was like 90 Indians and only 52 Pilgrims. And get this, only 4 adult women cooking for 142 people, because all the rest of them had died in the winter.
Wow.
And then one other quick thing is Squanto, who had been kidnapped by some unscrupulous people and taken and sold as a slave in Malaga, Spain. He was purchased by some friars, given his freedom. He hitchhikes his way back to England, works for the Newfoundland company that dropped him off on the shores of America, only to find out that his entire tribe was wiped out in a plague. Then William Bradford says 3 years earlier, a French ship was shipwrecked there, and evidently one of the sailors that got ashore had an illness and wiped out the tribe. And but had Squanto not been kidnapped, he most likely would have been killed as well. But here the Pilgrims land, and half of them die the first winter, but the next spring, out of the woods walks this Indian, Squanto. And you can just imagine the conversation. Oh, you guys from England? Yeah, I used to live there. And then this place, I grew up here. And so Squanto was their interpreter, showed them how to catch beaver and plant corn, and was a special instrument sent of God for their good beyond their expectation, what William Bradford said. And one last thing, when Squanto was dying, he says that a couple years later, they were exploring, and they got caught in the freezing rain, and Squanto fell ill of Indian fever, bleeding much of the nose, and he begged Governor Bradford to pray for him that he might go to the Englishman's God in heaven. Right, so Squanto became a Christian, I'm confident. Anyway, so we looked to the Pilgrims because they had self-government.
Yep.
Which inspired New England, and then eventually turned into our Constitution. Fast forward.
Bill, I'm going to have to pause you because we're about to take a radio break. We're gonna go through the break just because I want to maximize our time here, but we gotta do these pesky radio breaks for our national audience. So I want to make sure we say goodbye to them just for a brief moment before we come back. But you guys are giving us some great stuff here. Bill's going to explain the connection between the first Thanksgiving and 1863, the Declaration of the First Thanksgiving by Lincoln. We'll be right back. All right. Got an email here from Kevin. This is really good. Blake, you want to read this one? Or
let me see.
I've got it
yes,
here,
I got it. Right. So he says, Charlie was right. We should all strive to keep Thanksgiving going strong. It's an American holiday. It is a Christian holiday. It's hard to make gratitude marketable, which is why other holidays get more attention for their commercial opportunities. May God bless the Kirk family. Thank you very much, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin. Well said, Kevin. I love that. It's so true. I mean, the other holidays are so commercial.
They're dying for Thanksgiving to end so they can like slam the door and say, and now it's Christmas shopping season, go out for Black Friday.
This is what upsets me about celebrating Christmas in like after Halloween, because you're just shortchanging the most American
Thanksgiving, and Thanksgiving is related to Christmas, but it is not Christmas. It is a separate holiday.
Yes.
And we shouldn't just fold it in.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. Bill, connect the dots here. We got to go kind of quick here between the first Thanksgiving and 1863 and that declaration by President Lincoln. Bill?
Right. So they had an attitude. When things were bad, you would have days of prayer. And when things got real bad, they had days of fasting and prayer. And when things turned around, they had days of Thanksgiving. And they were on an as-needed basis. And so, as Blake mentioned, you had days of fasting during the Revolutionary War and then days of Thanksgiving. You had threatened war with France. And John Adams has 2 days of fasting and prayer and then days of Thanksgiving. When the British burned the White House, James Madison had a day of fasting and prayer and then a day of Thanksgiving. During a cholera epidemic in 1849, when 150,000 Americans died of cholera, you had Zachary Taylor had a day of fasting. And then Lincoln had 2 days of fasting and prayer during the Revolution. And then he made, as Blake mentioned, the day of Thanksgiving an annual event. But it was a relationship with God. Now, from Lincoln till now, it's an annual event. Matter of fact, it's the last Thursday in September or in November. FDR wanted to move it 1 week earlier, so there'd be an extra week of shopping before Christmas, and that became a campaign issue that the Republicans we're going to move Thanksgiving back to the original date. But it's always been biblical. It's always been thanking a monotheistic God, so you're leaving out Buddhism and Hinduism. And it's also that you have the freedom, like Jefferson had a day of Thanksgiving that the Continental Congress asked all the states to observe, and he's governor of Virginia, so he has Virginia observe a day of Thanksgiving. But it was voluntary, so they didn't want to have it be forced, but they wanted it to be voluntary. And so voluntary worship of God is clearly Christian. It's not in Islam. And so they're referring to a God of the Bible. And of course, many of them have proclamations and scriptures in there as well.
That's great. Really, really well said, Bill. And I love what you were talking about, those presidents that were between Washington and Lincoln and how they had days of fasting and days of prayer and days of Thanksgiving. I mean, how amazing would that be if, the President of the United States called on a day of fasting and prayer? I mean, that would just be a complete paradigm shift from our current moment. And I'm sure it would be incredibly controversial and all of it, but we absolutely should, because America is unique among the nations. We are a providential nation that was founded on Christian belief in God, and I think our origin story really demonstrates that. When we welcome back National Radio in just a few seconds, gentlemen, I'm going to play one other clip that was one of Charlie's absolute favorites, and it's Rush reflecting on the Pilgrims who established this nation and that settled it originally, and it was one of Charlie's favorites. Again, we are in full Thanksgiving evangelization mode here. We believe
in times of hardship, most of all.
Yeah, amen. And this year, it's uniquely important that we do it. It's uniquely important that we do it. So we'll be right back with National Radio in just 1 second.
Working radio show in the business, The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to our national radio audience. I'm going to play this clip, one of Charlie's favorites, 194.
They knew that they were going to face hardship. Hardship like you and I don't know. But paramount importance to them was living freely and worshiping God according to the dictates of their own consciences, their own beliefs. That's what they were denied the freedom to do in England. And because of the biblical precedent set forth in Scripture, they never doubted, because of their faith in God, that their experiment would work. They never doubted they would get to the New World. They never doubted that once they got there, they would thrive. During that first winter, remember they arrive in November, during that first winter, half of them, including William Bradford's own wife, died. Spring finally came. They did meet the Indians, the Native Americans who were there, who did help them. You know, Thanksgiving is actually explained in some textbooks as a holiday for which the Pilgrims gave thanks to the Indians for saving their lives. It wasn't that. That happened, but Thanksgiving was a devout expression of gratitude. The Pilgrims to God for their survival and everything that was a part of it.
Dr. Jerry Newcomb, final thoughts to you as we wrap up the hour.
Well, the Pilgrims were a small group of Christian who were basically Christians that were outcasts in their own society, and all they wanted to do was worship Jesus in the purity of the conscience. And as Dr. D. James Kennedy once noted, America began as a church relocation project in the sense that the Pilgrims were the ones he's talking about. They went from this place north of London, about 150 miles. Then they made it to Holland, where they could at least be tolerated. And then eventually they made it to the New World. So in that sense, in the sense that the Pilgrims cast a long and positive shadow in what would become the United States of America, that's a fantastic observation. They began that whole process of self-rule under God that we've talked about with the Mayflower Compact. They had a form of socialism imposed on them by the people who made the loans so they could even have the voyage, and they got rid of that and instead gave free enterprise, and they flourished as they made God the center of their whole settlement. And just one last observation. In a film I made about this, about the Pilgrims, and Charlie, by the way, commended one of the films I made, in this whole series called The Foundation of American Liberty series, and Bill Federer is a major, major guest. Anyway, so I interviewed the direct descendant of the de facto pastor of the Pilgrims. His name was William Brewster. And so I interviewed this descendant, and he said, suppose after things got real stable in Plymouth, and they were starting to thrive and flourish, under God. Suppose one of their children said, do I have to go to church? He said one of those parents could easily say to that child, what do you mean, do you have to go to church? You have no idea how much we sacrifice so that you can go to church. America was begun by people who wanted to worship Jesus in the purity of the conscience. Then that freedom was extended to everybody else. And now, at least in some quarters, they're trying to say, no, Christians are not allowed to have that kind of freedom. That's crazy. There's a reason we're called, even to this day, our national motto is, in God we trust.
Yeah, well said. And Bill, I just want to commend you as well. Thank you both for coming. You are a wealth of knowledge. American Minute, I want to make sure I got it right here. AmericanMinute.com. I just so encourage everybody to sign up for your newsletter. The work you do there is tremendous. Dr. Jerry Newcomb, providenceforum.org. I got it right. Final 30 seconds to you, Bill. How can people follow you and get involved with your history lessons?
Yeah, well, matter of fact, turningpointed.com. If you go to resources and scroll down, you see how we got here. And so I do a weekly video for Turning Point Ed. Charlie and Rob McCoy and Mikey, we went to dinner together. He's like, I want you to be a big part of this. And so I write it. It's about 7 minutes long, and anybody can sign up for it. It's particularly homeschoolers and Christian schools and classic schools. But it's turningpointed.com. Look at resources and how we got here.
I love that. Thank you, Bill. Bill Federer, author and speaker, AmericanMinute.com. Dr. Jerry Newcomb, Executive Director of Providence Forum, providenceforum.org. Thank you, gentlemen, and happy Thanksgiving to you both.
Thank you.
We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
This morning, Arizona Senator Mark Kelly defiant after the Pentagon announced it's investigating him for serious allegations of misconduct after he and 5 other Democratic lawmakers posted a video urging U.S. service members not to follow illegal orders.
I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy.
Kelly, who flew 39 combat missions in Iraq before going on to become an astronaut, now threatened with a court-martial for saying this.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
The president furious at the lawmakers, labeling them traitors and accusing them of, quote, seditious behavior punishable by death.
The White House is supportive of the Department of War's investigation into Senator Mark Kelly, and I think what Senator Mark Kelly was actually trying to do was intimidate the 1.3 million active duty service members who are currently serving in our United States Armed Forces with that video that he and his Democrat colleagues put out. Senator Mark Kelly well knows the rules of the military and the respect that one must have for the chain of command, and that all lawful orders are presumed to be legal by our service members. You can't have a functioning military if there is disorder and chaos within the ranks. And
the Trump administration now vowing to appeal after a federal judge threw out the criminal case against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James. In twin rulings, the judge found prosecutor Lindsay Halligan was unlawfully appointed, writing, quote, "All actions flowing from Ms. Halligan's defective appointment constitute unlawful exercise of executive power and must be set aside."
Overnight, an intense barrage of Russian missiles and drones raining down on the Ukrainian capital for more than 6 hours as negotiations intensify between the US, Russia and Ukraine. Officials are saying Russia targeted power stations. 2 residential buildings also hit.
I don't know if you heard that. We're now getting intense Russian bombardment of the capital.
At least 7 people killed, according to officials. The mayor saying 7 out of 10 of the capital's districts now suffering power disruptions.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We're here live, Phoenix, Arizona. Today is November 25th, 2025, Anno Domini. I wanted to just take a quick moment before we get into today's top story. I want to get into this Ukraine peace deal. Will the Russians agree? Will Ukraine agree? But I'm out here in Phoenix, and this is Charlie's old studio that I'm sitting in right now. This desk right here is Charlie's original desk where he launched the Charlie Kirk Show, and been in here many times. He's was gracious enough to allow me to use it to launch Human Events Daily. And I've had my family here. I've had, obviously, his family's been here. He and I have been here for debates and laughter and so many stories and so many things. And it just really takes you back sometimes to realize that there's so much important in this world and there's so much going on that you do need to take a step back sometimes and realize that everything could change in the blink of an eye. And don't ever forget that. Just don't ever forget that we live in a real world, an actual world. And when we talk about cases of violence, that's why ending the Ukraine war is so important. And that's why this peace deal is so important. If President Trump and Secretary Driscoll, who's now been taking the lead on these negotiations, if they can get this done, it's so important because the Ukrainians and the Russians, they're going into their Christmas time as well. And for every single soldier lost on the battlefield, that's a family that's got a son that doesn't come home. That's a family that's got a dad that they're never going to see again. Just like Charlie's kids are never going to see their dad again. This is real stuff. And for people who want to play games with acts of violence, with acts of war, and say, oh, well, it's not really that big of a deal, and we'll just keep fighting, and Russia will keep, having to throw more men into it. It's disgusting, actually, when I see people who want to continue this thing. And it's actually horrific, because why don't you go over there? And so many of them refuse to. Why don't you go over there and actually meet with the people who've got to live with missiles flying over their heads every day, who've got to dodge bullets just so they can get to the grocery store, who've got to deal with drone warfare all over the place, and who have to see their sons getting dragged to the front. You want that? Would you want that for your children? Because that's the reality of warfare. It's not some grandiose romantic scheme. It's people dying in disgusting and disfiguring ways. It's bodies that are blown apart so much that you can't actually put them back together to bring them home. Closed caskets every time. So that's what you want. That's what you're supporting if you support more war. That's what you're getting. And that's what we see. That's certainly what we see. And I'm not going to sit here and play some games like, oh, well, who started it? Look, there's a war and people are dying. Now, this deal, The Russians said they liked the 28-point plan, the 19-point plan that came out as well, that the Ukrainians said they agreed to. I'm just going to say right now, I don't think the Russians are going to agree to this. I said that on War Room this morning. I'm going to continue. I do not think the Russians will go on board with this because they do not want Ukraine in NATO at all. Not even an option, not even a possibility. No, they want full neutralization, neutral status for Ukraine, and they view it as an existential threat to Russia. Now, you can disagree, and you can say, I don't think you're right, all you want, but you've got to convince them of that. Ladies and gentlemen, the enemy always gets a vote. We'll be right back. Human Events Daily continues.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1,
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America stands in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec back live, Phoenix, Arizona. Ladies and gentlemen, anyone that knows me and knows the work that Human Events Daily does day in and day out knows that the conservative movement never stops. And the fuel that keeps me, the show, and the work going is, of course, Blackout Coffee. For years, Blackout has been my coffee of choice, and I know so many of you want to get on the train as well. And by the way, the messages that we're getting in from people saying they love Blackout, they love the taste, they love the flavor. Look, I got to say, the product really just speaks for itself because it's America in a cup. Blackout was founded on Christian values rooted in family and built on the belief that hardworking Americans deserve better than the corporate swill. Blackout Coffee is a family business that roasts every batch right here in the USA. 2 roasts that you got to try: Morning Reaper, a smooth medium roast that kicks off your day without bitterness. And for dark roast lovers like myself, Brutal Awakening, a bold, rich roast with deep flavor that'll keep you sharp and alert. Perfect for serving friends and family around the holidays. Because let's face it, the best gatherings start with the best coffee. So here's the deal. Go to blackoutcoffee.com/POSO and use promo code POSO for 20% off your first order. That's blackoutcoffee.com/POSO. Support a company that shares your values, supports American jobs, and fuels your freedom. One strong cup at a time. So, folks, we're digging in more on this Ukraine deal. Will it last? Will it be agreed to? I wanted to bring Mike Benz on now from the Foundation for Freedom Online. Benz, you've done the yeoman's work on explaining why Ukraine really became this focal point so much, going all the way back to President Trump's first impeachment, Hunter Biden, the Burisma dealings. And I guess I wanted to say, Benz, is that if this thing is actually to wind down, this is going to be a huge problem for a lot of people in power, both in the United States and across Europe, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little complicated, though, because I do think that they do want the kinetic military activity that Russia is conducting to wind down, in the sense that I think that some of the well, not some, but almost all of the exuberance in the early initial 2022 forays, when there was a thought that actually Russia had misstepped and that they were actually much weaker than NATO feared they might be, and it looked like Ukraine was having some early victories. There was, I think, a hope that Ukraine could militarily take this all the way and then end up with a regime change inside of Moscow and another Boris Yeltsin resurrected and put in Putin's place. Instead, Ukraine is now reporting loss after loss. Every update I seem to see on it seems to be another territory, another town, another very one-sided victory for Russia on the military battlefield. And I do think that the goal of the peace, there's kind of a Trump goal and there's a blob goal for peace. I think the Trump goal is to have a lasting peace. I think the blob goal is to have a temporary peace and then to use that peace to build up a larger military presence to eventually either win a paramilitary covert war or a full-on war the next time something like this can be provoked through another 2014-style Maidan-style coup in another kind of Russian satellite area. But basically the whole play here is about Eurasia. And that's what this is all about. It's about the $75 trillion worth of natural resources inside of Russia. It's about control over the entire Eurasian landscape. And ultimately, it'll be about regime change inside of Russia to make that happen, as well as the pacification of all the Russian military support for countering many NATO commercial and political activities in Africa, in Central Asia, and to a lesser extent, well, I wouldn't even count really Latin America anymore at this point. But
so we are hearing, Africa, by the way, I wanted to just throw out just before we went live today, and this is what I've been saying all morning, the White House has come out and said, well, additional discussions are now going to be required among Ukraine, the United States, and Russia as the countries work to hammer out this deal. So Dan Driscoll, of course, we know, is meeting with Russian officials in Abu Dhabi right now. Lavrov, what did Lavrov said? It could be rejected if the terms are fundamentally different to the understanding that was reached during the Trump-Putin summit in Alaska a few months ago. I was actually had the opportunity to attend that summit. It was really incredible to just be there and be in the room, at least when the meeting got started with Lavrov, et cetera. And what are we also hearing? Zelensky wants to bring the Europeans in. And I think that's kind of what went on here because, Ben, I think there's a lot of story here that we're told that Vice President J.D. Vance came in and he's the one that really got Driscoll into the new position as this point man for these discussions, for these negotiations. They knew that the previous discussions had really been at loggerheads. So he said, why not send this guy over and let's just sit down with the Russians and hammer something out. But it seems, though, that when the Ukrainians get involved, they always want to bring in Europe. And when they bring in Europe, that always seems to bring in the blob as well.
Oh, completely. I mean, if you remember,
because that's NATO, because that's where all of NATO is.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I mean, Trump is not negotiating with, Ukraine on this peace deal. He's negotiating with Great Britain and the captured, parts of France and Germany, who sort of work themselves into Zelensky's body to negotiate for him, because that is who is picking up the slack. Europe is now trying to create its own army. We just had Anders Fogh Rasmussen, the head of NATO during Obama. I'm going to read what he tweeted this morning. I'm now calling for Europe to deploy up to 20,000 troops behind Ukraine's front lines, establish an air shield with 150 combat aircraft, and unlock frozen Russian assets, meaning seize Russian assets, which would cause an absolute firestorm in the international markets and make it unlikely that any sane sovereign country would ever invest in Europe again, if not directly under the barrel of a gun. But that is the animating spirit of France, Germany, the UK, to some extent Norway, the Dutch. It's the EU, and that's Soros town. This is where all this reconstruction money is coming, apart from the U.S., which so you basically have Democrats, the remaining Never Trump Republicans, and Europe working into Zelensky's body to tell him what to do and not to do. And the way they've changed the terms from this deal are just hilarious. Right now, Ukraine is just completely subsumed in this multi-billion-dollar corruption scandal where they're finding $100 million and embezzled $100 million in embezzled cash, golden toilets, the highest levels of the Ukrainian government, from the folks in their energy ministry to, would appear to be the second and third in command of Zelensky himself. Meanwhile, Ukraine has still not held a vote in over 5 years. They've canceled elections indefinitely. That remains. Meanwhile, just I think Libernet just posted a giant tapestry of the German censorship industrial complex, and I found it humorous that one of the 330 German government-funded censorship organizations in the report is an institution called Radar, which is part of the USAID censorship network. And Radar was taking German taxpayer dollars to monitor social media discourse in Ukraine to stop what it called false narratives that delegitimized the Kiev government. So all stops are being pulled to shore up this kind of seemingly coke-addled, dysfunctional, corrupt government as its corpse is propped up and marionetted by a bunch of EU blobsters and banksters.
Well, and one of the big pressure points on this is something that you've been talking about here for years, and this came out publicly, and you don't hear any coverage of this really in the West, that Zelensky's justice minister and the Minister of Energy, Minister of Justice, Minister of Energy, both resigned just days ago, like 2 weeks ago in Kiev, on the backs of a $100 million kickback scheme involving, you guessed it, the state-owned energy company and Energoatom, which is actually their nuclear company. And the ringleader of the scheme was, of course, one of Zelensky's close business partners. You just can't make it up, can you?
No, you certainly can't. But what I thought was so interesting, and I'm just trying to pull up the exact language here, but the part of the original Trump proposal, I believe, to Ukraine was that there would be a full audit. Part of the conditions of the deal would be a full audit of aid money to Ukraine. And then as the scandal unfolded, the language was changed to instead offer an amnesty, that essentially all crimes committed by the Kiev government, if they agreed to this peace deal, would be effectively absolved or pardoned, so that there would be no Truth and Reconciliation Committee or transitional justice in a post-Zelensky. So they're trying to set the stage for terms in which the Zelensky mafia will feel inclined to, as part of the peace terms, go back to being something even nominally pretending to be a democracy, i.e., some path to holding a vote on an election again. But everyone knows Zelensky would lose, and undoubtedly the successor Justice Department or Justice Ministry would be saddled with all of these.
And they'd have to figure out exactly what to do. Right back, Jack Posobiec, Mike Benz.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1, more
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
You talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live with Mike Benz. We're talking the latest on this Ukraine potential peace deal. We have also heard, so Macron just came out, we're confirming that now, and said after they just held a call with the quote-unquote coalition of the willing. Now, you remember that was who came to the White House to meet with President Trump and Zelensky the day after Trump and Putin met in Anchorage, Alaska. Now Macron is saying that European-led security guarantees for Kiev could involve the United States. So, Benz, what we're looking at here is this is pushing everything into the reconstruction and this new potential military situation. I want to take a quick moment to remind everybody about today's episode sponsor, because, look, ever since COVID, millions of Americans have started buying preparedness supplies, especially emergency food, and that's a good thing. But there's a big mistake most people make with their emergency food supply. They don't have any way to cook it in a real emergency when the power is out or the grid is down. That's why our friends over at My Patriot Supply created their Black Friday survival special. It comes with a 4-week food supply plus $150 worth of the free gifts, including everything you need to prepare your emergency meals, like a cook stove, fuel, fire starters, plus a water purifier, bug out bag, and more. It's the complete survival kit that your family needs to ride out natural disasters, civil unrest, or anything worse. Also makes a great Christmas gift, as do all of our advertisers. But it's only available through Black Friday. So head over to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack right now to check out everything that's included. With all the uncertainty in the world right now, we simply can't afford to be unprepared. So get your Christmas shopping done right now. mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. All Patriots get there through Black Friday. mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. Mike Benz, what's the latest that you're hearing?
Well, as we were just talking about, found the Wall Street Journal reporting that in the apparent move to expose corruption, the initial U.S. draft called for an audit of all international aid Ukraine had received. The Wall Street Journal reports the language was changed to say all parties will receive full amnesty for their actions during the war. So instead of agreeing to have all the international aid Ukraine has received be audited, instead apparently the provision was changed to say no audit, and no matter what crimes we committed in embezzling funds, we're not going to be criminally liable anyway. So that's fun.
So Ukraine changed one of the 28 provisions that was talking for an international audit of all the funds that came in, that it's not going to be an audit. It's in fact going to be an amnesty for any, which and by the way, amnesty is something that you receive for crime. It's not something that you receive for, benevolent acts or acts of charity. No, it's amnesty is something, or a pardon is something you receive for committing a crime.
Right. Well, this is just so thematic, right? I mean, this is like, remember when they tried to sell the Ukraine aid as being, we're no longer just giving unconditional, no strings attached grants to Ukraine. We're going to make them loans.
It was an investment. We were going to make money off of it.
Forgivable at any time and have no interest and no maturity date and are forgivable on demand. Like it's
Ben, here's something we should actually think about is, and just in a true sense, is the government of Ukraine and the economy, whatever economy is left of Ukraine, does it actually resemble a real government and a real country's administration, or does this seems to me like they're like one of these subcontractors that USAID would be working with, and one of these like shady groups? They don't seem like a real government at all.
Right. And remember, one of the leading figures within Ukrainian state media said after USAID shut down, or the shutdown was initiated, that this would devastate Ukraine's media because over 90% of Ukraine's media institutions and outlets were funded directly by USAID. So 90% of Ukraine's media was funded by USAID, including the Kiev Independent, very independent. But there's now this mad, it's important to remember the stakes. Ukraine sits on $14 trillion worth of natural resources between the shale, the petroleum, the rare earth minerals. And so there is, what's $300 billion in taxpayer money for a $14 trillion potential reward? That's kind of the thought process. Of course, we're not going to get our $300 billion back. That is basically subsidized R&D capital for, you might say, for military industrial complex contractors, big mining companies, big gas giants, and big agriculture companies. And that's what's happening. Ukraine is being put through shock therapy. While it is firing off the machine guns like a madman, it is convulsing at the biological and cellular level as it is being sold off nucleus by nucleus, every cell to another Wall Street and London trading firm. This is what's been happening now.
And that's by the way, and just in our final minute, that is why there's so much language in here about the reconstruction, who's paying for it. They're using these frozen Russian assets, but then also who benefits from the reconstruction as well, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it is. And this is where I come back to how this impacts things at home. The special envoy for Ukraine reconstruction under the Biden administration was none other than Penny Pritzker. Penny Pritzker, who was the sponsor of Barack Obama's Senate career before he became president, then became Barack Obama's Commerce Secretary, and now manages the entire Harvard endowment, the $56 billion Harvard Endowment Fund, while simultaneously running Ukraine reconstruction. Harvard very famously invested in and pilfered Russian state assets when it was paid by USAID, I think $350 million it got from USAID, the Harvard Institute for International Development under Jeffrey Sachs and Larry Summers. And then they did it again in Ukraine in the 1990s, and I'm sure they're doing it here, which is why I have been calling repeatedly for this administration to condition all federal grants to all universities on total transparency about the investment activities of private endowments. If you're going to qualify for $1 of federal government grants, we need to see every investment that endowment is making, so we know whether or not what people are being taught at Harvard is actually.
Go give him a follow, folks. Mike Benz Cyber. Take care.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead, scan the QR code now. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back live, Human Events Daily, Phoenix, Arizona. Folks, did you know Utah and Florida recently banned fluoride in their drinking water? Why are they doing a massive U-turn on something that's been pumped into our water for 80 years? The government claims fluoride is for healthy teeth, but is that just nanny-state nonsense? You don't need bureaucrats medicating your water. You need the freedom to choose pure water. That's why my family, the Poso family, uses Cove Pure. This is a countertop water purifier certified to remove up to 99.9% of impurities. That includes fluoride and other garbage like PFAS, fertilizer runoff, you name it. The The first thing I noticed is the taste. Cove Pure helps water become what it's supposed to taste like. Pure, clean, no aftertaste. The best part is you can choose any temperature, hot or cold, with just one tap. It's so easy, no drilling, no plumbers. Just fill it in and plug it in. Head over to covepure.com/Poso, and for a limited time, get $200 off. The government has no business forcing things in your water. Don't wait for them to sort out pure water. You have to do it yourself. That's covepure.com/Poso, covepure.com/Poso for $200 off. All right, folks, we got Will Chamberlain coming up next, Article 3 Project. Will, this story broke right as the show was going live yesterday, and I was thinking we need a lawyer, but I had like 2 minutes. I was going to try to book you, but you're a little busy for us yesterday. But apparently you weren't too busy to go on the War Room with Steve Bannon, were you, Will?
No, I was very happy to go on the War Room with Steve Bannon, but I really should have gone on with you because Steve decided to play 10 minutes of MSNBC clips, which really was just gratuitous and unnecessary for a first-time guest.
He tortures his audience through this every day, and he says, I'm just trying to toughen you up. I'm just trying to toughen you up. You got to get used to it. You got to get stronger. So he's working over his forces. But yes, I've had to endure those many, many times. And you had to endure the Cove Pure commercial read, which really wasn't really all that bad at all. It's really nice. With Tanya loves it.
It's a lot nicer than James Comey's Visage. Are you kidding? I'd listen to 50 ad reads before I listened to a minute of Comey.
So walk us through, though, and by the way, it makes a great Christmas gift. Walk us through, though, this whole contention about, because it really seems to me, and I haven't gone through, obviously, the law like you have, the appointment of Lindsay Halligan. That seems to be what this judge in Virginia is hanging all of this on. And that's something where, of course, now I remember a number of people made a similar argument regarding Jack Smith, but that was because he was a special counsel. She's not a special counsel. She's a U.S. attorney, which is a routine position. So, Will, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so you've highlighted an interesting distinction, which is special counsels also are inferior officers, most likely, just like U.S. attorneys. And for inferior officers, there's a number of ways to confirm them or appoint them. You can go through the normal presidential advice and consent process with the Senate, or the Congress can, by statute, create a method for you to be appointed to a particular position. And that's what happens with these interim U.S. attorneys. There's a statute, I believe it's 28 USC, or it's either 18 or 28, I forget off the top of my head, 456, that deals with how these vacancies work. And so it's a kind of poorly worded, a little bit ambiguous statute, honestly, but the best reading of it is that it basically gives the Attorney General the ability to appoint interim U.S. attorneys for 120-day periods whenever there's a vacancy. And it also gives concurrent authority to the local district court to do so in the event that the political branches, for whatever reason, can't get their act together and make an appointment. But that authority should be understood as concurrent. It's not exclusive. And there's a couple reasons why. I mean, first off, the language of the statute is pretty clear by its terms. There's only one exception to the Attorney General's authority, and that is that they're not allowed to appoint people who have been affirmatively rejected by the Senate. And then the second reason that's the appropriate reading is because there's a major constitutional problem with saying that the only way to appoint an executive branch official, or the only people that can appoint an executive branch official, are district court judges. That gives Article 3 judges the power to appoint Article 2 officials, and not just any power, but the exclusive power. So that's every time we've been seeing over the last year where there have been attempts to defend independent agencies from presidential supervision, those attempts have failed. And Congress just can't pass statutes that vest Article 2 appointment authority exclusively in entities that aren't the presidency.
So when this comes down to it, there was an interim vacancy, and they went and appointed Lindsay Halligan. Was this done? So, Will, in your reading, was this lawful?
Yeah, in my reading, this was absolutely lawful. And the government put out a very, very good brief on this subject. I thought that was very, very clear in terms of explaining what the language was. The alternative view requires a very, very aggressive reading of the statute that effectively requires reading exclusive words like only, or, the only way to apply. Those words just don't appear in the statute. And by its term, subsection A of that statute is just, it's really clear on its terms that if there's a vacancy, the Attorney General can make an interim appointment, period.
Will, would you kind of refer to that as maybe, I don't know, a Weissman reading of the statute?
A Weissman reading of the statute, yes. And it's weird because, to be fair, there's a lot of district judges who have made this mistake. But if we've learned anything from the last year or so, is that district judges ruling against the Trump administration is not something that tends to stick. When the administration decides to appeal, there's something like a 92% success rating of the Supreme Court, which is unprecedented for an administration to be doing this well. And that's because district judges are aggressively trying to find ways to thwart the actions of the Trump administration. And this is the most classic example. James Comey has a lot of relationships in the Eastern District of Virginia and elsewhere. He has a lot of relationships among Democratic politicians. They're very upset that he's being indicted for perjuring himself in front of Congress. And they're going to pull out all the stops to try and stop the indictment. It's one of the reasons that people often can be frustrated that things don't happen more quickly. But this is a classic example of, even when the administration does things properly, there are a whole bunch of roadblocks put in their way. So it's really important that, to the extent they can, they cross their I's and dot their T's, or cross their T's and dot their I's.
Well, and this is what they're going to do. And the reason I refer to Weissman readings is because we know that this is. And I remember you conducting this incredible analysis of the obstruction statute when Weissman was trying to urge, and when he ran the Mueller investigation, and he's now on MSNBC all the time, he's constantly trying to find ways. This is like his one trick, in a sense. He's constantly trying to find ways to twist statutes into readings that don't actually fit the plain text reading or the common sense reading of the words, and use them then, in effect, to block whatever Trump is doing, or in the previous case of Mueller, actually launch an indictment of the sitting president of the United States, or at least urge an indictment that would, turn into an impeachment. But it's always sort of this one trick, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very aggressive liberal lawyering is the one trick, right? And it's aggressive statutory interpretation, novel statutory interpretation, the novel use of statutes. One of the really interesting things here is that, we talked about this endlessly during the Biden administration when they were going after Trump, how aggressively they were interpreting 1512 subsection C2 to try and expand this catch-all obstruction statute into something that encompassed what the president did on January 6th. And it's an obstruction of justice statute. So this is about the destruction of evidence. It's not about stopping, the count in the Electoral College count. So this is yet another example of that, but it's going the other direction, in the sense that before they were trying to interpret statutes in a novel way in order to expand prosecutorial authority. Now that the Republicans are in control of it, they're coming up with these novel and eccentric interpretations of statutes to constrain prosecutorial authority.
To constrain prosecutorial authority, which is amazing. So the Weissman standard depends on what side of the football he's on. In one case, the prosecutor should be able to do whatever he wants. But now that Lindsey Halligan is the prosecutor, no, we have to constrain prosecutorial authority. Think of our standing as a free republic. I mean, my gosh, if we just allowed these prosecutors to do whatever they want. It's really amazing when you think about it.
You'd be forgiven for thinking that the entire game of progressive lawyering is Calvin Ball. You would be forgiven for thinking that. That's basically what we're dealing with.
Will, for those who don't know, what is Calvin Ball?
Oh, Calvin Ball is a cartoon. I mean, I guess I'm showing my age, right? Because we had Calvin and Hobbes when we were kids. But Calvin and Hobbes is a great cartoon, and Calvin Ball is the famous game that is come up with by Calvin, which is just basically whatever rule. He can make up any rules he wants to at any time, and it always ensures that he wins the game no matter what.
That being said, anyone who's got small children knows Calvin Ball, because that's exactly how my kids play pretty much every single game that I come up with, or they come up with. They say, "Daddy, let's play this game," and then we're playing, and I say, "Well, that's against the rules." "Oh no, there's actually a rule that you don't know about." "Oh, really?" Right? So that's as crazy as this is, folks, and we're laughing, but it's ridiculous what they're doing to our system, because you have actual judges will sit there and play these mental gymnastic games while presiding over the destruction of our country and running roughshod over the actual system of justice. Jack Posobiec, Will Chamberlain will be right back here at Human Events Daily.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead. Scan the QR code now. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back with Will Chamberlain, lawyer for the senior attorney for the Article 3 project. Will, the other piece that I wanted to get in with you is this situation regarding the Uniform Code of Military Justice and the fact that Senator Mark Kelly, himself a retired United States Navy captain in 06, equivalent to a colonel in the Army or Marine Corps, is supposedly now under investigation by the Pentagon. Now, this is something where, and I'll just say, as having been a military, both enlisted and an officer, that the UCMJ is something that's explained to you day one. This isn't some gotcha. This isn't Calvin Ball. And you also know that if you retire and you take that pension, if you're getting those checks, then you are still subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So, Will, looking at it from that perspective, this idea of whether or not his comments and actions do actually form the basis for a sedition charge in a court-martial, which is different from a civilian court, do you think that potentially the government would have a case here?
Yeah, I mean, you know, my understanding, and you might actually know a little bit more about military law than I do because you were so deeply ingrained in it, but you're not allowed to do things that you're not allowed to do things that knowingly undermine good order and discipline, is my understanding. And it's hard to imagine something that could undermine good order and discipline more than to insinuate that they're unlawful.
Believe it or not, actually, just to give you the lanes here, that's an entirely separate statute. So, right, so there's Article for Good Order and Discipline 134. This is like your general catch-all. There's Article 92, which involves insubordination, and then there is, of course, the sedition. I had this pulled up a minute ago. The actual sedition article itself. So, I mean, there's quite a few articles that cover this, and then for a lot of people not understanding, if you take the pension, you are still considered subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Right. And it's like we shouldn't have retired senior military officers who hold the esteem of being retired senior military officers saying things that undermine the good order and discipline of the Army. Right. I mean, the fact that military service members can't obey unlawful orders or shouldn't obey is drilled into them from the beginning, but it's drilled into them in the context of the fact that they need to presume that orders are lawful and that they need to obey their superiors, and that insubordination is punished as well. So when you have 6 senators getting up there drilling in the sort of opposite message, you must not follow unlawful orders, while not being able to identify a single unlawful order that's been issued. Everybody understands what you're doing. Everybody understands that you're trying to foment discontent and insubordination in the military, which is something that you're prohibited from doing, something that Captain Mark Kelly is prohibited from doing and should know better.
No, and it's something, by the way, when you mentioned he should know better, this is something that, look, if a member of the military did this while they were serving, I should say, a regular member of the military, someone who's not, a famous Democrat who takes selfies with Alex Soros and who's invested in Chinese spy balloon companies, right? If you did something like this, then you would absolutely you would either be brought to the captain's mast in the Navy, which is something we have for extrajudicial punishment, and as an officer in high standing, like an 06, as he is and continues to be, by the way, because he's receiving a retirement pension commensurate with his rank, then yes, he absolutely should face something like this. And it's not about necessarily punishing Mark Kelly. It's about upholding a broad standard for the entire military as an armed forces discipline.
Yeah, like you don't play games with insubordination in any military. It's the most basic idea that my whole understanding of, I didn't go through boot camp, but you did. But my whole understanding of the point of boot camp is to sort of drill into you that your job is to say yes, sir, when you're given an order, among many other things. So the last thing we should be doing is like aggressively making subordinates question whether they're being given lawful or unlawful orders constantly. Like that's, unlawful orders should be a giant, bright, glaring red light that is almost never happens, is not going to happen to the vast majority of service members ever, if not any, the complete vast majority. And so for these 6 senators to just be coming up with this out of nowhere and randomly, and the strong insinuation, those grave faces, they're really deeply insinuating that there are unlawful orders coming from President Trump right now, but it's irresponsible for them to do that if they can't point to anything that they think is unlawful.
Right. And so that's exactly what it's supposed to be. And this whole idea of, you must disobey unlawful orders. No, we know what you're doing. And we know exactly what you're doing. You're not being coy. You're not being clever. It's very obvious. And for me, I think that when I saw this come out in the first place, I recognized the Democrat plan from all the way back in 2019, the original impeachment of President Trump, which started with a member of the military working with a member of the intelligence community to leak a phone call with Zelensky. Yes, the same President Zelensky and the same President Trump that led to this impeachment inquiry, which it was all predicated on a quid pro quo that never actually took place in the transcript. But what did it start with? It started with members of the military and members of the intelligence community leaking on the commander-in-chief.
That's right. Yeah. And of course, Mr. Vindman's brother is now serving in Congress, and apparently his playbook is about 1 page long because he's making the same sort of stunt where he's, talking about how he saw the contents of a phone call when he worked for the Trump NSA, and he's demanding that Trump release the contents of that phone call again. Query whether or not that's yet again another violation of the classified materials rules. Like whenever, are you allowed? You actually, again, you're an expert in classified information because you yourself. Can you just talk about what information you saw and how derogatory it is, and how people should really release it so they can see how derogatory it is?
No, you cannot. And
right. And even if you don't say exactly what the information is, you say, but it's super derogatory. I promise, and he should be forced to release it. No,
you really can't. You really can't. You can't make references to it. And I would urge, by the way, anyone to go through every single one of the tweets that I've ever written or statements that I've ever made on this show or any others to see if I've ever committed exactly what you're saying right now. Because now I'm not under UCMJ because I didn't do 20 years to qualify for a retirement pension. However, as a member of the intelligence community, I do have a lifetime NDA. And so if I were to come on here and say, hey, Will, and everybody gather around, I'm going to tell you about everything that took place down at Guantanamo Bay when I was there, that would probably be my last episode.
Yeah, probably, and rightfully so. And so I feel like maybe this has gone under the radar because nobody's talking about investigating Eugene Vindman for mishandling classified information. But there's no doubt that the contents of that phone call between President Trump and MBS are and if they haven't been released, they are classified. That is foreign diplomacy. So the fact that he's insinuating he knows what's in those phone calls and demanding transcript releases on that basis, what? This is a 6-year-old phone call too. Like, well, there's no whistleblower protection for him now, that he flatly and frivolously asserted back in 2018. Or I guess his brother, it's easy to confuse the two of them, right? They both are named Vindman.
Right,
they both are applauded by the Ukrainians. They both leak classified phone calls.
And speaking of which, by the way, Will, we do have breaking news on Ukraine. President Trump, we talked about this at the beginning of the show. I know we only have about a minute left, but President Trump has just released a Truth Social saying that over the past week, my team has made tremendous progress with respect to ending the war between Russia and Ukraine. Last month, 25,000 soldiers died. The original 28-point peace plan, which was drafted by the United States, has been fine-tuned. Additional input from both sides. There are only a few remaining points of disagreement. This is significant. In the hopes of finalizing this peace plan, President Trump has directed his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, to meet with President Putin in Moscow. And at the same time, Secretary of the Army Dan Driscoll will be meeting with the Ukrainians. And so really working forward to the final stages, potentially, of a peace plan. That's breaking news from President of the United States himself. Will, I wish we had more time. We'll get you back on when we have more on these legal developments. Where can people go to follow you in the interim?
At Will Chamberlain on X, and you can always follow what the Article 3 Project is doing and join our campaigns at a3paction.com.
God bless, Will, and hope that you, Jordan, and the family have a great and happy Thanksgiving.
Absolutely. Happy Thanksgiving.
God bless. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead, scan the QR code now. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gervin.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurr. Today is Tuesday, the 25th of November in the year of our Lord 2025. Let's get to today's top stories. As always, thank you for joining us here on Real America's Voice. We appreciate it. President Trump signed an executive order on Monday directing Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to begin labeling key chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood as foreign terrorist organizations. I'll bring on an expert to discuss what that means today. Also, with Zohran Mamdani's recent victory in the New York City race for mayor, many illegal street vendors are returning to the streets of New York. There's a small bite of what's to come of the Big Apple, probably. Later, an Ohio pastor opened his church to help the homeless, only to face legal threats from the city over zoning commission rules. Now a court has ruled in his favor, letting the ministry continue its work. Details coming up. But first, I want to start with the news on Ukraine today. Ukraine and the United States appear to be moving closer to a breakthrough in efforts to end the nearly 4-year-old war with Russia. A U.S. official confirmed earlier today that Washington and Kyiv have agreed to the broad outline of a peace deal, with final details still being ironed out, of course. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is expected to travel to Washington later this month to meet with President Trump and finalize the agreement. Ukrainian officials signaled cautious support for the framework, noting that several sensitive points will require direct discussion between the two leaders. The development marks one of the strongest signs yet that the Trump administration's aggressive diplomatic push may finally gain some traction. Still, optimism remains guarded. Moscow has already warned it will not accept any settlement that drifts away from its own strategic goals, underscoring the challenges ahead as negotiations enter a decisive phase. Joining me now to discuss this is retired Army Colonel and former Special Advisor to President Trump, Colonel Derek Harvey. Colonel, nice to see you here today, of course. This is a breakthrough, but we're a long way from getting signatures on a deal, aren't we?
I agree with that, Steve. And this is the result, though, of nearly 9 months of intensive efforts by the president and his team to try to bridge the differences between Ukraine and Russia, both of which have been strategically committed to certain outcomes. And every effort that he has placed, meaning President Trump, whether it's going to Anchorage or having his interlocutors meet in Moscow or in Turkey or wherever they've gone, this has been part of a process to bring both sides together in a way that there's an opportunity to bring peace, and it's going to be doable, I think, at this point in time. But we have to be patient. You know, the war has gone on, and there still are some major obstacles, but we are much closer with the talks that are going on between the U.S. and the Russians in the United Arab Emirates, and between those talks between Ukraine and U.S. representatives in Switzerland.
Look, a lot of people are not going to be happy about this. I heard some Republicans in Congress grumbling about this 28-point peace plan, not liking what they see. But Zelensky has agreed to it in general, in principle, I suppose. Look, they're never going back to where the boundaries were previously. The international boundaries between Ukraine and Russia will never be the same. That's been true since Russia invaded in February of 2022. It's been discussed on this program at length. But the question is, how much does Ukraine have to give up? What will Russia accept? How do we end this where hundreds of thousands of people have died? And let's set aside this notion that somehow Donald Trump's in bed with Vladimir Putin. Putin has no intention of giving up the territory. Unless you want to kill another 100,000 or 200,000, how long do you want the war to grind on? We need to be practical about this at some point and say the killing has to stop, and that's going to come with concessions from both sides. Do you believe that's true?
For the most part, that's absolutely correct. You know, Russia has the means and the strategic will to continue the war. Ukraine does not. The United States, the major supporter of Ukraine, does not have, the excess riches and the willingness to risk a broader war to continue this, for such a long time that we can't afford it any longer. We can't afford an endless war where American taxpayers are paying it. And the Europeans still have not stood up to the task confronting them. I agree with what you've said. the one question that is going to be very important is, what are the security guarantees that protect Ukraine in the future? What are the actual trade-offs vis-a-vis any relationship with NATO, the limits on the size of the military, the types of armament, and other security guarantees that could satisfy some of the really important issues for Ukraine? You don't want to fight for 3 years plus with these types of losses and have Russia come back and be able to prey upon a weakened Ukraine.
Yeah, when the Warsaw Pact countries fell apart circa 1992, Ukraine agreed to give up its nuclear weapons. Ukraine was promised by Russia at that time and by others that their territorial sovereignty would be protected, that they were fine. It didn't turn out that way, which brings me to Vladimir Putin cannot be trusted. He can't. He's proven it time and again he can't be trusted. He'll come, he'll play a game, he'll go back on his word. Why would we believe that this time could be different?
That's a very difficult question. And, the past will, leads us to think that Putin will try to return 3 years, 4 years, 5 years down the road, which is what the Ukrainians have been saying all along. That's why the issue of, fortifying and strengthening Ukrainian military capabilities and some type of security guarantees is very important at this juncture. Otherwise, it's very difficult to see, how Ukraine, unless they're, just totally threatened by Washington, D.C., can come to an agreement. They are losing the war, I think, through attrition, and that is, a significant factor in their thinking at this point in time as they see support for their war effort erode, not just in the United States, but in Europe.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to the next topic here, which I think is just as important. We'll keep an eye on what's happening with the peace talks. It's at a delicate point. Marco Rubio and others not tipping their hand because, look, these things have to be discussed in secret, in private, to make sure that the deals can get done. If it was out in public for everybody to see, nothing would ever get done. Now, I'd like to shift your attention to Senators Elissa Slotkin and Mark Kelly. As you know, they posted a video calling on troops to ignore illegal orders from the president. Take a look at this.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk. This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens. Like us, you all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
And right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
the Army,
or Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
Of course, nobody there speaking was able to give a single example of one illegal order given by this president. They had nothing. Elissa Slotkin tried and fumbled around on Sunday morning television. It was a dismal affair for her. I want to share with you 18 U.S. Code 2387. Whoever with intent to interfere with, impair, or influence the loyalty, morale, or discipline of the military or the naval forces of the United States that advises, counsels, urges, or in any manner attempts to cause or attempts to procure insubordination, disloyalty, mutiny, or refusal of duty by any member of the military, and it goes on. But these are the things that, look, to me, they're calling for insubordination there. They're calling for disloyalty or refusal of duty. It's pretty clear to me, Colonel. I'm a layman. I was never in the military. From your point of view, does it meet that level?
It's a very disturbing, request by these 6 political leaders, and it's very distressing in that it's going to sow doubt amongst some of our military personnel. To me, it crosses the line. It also is, currently under investigation in the Pentagon, and the FBI has sought, interviews with these 6 individuals. Keep in mind that those that retired from the U.S. military, like Senator Mark Kelly, are still subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And in my mind, he has crossed that line. And, because of that, there's that investigation. And Senator Gallego from Arizona, Kelly's partner representing the state in the United States Senate, has, in my view, threatened the independence of the U.S. military and the Pentagon's independent evaluation, and that should also be investigated, in my view. The last thing I would say, Steve, is this. I never heard any of these voices, particularly Ms. Slotkin's, any view raised about concern about violating their oaths or their constitutional responsibilities when there was the weaponization of the CIA and the FBI and others against a newly elected president in 2017. Never heard a peep from them.
Yeah. Senator Gallego also said that he received the same script, but he didn't have time to record it. They laughed about this on CNN. I played the clip earlier here today on Real America's Voice. Laughed about it. So who wrote the script? Where did it come from? And concerning Elissa Slotkin, she claims this intelligence community background. She was an analyst. An analyst is not very high up on the totem pole, are they?
No, she's not, and she's not, probably was not involved in senior level interagency discussions or actions, definitely not on the operational side of things. I don't even know if she was ever deployed overseas, for that matter.
Yeah, so a lot of questions here. So here's the question. It's never been done that a sitting member of Congress or the United States Senate has been recalled, as Mark Kelly could face here, the senator, because he's former Navy, former astronaut, could be recalled because when you sign on that dotted line, you're once a member of the military, always a member of the military. You can be recalled. And there's discussions of there being a court-martial. Would that be the right thing to do, or would that be a step too far? You're a former military man. You tell me.
I would like to see a unbiased evaluation of the situation by the Pentagon, and I think that's being done. No one should be above the law. That's the refrain we've always heard. And just because Senator Mark Kelly is a senator, he is not above the law, and he is setting a bad precedent. I think he crossed the line. I think there should be a recall to active duty for, legal proceedings against him.
There you go. You want the court-martial, so do a lot of millions of Americans. In fact, look, it was across the line. I'm just a guy sitting here watching it happen from the heartland of America, and I'm like, how in the world can you come out and say something like that? You're undermining morale. You're undermining the chain of command. You're instigating the idea of insubordination. It's pretty clear to me. I'll give you the last word.
I would say it's very distressing. I've heard from a lot of professional military people, both active duty and former military service members, who are likewise very concerned about the actual crossing of the line by Senator Mark Kelly in particular. He knows better. He's also in a leadership position in the Senate, and he has become an extreme partisan. And because of that, he should not be immune from the consequences of his actions.
I agree with you on that, Colonel. Thank you for being here today. As always, if I don't see you again, have a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Steve.
All right. After the break, President Trump is taking a stand against extremism targeting the Muslim Brotherhood, as so many other countries have, marking them as a foreign terrorist organization, sparking both praise and, of course, ridicule here at home. But several other countries, like Egypt, they've already done this, and these are the people that would know best. The discussion straight ahead.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead. Scan the QR code now. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
President Trump signed an executive order Monday directing Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to begin labeling key chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood as foreign terrorist organizations. The order leans on longstanding federal authorities, arguing the group's record of violence across the Middle East can no longer be ignored. Conservatives calling it a long overdue step, one they say restores moral clarity after years of hesitation in confronting extremist networks around the world. Supporters insist the move strengthens national security and signals that the U.S. will stand firm against radical groups, no matter how politically sensitive the issue may be. Critics pushing back, of course, but the administration is pressing forward, framing the decision as a necessary stand for American safety, national security, and global stability. Joining me to discuss this is National Security Analyst and Vice President of the Lexington Institute, Dr. Rebecca Grant. Doctor, thank you for being here today.
Great to talk with you.
When Egypt and other countries in the Middle East label the Muslim Brotherhood as terrorists and ban them, shouldn't we pay attention to that and say, well, if they don't like them and they know them better than anyone, why would it be controversial here?
Exactly. And Egypt enacted that ban in 2013. No one knows better than Egypt's President al-Sisi just how dangerous the Muslim Brotherhood can be. And what we see going on with this executive order is a 45-day period for state and treasury to start looking into the various chapters. And I like seeing, this is our power team, Secretary Rubio, Secretary Bessent. This lets them use the full power of their departments to figure out which of the chapters need to be designated and focus particularly there on Treasury. This will allow Treasury to start doing their wonderful forensic work, looking at the financials to see if there's support coming into the U.S. for Muslim Brotherhood chapters, and of course to try to make sure that you can never see that well-funded terror network that Iran had running in the Middle East. So it's the start of a long overdue and I think a very healthy process.
How large is the Muslim Brotherhood? Let me talk about that. Give me some idea. Is there any idea of how many of these chapters or individuals reside here in the United States as we sit here today?
Wow, I know that's a question I'd like answered as well. We know the Brotherhood has been around a long time. It was founded in 1928. And like most sprawling organizations, some groups are milder, but others, there's a Muslim Brotherhood group in Lebanon that was literally, helping load the missiles to fire against Israel, the missiles and rockets. So it just really varies. And great that you ask about the U.S. because I think this is part of what is driving the executive order, the desire to find out if there is a campaign to influence U.S. institutions, which several reports have alleged. Who else is after this is France. They are starting to look at the role of the Muslim Brotherhood as well.
Yeah, let me ask you about extending this idea of investigating organizations. The Council on American Islamic Relations, better known as CAIR, labeled as a terrorist group by the UAE in 2014. Is it just the Muslim Brotherhood? Are there other organizations out there that, let's be honest, their core mission is terrorism?
Oh, my goodness, yes, of course. I mean, we can't forget, even though it's not in the headlines, that ISIS is still very active. We have carried out strikes against ISIS targets from around the reaches of Iraq. We did that last year, all through this year. We saw, part of the problem in Nigeria, where Christians are persecuted, is driven by ISIS West Africa. So there are a number of groups that we are continually keeping an eye on. And then, one of the reasons that Trump is doing this is that he is trying to kind of clean up this whole mess of foreign organizations influencing the U.S. The executive order lays out the narco cartel designations like Tren de Aragua and the others, and connects the dots between going after the drug cartels and then starting to look into the finances and activities of specific chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood. It's all about cleaning up U.S. national security and making sure that we are safer for the long term from terrorism, finances, influence, all that bad stuff.
And if people don't think that ISIS is a threat, I direct your attention to that planned attack outside of Detroit on Halloween that was disrupted by the FBI after a several weeks investigation, where 2 Islamic terrorists intended to shoot up local bars in a city called Ferndale. It's active here. It's dangerous here. And would any of us be shocked to wake up tomorrow to see headlines of an ISIS-inspired or Muslim-inspired attack somewhere in America? I don't think we would be. Give me the last word.
Exactly. We have to constantly keep on the potential for Islamic fundamentalism to hurt us here, just as we are vigilant about it overseas. Any Central Command commander would tell you they're constantly watching for a return of Islamic fundamentalism. We have to stamp that out.
Dr. Rebecca Grant, really appreciate you being here today. Thank you for the insight.
Thank you.
All right, after the break was Zohran Mamdani's recent victory in the New York City mayoral race. Many illegal street vendors are now returning to their posts on the streets of New York. Is this a small bite of what's to come of the Big Apple? Possibly. We'll have that discussion coming up on America's Voice Live.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film, Young Washington, tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, It's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or
Incoming New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani has promised his constituents the Big Apple will be the strongest sanctuary city in the country. Just 1 month after ICE swept the city, Canal Street, and arrested 9 criminal illegal aliens, shut down the illegal vendors, they're back, blocking sidewalks, selling counterfeit goods, stolen goods, and protest groups are teaching the illegals how to hide from ICE and handing out guides on how to avoid arrest. New York City police refused to intervene. Border czar Tom Homan has promised increased ICE raids, but is expecting pushback from the incoming mayor. Here to discuss, Turning Point USA contributor Kaylin Dalmeda. Kaylin, thank you for being here.
Steve, thanks for having me on. First, I'd like to say, this is a great report that came from our Frontlines team. Savannah Hernandez has given us the follow-up, right? We were out there on the ground, and we can see that this is what happens when New York City chooses chaos. We get a lot of negative results, and these individuals are being bussed in, as we've seen over the last 4 years, and they're doing exactly what they did in their third world countries. And this impacts New Yorkers at large. It affects small business owners, and it actually contributes to a plethora, laundry list of illicit and criminal enterprise, not just in New York City, but around the world. So this is something that Mamdani, who actually just won, is inviting into the country.
So tell me about the streets of New York. What is it like there? Is it like, I've not seen it myself, so I need somebody to give me an idea. It looks to me like some third world flea market. All sorts of goods are just sitting on the sidewalk. It's not a legal place to conduct business. It's in violation of all sorts of city ordinances and city law because they're selling things that are stolen or fake. What's it like?
Right. So, what you're seeing on video is exactly how it is. You're going to have some of these districts where these people set up shop, and these are not harmless people. These are not all people just looking to make a better life for themselves. A lot of these are violent criminals. A lot of them are criminal illegal aliens who, they run from the police. They have rap sheets that include robbery, burglary, and other violent crimes. And so New Yorkers want a city that's going to be much safer, and I think they deserve that. So, this is not something that we should be seeing in American streets, Steve.
All right. So we saw Mamdani and Trump in the Oval Office here just a few days ago, and it was a love fest. It was a bromance. It was unusual and over the top in some ways. But my takeaway from that was simply this. I believe Donald Trump is trying to set up Mamdani as a hero, set him up as the leader of the Democrat Party, and for very good reasons. Because 6 months from now, New York City could look very different. There could be some big problems once the mayor takes over there on the 1st of January. I think it was a brilliant move by Donald Trump. Set him up as the de facto leader, the face of the Democrat Party. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the best thing that we can hope for in a situation with that is that Trump is saying, hey, Mamdani, you go ahead and take the reins of New York City. You go ahead and make all the decisions that you would make. And when things start to fall apart, as they inevitably will, nobody in this world can ever point to a socialist nation or a socialist city or a socialist program like the ones that he has proposed that ever work well out in the long term. So I think that it was Donald Trump's way of saying, here you go, here's the reins, and when things inevitably fail, all the blowback will be for you, Mamdani.
And maybe it's not handing him the reins, maybe it's handing him the rope, as they say. Here's the rope, take all you need and hang yourself. And I don't mean literally, I mean, rhetorically, because here, you've got all these ideas. You want free grocery stores and free bus passes and want to replace police officers with social workers. I wouldn't want to be a social worker in New York City right now, by the way, if that were the case. How dangerous could that possibly be? But here's the rope. You've got all these great ideas. Show us how it's done. And I think that's exactly what's happening, Kaylin.
I agree. And I think that, if New Yorkers are going to continue to, drink the Kool-Aid, so to speak, then, there's going to be much darker days ahead for the city of New York. But, I don't think that, the federal government wants to see that happen. No one wants to see failure, but sometimes it's kind of like when you're raising a child, you can't spare the rod, otherwise they'll never learn. So potentially this is going to be a tough lesson going into the future for New York City.
Yeah, look, you can't make America great again or put America first if our great cities, especially New York City, has been compromised or limited or damaged. But in order to get there, maybe you have to let a little bit of damage happen, a little bit of the exposure, pull back the curtain a little bit and say, look, this is what you want. Here's the leader of the Democrat Party, Zohran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City, and look what a disaster it is. Last word to you.
Sure. I think, you mentioned America First policies. I think America First policies are the way to go. I think a lot of people have been popularizing these ideas, and I don't think that that's what Mamdani wants for the city of New York. I don't think that he is American at the core of his being. I think that he's anti-American. I think that he's a charlatan, and I don't want to see him succeed. So, I think moving forward, whatever comes his way will be his demise, and I think it'll be his own doing, just as Trump, as you said, handed him the rope. And, I think America will see better days in the future after Mamdani.
Kaylin, I hope you're right. We'll keep an eye on all of it. Thank you for being here.
I appreciate it, Seth. Thank you.
All right, after the break, I'll discuss an Ohio appeals court ruling in favor of a pastor who is charged with criminal code violations for just trying to help the homeless. Help the homeless. Apparently that was a crime. Details straight ahead. Well, Trump media just signed a massive $6.4 billion deal with Yorkville Acquisition Corporation and Crypto.com, the crypto platform trusted by millions of users worldwide. They're teaming up to acquire up to $6.4 billion in CRO to establish America's first publicly traded CRO treasury, Trump Media Group's CRO strategy. Once complete, this new company will be the largest publicly traded CRO holder out there. Ready to join the crypto revolution? Head to Crypto.com today. Be part of this historic move. That's Crypto.com. And don't wait. For more information on the proposed business combination, check out Yorkville Acquisition Corp's public filings.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or
One of the key tenets of faith has to do with helping your fellow man, of course, and an Ohio pastor decided to do exactly that until the law unjustly got in the way. Well, the 6th District Court of Ohio has recently ruled in favor of Pastor Chris Abel and allowed him to keep using his ministry, Dad's Place, as a shelter for the homeless. First Liberty, a nonprofit legal group, along with other attorneys, took on Pastor Abel's case against the city of Byron, who tried to shut down his ministry for alleged zoning violations and actually charged him with a criminal code violation. Furthermore, the city council there, the commission, stated that since the church had no bedrooms, the homeless could not be housed there. Thankfully, the appeals court in Ohio decided to rule in favor of Pastor Abel, and here's hoping that it stays that way. Join me to discuss the president of Summit Ministries, Dr. Jeff Myers. Jeff, nice to see you. Look, sometimes you just scratch your head and go, really? It's a church. They're helping homeless people, getting something to eat. Oh, if they sleep on the floor and they're inside, hey, look, Ohio this time of year gets a little raw. It's better than sleeping outside. If doing the right thing, no good deed goes unpunished, I guess. Your thoughts?
They seriously punished this pastor. They didn't just go after him for 1 or 2 things. They had like 18 accounts. They kept going after him for code violations, fire violations, all of these things. All he was trying to do is get some homeless people so they wouldn't have to sleep outside in Northwest Ohio in the middle of the winter. It was Steve, this got my attention, first of all, because it's a religious liberty issue. But second, because all of the homeless problems that we see today are caused by the way our government operates. And it is churches that are stepping in to do something. And if they actually are successful with it, well, that sure makes the government look bad, which is not what they want.
Well, Jeff, let's be honest about this. You go back 50 years or 80 years. It was the churches in this country, all of them, that helped homeless, single moms who were raising kids, the people that didn't have something to eat. And then the government came in hard, beginning about 1965 with the Great Society. And ever since that time, the government has continued to marginalize churches, push them out of the way, get rid of soup kitchens, get rid of homeless shelters, get rid of all of that. And they've done an abysmal job. Now the churches are coming back onto the scene, and they want to attack them. That's what it looks like to me.
I think that's a big part of it. And I would go even further and say the federal government came in and marginalized all of the efforts of states. We had 50 possible experiments for how you handle things like homelessness. And the federal government came in and shut all of those down. A lot of the people who are on the streets now are mentally ill. That goes back to a trend called deinstitutionalization, where mental hospitals were shut down because they said, oh, we'll just put them in community settings and we'll give them drugs and everything will be fine. Well, these people are now in the streets. They're terrified. They don't know how to survive. They're just going from day to day. They need institutional care, and the only place they're going to get it is in a jail. So the prison population is now growing, and the states are all encouraged to do this just because of the way the Social Security system operates, the way it gives funds to help things like this. So all fingers point to the federal government. If there are homeless people on your street, it's government policies and rules and regulations like those silly ones in the city of Bryan, Ohio, which are in every community, that are causing the problem.
Wouldn't it be easier and more cost effective if you pass the collection plate and say, hey, folks, we're trying to have a soup kitchen here. We're going to feed 20 people a day, 50 people a day, whatever it is, and take that financial pressure off the government, save the taxpayers some money, let the churches do what they're supposed to do, be people of faith, lead in the word. And wouldn't that ease the financial burden on these local municipalities that are all broke, the county governments that are all broke, the state governments that just about all of them are all broke? Why would you refuse the help?
I can't imagine why you would refuse it. That's what doesn't make any sense. And that's why First Liberty was able to win this case on behalf of Pastor Abel, because the city wouldn't even say why they're trying to persecute him. They just kept going back to all these code violations, and it was insane. But let me say this as well. These cities' zoning regulations are causing a significant part of the problem. There is a reason why there is a housing crisis in San Francisco and a housing crisis in Los Angeles, and there's not a housing crisis in Houston or in San Antonio, because in the state of Texas, they have reasonable regulations that allow homes to actually be built that can serve people, and in California they don't. So it's crazy. Probably these blue states should be looking to some red states for solutions to some of these issues, but churches can certainly be involved, and they can do a better job, because what is it you really need? You need mental health care? We got a therapist. What is it you really need? You need a job? Well, we can help you get a part-time job. They can do things that government agencies just can't do because they focus only on mass efforts.
Yeah, mass failure. I mean, look at the homeless population in America continues to grow. Remember back when Ronald Reagan was president, the Democrats, Ronald Reagan has created so much homelessness. It's gone up many-fold since then in places like California, Illinois, New York, the list goes on. And aren't the states supposed to be there to show us best practices? Isn't that how this is supposed to work? We're supposed to have best practices, and therefore, if it's working in a state that you point out and it works in Texas, shouldn't states like California say, look, what they're doing in Texas is working, we should try that? But they don't. I'll give you the last word.
That would be awfully common sense of them to do it. But people in California suffer from what's called the NIMBY syndrome. NIMBY, not in my backyard. We want all the problems to be solved, but we don't want to have to see it or do anything with it ourselves. That's what happens when you try to offload your social responsibilities to the federal government. The country gets worse and not better.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and keep trying to help people when I can. Jeff, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I think is important. Dr. Jeff Myers, happy Thanksgiving to you. I hope you enjoy it. Do the right thing and lead with faith.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, Steve.
There you have it. Good man. Before we go to break, I want to remind you to tune in to Real America's Voice this Thursday at 7 a.m. Eastern. Time for our Give Thanks Thanksgiving special, hosted by our very own Bo Davidson. Repeats will also air later in the day, Thursday and on Friday. You don't want to miss it, and don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice Real Minute, your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, It's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or
All right, how about we have some fun? You ready to have some fun? Put a smile on your face. With Thanksgiving right around the corner, it's important to hear what average, everyday Americans are thinking. At least I think so. Especially on the topic of affordability on the table. Real America's Voice correspondent David Zier is at the Bethpage Embassy Diner, New York, hanging out with some everyday Americans. David, you got some folks to talk to for us. What you got?
Yeah, Steve, happy Thanksgiving to you and your family here. We got great people here. We have a lot of information for you. We're going to start with Adele. How are you, Adele?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So you're a Long Island resident, but you have 2 children that left Long Island due to high cost of living, right?
Yes, I do.
All right. 1 in Florida, 1 in PA?
Correct.
All right. But you're going to join them, right?
I'm joining my son in PA.
All right. Good. What does Thanksgiving mean to you?
Oh, family, food, obviously, friends.
Yeah. Well, that's nice. That's nice. I heard 87 million people, Steve, will be traveling this holiday at least. It's an incredible number here. I also have Greg Hack with us. He's running in the 3rd District to replace George Santos' seat. He's running against Democrat Tom Suozzi. What are you going to do to regain the trust of the people up there and get that seat back?
I'm going to do exactly what I'm doing. I'm going to be the best possible candidate I can be. Working to learn every single local issue, the national issues, getting briefings from Congress and legislation coming down, doing everything I can do to be the best possible candidate.
So what's important to the people in that 3rd District, right? You got a lot of financial services people. A lot of Wall Street has left already. Another 8,000 jobs being cut in 2025. Do you think that exodus will continue under Mamdani?
I think it will continue. I think
affect your local community.
Absolutely. Of course it will. Absolutely. It's becoming just too expensive to live in the district. I mean, kids can't come back and raise their families, can't raise the average single family home is over $800,000 in Nassau County.
Yeah, average tax is $8,000.
Yeah. I wish mine was that low.
Yeah, and interest rates are still high, Steve, so it's going to take a while for that to come down. But everybody we spoke to today in the Steiner says they're confident that in 2026 the economy will be better here. And you're in aviation, right? Really quick, you're a pilot, right? You fly a Grumman plane, right?
Yeah, I did a Grumman Tiger. In fact, my daughter is 16 years old. She just soloed this morning.
Wonderful. Actually, I was in the Civil Air Patrol as well. We were talking when we were younger doing aviation for flight instruction. But we're right by Grumman, Steve, and there's a 100-year history of Grumman aviation that left Long Island. They made the F-14, the A-6 Intruder, the E-2C Hawkeye, the Luna Module, the P-47 Thunderbolt right down the road at Fairchild Republic. We won World War II here with the F-6F Hellcat and the TBF Avenger. Right, such a rich history for Long Island aviation.
Rich history in aviation. It's in fact in the 3rd Congressional District is where Charles Lindbergh took off from to traverse the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Right here, Roosevelt Field, right down the road.
Roosevelt Field, yeah, right where I went to Civil Air Patrol.
Unbelievable. We wanted to get to Brian really quick. So Brian's a young guy. He's a waiter here. Come on in, Brian. We were talking about no tax on tips. How does that benefit you, and how does it work?
So not only does it benefit me in a sense that we don't have to claim it now during tax season, no tax on it, but also from a customer standpoint, there's a lot of time in the past they'd be afraid to tip on card because then they don't want you to get penalized. But now it's more of like they're not as hesitant. They can tip on card. It makes it easier for them. They don't have to bring cash with them. So it makes a big difference.
Yeah, when you whip out the credit card, you always spend more money than you were going to write if it was
cash. It makes a big difference now. Everyone feels more.
Yeah, we'll pay for it later.
Yeah, exactly. It makes a big difference.
How do you like working for Gus here at the diner?
Oh, it's amazing. The most patriotic diner in the country. I wouldn't want to be working.
Yeah, Steve, this place is amazing. The decorations, every holiday, they change it up like 7 times a year for these holidays. And we got the sous chef here who does the decorating here, right?
That's it.
Wow. And how long you been here?
Oh, well, I've actually been here about 3 or 4 years since they took over.
Let's ask, what's your report card on Trump in his first year?
I think it's excellent. I think it's excellent.
Yeah.
I hope he just keeps going with the investments that he's putting into the country,
Yeah.
Foreign and domestic. I mean, $19 trillion in investments coming into this country.
It's a big number, and a lot of manufacturing. His first term.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that in 26 it's going to go crazy.
Yeah, I think so too. Once interest rates start coming down, people can refi projects. And Trump brought 9,000 factories and distribution centers back to the United States in his first term. But Steve, these people are the heart and soul, the bread and butter, the hardworking Americans, the real American voices on the ground here in Bethpage.
I told you that was going to be fun. David Zier, well done. And happy Thanksgiving to you and your mom, David. I love your mother, as you know. She's one of the biggest fans that I have here on the network. I appreciate her. So happy Thanksgiving to you and all those great folks in Bethpage.
Same.
There you have it. All right, it's the one time of the year that Birch Gold Group gives away free gold with every qualifying purchase. Pretty exciting, right? That's right. For Black Friday, when you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, Birch Gold will send free gold to your home for every $20,000 you purchase. Look, gold started this year, if you recall, at about $2,600 an ounce. By October, it was over $4,000 an ounce. It's still there today. In fact, it's at $41.33 as we speak. Why? Global uncertainty. 2025 has been defined by trade wars. Central banks are pulling from the U.S. dollar as the global reserve currency, and military tension continues to build in too many places to remember. Gold thrives in times of uncertainty, and if you're looking to diversify your savings, Birch Gold can help you. Plus, now through November 30th, check your watch. Now through November 30th, you can get free gold with a qualifying purchase. Just text America to 989898. Claim your eligibility for a free information kit on gold, plus your opportunity for free gold altogether. But that ends November the 30th, so don't wait. Text America to 989898 for more information and details. After the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of just how wonderful America is this Thanksgiving week, plus your answers to our America's Voice question of the day. What is the most overrated Thanksgiving food? What is the thing you look at and go, eh? Answers after the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/RAV and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or
What makes America wonderful? We do it every day with the hope of putting a smile on your face. I think we're pretty good at it. Today's story comes to us from Loveland, Colorado, where a family is aiming to bring the gift of Thanksgiving to truckers that are on the road, making sure that you have what you need on your shelves. Candy Roy was distraught to find out that her husband would not be present at Thanksgiving dinner, but had to bitterly accept the fact that, given that Mr. Roy is a truck driver, well, that's just the way it was going to be. Determined to not let work get in the middle of the holiday, Candy and the kids decided to join Mr. Roy on the road, but had the idea of bringing a Thanksgiving meal to not only him, but to others that are making it happen, making America work. With the permission from Love's Truck Stop and generous donations from a GoFundMe campaign, the Roys have set their sights on providing a home-cooked Thanksgiving meal to over, get this, 200 truckers, passing along the loves this Thanksgiving to make those long drives a bit more bearable. Well, most of us are getting ready for the long weekend ahead. Many truck drivers across the country still have to hunker down and deliver the goods and stock our shelves without complaints. And the Roy's family gesture, bringing a home-cooked meal to truckers along the way, reminds us of what makes America wonderful. There you have it. Good stuff. All right, so here it is. I've had this question sitting in queue for a bit. What is the most overrated Thanksgiving food? What is it you look at and go, Mike McLaughlin, I'd have to say cranberry sauce, but I love it. It's overrated, but he loves it. Pat Downing, this is not going to be a popular answer, Pat. Green bean casserole. People love green bean casserole. They love it. Mary McDonald's back with the cranberry sauce. Beck's Hampshire. Mashed potatoes. What do you mean? Garlic mashed potatoes? You know, the lumpy ones? Oh, those are great. Larry Bergloff. None are overrated. Love it all. If you don't like something, don't eat it. Because I'll eat it. Scott King. Canned cranberry, Scott. I think you had a misspelling issue there. Roger and Diana Hawkins, pumpkin pie. I eat pumpkin pie once a year at Thanksgiving. Dana Newton, yams. I don't think I've ever had yams at Thanksgiving. Dudley Mills says turkey's overrated. James Whitlock says yams and squash. See, I'm a squash lover. Love that stuff. I do. Kim Spielman Heward, turkey. Why not fix meatloaf, pork chops? Hey, you know, whatever. Whatever does it for you, I don't mind as long as it's good, all right? I like a nice tomahawk steak at Thanksgiving and, frankly, any day of the year. You can be part of the question of the day by following me on any of the major social media platforms. You'll find me at Steve Gruber Show. Always send me an email, too. Go to stevegruber.com, send me an email. I wonder what Bowling likes, doesn't like. He's joining me now, of course. Here it is, Eric Bowling, everybody. He's on at 4 o'clock every day here in Real America's Voice. Bowling, what is the most overrated food on the table at Thanksgiving?
Pumpkin pie.
Don't like it.
Pumpkin pie. Apple pie is great. Everything's great. I would even say the ham, which I don't really understand why ham is part of turkey. Okay, we Turkey Day, Thanksgiving.
That.
But pumpkin pie, I don't like the consistency.
What's your favorite?
Me. All the rest.
What's
all
your
the
favorite?
Above. I think I would.
Everything else.
An apple pie with a nice piece of like a scoop of vanilla ice cream, like real good, solid vanilla with the little bean flakes in it. Nothing better than that. Nothing
so
better.
Good. I'm a big fan of pecan pie. Of course, you get a whole week's calories in one good chunk of that stuff. But I seriously think that God on his 8th day made pecan pie just to show off. It's what I think. I just love it.
When is it? Is rum cake Christmas? I can't remember. That's good?
Who cares? I'll take it. I'll take it.
No.
Come on, rum cake. I didn't say the
white meat. Oh, here's one. Stuffing or what do they call it? Stuffing or what's dressing?
It's stuffing. It's where we are. I love it.
I have one. How about this? In the Midwest, since you're a Michigan guy, soda or pop?
Pop.
I know. It's weird, right? I come from Chicago. Everyone called it pop. I moved to New York. They say pop. They look at me like, what are you talking? It's soda, right?
Yeah, what is that? One of these things on a stick? Cream pop?
I'll tell you what I did do, Gruber, in your honor, and I mentioned it because I taped a segment. I did bet on the Wolverines plus 10 in Michigan.
Well, geez, they're two touchdown dogs. I mean, good Lord. I got 10 points. Two touchdown dogs.
I got 10 points. Maybe I got ripped off, but I got 10.
we'll see. You know, on any given day, the Buckeyes can beat some of the professional teams, I think. However, they've got this monkey on their back, and especially last year, the national championship year, and they still can't beat Michigan. You know, I don't know.
Let's see.
And that was in,
I'm hoping,
that was in the show.
As you know, I already put pretty substantial money on Indiana plus like 7 or 8 to 1 to win the national championship. They're number 2. So I like to see. I like to get them that top seed to give them the easiest path to the national championship.
Well, there you go. Good enough. Thanks, Paul.
Gruber. Thank you, brother.
See you.
He pieced out. He pieced me out. Did you see that? He pieced out, Gruber. All right, 4 p.m. Let's take a look at what markets are doing. Dow. Wow. Dow. A monster day today, guys. Dow up 660 in the Dow. The S&P up 61. NASDAQ tacked on almost a little more than 0.5%. Gold does not stop, friends. Look at the gold market, almost 41.30, $35 an ounce up. Meanwhile, oil, good news, oil came off a touch. And crypto is a little bit all over the board. Bitcoin down a little. We remember 89,000 ballpark yesterday at this point. Ethereum down a little, XRP. And Cardano, some of the others. It's a little bit quiet day in the crypto market, maybe trying to find a bottom. All right, folks. Let's do this. Let's talk about this. We thought New York was doomed. California could make one of the worst decisions ever, and that's saying a lot given the current governor of that state. So dollar store Gavin Newsom, Eric Swalwell, wants to be the next governor of California. One is a slimy liar who worships China, and the other is a slimy liar who worships Chinese spies. Kind of makes sense, right? So something I like to do when someone as corrupt and dishonest as Eric Fang Fang, remember Fang Fang was a Chinese spy that he was caught sleeping with when the Chinese spy was working in Dianne Feinstein's California senator's office. Swalwell was married, couldn't keep it, where he was supposed to keep it, and he slept with Fang Fang. Anyway, Eric Fang Fang Swalwell tries to scam voters into giving him more power is to remind those voters of just how disgusting they are. And as always, a bowling promise, we come with receipts. Ever notice that the ones who fight the hardest to destroy President Trump are the ones who are guilty of some of the worst crimes? Think about it. Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, the entire January 6th sham committee. Those who themselves have committed crimes tend to go after the president the hardest, maybe to divert attention, maybe say, hey, look what he is doing. You'll figure out what I have been doing. And one of those is Chinese spy Fang Fang, Congress boy Eric Swalwell. He never, ever faced any charges for treason for his Fang Fang episodes, clearly protected by Nancy Pelosi and this deep state charlatans. But I do recall when Nick Sorter sent the little China doll into a panic. Remember this golden moment right here.
So, Congressman, you referred to Elon Musk as a fascist at some point and alluded to him being a national security threat. Do you see that more of a national security threat, you sleeping with a Chinese spy, than transparency in the federal government? What are your thoughts on that? What are your thoughts on that? What's Fang Fang think of that? What are you doing? This is ridiculous. This is Golden State Warriors, though. What's fascistic about exposing government corruption?
Well, that was pretty uncomfortable for Swalwell, to say the least. You could almost see the panic not too far behind the surface when he was asked about calling Elon Musk a fascist when he's one of the people who slept with the Chinese spy, Fang Fang. Amazing stuff right there. Although now he's being investigated for alleged mortgage and tax fraud related to his $1.2 million home in D.C. Again, these Congress people never had any other jobs. They come to D.C. and they're buying $1 million homes like it's water. Clearly, this sent Swalwell into a tizzy.
My question is, will you, Director, recuse yourself, yes or no, from investigating or making decisions about the 60 individuals, including myself, that you identified as government gangsters? Yes or no?
Time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may respond if he would like.
And the answer was no, as I heard.
Correct. Okay.
Well, nice try, Congressman Fang Fang. Beg some more. You see, this is why these weasels coming after President Trump and MAGA so hard, well, they need to distract America from their own lies, indiscretions, illegal activities. So they deflect. Listen to Swalwell, who is not only still in Congress, but he also sits on some of the most important congressional committees and now wants to run the state of California. I guess espionage matters unless you're Eric Swalwell. And yet, listen to him tell outright lies about President Trump in 2019.
You're a member of the judiciary. Do you believe the president right now has been an agent of the Russians?
Yes, I think there's more evidence than he is. Yes, and I think all the arrows point in that direction. And I haven't seen a single piece of evidence that he's not.
An agent like in the 1940s where we had people who were Reds, to use an old term, like that. In other words, working for a foreign power.
He's working on behalf of the Russians, yeah.
Okay. Kind of interesting, right? See, lies to distract America from his very own dark truths. And now this guy wants to be California governor. And not just that, he clearly wants to follow in his potential predecessor's footsteps of stealing elections. Looks like Swalwell has found a new way to cheat. And all you really need to do is have a SIM card and use it the right way.
I want us to be able to vote by phone. I think every Californian vote by phone. Yeah, if we can do our taxes, do our make our healthcare appointments, make essentially do your banking online, you should be able to vote by phone. Make it safe, make it secure, but it's actually already happening all over the United States. I want us to be a blue state that doesn't do just a little bit better than like Georgia or Alabama when it comes to like voting access. I want us to max out democracy.
Max out democracy. Are you kidding with this, Swalwell? How much you dislike this guy, by the way? And who can forget this buffoonery of Swalwell repeating the party line of dramatizing the events of January 6th while insulting the thousands of victims of some of the most heinous acts ever committed against Americans?
What are the three most important dates in American history? December 7, 1941, September 11, and January 6. The last two, I didn't even have to give you the years because they are seared into our memories. And because we saw them with our own eyes.
And there's 3 days in American history that are the most important. December 6, 1941, when Pearl Harbor was bombed, September 11, and January 6. I don't even have to tell you the years of the last two because they're seared in our memory, but we also saw them with our own eyes.
Thousands of Americans died. Thousands of Americans died in Pearl Harbor. Thousands of Americans died at Pearl Harbor in 9/11. January 6th, only one. And then she was killed, and she was one of the protesters. And I'm saying that word the right way, you jerk. I mean, this guy has called Nancy Pelosi his greatest mentor.
I will say the best mentor I had was Nancy Pelosi, not necessarily on messaging, but just on like wielding power. She knew how to flex. That woman knew how to flex. She's one of the greatest leaders I think we'll have had in our country in 100 years.
Well, here's Swalwell taking time out of his very, very busy schedule of cringy TikTok videos and Chinese spies to make this important statement.
So what can you do at home? It's No King's Day this Saturday. 2,000 rallies across America. Americans need to show up, because if we don't show up, democracy dies.
And yet somehow this guy knows something about democracy. All he does is toe the party line of inciting violence against the president and MAGA and anyone who identifies as a Republican.
Donald Trump is America's Hitler.
Remember when they said no Democrat has ever called the president Hitler? They said that. No Democrat, right? Right? Not a single one. Right, Democrats? You know, there's this kind of poetic irony of Swalwell taking the place of fellow Democrat slimeball Gavin Newsom, who's clearly gearing up for a presidential run in 2028. Can you imagine two more corrupt or less self-aware, corrupt leftist China lovers vying for higher office as if they're not some of the worst perpetrators of their own party? I already sent several warnings to the city of New York, warned them about the dangers of electing someone who aligns himself with jihadists and who adores the elements of socialism that have killed economies and whole populations throughout history. But there's no lower than a treasonous liar with no soul, with no love for his country, running one of our most important states and economies. From incessant homelessness and drug-ravaged streets to driving up his state's recession, hypocrisy on COVID measures and lockdowns, total lack of preparedness for disastrous wildfires, and then lying about it through his veneers. By the way, there's not enough time to go over just how disastrous Gavin Newsom has already been for the state of California. But I can assure you Californians of this. This is true. A Governor Eric Swalwell will only further drive your state into the ground, into the dirt, and you'll get exactly what you voted for. More misery, more pain, like New York is about to experience. More warnings to come, my friends. More warnings to come. Keep watching this show. All right, if credit card debt is taking over your life, there's hope. Iconic Debt Relief is helping everyday Americans lower their monthly payments and finally get ahead. Again, their team is honest, caring, and committed to helping you understand what your options are. You don't have to feel ashamed, and you don't have to fight this alone. If you got tens of thousands of dollars or more in credit card debt, call Iconic Debt Relief today and take the first step towards financial freedom. Let's do it. Get it over with. Get that monkey off your back. Give them a call. Oh, and by the way, The Edge. The Edge, average is comfortable. Average is comfortable. We don't do comfortable at The Edge. Take a look at the bottom of that thermometer right there. Average new YouTube channels sit around 200 subscribers after 65 days. We're into the 65 days. We at The Edge, you and me at The Edge, 5,710. Average is 200. We're at 5,710. That's what happens when you cut the noise and focus on grit, perseverance, success, and real talk. We're moving fast, but we're not slowing down. Our mission, let's do it together, folks. Let's do it. You and me and us. 7,000 subscribers by the time the ball drops on New Year's Eve. Can you help me get there? If you've been watching but haven't subbed yet, now's the time. Share this with a friend who needs that extra edge. Let's turn up the heat. Look at that screen right there. Take your phone, aim the camera right at it. A yellow line comes, press it. It subscribes you. Never a sales pitch, never a charge. I just want you part of this thing that's growing so fast. It's a platform. It's a movement. We're all about it, and we're getting after it. And I thank you for your support here on Rev. I thank you for your support on The Edge. Please subscribe. Let's blow the doors off 7,000 by the end of the year. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/RAV and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or
All right, next, yes, Harvard Law Professor Emeritus and the author of the Preventive State, the challenge of preventing serious harms while preserving essential liberties. Always happy to have Alan Dershowitz with us. Well, Mr. Dershowitz, the Epstein files are supposed to be coming out. President said to release the files. All the files will be released. And, well, do you think they should all be released? And, Alan, I was on... I guess it was Piers Morgan podcast with you, I believe, and you said you have a copy of all the files and you're not going to release them because you've been told not to by your lawyers. But if the president says release them, can't you release them?
No, you need judicial approval. I only have the files in my case where, you may remember, I was falsely accused, and then the woman immediately said, oh, she was young and she may have confused me with someone else, and she withdrew her lawsuit and withdrew all of her charges. So I have all the files in that case. But what I know about the files is they contain a lot of material that show that some of the witnesses, some of the accusers, some of the, quote, survivors are liars and bigots. Let me give you an example. There's a woman named Maria Farmer. She's been all over the place. CNN, she's been on MSNBC. Nobody ever questions her. Here's what she said in something that hasn't been released, something that's been suppressed. She said, I have a hard time with the Jewish people. All the Jewish people I met are pedophiles who run the economy. They're under the control of the Rothschilds. This is a woman who's a blatant anti-Semite, and she has accused only Jews. Don't you think the public has the right to know that? Don't you think when she appears on CNN, the CNN commentators should say, oh, yeah, I know you've accused Wexner, and you've accused this person and that person, all of whom are Jewish. Didn't you also say that all Jews essentially are pedophiles? How do you explain that? Why should we believe you if you say things like that? And there are numerous other witnesses who have real problems with their credibility. So the problem is you can't release half the files. You can't release the accusations unless you also release the information that would show that some of the accusations are false. Now we have a new thing being introduced, McCarthyism. We have some congressmen saying they're going to hold up a list the way Joseph McCarthy did. I have a list of 20 people. I'm going to give you the names, but I'm not going to tell you anything about them. And I'm going to only give you the names of the people who are accused. I'm not going to give you the names of the accusers because those are confidential. That's McCarthyism. So we have to have everything out there. I said from day one, put everything out, no redactions, no exceptions. Everything has to come out.
So do you think that will happen? And the reason why I ask this is because in the last, I guess, week or week and a half or so, I believe Trump has instructed Bondi to open up investigations into some of the Democrats' names that were allegedly on the list. And so if they do that, does that mean those files will be redacted or held back?
They will be. For example, just 30 seconds ago, you showed a picture of Jeffrey Epstein with a very prominent scientist who was the inventor of artificial intelligence, Marvin Minsky. He's on the list. He's accused. He's dead. And there's no opportunity for him to respond. But if the woman or the women who accused him have all kinds of problems of credibility, if they've lied about other people, don't you think the public has the right to know that? And yet we're being given half of the material. We're not being given all the material. I want everything out there. I've wanted everything out there from day one. The day I was accused, I said I waive all of my rights to privacy, lawyer confidentiality, because I knew I had done nothing wrong. So I have nothing to lose by having everything come out. You know, if you're guilty, obviously you want to suppress material. But if you're a false accuser, and there are many false accusers, there are women and lawyers who have gotten rich on this thing. There are women who've collected $50,000 who never met Jeffrey Epstein, whose lawyers put them up to it. And they put the money in the bank and they walk away. And even some of the women who were at the press conference who wouldn't answer questions have questionable backgrounds and questionable credibility. So I want everything out there, nothing suppressed, period.
So why do you think the Democrat, with Jamie Rass, they're all requesting the Epstein files to be released? And like you said, we've had Giuffre, who killed herself. Before she killed herself, she said, no, I never saw Trump there. And women, victim after victim, saying that I never saw him involved, or if he was there, he wasn't really involved in that. Why are they so anxious to get their hands on this list? Aren't there going to be a lot of Democrats on this list too?
Yeah, but for example, Maria Farmer said she saw Donald Trump in Jeffrey Epstein's office, but she is a certified liar. I mean, she has said things that are demonstrably untrue. We're going to see Democrats, we're going to see Republicans, we're going to see a lot of innocent people having their names smeared. Of course, my name is on the list. I was his lawyer. I was on his plane a dozen times, flying down to legal issues. There are other people who are his accountants, who are friends who were friends of his before he was ever charged with anything. So we have to avoid this new McCarthyism, this new Epstein McCarthyism. And yes, a lot of Democrats will be swept in as well, which is probably why there has been such reluctance. That list of 20, I've seen descriptions of the list, and I know several of them are Democrats. And I've seen myself names of Democrats. The majority leader, former majority leader of the Senate, the former ambassador to the United Nations, Democrats, they're on the list, but that doesn't mean they're guilty. And so we have to get back to the American presumption of innocence and prove innocence until proved guilty. And do not believe everything that's said, particularly when you have somebody who gets on the floor of the Senate and says, I'm going to read a list and I'm going to read it so that nobody can come after you or me because I have a privilege. And if I release a name, that's the end of it. We can't allow that to happen. That's what Joe McCarthy did back in the 1940s. And
Alan, Professor, I just less than a minute. Larry Summers has resigned from a board, an AI board. He seems to be pulling back. Why would he be doing that? I mean, do you think he's going to be implicated in some nefarious activities? Because he's acting awful guilty right now.
No, I think he's probably, I'm speculating. He may have had problems with his wife because among the emails was an email that talked about him not wanting to have a relationship with a woman when he has friends without benefits. That suggests maybe that he wanted to have an affair. I don't know. It's unclear. But I can see him stepping back because of concerns about his wife and his family and his personal life. Look, if I were Larry Summers, I would have handled this very differently. I would have said, there's nothing in there that shows criminality. My relationship with my wife and others is my business. I'm not going to comment any further.
Yeah, and folks, let's remind the folks he's a former Harvard president of Harvard and former Bill Clinton Treasury Secretary as well. All right, Alan, we got to go. Professor Dershowitz, always good to have you on, my friend. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
All right, folks, between parties, travel, and holiday food, it's easy to fall off the health wagon this time of year. And usually during the holiday sales, we're chasing down deals on TVs and gadgets, but this is actually a really good time to invest in something more important than TVs or gadgets, in your health. Joining us is the founder and CEO of Brickhouse Nutrition, Miles Grimard. Miles, really good to have you on. Most people wait until January to think about their health, get through the holidays and start working on it next year and then next year and then maybe next month. But you're saying actually the best time to start is right now. It's tough to get people to do that with all the family coming and the big meals and whatnot and the alcohol. Tell us why now.
I mean, everyone's busy. They're on the go and they start to eat on the go, and health and wellness kind of falls by the wayside. And they start to look down in January and say, oh, time to get back in shape. But we think that right now is the perfect opportunity to take advantage of Brickhouse Nutrition. It's our biggest sale of the year, 30% off everything, our entire lineup. And it's something that we do once a year. And we think it can help you keep on track or get back on track if you're already starting to fall off a little bit.
What's the most popular, we call them supplements, what's the most popular product you're selling and why? And the reason why I'm saying this is there's a huge push for protein right now, but tell us what's popular and why people are buying it.
Yeah, right now our biggest product is Lean. It's our weight loss product. And the weight loss injections, they got so popular recently. So our doctors, they wanted to create something that it works in similar ways, but it doesn't require the injections or their prescriptions. So it attacks weight loss in 3 different ways. It helps regulate blood sugar, turn fat into energy, as well as help control appetite and cravings, which is huge during this year. And so it works in almost the exact same ways as those injections.
Got it. So you've got a new product and you call it Creatone. And now I take creatine every day, but this one's specifically directed towards women, right?
Yeah, like as you have noticed, I take creatine every day too, but the men have been the ones getting the benefit for many years. There's almost been a stigma to it with women taking it, but a bunch of new studies show that women can actually get more benefit from the creatine because they're also more deficient. So the Creatone was developed by the Brickhouse Nutrition doctors specifically for women who want to, feel stronger and get more toned. It's a pure creatine combined with other patent ingredients to help the women, which will increase strength and energy, reduce fat, as well as help tone and shape the muscle without crazy extra time in the gym. But just like you and I get the benefits.
I've been reading recently. I'm not sure how in-depth these studies are, but creatine actually may help cognitive abilities, help you retain your cognitive abilities as you age and as you go through life.
Yeah, there's many studies actually on that, and it's actually high doses of creatine that does that, and people get a little bit scared about that because of maybe a little bit of bloating. But I think personally, I think the cognitive benefits are kind of offset those bloating things that happen.
All right, got about half a minute or so. Tell us again about that sale.
Yeah, it's brickhousesale.com. It's 30% off everything. We don't put our products on sale too many times a year, and we never do 30% off. So brickhousesale.com. We hope everyone comes check it out. Our hero product is Field of Greens. So many new flavors and a new Auburn study proving that it is the best fruit and vegetable product on the market for multiple reasons. Can help you stay younger and live healthier.
Beautiful, beautiful. Miles Grimard, thank you so much. Brickhouse Nutrition, folks. First time I've done a sponsorship with you, and really good to have you on board, Miles.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate being here.
Have a great holiday. We'll see you again soon. All right, folks, we'll be back in 2.5 minutes.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rav. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
Our next guest is making Lee County, Florida safer, not just a little bit, a ton safer for the residents there. There's been a sharp decline in homicides, a 28% drop in crime in Cape Coral, and there's been a reduction in arrests, gun violence, and violent crime, property crime, and theft as of 2025. My next guest is the sheriff himself of Lee County, and I'm happy to have Sheriff Carmine Marceno on the show. Sheriff, what a great opportunity to bring you back. I've known you a very long time, sir. You are just crushing it, doing such a great job in Lee County. Tell us about some of the highlights of what you're doing.
Well, Eric, it's great to be back. Great to see you, man. It's been a long time. We're very lucky here. We're blessed. First, starting at the top, I mean, President Trump's vision, he's a champion for law enforcement, unwavering support. Even during the hurricanes, the man came here. He did everything he could to make things happen for us. He's second to none, securing our borders, making sure that these, violent criminals and drug dealers and pedophiles are not gaining access to this country, and more specifically the state of Florida. I mean, Governor DeSantis has done a phenomenal job being a champion for law enforcement. And here in Lee County, it makes our job easier. We've done a great job. Homicides down to the lowest they've ever been, plus 100% solved.
That's amazing. Let's stay on that. And the reason, look, folks, yesterday I was in Cape Coral, which is part of Sheriff Carmine's county. He's in Lee County. And Tito Ortiz says, you got to talk to Carmine Messina. I'm like, I know Carmine forever. I know he's great. He's like, he's killing it here. He's doing everything right. We have cameras on corners. We're bringing crime down. You got cameras in schools, and you have an officer or someone, an official in all the schools. Tell us about that.
First and foremost, I mean, school safety is number one, top priority. 120,000 kids go to school in Lee County. It's 120,000 parents that really need us to make certain when they leave their house, they come home. And we do that. We train 7 times the mandated amount by statute, and we're ready for anything that comes our way. We have the latest and greatest technology. So when you put cameras everywhere, license plate recognition, we're solving crimes that we never could have. You can't get in and out of this county without getting caught. So if you commit a crime here, you're finished. And we're solving things all around. I mean, listen, the men and women of law enforcement, we have great relationships. The chief in Cape Coral, Tony Sizemore, Jason Fields in Fort Myers, we all work together in sync with an amazing state attorney, Amira Fox. So at every level, we're firing on all cylinders, and we're doing great things. And it's not just by words, but statistical data proves it works.
You know, Sheriff, interestingly, I left and I had to get back to the east coast of Florida. Cape Coral's on the west coast, and I had to drive east right across the middle of the state. And I noticed there's out of your county, in Palm Beach County, is a place called Belle Glade. Now, I don't want you to take any shots at the people, but you go from your county, which is completely locked down, safe, crime's coming down, to one of the more highest rated, I think it's number 2 in the state of Florida, adjacent to you. Can't they take some of the success you've had and implement it even somewhere it's only maybe a handful of miles away from you?
Well, I think the challenges are the sheer size, the numbers of people, population. And over here, you know, Southwest Florida is very strong. We have a conservative mindset in the way that we want law and order at every level. Safety and security is number one. Law and order, we have that. The residents here can sleep well. As a matter of fact, they're great residents, and they're like-minded, which makes it so much easier for to do our job. And the numbers keep going down, and that's why everybody's leaving my hometown in New York and other places, because they want to come where it's safe, where they can raise their family and put their children in the greatest schools that are safe and secure, and they never have to worry about if they're going to come home. We're ready for everything that comes our way here, and we're taking drug dealers down by the hundreds, Eric. I always told you for all the years I've known you, that's my number one mission, is taking drug dealers out and down, and we do that at every level here.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about, the immigration issue. First of all, let me just point one thing out. The Governor Ron DeSantis, has been very close to his sheriffs. I really believe that's why Florida is becoming the safest big state in the country, is because the governor really supports you. So DeSantis has been great supporting you, Sheriff Messina, yes?
Yes, sir. I mean, I was his first endorsement, my first endorsement out of the gate. Governor DeSantis has been a champion for law enforcement. He always does what's right for law enforcement. He supports us, gives us all the tools that we can do our job. He's there for us when we need him. And by the way, carrying out President Trump's, stance on 287G and getting rid of the people. Look, people can argue all day long, but why do we want someone who is a pedophile, a drug dealer, accessing the country, accessing the state of Florida? And we're very strong on working with our federal partners at 287 with ICE. I mean, you're not supposed to be here. You're not going to be here, and you're not going to commit violent crimes here. It's zero tolerance.
Sheriff Carmine, do you have an illegal immigration problem in Lee County?
We don't. And what we do is we work great with our federal partners. ICE has done a phenomenal job here locally. And I talk to them all at every level. And we are going around. I'll tell you, even the lowest level of deputy sheriff on the street, when I talk to them, they'll say, in areas that we used to have issues, we don't see those issues anymore, because that 1% of the population, the people that commit violent crime, people that are not supposed to be here, by the way, that can fly under the radar and commit violent crime, are gone. and they know we don't play in Florida. President Trump's mission, we are carrying it out every single day, and you can see it in the stats. Statistical data doesn't lie. And I don't care what party affiliate, I don't care what your mindset is. Who can argue with keeping people safe and staying away from violent crime? It's the way we should live our lives in a law and order society.
You know, I spent a couple of days on an ICE raid, and it was amazing. The cooperation between FHP, Florida Highway Patrol, the local police department, and ICE. I assume you're working with them to make sure that your county is as free as possible of illegal immigrants.
Well, I would tell you, our Florida Highway Patrol does a great job. FHP,
great job.
We work with them. Yeah, we work with them all the time. They are not just on the highways. They supplement law enforcement throughout the entire state. Anytime we need something, they're calling us before we call them. And the job that they do, all law enforcement is dangerous today, but being on those highways and the things that they do, they are amazing in what they do throughout our state. We're very blessed. Again, relationships, having the ability to pick up a phone, and we all work together as one cohesive team. That's why Florida leads the way.
It does, sir. And before we go, just tell us, what does Sheriff Carmine Messina need to make it even safer? I know you're doing a great job. You're crushing it. And honestly, other counties should be taking a cue from what you're doing there. What do you tell the feds? What help, or the state or the feds? What do you need to make your job a little easier, a little more effective?
I speak on a local level as sheriff of Lee County. I will tell you, Eric, without hesitation, the local, state, and federal partners work amazing with us. The more we get community engagement, which we have, by the way, at the highest level, transparency, trust, consistency, and the message is consistent. Not in Lee County, not in Florida. We get better every single day, but we have the assistance we need, local, state, and federal. We work in sync, one cohesive team. Again, the governor really sets the pace here in Florida. Ron DeSantis has done an amazing job. And I will also tell you again, President Trump has truly made our lives so much better. And coming from the top and being able to carry out his mission, which is, by the way, law and order and safety and security, zero tolerance in Lee County and the state of Florida. We're leading the way.
Great. You're doing a great job. Sheriff Carmine, I've known you a long time, my friend. I'm so proud of you. Really, really good to see you again, my friend. You just keep crushing it. Just keep doing it.
Thanks for all you do, my brother. Appreciate you.
Love you. We'll see you again soon, Carmine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rav. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
I don't know. I can't believe this woman is still in the country, let alone in Congress. Okay, get ready for this, folks. Ilhan Omar, who has always made it very clear that she loves her home country of Somalia and serves her home country of Somalia above all else, including this country. She hates this country. Omar came out railing against President Trump, ending Somali protected status. By the way, it's fact that the part of Minnesota that Omar represents in Minneapolis is a known and documented breeding ground for terrorism, and they desire Sharia law. But here she is making things up to defend the only people she actually cares about, not the citizens of Minnesota, but her home state.
Somalis are not terrorizing this nation. We are helping it thrive. Somalis have always seen themselves as a fabric of this nation. So not only are we not going anywhere, we are not going to allow anybody to make us feel less Minnesotan or less American.
Somalis are the fabric of this country. Interesting, but wait, there's more. Omar's defense of terrorism.
In this country, we do not blame the lawlessness of an individual on a whole community. What we also know is that there is not a single evidence that the president or his coonies have put forth that there are any single resource from taxpayers in Minnesota that has gone to aid and abate terrorism. That language is dangerous. That language puts the lives of Somalis not only in Minnesota, but across the country in danger.
Well, if the hat fits, so to speak, I don't know. I'm not sure why they continue to elect this woman. Besides, she married her brother to get him citizenship, and her husband made $40 million over the last couple of years protecting her with some security detail, whatever it is, the $40 million. That's either donors or taxpayer. Either way, they should really investigate her. Sedition Gate continues this week with Democrats coming to the defense of the congressional Democrat losers who woke up last week and chose treason. Seditionist Mark Kelly was on Rachel Maddow last night. Of course, he was trying to defend the video and whining about being investigated.
Let me first just get your response to this threat from the Defense Department saying that they are investigating you. They may potentially recall you to active duty to face a court-martial.
Well, Rachel, I said something that was pretty simple and non-controversial, and that was that members of the military should follow the law. And in response to that, Donald Trump said I should be executed. I should be hanged. I should be prosecuted. He even went on and said something about go get them. I guess sending a mob to round me and the other folks up. So this is, I think it says a lot more about him than it says about me. He doesn't want accountability. But Rachel, I'm not going to be silenced. I'm not going to be intimidated.
No, Senator Mark Kelly, you didn't. You told people to disobey orders, legal orders, absolute legal orders, your commanding officer orders. That is sedition. That is treason. I'm not sure Trump said they should round you up, but what do they do to treasonous people? They hang them. Cry about it, Mark, except there's this thing. Mark then inadvertently admitted that the president has, in fact, not issued any illegal orders.
When you and your colleagues made that video, were there specific, potentially illegal orders that you were thinking about that were the sort of precipitating cause for you guys to get together and do that?
Here's the thing, Rachel. You don't want to wait for your kid to get hit by a car before you tell them to look both ways.
In other words, no, we didn't respond to Trump doing anything. We just didn't like him, so we told the military to disobey your commanding officer. Wow, that's dangerous. You guys are so screwed. And by the way, right before the show, I heard that the FBI and the CIA are investigating those 8 seditionists. So, of course, Joe Scarborough comes out knowing these seditionists had no reason to make that video and says that they should have come out with clear examples of these so-called illegal Trump orders. Newsflash, Joe, they don't list them because they don't exist.
And if I have a criticism of what the Democrats have been saying, well, they fumbled the ball this weekend. But he has white latitude on strikes. Ask Barack Obama and drone strikes. Ask George W. Bush and drone strikes. But where we know the president has said, I am going to give illegal orders to people in the military, is when he was on Air Force One, coming back, I forget where he was coming back from, but he said, I can send the Marines, I can send the Army, I can send the Air Force, I can send the Coast Guard into any city I want to control crime. And the courts can't do anything about it. That's illegal.
Yeah, because activist judges tried to stop Trump from doing it, not because they were ex-constitutional, because they just didn't like Trump or the ideas. And the Supreme Court said, no, shut up, activist judges, sit down. They should have been disbarred, by the way, but sit down, shut up. This is all constitutional. So there's nothing right about what Joe Scarborough just said. Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego is one of the Democrats who apparently thinks it's a good idea to try to stir up civil war and is out here making threats against anyone who opposes hating America.
Donald Trump's going to be gone a couple years. And if you're part of the military that is going after sitting senators, sitting members of Congress, and part of, the weaponization of government, there will be consequences, without a doubt. So, I think there's going to be a lot of officers that are going to be part of this, potential tribunal, if they want to call it that. They're going to be looking over their shoulders because they know that Donald Trump will be gone and they will not have that protection. They're going to have to do the safest thing possible, which is follow the Constitution of the United States.
What do you mean by that, Senator Rubin? That's just amazing. These Democrats, they just hate this country. They hate this country. They're trying to divide us at any chance they can. Kentucky Democrat Amy McGrath, who's running for Mitch McConnell's Senate seat, also just loves a call for insurrection, doesn't she?
Yesterday, Senator Alyssa Slotkin, who's also, of course, in that video, she said she was not, in her words, not aware of any illegal orders that had been issued by the president. Do you believe the video itself, as a former Marine, the video itself was appropriate?
It's a yes, because look, members of Congress, the military is not just responsible to the commander in chief, but also to Congress.
Just follow the rules. This is where you keep order in the military. This is why we have the strongest military on the planet, because there's order, there's rules, and there's order. When you want to break the rules, you create chaos. You don't want chaos in the military. It's probably one of the more unsettling things to any democracy is you create chaos in your military. Also, grooming of your children in the universities and schools, that's another way to create chaos. On that note, I can't believe we're still talking about this in America or anywhere for that matter. The grooming continues and the perversion of this country's children is not just happening, it's being celebrated on a morning nationally televised show, mind you.
Free. I can get on board with that.
My mom doesn't like me drinking caffeine.
Does it make you hyper? Yeah, me too. They don't like when I drink caffeine either. But Desmond, you're one of the youngest and first drag queen/kids, and I've heard.
Michael Strahan, really? And then the crowd cheers that perversion? What's wrong with us? Well, here we go again. More of the Obama playbook of race baiting. Chicago Mayor Let's Go Brandon Johnson is really out there claiming that putting people in jail for committing crimes, well, of course he's going to say this. Well, doing that is obviously racist.
We cannot incarcerate our way out of violence.
We've already tried that, and we've ended up with the largest prison population in the world without solving the problems of crime and violence. The addiction on jails and incarceration in this country, we have moved past that. It is racist, it is immoral, it is unholy, and it is not the way to drive violence down.
Putting people in jail is racist, immoral, unholy when they commit crimes. This is why you have a crime problem in Chicago. Dumbass. I'm sorry, did I say that? Should I not have said that? I said it because we at The Edge, we believe average is comfortable. We don't do comfortable on The Edge. Take a look at the bottom of that thermometer. The average YouTube channel sits at around 200 to 300 subscribers after 65 days, where we are right now. The Edge, 5,710. That's what happens when you cut the noise and focus on grit, perseverance, success, and real talk. We're moving fast and we're not slowing down. I got a call to action right now for you folks. I love you. You've been amazing. You helped us get to 5,710 when the average show is at 200 to 365 days in. Let's get to 7,000. That number at the top of that is 7,000. The mission, 7,000 subscribers by the time the ball drops on New Year's Eve. Can you help me get there? If you've been watching but haven't subscribed yet, now's the time. Share that with a friend who needs that extra edge. Take your camera, point it right at that QR code. A little yellow line comes across it. Press it, you've subscribed. It's not for marketing. It's not to sell you anything. Never charge you a penny for this. The Edge is just great content. Brett Favre, Jordan Belfort, Patrick Bet-David, Tito Ortiz coming up next week. You got to join. It's great content, and we're doing it because we're done being quiet. It's a platform that's growing. YouTube.com/@EricCallingTheEdge. YouTube.com/@EricCallingTheEdge. Please subscribe. Help us out. Let YouTube know we're growing, and we're here for the duration. We'll be right back. 2.5 minutes.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rab. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
Well, look at it. There's Ben. There's Mad Dog. There's Cole. Trish, I think, is in the back row. And Matt, if I'm not mistaken, not sure if Rashad is here or not. Sean, I don't know. What a great crew. What a great crew. I'm glad you get to see the control room. You got that back shot, that other back shot, if you can take it. It was really a cool shot. You see the whole boards and everything. I don't know if you can get it. You got this look, these folks, these guys work super hard. Anyway, whatever. Let's do some, while you're doing that, Benny, let's listen to an email or two. We got a bunch. We got some good time.
This viewer has 3 questions for you.
Hello, Eric Bone. This is David on Lookout Mountain. I got 3 questions. Why ain't they arresting Antifa people? Why ain't they arresting those people who told the military to follow or not follow orders? Why ain't they arresting for treason? Why ain't they arresting George Soros for all the stuff in the country that he's paying for, all the turmoil? And one question, is the gold in Fort Knox or not? I mean, they was talking about it before, but I want to know if the gold's in Fort Knox. Thank you.
I love this one. They should be arresting those jerks for treason, the senators and Congress people, former military who basically told the military to disobey orders. They should. Again, I've said this before, if they're not going to arrest them, they certainly at least should take their pensions away. Those guys, those are good pensions. Yeah, they earned it, but then they just blew it. You have to have consequences for saying stupid stuff. Soros, I'm very, very trying to figure out, I don't know how he's gotten so entrenched by putting prosecutors in some of our major cities. It's hard to get rid of him, but yeah, I think Trump he goes after a lot of people. They would be a really good one to go after George Soros. I'm sure if you dig hard enough, you'll find something to bounce this guy out of the United States. And the gold, this is something really important. I know Senator Mike Lee, maybe Monday or Tuesday, posted something about, there's that control room shot I love. Senator Mike Lee said, let's find out if the gold is actually in Fort Knox or not. Remember, Elon Musk wanted to do it. I petitioned the White House, said, bring me with you. I want to go with. I've traded gold for the last 25 years. I was a gold trader on the floor. I would love to be one of their witnesses to see if Fort Knox really has all that United States gold, trillions of dollars worth. I think $500 billion worth of gold. It's supposed to be at Fort Knox. Some say it's empty. We'll find out. Hopefully we find out. Great question. Benny.
This viewer says that FEMA is a disgrace.
Hey, Eric. Michael Smith, Burnsville, North Carolina. FEMA, what a disgrace. We've been dealing with them for over a year. They keep turning us down, even though we appeal over and over. They ask for the same documents over and over. I was hospitalized, $96,000 in damages to my body, and almost that on our house. They do nothing. FEMA should be put out of business. I know Trump has a problem with them. Well, guess what? Everybody in North Carolina does too. All right, thanks. You're the only real Americans Voice channel we listen to because you guys tell the truth. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, FEMA is a massive, massive waste. It was completely mismanaged. It's been mismanaged. Remember when North Carolina got hit with that hurricane under the Biden administration, FEMA was telling people not to help those folks. They were starving. They were dying. They were thrown out of their homes. The hurricane wiped them out. People were living under trees. People were trying to bring them water and food, and FEMA said don't, and these people are still suffering. We really, really need to revamp FEMA or maybe make it go away and figure out another way of helping folks in need. Certainly natural disaster in need. Benny, another one?
Yes, sir. This viewer says that Trump needs to have a roundtable on food and manufacturing.
Eric, hey, it's Teresa. Hey, Trump needs to have either an Oval Office or a roundtable meeting with manufacturers with food, and he needs to talk about what prices were before Biden's 9% inflation to where they are today, and ask these manufacturers what they can do to bring down the costs and what all is going into the cost for the American people to see on transportation with oil costs to wages going up during the inflation and everything like that to explain the affordability. But he should have that transparent in the public for people to see some of these food companies come out and explain where they're at so people can see that it doesn't really all fall on Trump, but maybe Trump can pressure them to start to bring prices down if things have made it cheaper for them to manufacture their products. Okay, Eric, thank you. I miss you. Bye.
I've been saying this for a while. In fact, I spoke with Bannon about it yesterday, and I almost got in trouble by saying something nasty about Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary right now, who I think is failing, is incompetent. They should the Commerce Department should have just people, a whole bank of people calling on behalf of the President of the United States, talking to the CEOs of these retail companies, these food companies, to bring their prices down. Not even food, all companies, retail people, bring your prices down. Trump knows that your input costs have come down. It's time for you to shrink it down to the normal profit margin. Instead of when their cost comes down, they keep the prices high. They're making way too much profit. Bring that down. Now, you're free to do whatever you want in America, but you get a little push, a little nudge from the president, it might work. And Bannon had the idea, took my idea, and added to it saying, bring them into the White House, into the East Room, and have a big meeting and talk and call people out who aren't doing the right thing by the right people. I know, I hear the sound. You guys act like this is an award show and I want to stay up here all night. Love you guys. War Room is coming up next. We'll see you tomorrow with a brand new show. Good night.
Vengeance and Retribution campaign has a new target, 6 of them actually. The lawmakers who served our country honorably and bravely and dared to tell members of the United States military something that would in normal times be totally normal and totally obvious, that it is their duty to refuse to carry out any illegal orders. This afternoon, one of those lawmakers, Senator Elissa Slotkin of Michigan, who before becoming a member of that body served as a CIA analyst. And as a CIA analyst, she went to Iraq. She also served in the Pentagon during both the Bush and Obama presidencies. She today announced that she believes she is under investigation by the FBI's Counterterrorism Division because she appeared in that video that has clearly sent Donald Trump into some sort of rage. Donald Trump saying that what she did was, quote, punishable by death. In fact, a source familiar tells us that the FBI is now working to schedule interviews with Slotkin and the 5 other Democrats who appear in that video, urging U.S. service members simply to not comply with any illegal order. The source telling MS Now that the FBI has contacted Capitol Police to try to schedule these interviews. Ahead of that news, FBI Director Kash Patel was asked about the video. Here's what he said.
Democratic lawmakers released a video calling on military personnel to defy illegal orders. President Trump weighed in and called it a seditious behavior. When you saw this, what went through your head?
What goes through my head is the same thing that goes through my head in any case. Is there a lawful predicate to open up an inquiry and investigation, or is there not? And that decision will be made by the career agents and analysts here at the FBI.
Is the FBI getting involved?
Based on the fact that it's an ongoing matter, there's not much I can say.
Pete Hegseth, Pentagon, also getting in on the action by launching an investigation into Arizona Senator Mark Kelly for his participation in the video. Hegseth threatened the decorated veteran and war hero last night with being called back into active duty status so that he could possibly be court-martialed.
So what do you make of the situation right now and Kelly's response?
Well, good for the senator to say what he said, but let me take a step back and indicate that what he and his colleagues did was inappropriate. They didn't have to remind service members that they have an obligation to support the Constitution, and realizing, of course, that officers and enlisted personnel take 2 different oaths. And the enlisted personnel, this was a message that those Congress members and members of the former intelligence community sent to the service members, and it was to those enlisted folks, which is, you can disobey your bosses. You can do that. Well, the fact of the matter is, when Senator Kelly and his colleagues made the comment, the message to me was, this collection of folks, we don't trust the military, the uniformed leadership, and we think that they've been taken over by the administration. I would completely disagree with that underlying assessment, which brought them to make these statements. That's my view of all this. God bless Senator Kelly and what he's accomplished in his life and where he has been. Totally agree with everything he just said. However, he could have taken a step back and said, why am I sending this message, which clearly is an insult to our chain of command, those in uniform, folks that I have had the privilege of serving with and training and growing into the positions that they're in today. And I think he could have made a better decision.
And, you know, we've been saying this for a long time. A lot of us have been saying this for a long time. Donald Trump believes that the U.S. military should be his personal muscle. It should be his personal militia that answers only to him, not to Congress, not to the Constitution, not to the American people, nobody. Donald Trump thinks that Article 2 means he owns the military like he owns buildings or owns anything else. And, you know, this is an attempt by him and others to say to members of Congress and to all American citizens that you have no right to express your views about the military or the Constitution or your own freedoms.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish, in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Tuesday, 26 November, Year of our Lord 2025. We are packed in this hour, and it's going to be a cross between action, proposed action, and strongly worded letters, at least for part of it. So just bear with us and see how how we're trending on all these actions against the deep state. Let me start with Dr. Bradley Thayer first. So it's come out, Kash Patel and the FBI are calling people in, as they should, immediately for interviews. I hope that's under oath and leads to quite rapidly charges being brought, and also Mark Kelly. You heard General, I think, Hurling right there was kind of confused, but he said it's a total insult to the military to do with these guys, and totally inappropriate. Dr. Thayer, why is it important that we must take dramatic and immediate action on this, sir, and not dither?
Because the great strength of our civil-military relations, what's called objective civilian control, which is where civilians order the military what to do, the military obeys. The military has its own domain. The military deals with military decisions of its own accord, but obeys civilian leadership. And that's been the great strength of the U.S. military, as well as all professional militaries, and has led to tremendous military success, our professionalization. And that's unlike, for example, the Chinese Communist Party, which controls the People's Liberation Army, or in the Cold War, where the Communist Party of the Soviet Union controlled the Red Army, the Soviet Army. They were politicized forces. So what these six have done is done their utmost, not just to sow discord, right? That would be bad enough, but they're undermining objective civilian control. They're undermining the heart of the most successful civil-military relationship that's existed in history. And for that, they have to be held to account. They cannot do that. That's something which undermines our military effectiveness, that undermines the loyalty and calls into question the loyalty, of course, of all service members. It's outrageous on its face, but it gets to something which is very deep, which is undermining the heart of civil-military relations. Even more so, Steve.
But hang on a second. I want to get to that. Number one, that came from the Army was founded in 1775, and General Washington always answered to and made a point of knowing, even though they were stiffing him, there was no money, it was a complete fiasco, especially in the early part of the war. He always made sure that everybody knew he reported to the Continental Congress, in particularly the committee that oversaw the military. He went out of his way. The only other time I think we've had a crisis like this is in the Civil War, when McClellan, there was an active beginning of a coup against President Lincoln by McClellan and his staff, and President Lincoln cleaned that out. But there was this hint of a coup, of a military coup, where they were not going to report to civilian authority. This is a deep crisis. This is why this has to be dealt with immediately. And I think recalling Kelly to active duty and court-martialing him, as Captain Fennell said today, he was the senior officer in this, and he ought to be dealt with. Continue on, Dr. Thayer.
Well, all of them should be dealt with. Certainly Senator Kelly should be, but this can't stand. This is something which undermines what is essential for our national security. It undermines the servicemen and women in our country. So it can't stand, because what it is doing is getting at the heart of how our civilian leadership controls the military, and in turn how the military serves that civilian leadership. And so what they have done is done their utmost to undermine that. And it's the pattern that we see with the Democrats at this time, right? It gets back to their Leninist tactics, right, to advance what they call revolutionary defeatism, right? They want things to be as bad as possible, right? The worse, the better for the Democrats, to undermine Trump, to checkmate him, to fetter him at every step, as a way, of course, of undermining the U.S. So what they're doing is, again, the most successful civil-military relationship that's existed in history has been U.S. civil-military relationship. It's gone through ups and downs, Steve. As you mentioned, we could more recently recall Vietnam and the stresses that Vietnam placed on the U.S. military and the aftermath of Vietnam, where in the 1970s, for example, where we talked about a hollow force. The Army rebuilt itself, as did all of the armed services, because they were supremely professional. So what these six are doing is undermining that. And that is something which is unpatriotic. That is something which is supremely dangerous. And it is a way of putting the U.S. military on the course to becoming a politicized force, like you would have in China.
It's also a crime.
Or it is a crime. Yes, I mean, the FBI...
It's a crime.
I mean, the FBI will get to the heart of that, as well as others. Why Senate ethics has not stepped up here, or House ethics, is obviously a question.
Yeah, I know, but House ethics. You got Republicans. You got the Senate. These are crimes that have to be dealt with as crimes. We have to put this down. Dr. Thayer, we got to move on. Where do people go to get your analysis on all this?
Sure, Steve. Thanks very much. Brad Thayer at X and Bradley Thayer at Getter and at Truth.
Thanks for starting us off, Dr. Bradley Thayer. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Also, I might add, I think I'll link. Glenn Beck is doing an incredible job on this very topic over at The Blaze, and we'll link to some of his commentary and analysis. Julie Kelly, this afternoon, you've been following the situation where they're trying to bring criminal contempt charges around President Trump and his people. And Julie Kelly called shot. You said Emil Bovee is one of their targets, and lo and behold, Emil Bovee is one of their targets, ma'am.
Correct. So as I explained this morning, we were waiting today for mandatory filings per Judge Jeb Boasberg related to his criminal contempt proceedings against the DOJ and the Trump administration. So what he asked for today was both sides, the ACLU, who is representing those illegal Venezuelans tied to Tren de Aragua, who were covered under the president's Alien Enemies Act proclamation, and then from the Department of Justice, who they would want, number one, as witnesses in any contempt hearing, and then dates for a hearing for those witnesses to testify. So as of right now, 5:15 Eastern Time, the Trump administration has not filed its response to Jeb Boasberg, which I'm sure is making him really steamed, but I think is kind of funny. But the ACLU did, and they list numerous DOJ, even DHS officials who they want to testify, sworn testimony about behind-the-scenes deliberations before, on, and after Jeb Bossberg made that ridiculous oral order, he calls it, to return two planes carrying these illegal Venezuelans that were already out of U.S. airspace on the evening of March 15th of this year, ordered those planes returned. So this is the basis of his contempt finding. And some of this, a lot of it actually, and Jeb Bossberg brought this up himself last week in the hearing, relates to this alleged whistleblower, Erez Rabini, who was a DOJ immigration official, who made these claims about comments that Emil Bovee had made as the, I think at that point, acting deputy attorney general, and what they wanted to say to the courts if judges tried to thwart and stop the implementation of the Alien Enemies Act proclamation. So this whistleblower account, you and I have talked about it. I have coverage of it on my Substack, Declassified with Julie Kelly. I reposted my piece about this whistleblower from earlier this year. Bossberg himself last week brought up the whistleblower and saying he wanted to hear from the whistleblower and everyone the whistleblower had spoken to about this and other immigration lawsuits that the DOJ was handling at the time.
Just hang on 1 second. We're a short commercial break. Julie Kelly on the other side.
In America's heart.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rav. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored,
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, we got two very big Black Friday specials I want to make sure you don't miss. My Patriot Supply. Go to mypatriotsupply.com/Bannon right now. You can talk to all of the advisors they have over there. This is a Black Friday survival special. You order a 4-week emergency food supply. You get $160 off that. You can now buy it for $257.95, and you get $150 of free equipment. So make sure you survival gear. Go check it out today. This is not going to last. It's the mypatriotsupply.com/Bannon, the Black Friday survival special just for you. So go check it out. Check that out today. Also, All Family Pharmacy. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com/Bannon, the Black Friday buy one, get one free special. This is only for new orders, but you buy one, you get one free. You want medical freedom? It's All Family Pharmacy. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com/Bannon for these great Black Friday. All of our sponsors do things to make sure you get Black Friday to kick off the holiday season, the Christmas season, with a bang. So go check it out today. My Patriot Supply with the Black Friday special /Bannon, allfamilypharmacy.com/Bannon. Get the Black Friday specials. These companies are working for you. Julie Kelly, is the Trump administration showing some contempt for Boasberg by not like snapping to and say, sir, yes, sir, and making sure, I guess it should have been 5 o'clock today, the time of our show. I would think close of business. Maybe it's midnight, but they're not rushing. They're not being bum rushed into this, are they, ma'am?
No, they're not. And that's exactly what Jeb Boasberg is trying to do. Recall, Steve, that his original probable cause finding was last April, where he accused the Trump administration of contempt of court for defying that oral order. That was vacated by the appellate court. However, it was kicked back to Boasberg just last week, and he did not waste a minute restarting these proceedings. So perhaps the Trump administration, the DOJ, is going to just file a one-pager later tonight and say, we have no potential witnesses. We don't think that this contempt hearing is legal, and we're not offering up any dates for a hearing, and let Jeb Boasberg work from there. Keep in mind, Steve, also, we just found out today that Jeb Boasberg signed off on 19 gag orders, non-disclosure orders, prohibiting cell phone carriers from notifying sitting U.S. senators and members of Congress that Jack Smith had subpoenaed their cell phone records. So as his corruption and his malfeasance continues to get exposed, he is not backing off. He is actually ramping up and accelerating his judicial crusade.
He's doubling down
against the Trump administration.
He's doubling down. Go to Article 3 Project right now and get all the information about getting to your congressman or senator about the impeachment of Boasberg. It has to happen. Also, check in with Grace on Bill Blaster. We've got 2 major weapons to do this. Boasberg has to be impeached. Last question, the ACLU, they understand. They want to go after Emil Bovee because he's a sitting. We took him out of the Justice Department, which God knows we needed him, but he was so important. They put him in appellate court because he's on the short list of the Supreme Court. Don't they want to sit there and what they want to do is put a blowtorch to Emil Bovee to use this false proceeding, this phony proceeding, to make sure they ding him for his Supreme Court confirmation hearing. Do they not, ma'am?
They absolutely do. And this was what this whistleblower, Erez Ravini, and I actually would like to see Mr. Ravini testify under oath about these alleged conversations that he was involved in or overheard. But the point is to drag Emil Bovee again through the mud. This almost successfully derailed Emil Bovee's confirmation process. I think he got exactly 50 votes or 51. So this almost torpedoed his judicial nomination to the Third Circuit Court of Appeals. And to your point, yes, he is towards the top of the list to be Supreme Court Justice. He's the last person the left and Democrats would want on the Supreme Court because, of course, he's very sharp, very smart, shrewd, and he understands what this battle is all about. So, yes, this is going to be another attempt to drag his name through the mud as he's sitting on the Third Circuit Court of Appeals.
Julie, where do people go for your Substack? Where do they go for your social media accounts? You are on fire, ma'am, and a couple of great called shots on this one.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for having me on. Declassified with Julie Kelly on Substack, X on Julie_Kelly 2. I will keep refreshing the docket for this Bossberg contempt proceeding. And if the DOJ, the government, does respond later, I will be posting it as soon as I get it.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Thanks.
Okay, I said earlier today, go to Julie Kelly or Substack, watch it. I said today, you've got Michael Benz, you got Alex Jones, you got Natalie Wins, and a couple of dozen more that do an amazing job of breaking down the deep state of all the taproots. But you've got to get in and do the wet work. If you want to take it down, you can defund it, you can do that. But at some point in time, like what's happening on the FBI, you got to get in there, what Julie Kelly's doing in this huge fight on Bossberg, and we have to impeach this guy. We have to put him through the process. Ivan Reichland joins us now. He and General Flynn are working on something about Tina Peters. We got to raise up the Tina Peters. And it's going to take maniacal focus. Ivan, what have you and General Flynn come up with, sir?
Yes, I mean, you nailed it on the head yesterday. I think at this point, it requires political courage to extract her, because we all know that they're going to maneuver in every which way possible, they being Polis and Jenna Griswold and the radical left, to keep her as a political prisoner, a prisoner of war, effectively. And so when you look at the perspective of what the Democrats have done over the last 11 years of treason, effectively, as seditious conspirators, they don't ask a court and they don't pontificate and ask themselves, I wonder if the Supreme Court or a district court is going to allow us to conduct treason. No, they actually just conduct it. And then we have to claw our way back to stop them from conducting it. It would be very novel for a Republican administration to say, you know what, this is lawful. This is our legal analysis. We're going to go ahead and file, for example, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Colorado, I believe it's Peter McNeely. He can go ahead and file federal criminal charges against Jenna Griswold for her violation of the 2020 the procedure of the 2020 election. And then from there, once that is filed, literally within the same second, the president could order the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to then order the director of the Federal Marshals Program, Gayadis Saralta, the director, and then he could muster all 4,000 or so of his federal marshals to conduct a physical raid on the La Vista Correctional Facility, similar to the raid that was done on Mar-a-Lago.
Whoa, hang on. Before we get to the raid, let's go back to charging her. You and General Flynn proposed the information that we have now. Do you believe that there is existing information out there and evidence that could lead the U.S. Attorney to do that, sir?
So Mike Lindell and his attorney at the time, Mr. Kurt Olson, have put together quite a bit of evidence related to the 2020 electoral heist that Tina Peters could be a federal witness for. That's what I feel to kind of skipped and glossed over that.
Hang on. You nailed it right there. If memory serves me correctly, Ivan, Kurt Olson is now the special envoy or the special assistant in the White House complex, I think over at EOB, reporting, I think, to Susie. I think it's a direct report up to the chief of staff. This is what a priority is for the president, to get to the bottom of this. So have you and General
Flynn to the bottom of the 2020 electoral heist?
Exactly, and to do it, by the way, as you know, he's principally a machine guy. We're not. We're mail-in ballot guys. But hey, God bless you. And so my point is, the very guy that you and Flynn name in kind of your punch list of how you have to do it, voila, is not hosting a show on Lindell TV. He actually happens to be in the what's called the White House infrastructure, and his specific designation is the special assistant for the election integrity about the 2020 election. So if you and General Flynn reached out to him, because if he has the evidence from his years at Lindell, you're saying this is the path, critical path you have to do. He's the guy. It's kind of a plug and play, is it not?
There's no one better positioned to expose the evidence of the 2020 electoral heist in the entire country, as well as the 2022 electoral heist in Arizona as it relates to Kari Lake, than Kurt Olson. He's represented, as far as I understand, the president, Mike Lindell in those lawsuits, as well as Kari Lake. So this is an absolutely fantastic pick of the number one draft pick for the president to pick to be able to expose this. Additionally, he has years of experience exposing the Colorado component, Mesa County. Just to contextualize, Tina Peters was the only county official of the 3,100 plus counties and county equivalents throughout the United States to actually have the courage to expose, research, identify, and then expose the illegal activities of the machines in her county's 2020 election, the federal election component of it. And so that's why she would be the most compelling witness of anybody in the country to go ahead and prove the criminality of Jenna Griswold.
It'd be amazing. Grace put up his General Flynn's tweet. I'll have you back right after the holidays, Ivan, to go through this some more, but I think you've laid out a pattern. You just got to get Kurt
It'd be nice to get her out
for
Thanksgiving, though.
That's not going to happen. I think it's very remote. I mean, realistically, and I talk to these people every day. We got to get her out, though. Ivan, where do people go? What's your social media, your Twitter? Where do people go to follow you?
I'm on X as long as your buddy Elon Musk allows me, but other than that, Substack as well as Rumble.
Ivan with a heckle, brother. Have a great Thanksgiving. Love you.
You know I love
Ivan
you,
Reichland. The guy, Ivan was outside federal court every day that I was there. He is a warrior and a patriot. Short commercial break. Back in the War Room in a moment.
Boy, what to be thankful for. There's so much. Start with you guys out there in the audience. I mean, literally, that chat, I am so thankful for the chat.
I'm thankful that I'm united with people who have similar values to me, and that there are people who care about what's important in life, and that would be you, our RAV viewership.
So thankful for this amazing team that we work with.
We truly appreciate you spending time with us each and every day, and for that, we are truly thankful in this holiday season.
What I'm grateful for is it's a holiday that I could wish people a happy Thanksgiving and not offend anybody.
Trump's back in office. Things are going wonderful, and the commies are on the run.
I just want to say how grateful I am to God.
I'm wishing all of you a healthy and happy Thanksgiving as well.
I thank the Lord for Rob and Parker Sig and this amazing network that I get to be a part of, and for the Real America's Voice News family.
Especially for the great crew that we have in the control room, who are, bar none, the best crew I've ever worked with. Have a great Thanksgiving, everyone.
You guys have a beautiful Thanksgiving.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through RAV. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love RAV? If you ever talk to the hosts, you can do that on RAV. And the RAV family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, Ivan's idea, I like it a lot directionally. I want everybody to read that. Grace and Mo, if you can push that out, let's be a force multiplier. This is General Flynn and Ivan. Ivan's also a lawyer. We got to get on top of this. And like I said, Kurt Olson, you guys know Kurt. We've had Kurt on 100 times during the Big Steal. He knows this better than anybody. He's at the White House. He's special assistant for election integrity and reviewing the 2020 and the 2022 election. So right there, you just plug and play, and let's get on with it. Birch Gold, turbulent markets, particularly crypto and anything related to AI. We're going to have Brother Joe Allen here in a moment to talk about that. Birch Gold, take your phone out, text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, 989898. Get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. There is no commitment when you get this, and it costs nothing. You can review it, but you can get to Philip Patrick and team. Understand why gold. What's the process that drove it from, I don't know, $1,000 to $4,200, $4,100? And what is that pattern recognition tell you about the future? That's the important thing. We're not here to sell you fish, here to teach you how to fish for yourself. So go do it. Birch Gold, the team, Philip Patrick and the team. Do it today. Joe Allen, we have a cold open. They signed an executive order, and they did it with closed press. The Muslim Brotherhood has a few kinks in it. Laura Loomer is going to join us tomorrow. Alex Jones is going to join us tomorrow. Laura's going to walk through the EO on the Muslim Brotherhood, why it has a few air pockets and it needs to be kind of reconciled. It's a start. It's a historic start, but we got to close. We got to stick the landing on the Muslim Brotherhood. Also, artificial intelligence. I've warned you about the weapons labs. They did a AI, and it was closed press. I don't know why, but we're going to get to the bottom of it. Let's play the cold open.
The Trump administration is pushing to expand AI in federal scientific research. Yesterday, President Trump signed an executive order launching the Genesis mission. The plan allows Department of Energy and national labs to use AI while partnering with tech companies and universities.
Yeah, he signed an executive order related to what's called the now Genesis mission. It brings together all of the 17 federal labs under the Department of Energy and partners them with private companies and supercharges all of these projects with artificial intelligence.
This is the one place in the world where you can bring together biological data, national security data, data for material science, for chemistry, all in one place under one roof where you can train models to accelerate scientific discovery.
Knowledge grows faster than our ability to understand it. Trillions of data points, a universe of information still unconnected. Now, a new instrument emerges. One capable not only of observing the universe, but of understanding it. Genesis mission will transform how science is done in America, uniting our brightest minds, most powerful computers, and vast scientific data into one living system for discovery. Built on artificial intelligence and quantum computing, it will radically redefine the scale, speed, and purpose of scientific progress in America.
Look, I understand the scientific process. We're all for it. We want to do it, but I don't know why we're selling chips to the advanced chips to the Chinese. And you got the arms dealer Jensen Huang, and you got Lutnick in his crowd that are trying to force the sale of these chips. If we don't, we're not in an arms race. We're only in the arms race if we want to be in an arms race. We don't have to sell them any arms. None. How about this? How about zero for the Chinese Communist Party? Now, let's get to the weapons labs. Joe Allen, succinctly tell me, because this kind of scares me, one living organism that's going to know all and be all. What are we doing here, sir?
Well, Steve, yesterday President Trump signed the executive order to launch the Genesis mission. Aside from the symbolic undertones of the name Genesis, this is under the Department of Energy, and it's being hailed as a kind of Manhattan Project for AI acceleration in the sciences. The ultimate objective is to create scientific foundation models, AIs, that are specifically trained on what have previously been kind of cloistered and unpublished data sets and studies under the Department of Energy. So the 17 national laboratories will open up their data sets to train artificial intelligence. And the objective, too, is to have AI agents that can run autonomously to conduct experiments. And presumably, they share many of the ambitions of the Frontier Labs. They would eventually have AIs that perhaps could formulate novel hypotheses. Now, underneath this is that you have 5 basic objectives: to accelerate biotechnology, to accelerate materials development, to accelerate semiconductor production and deployment, and also to accelerate quantum computing and nuclear technology.
Okay. The last time I looked, those 5 were kind of a variation of the Chinese Communist Party's, 2020 manufacturing 2025, the 10 industries they want to dominate, the top 5, and those are close to it, drive you to a thing called the singularity, do they not, sir?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is right now very much in the nascent phase. For the first 90 days, they'll simply be assessing what hardware, what computing facilities are relevant. Beyond that, the software. But within a year, they intend to have fully autonomous experiments being run under this system. Now, this is already happening in the private sector, Steve. I'll give you one really good example. Ginkgo Bioworks, who was so integral to the Biden EO on the cancer moonshot, Ginkgo Bioworks runs biofoundries, right? So you have these foundries that basically run autonomously, mutating microbes and assessing whether or not the mutations are effective and whatnot. Some of these biofoundries are right now under the direction of GPT-5. So you already have this integration of artificial intelligence with autonomous laboratories that are conducting experiments. What the Genesis mission would ultimately yield would be that across all of the different sectors I just mentioned, and a lot relating to, of course, national security and weapons.
Okay. In those 90 days, what I would propose, and we'll stick our nose in this, is we come up with the equity package. You, the citizens of the United States, own those. The government of the United States owns those weapons labs. Those are some of the most famous labs in the world, the national labs, they call them now. If we're going to do all this, I'd like to know what we're actually paying for, and these guys own the equity. We have to have an equity package. I'm going to toss out there, just as an initial idea for David Sachs and Mark Andreessen to get their arms around, 50%. We own 50% of every one of the AI companies. The American citizens own them. And I don't mean the government. I mean the shares get popped out to the American citizens. Because once again, they came up with this labs thing immediately when the Chinese did DeepSeek, and they go, oh my God, it's a Sputnik moment. We're in an arms race with the Chinese Communist Party. So what do? We sell them as many advanced chips as possible, or give them to the UAE so they can be a wholesaler and then resell them. No. We got to understand this entire cycle. The American people are being asked to secure debt. The American people are being asked to give access to their weapons labs to train these. Hey, that's fine. Maybe it's good. It sounds like a wonderful thing. What's the payment to the American people? American citizens own how much equity? So in the 90 days, they assess what the ownership of the American people, and the opening bid is 50%. Joe, we got to bounce. You're going to be with us a lot. Tell us where people go to get all your information on JoeBot.
Well, I tell you, Steve, I couldn't agree more as far as the 50% equity for American people. This emphasis on the machine should definitely be shared by or redirected towards human beings, as in human Americans. I would actually just direct the audience to Frontier Magazine. By chance, I have an article in Frontier which goes into the history of the nuclear project, the Manhattan Project, near my hometown, Oak Ridge, Tennessee. I'm from near there. The title is How My Hometown Got Eugenicized. And you can see it's a print magazine. It's absolutely beautiful. Ben Braddock here with the cover story, his trip.
Yeah. This is the one that Glenn Beck and his team over at The Blaze started? Is that it? Is that Frontier?
Yes, Peter Giedel is the executive editor, and James Poulos, of course, is involved. Ben Braddock with the cover story, and they invited me to write about how my hometown got wrecked by the technological revolution. So you can actually find a link right at the top of my social media at JoeBotXYZ. And if you still love print culture, Posse, this is a beautiful, beautiful edition. Volume 5. Volume 4.
No, we We love magazines. We talk about MAGA creating art and creating these alternative medias. Go check this out right now. Where do they go to Frontier just to check out the entire magazine? Because I want people to do that. It's really a spectacular effort.
Because it's a kind of a convoluted link, I don't have it at the top of my head, but if you go to my social media, at JOEBOTXYZ on X or on Getter, there's a link right there. You can subscribe. You can read it in digital form. But again, I really recommend get the print edition. So many excellent articles in here. So many great photographs.
Brother, love you. Look, I'll talk to you tonight. Hopefully get you back on tomorrow, maybe before you take off. Joe Allen, the Joe Allen.
Thank you, Steve.
The Genesis mission. Okay. I get the symbolism. Also about the singularity. I get that too. We got to drill down on this. Looks very interesting, very exciting. The American people love it. They want to own 50% of it because they deserve. They're putting up the money. Raymond Abraham, my favorite. Now, brother, it's a 3-book series. You've been with us since 2019, since we started the show with your first book, Sword and Scimitar. Then you came out with the classic, I think in 22, Defenders of the West, which I had a small part in, and the fact that I helped Raymond decide the final cover art. And then you've come out with a blockbuster about the warrior marks, Two Swords of Christ. Talk to us today. Particularly, I had you and Joe back to back because of these 2 executive orders signed yesterday. You're an expert on the Muslim Brotherhood, and you've been a great writer about the history of Christianity and Islam. And to be blunt about it, your histories, the third part being the Two Swords of Christ, is about the warrior kind of interactions between Christianity and Islam since the founding of Islam. Is it not, sir?
Yeah, absolutely, Steve. That's exactly what it's about. I think the important point of the Two Swords of Christ, the new book, is that it literally looks at the two swords of Christ, the verse where the disciples, after Christ tells them, sell your cloak and buy a garment, he who has no sword. And they say, look, Lord, here are 2 swords. And he says that's enough. Now, according to modern day Christian theologians, that verse means absolutely nothing because it doesn't mean anything about swords and so forth. But for the medieval Christians, and especially the Crusaders, it actually meant that there are 2 swords to be used against 2 sorts of evil. Spiritual evil, which modern day Christians still acknowledge, but also physical, secular, material, corporeal evil. Human evil, human agency. And so that's how they understood it. And that's why I think it's ironic, and people will be surprised when they read the book, that this logic actually showed you how the most pious men, these men were monks essentially, okay, were also the most militant at the same time. And there was no contradiction between the twain in their minds, because they understood that what they were doing was in defense of Christ, Christendom, Christ's body, literally, the church. And they were regularly martyred, and they were seen as martyrs. So I think it's going to be a very different take for how most modern day Christians, including of the doormat variety, as I've dubbed them, who believe that their job is just to be a doormat and be walked all over because that's what Christ apparently wants, to see that no, you actually had these extremely pious Christian men who were also more militant than any other character from history. And as far as the Muslim Brotherhood and what we're talking about today, I think it's the continuity is really remarkable when you see.
Yeah, hang on. We're going to take a short break. Raymond Abraham on the other side.
Boy, what to be thankful for. There's so much. Start with you guys out there in the audience. I mean, literally, that chat, I am so thankful for the chat.
I'm thankful that I'm united with people who have similar values to me, and that there are people who care about what's important in life, and that would be you, our RAV viewership.
So thankful for this amazing team that we work with.
We truly appreciate you spending time with us each and every day, and for that, we are truly thankful in this holiday season.
What I'm grateful for is it's a holiday that I can wish people a happy Thanksgiving and not offend anybody.
Trump's back in office. Things are going wonderful, and the commies are on the run.
I just want to say how grateful I am to God.
I'm wishing all of you a healthy and happy Thanksgiving as well.
I thank the Lord for Rob and Parker Sig and this amazing network that I get to be a part of, and for the Real America's Voice News family.
Especially for the great crew that we have in the control room, who are, bar none, the best crew I've ever worked with. Have a great Thanksgiving, everyone.
You guys have a beautiful Thanksgiving.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through RAV. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love RAV? If you ever talk to the hosts, you can do that on RAV. And the RAV family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
We're going to have more about artificial intelligence on tomorrow's show. Make sure that in regards to your home, every dream you have is in that home, including, 80 or 90% of your net worth if you're lucky enough to own one. And the now average age of a first-time buyer is 40 years old. Used to be like 21 or 22. 40 years old. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team. Do not let anybody get their mitts on that AI, cyber attack, rogue lawyer, rogue accountant, rogue relative. Nobody should be able to monetize that. This is pennies a day, but get all the details and also the restoration project they have to have your back from Natalie Dominguez. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Raymond Abraham, one of the reasons I love these books, and they're so timely, they talk about history, but they make history present. Right now, we just designate the Muslim, or started to designate, we didn't do it, the Muslim Brotherhood, a terrorist organization. Texas has done it. We're in a fight now, as you know and have chronicled. They believed in a church militant. Why is a church militant and two warrior monk orders from, 1,000 years ago, why are they relevant today? And you need to read this book if you want to understand the situation we're in today, sir.
Steve, without the church militants, Christianity would have died out a long time ago. And, I have a quote, I think, in Defenders of the West from Teddy Roosevelt, president, who says exactly that. He basically says if the Europeans, the Christians of Europe had not fought back, he specifically names the Muslims, and he names all the long centuries, Christianity would have been snuffed out. And that's what most modern day Christians don't realize, especially those who sort of, poo-poo the modern day Crusaders or the Crusaders of history and say they weren't real Christians. If it wasn't for all the blood that they spilled on behalf of Christendom, there would be no Christianity, to be honest with you. And that's very self-evident when you realize that 3/4 of the Christian world was conquered and swallowed up till this very day by Islam. And I'm speaking, of course, of the older, richer, more profound region where Christendom was located, and that would be North Africa and the Middle East. All that was left was Rome in the West, but Constantinople, Alexandria, Jerusalem, and Antioch were all swallowed up by Islam, and it continued century after century. And so that's what gave rise, these people weren't militants by nature. They were monks. Think about the Hospitallers, for example. Their whole life was to be hospice workers and serving pilgrims and helping them and taking care of their medical needs and feeding them and giving them their beds. But at the same time, they also learned that the only way to really help the pilgrims was to go on the offense and preempt what was going to happen, which is an Islamic attack on these pilgrims who were coming to Europe. So they had no problem wedding, Christian theology with militancy. And not just them, actually. This goes all the way back, remember, to Augustine. and so many other. I quote a lot extensively Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, who's really the spiritual father of all military orders. And, you know, he gives you all the verses, and it shows you the militancy behind that. And it's not just the Old Testament, by the way, as we saw with the two swords of Christ in Luke. So I think if modern day Christians, like I said, I call them doormats. And of course, Christianity teaches love and peace and forgiveness and tolerance, but it's being pulled out of context as if that's all there is to it. What's great about Christianity is that it tempered violence, but it still kept, you know, the necessary forms of violence and justice, such as just war theory, which all, of course, fused into what we know as chivalry. And that's what made it really great. But now we have this kind of mood where, oh, you can't do anything, you have to be a doormat, and so forth.
Okay, I'm announcing we're going to do a complete hour with Raymond to go through his whole 3-part arc of his story of these 3 books and give special attention to the military orders, the two swords of Christ. Everybody where they go to order it right now, Raymond, where they go to your site for your writings and to order your books.
Thanks, Steve. Well, they can get it on Amazon. Today's the release date, actually. So if they order it now, probably on Amazon, they'll get it maybe in a day or two. And from any other online stores, I doubt Barnes & Noble is going to have it, even though it's a bestseller. But and also my website, RaymondIbrahim.com, has links to various books, and you can also get signed copies from there.
We're going to do an hour special with Raymond next week. Raymond Ibrahim, thank you so much, brother. Appreciate and love the book already. It's just fantastic. Want everybody to get it, particularly if you got a young man in your life. Give it to him. Understand the church militant. Tej, we only got you're our warrior monk here at the War Room. You got Warpath Coffee. I only got a minute. Where do I go? We're going to need coffee over Thanksgiving. Where do people go, sir?
You go to warpath.coffee, use promo code War Room. We're doing the pre-Black Friday sale right now, 20% off your entire order. And then check it out on Black Friday. It'll be a bigger sale. Warpath.coffee, promo code War Room. Just read the reviews, 15,000 5-star reviews. It's the best coffee out there. Drink it black. You don't need milk. You don't need sugar. We roast it perfect. We use premium beans that are fresh, and that's why it tastes so good. Warpath.coffee, promo code War Room.
And I'm announcing now, Tej Gill is going to co-host with me our annual Black Friday special where we get people in here to talk about entrepreneurism, capitalism, all of it. Tej Gill, you're War Room's warrior monk, sir. One more time, warpath.coffee, where do they go?
Warpath.coffee, promo code War Room. Just read the reviews, and you get 20% off right now for the pre-Black Friday sale.
Love you, brother. I'll see you Friday as my co-host, my wingman for both hours. Thank you, sir. One of the greats. The President of the United States is going to leave, I think, by motorcade because of the weather, to Andrews. He's going to head down to, I believe, Mar-a-Lago for Thanksgiving. That'll be during the John Solomon Hour. We've got an amazing hour for you set up. Also, Mike Lindell. Talk about a warrior monk. Mike Lindell, what do you got for us today, sir?
You guys, speaking of Christmas and Black Friday specials, you guys, the 5-pack Bible pillows, $29.98, everybody. You guys have all hit that well, plus free shipping. But one of the things I wanted to get on here and tell you about the crosses that came in. So the crosses came in, the men's and women's crosses. The men's and women's crosses, you guys, 50% off, the best Christmas gifts ever. I mean, they are it, free shipping on any order. If you guys go to mypillow.com/war room, we also have the blankets, everybody. All the blankets that came in. The blankets, now there's 5 different kinds. They make the best gifts ever, too, as low as $25. We have down comforters, duvets, pillow shams, normally $69, $12.98. But go to mypillow.com/war room. You're going to see all the Black Friday and Christmas specials there. Free shipping. This is a War Room exclusive, free shipping. And you guys, you can comfortably get them for Christmas because we're going to extend the Christmas guarantee till March 1st of 2027. So anybody gets it here, remember the 5-pack Bible pillows? That's 6 gifts for $29.98. Free shipping, promo code War Room. You guys call my reps right now, 800-873-1062, promo code War Room. I'm going downstairs right now to take a couple calls, Steve.
All right, let's hit it. Mike Lindell, mypillow.com, promo code War Room. Stick around. The 6 o'clock hour is upon us.
Boy, what to be thankful for. There's so much. Start with you guys out there in the audience. I mean, literally, that chat, I am so thankful for the chat.
I'm thankful that I'm united with people who have similar values to me, and that there are people who care about what's important in life, and that would be you, our RAV viewership.
So thankful for this amazing team that we work with.
We truly appreciate you spending time with us each and every day, and for that, we are truly thankful in this holiday season.
What I'm grateful for is it's a holiday that I could wish people a happy Thanksgiving and not offend anybody.
Trump's back in office. Things are going wonderful, and the commies are on the run.
I just want to say how grateful I am to God.
I'm wishing all of you a healthy and happy Thanksgiving as well.
I thank the Lord for Rob and Parker Sig and this amazing network that I get to be a part of, and for the Real America's Voice News family.
Especially for the great crew that we have in the control room, who are, bar none, the best crew I've ever worked with. Have a great Thanksgiving, everyone.
You guys have a beautiful Thanksgiving.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro.
Steve Bannon.
Now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Good evening, America, and happy Tuesday. Welcome to the latest edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you as always from the nation's capital. We hope you're getting ready, getting closer to that Thanksgiving dinner with family and friends. But before we get into all that, a little programming note. We're awaiting President Trump's departure from the White House from Mar-a-Lago to his home in Palm Beach, Florida. When that happens, we'll get you out live to that, but we'll keep a close eye. You may see it pop up in the bottom right-hand screen from time to time, so keep an eye on it. All right. We start tonight with some hopeful news as we approach Thanksgiving. That's also the deadline that President Trump has set to get a deal worked out between Ukraine and Russia to end the war in Eastern Europe. It's been going on now for, believe it or not, 11 years. Isn't that amazing? It's being reported that Ukraine has agreed to core terms of the U.S. peace proposal. Just the News has confirmed that. This is a major movement, as previously Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has been resistant to any peace proposal that involves ceding land to Russia. Now, there's still a lot of items that need to be worked out, but what for the first time we have today is a very clear set of what the Ukrainians are willing to agree to and what the Russians are willing to agree to. They worked that out earlier this week. The two sides had never laid that out before in this 11-year conflict. Now that each side knows what the other needs, that opens the real negotiations to the next major potential set of negotiations. Now, President Trump announced that he's sending Special Envoy Steve Witkoff to Russia to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin to fine-tune the deal points. He's also sending Army Secretary Dan Driscoll back to the Ukrainian side, where he made some progress earlier this week. President Trump also said earlier today that there are only a few remaining points of disagreement. That is a hopeful sign. Now, turning back here to Washington, Internal Justice Department emails released today by Senate Republicans show that Special Counsel Jack Smith's team was told by the Justice Department's Public Integrity Section that if it subpoenaed the phone records of senators, that there were constitutional equities, congressional equities, meaning that there needed to be a litigation process and that the senators had to be notified. But guess what? That's not what Jack Smith did. Instead, he went to Judge Boasberg, now kind of infamous here in Washington, and got an order that said he did not have to tell Congress, alert them, or take any concern about the constitutional debate and speech clause that protects members of Congress from executive branch things. Now, there's some other interesting things in these emails. You can check the whole story out in justthenews.com. One of them is that Jack Smith actually made a bunch of errors in this, including having the wrong senator. He was supposed to be subpoenaing Rick Scott, but instead he focused on Senator Scott for a period of time because he didn't have his I's and T's crossed or even his Scots figured out. All right, with that, I want to turn to some other headlines from my amazing colleague, Amanda Head. Amanda, what are you watching today?
Yeah, John, I know that we've been talking about this throughout the week, but I want to stay on that topic of Senator Mark Kelly and those other Democrats who put out the video warning members of the military not to comply with nebulous illegal orders. We now know the DOJ and the FBI will be interviewing those Democrats for an investigation that they have opened. And we've been seeing a lot of reaction in the past few days from both politicians and the media. For example, here is how CNN and David Frum framed what an illegal order could be.
Secretary Hegseth has issued these tweets in which he said the Department of War is going to prosecute Senator Kelly. And then you had a clip at the top of your show from the White House press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt, saying the Secretary of War, the Department of War would never issue an illegal order. Well, calling it the Department of War is an illegal order. Every time that in violation of act of Congress, the secretary makes up these titles for himself, Secretary of Partying, Secretary of War, whatever he calls himself. Those are illegal orders too.
How's that for trying to minimize the issue? And just to take it up a notch, Senator Ruben Gallego from Arizona, the same state that Senator Mark Kelly represents, has issued a warning to any member of the military that deals with Senator Kelly's case. Watch.
What is your level of trust in the U.S. military justice system, if it were to get that far, to handle this?
I trust them actually a lot, and for a couple of reasons. Number one, these are professionals. They are also swearing to the Constitution of the United States. They know that there will be fallout and consequences if they are used in a hard way to basically railroad someone like Senator Kelly, because Donald Trump's going to be gone a couple years. And if you're part of the military that is going after sitting senators, sitting members of Congress, and part of, the weaponization of government, there will be consequences.
John, I know that this is anecdotal, but it also goes down to the policy level. Anytime you see President Trump or someone from this administration appearing before troops, they absolutely love them. They appreciate their loyalty to them. They appreciate the prioritization of the safety of America's troops and just putting America first. So it's unfortunate to see this happening, but I'm pretty sure I know where most of the military squares up on this side.
Well, I know where Pete Hegseth squares up, because just a few minutes ago, he released an update. He has asked the Navy Secretary to get back to him by December 10th on whether or not Senator Kelly, a former Navy captain, former astronaut, whether he should face court-martial, be brought back to active duty and face court-martial and take some disciplinary action for his role in that. As you know, once in the military, always in the military, you can always be summoned back. But Pete Hegseth setting a deadline and identifying the Navy Secretary as the man who will oversee that investigation. That's a pretty big deal. And we'll keep a close eye on that. That just moved over at justthenews.com. All right, earlier today, Amanda, while you were out reporting, I had a chance to hang out with Andy Biggs for a little bit. He missed you a lot, but we had a great conversation about Jack Smith, about weaponization, about all the things that are on the front burner of news on this holiday week, including the Ukraine-Russia peace talk movement. Have a look, everybody. It was a pretty newsy interview. All right, folks, joining us now to break down all of today's amazing news. It's a holiday week, but it doesn't feel like a holiday week. Lots of big news breaking out. He's a member of Congress from the great state of Arizona. He's also the leading Republican candidate for governor of that great state. He's our longtime friend, Congressman Andy Biggs. Congressman, great to have you on the show, sir.
Thanks, John. It's great to be with you. And before I forget, happy Thanksgiving to you, your family and loved ones, and your crew, and Amanda and her crew.
Well, thank you. And back at you, sir. Thank you for all you do for your country. I know you've worked hard to make a better America for the next generation, and we're grateful for that on this Thanksgiving. So thank you. All right, I want to jump in on some of the big news. I think a lot of people said, okay, I don't understand this cat and mouse game. Ukraine has one peace plan it's agreed to. Russia has one peace plan that it's agreed to. And how's that progress? But this is actually a strategy, because neither side would talk to each other and say what they wanted. Donald Trump finally got it on paper. How big a moment is this, and how does it set the next wave of peace negotiations in motion?
Well, if you've ever negotiated anything, and virtually everybody has, if you don't understand what you want and what the other side wants, you can never get to yes. It's always going to be a no. And so to see that now both sides have defined their interests and their goals allows President Trump actually to come in and set additional parameters time-wise and to push it. And I think it always is going to come back down to territory and that's going to be the issue. But in the meantime, there's a whole host of other issues that both sides are trying to get to. I think it's a defining moment and actually ratchets up the heat on both sides now to come to the table now that they've basically the cards are on the table.
Yeah, and all the U.S. officials, and by the way, this is the art of the deal in action, right? President Trump knew that the reason there wasn't peace for 11 years, an ongoing war, was that neither side really knew what the other side wanted out of a solution. Now it's in clarity, and that really does allow for an exchange of ideas. You mentioned territory. The other big one seems to be NATO membership for Ukraine. Ukraine seems to want to keep that on the table. Russia wants to take it off, but then have the United States guarantee Ukraine's security going forward. How do you think that issue gets worked out?
I think that one is one where you're going to see some give. Unfortunately, I don't want the U.S. to be the guarantors, if you want the truth. NATO and the European allies, they should be the guarantors. And if they are, then I think that Ukraine can live with that. And Ukraine's going to, but Russia's also wanting them to lose some armaments and size of their military. I think Ukraine's going to say, look, if you're going to make it so we have to defend ourselves, then we have to have what we need to defend ourselves. And I think in the end, Russia probably gives on that because that's not the big deal. The big deal for them is NATO membership.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think that's where that give seems to be. It'll be interesting to see. I want to turn to something else that you have been so instrumental in. You were one of the first members of Congress that I saw out there every day trying to dig into Russia collusion and weaponization, the weaponization of the courts, the weaponization of congressional committees, the weaponization of the Justice Department, the FBI, the CIA. We now have some new evidence about Jack Smith in Arctic Frost, and probably the most troubling of all the investigations. We now know from records that Senator Johnson and Grassley released today that Jack Smith was told, hey, if you go with the subpoena, Congress has certain equities like the bait and speech protection clauses of the Constitution. They're going to have to litigate this. And instead, Jack Smith took that, went to Judge Boasberg and said, I just want to get a protective order and avoid the whole fight with Congress, not have to tell them I'm taking their phone records, not have to comply with the laws on the book. The fact that he was told what he should do, and then he did something different. What does it say about Jack Smith and maybe his co-conspirator, Judge Boasberg?
Well, with Jack Smith, this is just only one of a myriad and host of problems of his investigation. He was on a witch hunt. That's what he was doing. If it wasn't overt, it certainly was a nudge, nudge, wink, wink kind of thing. He knew what he was called in to do, and that was to attack Donald Trump and Donald Trump's supporters. And he did so. The fact that he was told that he had to probably go get some litigate the equities and protect the rights of the senators and members of Congress who are protected under the Constitution, and he failed to do so, is just one more black mark against Jack Smith. But here's the thing that really has been grinding me for some time, and that is Judge Boasberg. As you know, I introduced legislation more than a year ago now, I think it is, to actually remove Judge Boasberg from the bench. I don't think that he is serving under good behavior. I think he's exhibited horrible behavior. I think he has an inherent bias. And I know everybody says, well, judges have biases, but in this particular case, his family has a bias, he has a bias, and he was actually issuing orders where he should have known that there was a constitutional protection that was in place, and he was deliberately going around it. So those are the types of things that lead us to Judge Boasberg, where there's impeachment resolutions against him. There's an Article 3, Section 1 removal, and that's mine, against him. And I think we look at it and say Judge Boasberg was a catalyst to the weaponization of certainly the Arctic Frost investigation by Jack Smith, but also anytime anybody else was coming up Judge Boasberg was right there attacking this administration or President Trump when he was out of office even.
35 years ago, as a very young reporter, I wrote a story that a federal judge had been ruling in cases where he owned stock. He hadn't disclosed his financial conflict of interest. The Chief Justice at the time, William Rehnquist, within days intervened and severely punished that judge for not complying with the law. John Roberts, the current Chief Justice, has been rather silent, even as there are growing signs that there is dysfunction in the courts. Is this his moment to maybe stand up and mete out some discipline? He doesn't have to wait for Congress or impeachment. He can impose his own discipline as the chief disciplinarian. What do you think about John Roberts weighing in?
Well, I'm thinking he's not going to weigh in. I mean, he should have weighed in my opinion, long ago, and he has chosen not to. And I think he's in his mind, perhaps he's saying, well, that's a political question. We're going to stay out of politics. But it isn't just a political question, and this is why he should weigh in. He needs to weigh in to protect the integrity of the courts. And the integrity of the courts is going to hell in the handbasket, John, because nobody in America really trusts the courts anymore. I don't care whether you're right or left. You're not trusting the courts. The left doesn't trust them. That's why they go there when they're in power to try to get the leftist judges to whack the conservatives. The conservatives go there hoping that conservative justices will actually protect them from the assault from the left. Neither side thinks that these guys are these men and women of the court are honest, fair, equitable brokers. Each side believes that there is a bias there that each one's going to exploit. And so Judge Roberts, by sitting on his hands, is fostering greater insecurity and disruption in American society because the courts are absolutely no longer trusted as fair and honest brokers.
Judge Boasberg specifically said you don't have to tell Congress, even though there was a law in the books that any phone records taking of Congress would have to be notified to at least the Senate Sergeant at Arms. Giving that instruction, does a judge have the right to abrogate enforcement of a law?
No, a judge does not. In fact, what the courts are supposed to do, according to the founders, they were supposed to be the weakest branch. They're supposed to not interpret the law. They're not supposed to legislate from the bench. They're supposed to do what? They're supposed to enforce the law and apply the law. That's what they're supposed to do, apply the law to the facts and case before them. To do otherwise is to go outside their bounds and scope of authority. And that's Congress and the executive branch have both failed to bring judges to bear on that. And that's one of the reasons I've started the Article 3, Section 1 project that I've done with that bill. And the bottom line is, as long as the judiciary is with impunity, acting outside its scope, they become the most powerful branch of government when the founders intended them to be the weakest branch of government.
Yeah, pretty remarkable. It really is. Congressman, we're so grateful for the clarity of your voice. Also, all the work you've done to help us understand where our government has gone awry. We're very lucky to have you on the front lines of this important time in history. Thanks for joining us today. Great to have you on the show.
Thank you, John. Always great to be with you. Tell Amanda I missed her.
I will. She misses you as well. Happy Thanksgiving, my friend. All right, folks, we're going to take a closer look at the possible peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. Dig into that a little bit more with President Trump's former Deputy National Security Advisor. We'll have that next. Could there be war ended by Thanksgiving? We'll answer that question next after these messages.
Boy, what to be thankful for. There's so much. Start with you guys out there in the audience. I mean, literally, that chat, I am so thankful for the chat.
I'm thankful that I'm united with people who have similar values to me, and that there are people who care about what's important in life, and that would be you, our RAV viewership.
So thankful for this amazing team that we work with.
We truly appreciate you spending time with us each and every day, and for that, we are truly thankful in this holiday season.
What I'm grateful for is it's a holiday that I can wish people a happy Thanksgiving and not offend anybody.
Trump's back in office. Things are going wonderful. and the commies are on the run.
I just want to say how grateful I am to God.
Wishing all of you a healthy and happy Thanksgiving as well.
I thank the Lord for Rob and Parker Sig and this amazing network that I get to be a part of, and for the Real America's Voice News family.
Especially for the great crew that we have in the control room, who are, bar none, the best crew I've ever worked with. Have a great Thanksgiving, everyone.
You guys have a beautiful Thanksgiving.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting.
Welcome back, everybody. If you see that little window at the bottom, that is President Trump getting ready to depart. It's a turkey day too. I know he's working hard, but of course he's gonna take a little time with family. All right, everybody. So, as John was talking about, is the war in Ukraine close to coming to an end? Lordy, don't we all hope? We know that Ukraine has agreed to most of the points that President Trump laid out in his peace plan. So, will Russia agree as well? Joining us now to discuss all of that is former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Trump. She's also the Vice President of National Security and Foreign Policy at the Heritage Foundation, Victoria Coates. Victoria, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Well, happy early Thanksgiving, guys. Good to be with you.
Happy early Thanksgiving to you. And, you know, I look at the grand picture here, over 10 years of ambiguity between Russia and Ukraine, and, you know, very little clarity as far as what agreeable terms would look like. And in about 10 months under President Trump, we finally have that clarity. Where do we go from here?
We really do. And if we think back to, you know, that 10, 12 years ago when Barack Obama was president, and Vladimir Putin just seized the entire Crimean Peninsula in the dead of night, essentially. And the president of the United States said nothing, did nothing. There were some minor sanctions slapped on Russia, but essentially, you know, Ukraine was forced to simply accept this annexation of their sovereign territory. And this was not done in any sort of orderly way. I understand the views of many of my Russian friends on the way Crimea was dispensed after World War II. I mean, there is a historical argument there, but this isn't how you just seize territory and just simply do it with impunity. Because when that happens, we then have the invasion of Ukraine proper under Joe Biden in 2022, and we've been in this grinding stalemate for almost 4 years. Donald Trump is the only person who's put a plan on the table that seems to have any kind of prospects for succeeding. And I think everybody should be a little bit more enthusiastic about this and a little bit more supportive. There are way too many Democrats and some of our weak-kneed European friends who are just assuming this is a disaster. It is literally the only pathway to get out of this horrible war.
Yeah, so important. There is a major hint in this that Ukraine has given some ground that it is going to give up some of its land, something that was always going to happen because it's lost some of its land in war. Tell us about some of the sticking points. It seems like NATO membership, no membership is one. What land specifically maybe change hands? Where do you think the hardest work ahead for Steve Witkoff and the president and Marco Rubio are?
I think it is probably that border. So this is the Donetsk region in the east of Ukraine. It's the industrial heartland of Ukraine. There are assets there that I don't think Ukraine is going to be at all eager to give up, especially because Russia doesn't control them right now. I think you'll see Ukraine saying that, you know, we can freeze the lines where we are, the battlefield reality right now, but we're not simply handing over territory that you don't control. You don't get like a gift bag at the conclusion of this invasion. You can maybe keep what you've taken for now. So that's one thing. I also am very unsure about this limit of 600,000 members of the Ukrainian military. How do you even count those guys? Are they combat soldiers? Are they firemen? Are they Coast Guard personnel? So there are all sorts of different ways that could become a very nebulous sort of situation. And then finally, as you mentioned, this kind of prohibition on NATO membership. Well, the only way you can prohibit a country from becoming a member of NATO is to pass it through the NATO Council, where I believe it has to have unanimous consent. And guess what this isn't going to get in the NATO Council? Unanimous consent. So that's sort of a non-starter to begin with. I think you can have Ukraine pledge that it will not join NATO for 20 years, which is quite frankly how long it would take them to get in anyway. But this idea that you're somehow going to prohibit it, I don't think that's possible.
So, Victoria, we went from a 28-point plan to a 19-point plan. Is there anything significant or I suppose even surprising that got axed to you?
Not really, Amanda. I mean, this was always going to be pared down into what Ukraine could accept. And I think we've also had some consultation with our European allies. I'm just back from Europe over the weekend, got an earful from a number of folks who were deeply concerned this was going to be the surrender of Ukraine in a matter of days. Well, clearly that hasn't happened. And the engagement with Secretary Rubio and his team with the very senior Ukrainian delegation in Geneva apparently was fruitful, and now we have, Steve Witkoff off to engage in some pre-Turkey diplomacy with Russian counterparts, and we'll see what they say. So, as I said, the 28-point plan was always probably overly ambitious, but it was a maximalist starting position. Now we're getting down to what's actually possible, and it seems much more realistic to me.
Yeah, that does. All right. So in the backdrop of this, President Trump and President Xi have a conversation, and they're lining up for President Trump to go visit Beijing early next year. I was taught a long time ago in Washington, if something looks like a coincidence, it probably is. Is there some tie between these two events?
There has to be. And this was an unusual phone call, John, in that Xi apparently initiated it. Usually the Chinese premier is called by the American president. The Americans initiate the phone call. In this case, Xi reached out. So that means he had something he particularly wanted to talk about. I think there is a lot of concern in China about their economic prospects, on the potential limiting of the very highly sophisticated semiconductor chips that is a big hot topic of conversation in Washington literally this week. Are we going to put export controls on those things? And we do have this period of a year now when China has said they're not going to limit the export of the rare earth minerals that we so desperately need for our high-tech manufacturing. There'll be a lot of posturing that goes on there. There's the president's proposed visit in April. Xi said he's coming to the United States in the fall. So, maybe there can be a better step forward for the U.S.-China relationship, which would then put a lot of pressure on Vladimir Putin. So I think you're absolutely correct. There is a connection here.
Folks, just as we're sitting here, the president's ascending the stairs onto Air Force One, headed out to Mar-a-Lago. Did not make any comments, but you can see that in your box here. Amanda, sorry to step on you. I just want to make sure people know what's
no
going
problem.
on.
Yeah, thank you, John, for letting everybody know. Victoria, with respect to President Trump's likely upcoming conversation in person with President Xi, what does the timeline say about President Trump's leverage in that conversation? If this happens first, is that probably a large piece of leverage that President Trump has to make Xi come to the table and maybe to his knees on a lot of these economic issues?
In terms of the conversation, the proposed conversation in April, Amanda?
Right. Yes.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think we're going to have a lot of water under the bridge between now and then. I think we're going to hopefully see a resolution of the Ukraine war. And if China feels they can start to play a more constructive role in bringing Putin to the table and getting that situation resolved, I mean, I think then that there are a number of other topics that could be on the table. Look, nothing would make me happier than if China suddenly decided to become a responsible international player, that they played by the rules. They're the world's second largest largest economy. So, they are important. We have to deal with them. But we need to manage this Ukraine situation in a way that is not going to embolden Xi to go into Taiwan, because that's, of course, the great concern. We're about to be in 2026, and 2027 is the year Xi has set out to potentially have the People's Liberation Army be ready for a move on Taiwan. So that's why I think this whole year that we're going into with both this and a second potential summit in the fall in the United States is really going to be fraught and charged. And I just have to tell you, one of the things I'm most thankful for this Thanksgiving is that we have President Trump in charge of that year.
Yeah, so important. Before we let you go, Victoria, real quickly, the Middle East, Hamas, it's kind of somewhat holding, but uncertain what happened there. Meanwhile, Muslim Brotherhood got an important designation from President Trump. I want to just get your two thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching Hamas try to reconstitute itself. Hopefully that's not going to be permitted. We've seen Israel take some additional actions against both Hamas and Hezbollah this week. So that remains a situation to be managed by Israel, but clearly now with U.S. support. And the Muslim Brotherhood designation is really important. I've been working with my old employer, Senator Cruz, on this for 10, 12 years. And so what the president has initiated here is kind of a bottom-up approach to this. We're going to designate some of the little splinter groups that are very supportive of Hamas, of other terrorist groups underneath the umbrella, if you will, of the Muslim Brotherhood. Then you can start targeting the Brotherhood for providing material support to those groups. So this is going to take a lot of work. As I said, 10, 12 years I've been working on it. I guess I failed, but with some assistance from the administration, hopefully we can make progress on this thing and start to unravel just this labyrinth of organizations and funding that is the Muslim Brotherhood, the political arm of radical Islam that is working here in the United States against our own government. It's ambitious, it's going to be hard, but so important that we've gotten it started.
Yeah. And let me clarify, you absolutely have not failed. You have shed light on this. You accomplished a lot of work. Your work bore fruit during President Trump's first administration with a lot of these issues. So thank you so much for all of your work, Vice President of National Security and Foreign Policy at Heritage, Victoria Coates. Victoria, happy Thanksgiving to you.
Have a great holiday. Take care.
Same to you. All right, everybody, we've got to take a very quick break, but we'll be back on the other side.
Hey, America, the FBI has been warning about a type of real estate fraud on the rise called home title theft, and your equity is the target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on a single document, use a fake notary stamp, then file it with the county, and just like that, boom, they're on record as owning your home. Using your ownership, they then take out loans against your equity or even sell your property, and you're not going to know about it until you get a foreclosure or collection notice in the mail, and that's not going to be a good moment. That's why I partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can protect your equity and find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com. You'll get a free title history report and a free child, their $1 million triple lock protection. That's a great deal, $1 million to protect your home. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title records, urgent alerts to any changes. And if fraud occurs, their U.S.-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix it. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Protect yourself like I did. Don't be a victim. Protect your equity today. Go to HometitleLock.com and use that promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with a family I love.
Welcome back, America. Earlier this month, we announced that Just the News parent company had acquired the Post Millennial. I was super excited about that acquisition for one reason. There is a fantastic reporter there. She's on the front lines of everything that goes on in Portland with Antifa and also the anti-ICE riots. And she has put together an extraordinary exclusive video to show you from her employer, the Post Millennial. She's reporter Katie Davis. We're going to get to her in a second. But first, watch what she went through when she went on an exclusive ride-along with ICE in Portland.
As soon as we encounter someone, the community comes out and starts filming our officers, our agents, and trying to dox them. We have had several of our employees be followed home, their families targeted and harassed. It's something that we face every single day.
I wish you would try attention like that. Oh my gosh.
Every single day that our officers are out doing their job, following the law, doing the law enforcement job, they're being harassed.
All right, guys, so right now we have an anti-ICE activist trailing our vehicle, blowing the whistle to alert the community about ICE.
I'll stay back. You guys keep doing your thing. What is the actual want?
It is a protest against Trump.
Is that what it is? I mean, yesterday we arrested 3 sexual offenders. One had sodomy against a child.
How about that? We have law enforcement officials doing their job, and they're getting harassed by the public, or at least members of the public in Portland. Joining us now, the great investigative reporter who put that document together. You can see the whole thing at the Post Millennial. Go check it out today.